Chapter 1. In the early morning, on the sandy shores of a small island in the East Sea named Kulik, a young boy was running, greeted cheerfully by the early risers. "Master Kevin, you're exercising again, truly diligent." "Good morning, Master Kevin." "Keep it up, Brother Kevin." The boy named Kevin smiled and nodded in response. His full name was Tang Kevin, the only son of the island's largest hotel owner. At the tender age of 12, he was a genuine reincarnator, however. To describe it as merely reincarnation would be inaccurate, for he was reborn in this world after his previous life had ended. Like many others who found themselves in such fantastical realms, Kevin arrived with a golden finger, but the system had only uttered the words, "System binding successful," at the moment of his birth, and thereafter fell silent. As he grew older, Kevin was both exhilarated and terrified upon discovering that he had crossed over into the world of his favorite anime, One Piece. The thrill stemmed from achieving the dream of every pirate enthusiast by entering this world, while the fear arose from the uncertainty and myriad dangers it presented, knowing his life could be extinguished at any moment. Thus, Kevin endeavored to stimulate the elusive system that accompanied him, which now lay dormant somewhere unknown, but his efforts yielded nothing, as if the system had never existed. With no golden finger to rely on, he sought alternative methods. Consequently, since the age of 5, the island's residents had become accustomed to witnessing this relentless young man engaged in daily exercise. Effort invariably bears fruit, a timeless truth. 7 years of rigorous training had endowed 12-year-old Kevin with a height of 1.7 meters and a graceful physique. Moreover, he could easily overpower 5 adult men single-handedly. 50 laps completed, phew! Kevin exclaimed breathlessly as he paused in front of an opulent structure, a hotel managed by his father, Tang Muscle. Frankly, each time he glanced at the hotel sign, Kevin couldn't help but wonder if his father had also crossed over, for how else could one explain such a peculiar name? Upon returning to his room on the second floor of the hotel, Kevin took a refreshing hot shower and changed into a clean outfit, intending to head downstairs for breakfast. Just as he stepped out of his room, a beautiful middle-aged woman gently called out to him, "Kevin, are you off to eat?" "Yes, mother." This woman was Kevin's mother, Pascarsd, Lucia. Lucia smiled and inquired, "After breakfast, could you help me purchase a few items?" Kevin nodded eagerly, "Of course, mother. What do you need? I can go right now. These are the things I need to buy today. Marks the anniversary of Aunt Lucia's passing, and I wish to honor her memory with some offerings." Lucia's smile vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sorrow. Gazing at the list in her hand, Kevin reassured her, "Mother, please don't be sad. I believe Aunt Lucia wouldn't want us to mourn for her." Leaving the hotel, Kevin began to procure the items for the memorial as per Lucia's list. At times, Kevin reflected on his origins with a sense of wonder. In his past life, he had been an orphan, yet in this new existence, fate seemed to compensate him with a complete and loving family, albeit one with a rather grand background. His father, Tang Muscle, was merely his pseudonym. His true name was Tang Jike the Muscle Saint. Indeed, Kevin's father was a noble celestial dragon, and his uncle was the very same Tang Jike the Muscle Saint who later defended the mermaid princess Shirahoshi, striking down the infamous celestial dragon, Charlos. Moreover, his mother, Pascarsd Lucia, was a twin sister to Portgasd Rouge, the wife of the pirate king, Joel D. Roger. Such a lineage was undeniably overwhelming. As for how his parents came to be together, there lay a tale. In his youth, the rebellious Muscle had left his family, following the example of his cousin, Tang Jike the Hoguming Saint, who was the father of the infamous Don Quixote da Flamingo. Unlike Hoguming, who renounced his celestial dragon status to lead a normal life, Muscle, the heir to the Tang Jike clan, concealed his identity to explore the world. During his travels, Muscle encountered a fearsome storm that capsized his ship. The lone survivor, he clung to a broken mast and washed ashore on a small island, where he was rescued by Lucia, a beautiful woman gathering seashells on the beach. Captivated by her kindness and beauty, Muscle fell deeply in love. Ultimately, he brought Lucia back to his family and, despite opposition, held a grand wedding. However, discontent with the life of a celestial dragon, Lucia persuaded Muscle to relinquish his position as heir to his younger brother, Muscle Saint, and they sought refuge on the island of Kulik in the East Sea, where Lucia was 5 months pregnant. Master Kevin, terrible news. Mr. Muscle and Mrs. Lucia have been slain by pirates. A villager cried out as he approached Kevin at a frantic pace. The word struck Kevin like a thunderbolt, shattering his composure. He dropped the items in his hands and dashed toward his family's hotel. Upon arrival, the horrific scene before him nearly shattered his sanity. The hotel lay in ruins, his parents and the staff sprawled lifelessly in pools of blood, while several battered villagers stood nearby. When the world happened, Kevin's voice was as frigid as ice. The proprietor of the neighboring shop placed a comforting hand on Kevin's shoulder. Master Kevin, a group of pirates invaded your establishment. One of them attempted to abduct your mother, and your father and the workers intervened, only to be slaughtered by the others. A few villagers who rushed to help were also injured. In a bid to avoid disgrace, your mother took her own life. Please accept my condolences. Where did those pirates go? Kevin's eyes blazed with fury, his body trembling. They headed to the dock. At the dock, a band of pirates was busy loading goods they had pillaged from the island onto their ship. A minion, A, remarked to another minion, B, as they worked, "What a shame about that beautiful woman. Why did she have to take her own life?" Minion B replied, "Better that than to fall into the hands of the first mate. Every woman captured by that pervert never sees the light of day again. They all perish from his torment. And the captain turns a blind eye. Control them? How? Don't you know the captain and first mate are in cahoots?" Minion A scoffed. Minion B nodded in agreement. They indulge in both men and women. That's why the first mate has earned his reputation as a pervert. You all deserve to die. A chilling voice echoed behind the two minions. Without allowing them time to react, a swift, cold flash of a blade severed their throats, extinguishing their lives. Kevin discarded the kitchen knife he had snatched from the villager, bent to retrieve the steel blades from the two fallen pirates, one tucked into his waistband, the other gripped firmly in his hand as he advanced toward the remaining pirates. The pirates soon noticed Kevin's presence. At the bow of their ship, an ugly, one-eyed, limping giant boomed. Who dares to challenge the might of one-eyed Bardus? Kill him. Beside the brute stood a pale, effeminate man who added, "We've just received word that the Navy is en route. You all need to act swiftly." Understood, Captain, First Mate. Right, bosses, the swarm of pirates replied in disarray. Soon, over 30 pirates encircled Kevin. A lanky pirate stepped forward, a sinister grin on his face. "Kid, you've got some guts, coming here alone to mess with a one-eyed pirate crew, killing 2 of our men. Looks like you're tired of living. Let me send you on your way." With that, the thin pirate raised his steel blade, aiming to strike Kevin. In a flash, Kevin lunged forward, crashing into the thin pirate's embrace, evading the attack while simultaneously plunging the blade into the pirate's heart. "This kid's got skills. Everyone, attack together and kill him," shouted an unknown pirate, prompting the throng to pounce on Kevin. Kevin did not flinch. One hand grasped the corpse of the thin pirate as a shield against the onslaught, while the other wielded his steel blade with fervor. Before long, Kevin bore a dozen wounds, yet he had managed to slay or injure half of the pirates. "Stop!" The effeminate man, having descended from the ship unobserved, strode toward the crowd. Upon hearing the first mate's command, the pirates halted, encircling Kevin to prevent his escape. The effeminate man halted 4 meters away from Kevin, scrutinizing him intently. After a prolonged pause, he seemed satisfied, nodded slightly, and licked his lips with his tongue, saying, "Young man, join us, and I shall overlook the fact that you have slain so many of my comrades. I can also offer you experiences you have yet to encounter. What do you say? I find you repugnant. All I desire now is to avenge my parents and the workers by annihilating you, using your corpses to honor them. Ah, it appears we cannot reach an agreement. It seems I shall have to capture you and toy with you before ending your life," the effeminate man declared as he lunged toward Kevin. Exhaustion and excessive blood loss rendered Kevin incapable of evading. The man struck Kevin's chest with a powerful blow, sending him flying like a rag doll until he collided with the cargo piled at the dock. In the distance, a warship sped toward Kulik Island. A naval officer at the bow addressed the admiral, who was indulging in donuts on the deck, saying, "Admiral Karp, We shall reach Kuruku's island in an hour. However, the lookout has just spotted a pirate ship docked at the pier. As he continued to eat, Karp inquired, which pirate crew is it? Is it the one led by Buget? Surely it cannot be that red-hair brat? It is the one-eyed pirate crew. Their captain, One-Eyed Bardus, has a bounty of 3 million berries, and his first mate, the wicked ghost Baja, has a bounty of 1 million berries, answered Buget, Karp's aide. I expected a more formidable adversary. Buget, have our team apprehend them, Karp said nonchalantly, showing no interest in dealing with the insignificant characters whose combined bounties did not exceed 5 million berries. Understood, Buget replied indifferently, as he had grown accustomed to Karp delegating tasks to him whenever they encountered pirates with bounties below 50 million. Admiral Karp, urgent communication from headquarters. A messenger rushed over, shouting, "Speak, what is it? Can a man enjoy his vacation in peace?" Karp grumbled, irritated that his long-awaited respite was interrupted by yet another mission. The Peace Hotel on Kuruku's island had been attacked by pirates. Fleet Admiral Sengoku orders you to proceed with utmost haste to protect the hotel owner and his family. Instantly, Karp's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. The identity of the hotel owner was well known among the higher echelons of the Navy. He was a celestial dragon, and moreover, the eldest son of the Don Quixote family. Should any harm befall him, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Thus, Karp commanded Buget to steer the warship toward Kuruku's island with maximum speed, while he used the moonwalk technique to soar through the air toward the island. "Do not let anything happen to you, Musker," Karp silently prayed as he hurried. Musker, despite his celestial dragon status, was one of the few he did not despise. In fact, they were friends. For this reason, Karp sincerely wished for the safety of Musker and his family. However, fate was unkind. Just as Karp was on the verge of arrival, his kin Bunchiko Haki sensed the demise of Musker and his wife. "Damn pirates," Karp cursed inwardly. At that moment, an overwhelming aura swept through the air, causing Karp to momentarily halt. Gazing toward the source of this energy on Kuruku's island, he murmured, "So, it is the awakening of Conqueror's Haki. Who possesses such formidable power?" With that, Karp accelerated his charge toward Kuruku's island. 5 minutes earlier, Kevin struggled to rise from the collapsed cargo, propping himself up with a steel knife. He could feel at least 2 of his ribs had fractured, yet his gaze remained fiercely fixed on the effeminate man, the wicked ghost Baja. "Oh, what a resilient little brat. The more you resist, the more exhilarated I become, the more I long to subdue you," Baja taunted, extending his snake-like tongue to lick his lips. Kevin staggered toward Baja, brandishing the steel knife. Baja made no move, simply grinning wickedly at Kevin. As Kevin approached, he laboriously raised his knife to stab Baja. Baja swatted the knife from Kevin's grasp and kicked him away with a powerful blow. This time, Kevin found himself utterly immobilized, watching in terror as Baja approached step by step, his heart filled with fear and resentment. Under this intense mental strain, Kevin sensed something within his mind shatter. A tremendous aura erupted from Kevin, sweeping outward like a tempest. In that moment, he awakened the legendary Conqueror's Haki, said to be 1 in a million. All life on the island, from One-Eyed Bardus to the tiniest ant, fell into a state of suspended animation, collapsing to the ground in a faint. Baja, merely 5 steps away from Kevin, succumbed to his injuries, blood oozing from every orifice, and died. Ding. The activation conditions for the system have been met upon detecting the host's awakening of the Conqueror's Haki. System activation in progress. Ding. System activation complete. This was the last sound Kevin heard before his consciousness faded away. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and as Kevin's awareness gradually returned, he opened his eyes to find himself amidst a vast expanse of starry skies. Startled, Kevin pondered whether he had perished once more. Yet he distinctly recalled the activation of the system moments prior. As if in response to his thoughts, a magnificent palace emerged from the celestial backdrop. This grand edifice, steeped in antiquity, was entirely of traditional Chinese architecture, adorned with a golden roof of glazed tiles and a grand vermilion entrance. Before the palace stood 72 resplendent white jade pillars, each intricately carved with representations of rare and exotic beasts atop their summits. Kevin arrived at the entrance of the palace. As he lifted his gaze towards the crimson gate adorned with a plaque crafted from golden silkwood, he nearly choked on his own saliva. The plaque bore the elegantly carved characters Lottery Hall in gilded script. Could this name indeed signify his golden opportunity? Dear host, please enter the Lottery Hall to participate in the draw. Thank you. Resonated an ethereal voice within the space. Indeed, it was the system. Thus, Kevin pushed open the grand doors of the Lottery Hall, revealing an expansive chamber of over 300 square meters. Surrounding the hall were 36 towering red pillars, each intricately carved with a vividly coiling 5-clawed golden dragon. At the center stood a high platform crafted from crystal. The grandeur of the system was truly commendable. Kevin mused inwardly. Thank you for your praise, host. The system will continue to strive for excellence, the voice echoed once more. Can the system discern my thoughts? Kevin inquired, a hint of uncertainty in his tone. Yes, host. The system is connected to your mental realm, thus it can perceive your thoughts. Goodness. Does that mean I have no secrets left? Kevin exclaimed. You may proceed to the control console to make adjustments. Control console? Kevin surveyed the hall again. Aside from the pillars, the crystal platform must be what the system referred to as the control console. The voice returned. Please step onto the crystal platform for the initial setup. This is indeed the control console of the system. As soon as Kevin set foot on the platform, a middle-aged man dressed as an English butler materialized at its center. He bowed deeply to Kevin and said, Welcome, I am the system's assistant spirit. You may call me Jarvis. Jarvis? Isn't that the virtual assistant of Iron Man? Kevin remarked, a touch of surprise in his voice. He is my idol. Hence I have named myself after him. The assistant spirit replied, then gestured to the spot where he had just appeared, saying, Now, please stand at the center of the control console for the final binding activation. Following Jarvis's instructions, Kevin positioned himself at the center of the console. Just as he settled in, a vibrant pillar of light descended from above, enveloping him in its embrace. Ding. Iris binding successful. Ding. Identity verification commencing. Host name, Don Quixote Kevin Saint. Current name, Don Kevin. Race, human. Dow power level, 91. Skill, Conqueror's Hockey. Ding. Verification complete. The host may retrieve and view one's character template attributes at any time. Now, Jarvis will serve the host. Jarvis continued, the host has now completed the final verification. Henceforth, I shall refer to you as Master. Allow me to introduce this system. This system is known as the Infinite Realm Blind Box System. The Master may acquire reward blind boxes through tasks. The prizes within these blind boxes are categorized into 8 tiers, SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, and D, encompassing a range of items such as tangible objects, techniques, bloodlines, and more, all sourced from the myriad realms. There is nothing you cannot obtain if you desire it. Kevin couldn't help but exclaim, if I were to draw a plethora of SSS rewards, wouldn't I be invincible in this world? Master, your notion is somewhat unrealistic. Jarvis interjected, as the probabilities of receiving rewards across the 8 tiers are as follows. 0, 0001, 0, 0099, 0, 01, 4, 98, 10, 15, 30, and 40. Thus, the likelihood of obtaining an SSS reward is exceedingly low. I knew it. Nothing this good ever comes to pass, Kevin remarked, smacking his forehead in vexation. At that moment, Jarvis spoke again. Master, since this is your first activation of the system, it grants you 2 blind boxes complimentary. The tiers of these boxes will randomly range from SS to B. Would you like to proceed with the draw now? Absolutely, I wish to draw, Kevin replied. Then I wish you the best of luck, Master. With a wave of his hand, Jarvis conjured 10 identical white boxes in the void. Kevin gestured towards the array of white boxes, inquiring, Jarvis, are these the 10? Could you perhaps divulge what treasures lie within? Jarvis responded apologetically, I regret to inform you, Master, that the specific contents of the boxes are beyond my purview. However, I can reveal that among them is a single SS tier blind box, 1 S tier blind box, 3 A tier blind boxes, and 5 B tier blind boxes. To select a box, simply tap upon it. Kevin clasped his hands together, murmuring, God, Jesus, the Virgin Mary, Odin, Zeus, the Buddha, the Jade Emperor, and the primordial celestial master, may all the deities bless me with the acquisition of SS and S-grade rewards. I beseech you. I beseech you. After his incantation, Kevin pointed decisively at the 8th white box and proclaimed, It is you. As Kevin's words trailed off, the 8th white box materialized before him, opening to reveal a pill. Jarvis announced, Congratulations, Master, on acquiring an A-grade mystery box reward, a comprehension enhancement pill. Upon consumption, it will elevate your comprehension by 40 points. Kevin inquired, Does this mean my learning and understanding speed will be significantly faster? Jarvis affirmed, Indeed, Master. The average person's comprehension is rated at 10. After taking this pill, your learning and understanding will be 5 times faster. 5 times? Kevin mused, This is truly invaluable. Doubled comprehension implies rapid learning and instant understanding. With this comprehension enhancement pill, even a simpleton could become a genius. Without hesitation, Kevin ingested the pill. The pill dissolved instantly, and a refreshing sensation flooded Kevin's mind, bringing clarity. He then gestured towards the 5th mystery box, declaring, Regardless, my intuition tells me it's this one. As Kevin spoke, the 5th mystery box levitated before him, emitting a dazzling array of colors. Jarvis proclaimed, "Congratulations, Master, on obtaining an S-grade mystery box reward. A drop of ancestral witchhood is essence blood. An S-grade reward? Ancestral witchhood is essence blood? Incredible!" Kevin exclaimed. As an avid reader of novels and comics, he understood the significance of ancestral witch's essence blood. A description of Hood as essence blood materialized in the void. Ancestral witch Hood is essence blood, an S-grade mystery box reward item, is derived from Hutu, one of the 12 ancestral witches of the primordial world. Initial fusion will enhance the host's physique, grant mastery over the law of Earth, and allow the host to draw inexhaustible power from the Earth. As the fusion deepens, the host can continuously comprehend various witch clan skills. Upon reading this, Kevin gasped, realizing it was an extraordinary asset. The ability to enhance the host's physique and comprehend various witch clan skills was already significant. But mastering the law of Earth was exceptionally powerful. With this mastery, one could develop various offensive and defensive techniques. Kevin envisioned the possibilities. Understanding that he would possess the ability to outlast opponents, Kevin took a deep breath, calming his excited heart, and inquired, "Jarvis, how should one utilize the essence of the Earth?" Jarvis respectfully replied, "Master, simply hold the essence in your mouth, and it will automatically merge with you. However, I must caution you that the process of merging with the bloodline is exceedingly painful, so please prepare yourself mentally." "Can I merge it here?" Kevin asked. "Typically, the system prohibits merging within its space. However, as you have just activated the system and are still in the novice stage, an exception has been made, allowing you to merge within this space, but this opportunity is singular. Thereafter, you must conduct any further merging in the real world." Jarvis paused momentarily before continuing, "Moreover, since the system space resides within your mental realm, the merging here will only inflict psychological anguish, sparing you from the physical torment typically associated with such processes." "Will merging the essence of the Earth still be painful?" Kevin questioned. Jarvis nodded and replied, "Indeed, the agony of merging is akin to being torn apart and then reassembled, only to be shredded and reformed repeatedly, a cycle that may endure for several hundred rounds. Shall I proceed with the merging of the essence now, Master?" Kevin couldn't help but gasp in shock. Being torn to shreds and enduring hundreds of rounds, just the thought of it was quite terrifying. However, if he couldn't withstand such pain, how could he ever grow stronger? Thus, Kevin resolutely declared, "Yes, Jarvis, I am ready to merge with the blood of the Earth Mother." Upon hearing Kevin's response, Jarvis waved his hand, and the essence of the Earth Mother floated into Kevin's mouth. The instant the blood entered, Kevin felt an excruciating pain, as if his head might explode, and he couldn't help but cry out in agony. "Master, please hold on. If you can maintain consciousness during the merging process, you will reap unexpected benefits. Stay strong," Jarvis encouraged from the sidelines. Taking Jarvis's words to heart, Kevin struggled to stay awake. But the pain forced him to howl in torment, his cries echoing through the space. After what felt like an eternity, the heart-wrenching agony finally subsided. Kevin lay on the control panel like a lifeless dog. At that moment, Jarvis spoke again. "Congratulations, Master, on completing the preliminary merging of the Earth Mother's blood. You may now check your system interface." After lying there for a few minutes, Kevin began to regain his strength and, with great effort, managed to rise, saying, "Check personal information." Once more, Kevin's personal information was displayed in the void. Host name, Don Quixote Kevin. Current alias, Don Kevin. Race, human witch clan. Bloodline, Earth bloodline. Talent, Law of Earth. Tao power value, 591. Skills, Conqueror's Haki, body refinement technique. Compared to before, Kevin's race now included the witch clan alongside humanity. Previously lacking bloodline and talent, he now possessed the Earth bloodline and the talent of the Law of Earth. His Tao power value soared from 91 to 591, an astonishing increase of 500 points. In the world of pirates, the Tao power value of an ordinary person ranged only from 1 to 5, with typical Navy soldiers possessing merely 10. Reaching 500 was akin to being a superhuman, meeting the minimum strength requirement for a lieutenant. "Jarvis, what is this body refinement technique?" Kevin inquired. "Master, the body refinement technique is a fundamental practice of the witch clan that you instinctively comprehended upon merging with the Earth Mother's blood. By practicing this technique, you can enhance your physique, defense, attack, speed, and bodily control, thereby laying a solid foundation for your future. Furthermore, once activated, this technique will operate automatically," Jarvis explained. "Automatic operation? Does that mean it's like a perpetual training aid?" Kevin remarked. "You may interpret it that way, Master. If only the system had been activated sooner, perhaps my parents wouldn't have died." Suddenly, thoughts of his recently deceased parents flooded Kevin's mind, and his previously elated mood plummeted. "Master, there is no need for sorrow. In fact, you have the opportunity to resurrect your parents," Jarvis consoled. Hearing this, Kevin, filled with excitement, asked, "What method, Jarvis? Have you forgotten?" In the ancient myths, the Earth Mother embodies the cycle of reincarnation. If you can fully merge with her blood, you may gain the ability to control reincarnation, allowing you to revive your parents. Even if you cannot master it, There are thousands of items within the system capable of resurrection. Additionally, I shall reveal a little secret. The system can be upgraded. Unlocking the system mall. Specifics I cannot divulge further. All right, I will strive diligently. Kevin responded with renewed vigor. Suddenly, it seemed he recalled something, and he added, Jarvis. How can I prevent the system from prying into my thoughts? Master, simply summon the system settings interface to make the adjustments, Jarvis replied. On Karp's warship. Bogart entered Karp's quarters and addressed him. Vice Admiral Karp, you called for me? Karp, munching on a donut, inquired, how's that little brat doing? He has stopped emitting those black substances, but his temperature remains elevated. I had the medic administer a fever reducer. However, I find it puzzling. The initial awakening of Conqueror's Hockey should only deplete mental energy, so this situation with the boy is unexpected, Bogart said, perplexed. Haha, Bogart, you see. That little brat is no ordinary child, thus, whatever happens to him does not surprise me at all, Karp chuckled. What makes him special? Bogart's previously expressionless face revealed a hint of curiosity. Have you heard of the surname Don Quixote? Karp asked, taking a bite of his donut. Isn't that the name of Doflamingo's family? Bogart pondered, quickly recalling Don Quixote Doflamingo. Karp shook his head, saying no. Don Quixote is also one of the 20 royal families of the celestial dragons. So Doflamingo is a celestial dragon? Bogart questioned incredulously. Although Doflamingo might currently be a minor player and his family small, he was still a pirate. If he were truly a celestial dragon, why would he abandon the lofty status of a world noble to become a pirate? He once was, but his father led their family to renounce their celestial dragon identity. That little brat can be considered Doflamingo's cousin. His father is the eldest son of the current head of the Don Quixote family. Then does that mean the child we rescued is a celestial dragon? Bogart mused, feeling as though his worldview had been upended. Had the celestial dragons become so bored that they sought refuge on this island? This was indeed outrageous. Correct, he is the second heir of the Don Quixote family. However, I suspect his father never disclosed their true background to him. As a celestial dragon, anything that happens to him is not surprising. Also, Bogart, when that brat awakens, please inform me. I wish to have a word with him. He possesses excellent potential, and if he joins the Navy, he could become a formidable asset in the future. Bogart's mouth twitched at the thought of a celestial dragon joining the Navy. Such an outrageous notion could only come from Vice Admiral Karp. Nevertheless, he respectfully replied, yes. Vice Admiral Karp. 3 days later, as Kevin's consciousness returned to his body, although he felt mentally alert, 3 days without water left him feeling weak and feeble. He croaked. Is there any water? The Navy soldier responsible for Kevin's care, seeing him awake, hurriedly brought a large cup of water to him. Kevin drank it in one go and politely said, thank you. Is there more? Could you get me some more? Of course, just a moment, the soldier replied, rushing to fetch another cup of water before darting outside to inform Vice Admiral Karp that Kevin had awakened. After consuming 2 cups of water, Kevin's weakness diminished somewhat. Just then, the door creaked open, and a tall, burly elder entered, booming, Kid, you finally awakened. How do you feel? As Kevin lifted his gaze, he was astonished to find that the person who had entered was none other than the renowned naval hero, Karp. Realizing that he had been rescued by Karp after losing consciousness, he promptly expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you for saving me, Grandpa Karp. I must admit, I feel a bit famished and utterly drained. Hunger is easily remedied. I'll have someone prepare some food for you at once. But tell me, young lad, do you know who I am? Karp inquired, while instructing a subordinate to fetch sustenance for Kevin. Grandpa Karp, every time you return to the East Sea, you always visit my family's restaurant for a meal and to chat with my father, and you always keep a tab, Kevin replied. His words were truthful. Karp indeed made a point to visit Kulik's Island during his family trips home, stopping by Kevin's family eatery to converse with Musigar. The mention of the bill caused Karp to blush slightly, and he chuckled, I was so engrossed in conversation with your father that I hardly noticed you, little rascal. I regret not being able to save your parents sooner. My condolences. Grandpa Karp, you are not to blame for this. It is the vile pirates we ought to curse. Kevin responded, understanding that Karp could not have foreseen such a tragic turn of events. Moreover, he was not one to cast blame in times of misfortune. Your name is Kevin, correct? Your father mentioned you to me, if my memory serves me right, Karp continued. Indeed, my name is Don Kevin, came the reply. Young Kevin, with your parents gone, you find yourself without family. How about you join us in the Navy? Karp proposed, seeking to entice Kevin into a naval career. After all, those who awakened the Conqueror's Hockey, provided they did not meet an untimely end, had boundless potential. Just look at figures like Edward Newgate, Kaido, and Shanks. Each a titan in their own right. Yet, the thought of these individuals left Karp somewhat troubled, as most who awakened this power were notorious pirates. With only his old comrade Sengoku among the Navy to possess the Conqueror's Hockey. However, if he could persuade Kevin to join the Navy, it would bolster their ranks. Yet, Karp found himself in an awkward predicament, as it seemed his persuasion was failing. No family? Grandpa Karp, I recall that my grandfather and uncle reside in Mariewa. Could it be they have perished? Kevin asked, tilting his head in confusion. Internally, however, he reveled in the knowledge that Karp's attempts to sway him were futile. Do you understand your lineage? Karp inquired, somewhat awkwardly. Isn't it just that of a celestial dragon? My father mentioned it when I was quite young, Kevin replied nonchalantly, as if it were of little consequence. Karp hastily asked, do you plan to return to Mariewa? He truly hoped Kevin would not choose to return to the Holy Land, as doing so would confine him to a life of idle luxury as a world noble, utterly squandering Kevin's royal potential. Kevin shook his head and said, returning to marry Geos? Forget it, I have no desire to go back. I fear mingling with a group of imbeciles would lower my own intelligence. These words were a true reflection of Kevin's thoughts. In his previous life, while watching One Piece, he regarded the celestial dragons as nothing more than a bunch of fools. In this life, although he had visited Mary Geos once at the age of 5 with his father and had a slightly altered impression of the celestial dragons, finding a few of them somewhat normal, the majority remained as foolish as ever. Furthermore, Kevin sought to resurrect his parents and believed that staying in Mary Geos would provide him with the opportunity to grow stronger and gain control over the cycle of reincarnation. Upon hearing Kevin express his reluctance to return to Mary Geos, Karp could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He feared that if Kevin wished to go back, he would be left without any options. Forcing Kevin back would likely meet with the disapproval of the world government, especially given that Kevin had just lost his parents. Such an action would be inhumane. On the other hand, if Kevin chose to return, Karp would feel a pang of reluctance. Thus, Kevin's own disinterest in returning was undoubtedly the best outcome. What about joining the Navy? Karp seized the opportunity to persuade Kevin to become a naval officer. Just then, a notification from the system chimed in. A person must face countless choices in life. The host is now required to make a selection among the 4 major powers of the pirate world: the world government, the Navy, the pirates, and the Revolutionary Army. Upon completion of the selection, the host will receive a random blind box reward ranging from C to E grade. I'll think it over. Kevin initially intended to respond to Karp, but the system's prompt made him reconsider. Take your time to consider, Karp said, sensing Kevin's hesitation. Disappointed that Kevin did not immediately agree, he decided that such a significant matter warranted contemplation. Just then, someone brought in food, and Karp added, food has arrived. You can eat while you think. I'll take my leave for now. With that, Karp exited the room. Once Karp left, Kevin got out of bed, approached the table, and began to eat voraciously while contemplating his choices. The system offered only 4 factions: the world government, the Navy, the pirates, and the Revolutionary Army, with bounty hunters or pirate hunters excluded from consideration. It seemed the system deemed bounty hunters as mere scattered individuals without significant influence, especially after entering the Grand Line, where their survival became increasingly precarious. Observing the narrative of One Piece, it became evident that bounty hunters appeared only in the earlier parts of the manga. As the story progressed, they vanished entirely, suggesting that Oda abandoned this concept, which likely explained the system's exclusion of bounty hunters from the major factions. Kevin dismissed the notion of joining the pirates outright. Although he had once yearned to become a pirate, influenced by his previous life's readings, he realized that the romanticized image he had was far from reality. Pirates engaged in daily acts of slaughter, plunder, and the enslavement of innocents, embodying the very essence of tyranny and depravity. Figures like Luffy and Shanks could more accurately be described as adventurers rather than traditional pirates. Moreover, Kevin's parents had fallen victim to pirates, making the idea of him becoming one utterly inconceivable. The Revolutionary Army, while not directly attacking civilians, incited people to overthrow governments and assist nations besieged by pirates. Their ultimate goal was to dismantle the world government's authority, or, more specifically, the rule of the celestial dragons. The composition of the Revolutionary Army was diverse, comprising various races, with many harboring deep-seated animosity toward the celestial dragons, making Kevin's identity as one of them ill-suited for this faction. Though the world government was extensive, encompassing the Navy, technological forces, secret espionage agencies, CP0, CP9, and the 7 warlords, its leadership, particularly the 5 elders, remained subservient to the celestial dragon, Im. Joining them would offer Kevin no prospects for advancement. He might even find himself relegated to the status of a lackey. Thus, this option was also cast aside. In light of these considerations, it appeared that joining the Navy was Kevin's sole viable path. In truth, he held no aversion to this prospect. This was not a fictional realm but a tangible world, and the Navy symbolized stability within it. While some scoundrels existed within the Navy, such as Axehand Morgan and the corrupt captain from Nami's hometown, the majority were noble warriors driven by a sense of justice. These officers, even when aware of the world government's transgressions, chose to remain, understanding that they were the last line of defense for the common people. Without them, civilians would be plunged into chaos and despair. Pirates could hardly be relied upon for protection. Their very existence often meant the oppression of the innocent. The world government maintained only the dominance of the celestial dragons, indifferent to the welfare of ordinary citizens. The Revolutionary Army's approach was also questionable. If their true concern was the protection of civilians, they would not need to incite them to rebel against their government. A few revolutionary leaders could easily eradicate a nation's rulers and allow the citizens to choose their own leaders, a notion Kevin found hard to believe any country could withstand. Yet, Kevin understood that relying solely on the Navy would not suffice to bring about equality and harmony in this world. Hence, he needed to acquire greater power. His ultimate goal was to ensure that all inhabitants of the pirate world could live in equality and harmony. A mission that resonated with the super task the system had assigned him just before he regained consciousness, which promised a remarkable SSS-level lottery reward, one he could not afford to forego. Jarvis, may I ask you a question? If I join the Navy now and later decide to leave, will there be any repercussions, such as system penalties? Kevin inquired silently. Rest assured, Master. Should you choose to leave the Navy, there will be no penalties. Hearing that there would be no repercussions, Kevin exhaled in relief. He had feared that any potential penalties could jeopardize his super task. With the assurance of no penalties, he felt a sense of comfort. Kevin then asked Jarvis, is there no problem if I choose to join any faction? Jarvis patiently responded, the faction selection task just released by the system only influences the generation of your subsequent side quests. For instance, if you join the pirates, you will only be able to undertake a series of pirate-related side quests, while tasks related to the other 3 factions will be closed. Given that, I have made my decision. I wish to join the Navy and become the next naval hero, Kevin declared, taking a hearty bite of the crispy roasted leg of lamb in his hand. Kapu returned to his room and immediately retrieved a den mushi. Moshi moshi, it's Sengoku. Came Sengoku's voice from the den mushi. Kapu stated, I have 2 pieces of news for you, one bad and one good. Which would you prefer to hear first? I'll take the bad news, Sengoku replied. The bad news is that we arrived too late. Musagar and his wife have already been killed. However, their son, Kevin Saint, has survived. What? Upon hearing that Musagar and his wife had perished, Sengoku broke into a cold sweat, relieved to know their son, Kevin Saint, was unharmed. Although Musagar was the eldest son of the current patriarch of the Don Quixote family, he had renounced his claim to the title while retaining his celestial dragon status. Thus, his death, while likely to incite discontent among the celestial dragons, would not have a significant impact. As long as Kevin Saint was alive, everything could still be managed. Curious about the good news, Sengoku asked, what is it? I have discovered an exceptional talent for our Navy, Kapu replied proudly. Intrigued, Sengoku knew Kapu was not one to easily flatter someone, so he inquired, what kind of talent? Have you found a Logia-type devil fruit user? It was understandable that Sengoku would think this way, as Logia-type devil fruits were the rarest among the 3 categories, and their power was unparalleled. A Logia-type user? No. What I have found is a being 100 times more precious than a Logia-type user. I have discovered a young boy who has just awakened Conqueror's Haki. Kapu anticipated Sengoku's response with confidence. Conqueror's Haki, are you sure? Kapu, do not jest with me, or I shall revoke your holiday, Sengoku said, incredulous. I'm not joking. I am quite serious. I am currently trying to persuade this boy to join the Navy, as he has no intention of returning to his family, Kapu assured him. Returning to his family? Wait, Kapu, the boy you found with awakened Conqueror's Haki is not that celestial dragon, Kevin Saint, is he? Sengoku connected the dots rapidly. Indeed. It is he, Kapu replied without hesitation. Sengoku roared over the den mushi, are you out of your mind? Do you truly believe a celestial dragon would join the Navy? Relax, Sengoku. This boy is different from other celestial dragons. I am quite confident I can persuade him to join us. Kapu waved dismissively. Kapu, do not be foolish. Sengoku urged him, hoping to deter such an idea. I am preparing to challenge the record for eating donuts, so I shall speak no further. I will inform you of the outcome later. With that, Kapu hung up the den mushi, secretly thinking, Sengoku, await my triumphant news. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku was nearly driven to overturn the table in frustration. He cursed that rascal Kapu actually thinks of recruiting a celestial dragon into the Navy. This is sheer madness. Just then, Admiral Tsuru, who was reporting to Sengoku, chuckled and said, calm down, Admiral Sengoku. You should know Kapu by now. Although he can be reckless at times, he is reliable on significant matters. Perhaps that boy, Kevin Saint, could indeed become a new force for our Navy. Listening to Tsuru's reasoning, Sengoku gradually calmed down, yet still remarked, that boy is the second heir of the Don Quixote family among the 20 royal celestial dragons. How could his family ever allow him to join the Navy? Tsuru seemed to see through Sengoku's concerns and spoke, are you afraid that if he joins, he might rise to a high position in the Navy, turning it into a tool for the celestial dragons, much like the world government? Precisely, Sengoku acknowledged. He knew that as long as the Navy remained insulated from the celestial dragon's influence, they could still protect the civilians. However, if the celestial dragons intervened, the Navy might become complicit in their oppression, a scenario Sengoku wished to avoid. Tsuru, aware of the dire consequences should celestial dragons infiltrate the Navy, nevertheless said, since Kapu is so fond of the boy, perhaps we should allow him to bring him to headquarters for evaluation. Very well. I suppose that is the only course of action, Sengoku sighed, resigning to the situation. The following morning, well-rested and rejuvenated after a hearty meal, Kevin, under Bogart's guidance, arrived at Kapu's quarters. Upon seeing Kevin, Kapu thought, it seems there is hope. He then asked, young lad, have you made your decision? Do you wish to join our Navy? Grandpa Kapu, I have made up my mind. I choose to join the Navy, Kevin replied. Young lad, are you certain? Joining the Navy is a splendid choice, Kapu attempted to persuade him further, but then realized Kevin had already agreed. Wait, did you just say you decided to join the Navy? Kevin nodded and replied, Indeed, Grandpa Karp, I have resolved to join the Navy. However, I have a request. To be honest, Kevin found Karp's demeanor quite amusing at that moment. What is your request? Speak freely. Upon hearing that Kevin had a request, Karp did not hesitate to oblige. After all, he was eager for Kevin to join the Navy, and as long as the request was reasonable, he would undoubtedly acquiesce. He certainly did not want to miss out on such a promising talent. I hope you can conceal my identity as a celestial dragon. I am now Don Kevin. Not Don Quixote Kevin Saint. Kevin articulated his request. I can certainly accommodate that. After all, your identity is known only to the higher-ups in the Navy, and the only person who has seen you is me. I can easily fabricate an orphan's background for you. That is within my capabilities. Karp readily agreed to Kevin's request, pleased that it merely involved the concealment of his celestial dragon status. Thank you, Grandpa Karp. Your assistance is greatly appreciated. Kevin expressed his gratitude politely. Your decision to join the Navy brings me great joy. For the time being, you shall stay aboard my ship, Karp said with a cheerful demeanor. Then turned to Bogart standing nearby. Bogart, please inform the crew that we are returning to Marineford at once. Yes, Vice Admiral Karp. Bogart saluted and promptly went to relay the message. Suddenly, Karp seemed to recall something and addressed the still-standing Kevin. Kid, strike me with all your might. Kevin gazed at Karp in bewilderment, uncertain why Karp insisted on receiving a punch from him. I merely wish to assess your strength, Karp reassured. Fear not. You won't harm an old man like me. Karp, wise with age, could readily discern Kevin's thoughts. All right, here I come. Kevin nodded resolutely. With all his might, he delivered a fierce punch to Karp's torso. Karp looked at Kevin with surprise and remarked, Youngster, your combat prowess is astonishingly close to 600. However, your execution leaves much to be desired. Your body coordination and control over your strength are lacking, which limits your potential to merely a third. Then, I humbly request you to train me, Master Karp. Kevin bowed deeply before him. He understood that to grow stronger, solitary practice was insufficient. A capable mentor was indispensable. And Karp was precisely that. Karp chuckled. Receiving my training is no simple matter. It is fraught with hardship. Are you prepared for this? For the sake of becoming stronger, I am willing to endure any suffering. Therefore, I beseech you to train me. Kevin had mentally prepared himself long before approaching Karp. Recalling the manga, Karp's methods of training Luffy were notoriously extreme, throwing him into deep abysses, casting him into nightmarish jungles, and tethering him to balloons to be sent skyward. Each misstep could lead to perilous consequences. The thought alone sent shivers down his spine. Likewise, both Kobe and Barumabur had endured their share of torment during training. Yet, compared to the prospect of growing powerful enough to resurrect his parents, such trials seemed trivial. Very well, you shall start as a deckhand, Karp declared without hesitation, assigning Kevin the role of a mere servant. Deckhand? Kevin could hardly believe his ears. Surely, with his prowess, he should be training alongside ordinary Navy soldiers rather than starting off as a menial laborer like Kobe. Was this not an egregious underutilization of his talents? It was worth noting that Kobe had boarded Karp's ship with a combat value barely reaching 5, a veritable novice, while Kevin boasted a formidable near 600. Karp waved dismissively, his decision resolute. Indeed, a deckhand. Do you have objections? Not that it matters. I have made up my mind. You have 3 hours to clean the entire ship. Master Karp, are you mistaken? Cleaning such a vast vessel in 3 hours? Even 10 men would struggle to complete it in that time. Kevin was astounded at the prospect of tidying such an immense warship single-handedly within a mere 3 hours. Was this a jest? That is your concern, not mine. Oh, and once you finish cleaning, you may eat. The timer starts now. 2 hours and 59 minutes remain. And from now on, refer to me as Captain Karp. Karp's tone, though jovial, carried an unmistakable hint of malice. The implication was clear. No completion of the task, no food. As Kevin dashed outside, he shouted, Grandpa Karp, no, old Karp. You are too cruel. This is child abuse. Karp retorted, in my eyes, you are merely a naval servant. Whether you are of age or not is of no concern to me. Just then, Bogart, who had been dispatched to relay a message, returned and saw Kevin equipped with a mop and bucket, preparing to clean. Bogart hesitated and said, Vice Admiral Karp, this seems inappropriate. Kevin's abilities are more than sufficient to train alongside regular Navy soldiers. Starting him off as a servant feels rather excessive. Karp, with an expression of rightful authority, replied, I am considering taking him as my closed-door disciple. If he cannot endure this little hardship, how can he aspire to greatness? Closed-door disciple. Bogart was taken aback. It is known that Navy soldiers typically train in boot camps, and those who perform well advance to elite training camps under the guidance of the former admiral, Zifa. They usually start as corporals, while those with average performance are assigned to various branches or ships as privates. It is rare for mid to high-ranking Navy officials to take on closed-door disciples. At most, they might have a named disciple, such as the current admiral, Akiji, who is Karp's named disciple. The revelation that Karp intended to take Kevin as his closed-door disciple was indeed sensational. Bogart felt that these 4 days had brought in the most astonishment since becoming Karp's aide. First, it was about a nameless island in the East Blue where a pair of celestial dragons were hiding, only for them to be murdered by pirates. Then, it turned out their child was the rightful heir of one of the 20 royal families among the celestial dragons. Subsequently, that child expressed a desire to join the Navy rather than reside in Mariewa. Finally, the Vice Admiral, who had always shown disdain for the celestial dragons, announced his intention to accept this celestial dragon child as his disciple. This news was indeed monumental. Bogart mused that nothing else could possibly shock him further. Vice Admiral Karp. Are you serious? Bogart inquired. Of course. Am I the sort to jest? Karp replied, somewhat displeased. I am entirely serious. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Bogart pressed, as he believed Karp sometimes acted impulsively and hoped to persuade him to think it over. Karp shook his head and stated, no further consideration is needed. I have a strong sense that this boy will undoubtedly bring about significant and positive change for the Navy and the world. Therefore, I have decided to take this chance. Seeing that Karp had made up his mind, Bogart refrained from further objections. Just as Bogart turned to leave and supervise Kevin, Karp called him back, instructing, from now on, do not refer to him as Kevin S. Saint. He is now Navy recruit Don Kevin. Understand? The boy's identity must remain confidential. Yes, Vice Admiral Karp. Bogart replied with a salute. At 10 o'clock that night, Kevin finally completed the cleaning of the entire ship, collapsing onto the deck in exhaustion. After 14 hours of relentless work since 8 in the morning, Kevin had not had a single drop of water during this time. Although his body had been enhanced by the essence of the earth, making him significantly stronger than before, he had yet to achieve the state of fasting. As a result, while Kevin was not utterly fatigued, he was undeniably famished, devoid of any strength. A tall figure cast a shadow over him, and upon opening his eyes, Kevin saw Karp. With a weak voice, he reported, Vice Admiral Karp, Navy servant Don Kevin has completed the task of cleaning the entire ship. Please inspect it. Karp produced a toothpick from somewhere and, while picking his teeth, remarked, it is quite clean. However, you have exceeded the allotted time by 11 hours. So the task is deemed incomplete. You shall continue tomorrow. Without paying heed to Kevin's protests, he strode away. Shortly after Karp's departure, Bogart approached Kevin. This time without uttering a word, simply placing a pile of food before him before leaving once more. A week later, Kevin finally finished his cleaning duties before dinner. After enjoying a hearty meal, he hummed a tune as he returned to his long-absent quarters. Indeed, it had been an entire week since he had last rested properly, having spent countless nights sleeping on the deck in utter exhaustion. At that moment, Bogart appeared before him again. Follow me, he said. Apart from a few additional words when addressing Karp, he was usually taciturn, maintaining a poker face, and this time was no different. After uttering those 3 words, he turned and walked away. Although Kevin was unaware of the purpose behind Bogart's summons, he presumed it was not a matter of ill intent. Thus, he trailed behind Bogart, curious to discern the nature of his request. The two made their way to the soldier training deck, where Bogart retrieved 2 wooden samurai swords from a rack. Tossing one of them to Kevin, Kevin gazed at Bogart, somewhat perplexed. Bogart pointed his wooden sword at Kevin and declared, if you can strike me with this wooden sword within 1,000 attempts, you shall be victorious and may return to your chamber to rest. Should you fail to touch me, however, you must swing your sword 10,000 times, followed by 10,000 strikes against a wooden post before you can earn your respite. Ding. The host has triggered a new task, the dignity of a servant. As a man, how could the host allow himself to be looked down upon? Thus, advance forth. Dear host, please land a blow on Bogart within 1,000 attempts, and you shall be rewarded with an E-rank mystery box. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Kevin tightened his grip on the wooden sword. Although it was merely an E-rank prize, to Kevin in his current state, even the smallest mosquito is worth a meal. Kevin bowed to Bogart and said, please be cautious. With that, he raised his wooden sword and struck fiercely towards Bogart. In the face of Kevin's powerful attack, Bogart remained calm and merely flicked his wooden sword upward. This seemingly light parry effortlessly sent Kevin sprawling to the ground. Observing Kevin on the ground, Bogart remarked nonchalantly, I just suppressed my strength to 500 Dao power. The implication was clear. I have restrained my prowess to 500 Dao power, yet you, a person with nearly 600 Dao power, were easily toppled by my gentle block. You are indeed feeble. Kevin remained silent as he quietly picked up the wooden sword that had fallen to the ground and charged once more towards Bogart. However, this time, Kevin refrained from launching an attack prematurely. Instead, when he was merely 3 meters away from Bogart, he thrust the sword towards Bogart's chest. Bogart stood his ground, observing as Kevin's wooden sword approached him. Just as Kevin's sword was about to make contact with Bogart's chest, Bogart suddenly sidestepped, effortlessly evading Kevin's assault. As Kevin observed that his thrust had failed to land, he deftly pivoted his wrist, transforming the attack into a sweeping motion. Bogart retreated 2 paces, raising his wooden sword to once again thwart Kevin's onslaught. Subsequently, with a vigorous push of his wooden weapon, Bogart propelled Kevin backward, forcing him to stumble several steps before ultimately losing his balance and collapsing onto the deck. This time, there was a semblance of form. Let us continue, Bogart remarked. Kevin rose once more, charging forward. 2 hours later, not only had Kevin failed to land a blow on Bogart, but he also found himself battered and bruised from Bogart's occasional counterattacks. You have some skill. I can sense your improvement. I believe in just a few days you'll be able to strike at me, Bogart remarked. By the way, your physical condition is remarkable. Most individuals would have crumpled to the ground from such attacks. Yet you remain lively and sprightly. This truly astonishes me. Bogart observed the still-standing Kevin, now harboring a degree of admiration for him, for otherwise, given his temperament, he would not have engaged in such lengthy conversation. Kevin grinned and said, "Thank you for your compliment, Bogart. However, could you please be a bit gentler next time? It really hurts." "I cannot," Bogart replied coolly. Prior to this encounter, Captain Karp had specifically instructed Bogart to rigorously train Kevin, and as Karp's aide, Bogart was well aware of the extent of the intensity required. Consequently, Kevin found himself in a rather battered state. "Very well. I shall go practice now," Kevin said with a resigned shrug. As Kevin began to practice his swordplay and strikes, Bogart turned to leave, but not before casually remarking, "Why not consider cleaning the warship as a form of training?" Bogart's words caught Kevin off guard, and in that moment, Bogart experienced a sudden epiphany. In his previous life, he had often read about disciples of various sects who, upon entering, were required to engage in menial tasks to strengthen their bodies. For instance, the renowned Shaolin Temple has the saying of 3 years of chores followed by 3 years of foundational skills, meaning that for 3 years, new disciples must undertake daily tasks such as fetching water and chopping wood to enhance their physical fitness and coordination. When Captain Karp instructed him to clean the warship, Kevin had merely perceived it as a test of his perseverance, neglecting the opportunity to integrate physical training into the task. Kevin softly expressed his gratitude towards the direction in which Bogart had departed. Subsequently, he commenced his arduous practice of returning and striking, aiming for a staggering 10,000 repetitions. As days turned into weeks, 2 weeks swiftly passed. Not only could Kevin now clean the warship within 3 hours, but he could also land at least 50 hits on Bogart within 1,000 strikes. Cap, clearly pleased with Kevin's progress, summoned him to his cabin after an intense training session with Bogart. Kevin arrived at Cap's door alongside Bogart. Bogart knocked gently and called out a report. Yet, there was no response from within. Kevin cast a glance at Bogart and inquired, "Isn't old Cap inside?" "He must have dozed off," Bogart replied. "Dozed off?" Kevin was momentarily taken aback, but then recalled the peculiar habit of the Manchi family, who could slumber anywhere, regardless of the circumstances. With this thought, he felt a sense of understanding. "What a strange old man," Kevin remarked casually. However, sometimes casual remarks come at a price. With a resounding bang, Cap's door suddenly shattered into pieces, and from the debris emerged a dark, menacing fist. Upon hearing Kevin's comment about the peculiar old man, Bogart seemed to sense impending trouble and began to retreat, thus escaping any harm. Unfortunately, Kevin was not so fortunate. He was standing right in front of the door. Though he reacted and attempted to step back as the door exploded, it was too late. A shadowy fist loomed larger before him and then struck him squarely in the face, sending him flying. He completed a 720-degree somersault in the air before landing with his left cheek against the deck, coming to a steady rest. Kevin, with a sudden surge, stood upright, rubbing his left cheek as he shouted at Karp, who was standing on the second floor. "Old man Karp, have you lost your mind?" Karp, while massaging his wrist, replied with a cold smirk, "I am not mad, but how dare you refer to me as that eccentric old man behind my back? Ha ha ha. That is a blatant disrespect towards me." Kevin pointed at his swollen left cheek, indignantly exclaiming, "While I admit that calling you an eccentric old man is rather rude, are you not indeed an eccentric old man? Furthermore, you have struck me with such force, hitting my face. Do you not understand that hitting someone's face can injure their pride?" Karp shook his head and replied, "I must confess, I have never heard such a phrase before, yet it seems quite reasonable. However, to grow stronger, one must be willing to cast aside their pride. Therefore, I have decided to continue bruising your self-esteem." With that, Karp leaped from the second floor and swung his fist towards Kevin. "Old man, are you not finished yet?" Kevin, incensed by Karp's impending attack, retorted, "What? Have you developed a taste for this?" Although fully aware of his disadvantage, Kevin charged forward once more, only to be sent flying again. This time, Karp's fist connected with Kevin's right cheek. Observing Kevin's now swollen visage, Karp chuckled maliciously and remarked, "Ha. It appears the left side is still a tad more swollen than the right. Shouldn't it be symmetrical for aesthetic appeal? It seems I must administer one more punch." As he spoke, Karp lunged at Kevin again. This time, Kevin had learned his lesson. Instead of foolishly rushing forward, he raised his arms to defend himself as Karp approached. Although he was once again sent flying, at least this blow did not land on his face. "So, you are aware of how to block. I had thought you would continue charging forward like a naive young fool. In that case, I shall not hold back." With that, Karp advanced once more. 30 minutes later, Karp looked at Kevin, who resembled a bruised pig, and said with a smile, "Now it is finally symmetrical." Kevin suppressed his anger and asked, "Old man Karp, did you summon me just to beat me up?" Karp replied, "I am not that dull. I merely wish to observe the results of your training during this period. It appears that your progress is quite evident. Therefore, I have decided to impart one of the 6 techniques of the Navy to you. The 6 techniques of the Navy? Kevin inquired, astonished. It is known that one must enter the elite training camp of the Navy to learn these techniques. And that Karp would choose to pass one on to him diminished Kevin's anger from earlier. Noticing Kevin's astonishment, Karp assumed he was unaware of the 6 techniques and began to explain. The 6 techniques of the Navy are a highly practical form of martial arts developed internally, transcending the limits of human capabilities. Mastering all 6 would grant you a fighting chance even against opponents with similar devil fruit abilities. The names of these 6 techniques are shave, iron body, paper drawing, moonwalk, storm leg, and finger gun. Karp paused for a moment before thoroughly introducing the 6 techniques to Kevin. Shave is a high-speed movement technique achieved through rapid footfalls on the ground, generating explosive reactive force for swift mobility. Mastering this technique could make it seem as though one has vanished in an instant. Iron body serves as a defensive technique, allowing one to channel strength into the body, granting it the hardness of steel. Ordinary blades and projectiles cannot inflict harm when this technique is employed. However, a drawback is that one cannot move freely while using it. If one could partially transform their body into iron body, it would not hinder movement and could even evolve into an offensive technique. Paper drawing is also a defensive technique, while iron body confronts the enemy head-on. Paper drawing emphasizes evasion. Its principle is simple: by relinquishing all bodily strength and utilizing the airflow generated by the opponent's movements, one can make their body as light as paper, effortlessly dodging attacks. Moonwalk is another movement technique, an advanced application of shave. By forcefully stepping upon the air, it generates remarkable aerial mobility, allowing one to walk in midair as if ascending stairs. However, one cannot remain suspended for too long, which is a limitation of this technique. While shave and moonwalk are movement techniques, iron body and paper drawing are defensive techniques. The remaining 2, storm leg and finger gun, are offensive techniques. Storm leg is an attacking foot technique that creates a vacuum through high-speed, powerful kicks, producing a slashing effect capable of effortlessly cleaving a target in 2. Finger gun is a hand-based attack technique that concentrates the body's strength into the fingertip, delivering a strike with the force of a bullet fired from a pistol. These are the 6 techniques of the Navy, young one. Which one do you wish to learn? Karp concluded his explanation, looking at Kevin. Grandpa Karp. One technique is too few. May I learn them all? Kevin asked with an eager expression. Karp chuckled twice and replied, "Oh, young one, now you call me Grandpa Karp. Why not refer to me as Old Man Karp or the Strange Old Man? Let me tell you, it is impossible to learn them all. Choose quickly. How about 5 techniques?" Kevin inquired. Karp remained silent. "For techniques, then?" Kevin pressed on. Karp still said nothing. 3 techniques? Teach me 3 techniques." Kevin continued to plead. With a disapproving glance, Karp remained unresponsive. "Surely 2 techniques will suffice? 1 technique is too few. Don't be so stingy." Kevin persisted. "I have stated that 1 technique is the limit. If you continue to dither and haggle with me, you shall learn none," Karp retorted impatiently, while secretly thinking, "Young one, if you wish to negotiate with me, you might as well be dreaming." Kevin, fearing that Karp might truly cease his instruction, hastily remarked, "I shall learn. Every technique I shall learn. Why not? To refrain from learning would be folly. However, may I take a moment to ponder which technique to pursue?" Karp glanced at his watch and replied, "I shall grant you 5 minutes to deliberate. Should you fail to decide within that time, I shall take my leave and perhaps instruct you on another occasion." "Another occasion? Who knows when you might choose to teach me again?" Kevin silently lamented this thought and immediately began to contemplate which of the Marine's 6 techniques he should endeavor to master. Kevin had already assimilated the essence of the ancestral witch, Hutu. The greatest strength of the witch clan lies in their physical form. As Kevin's degree of assimilation increased, so did the strength of his body. It is well known that the witch clan is renowned for their invincibility at the same level of physical prowess. Therefore, defensive techniques such as iron block and paper drawing were the first to be dismissed. In his previous life, having watched One Piece, Kevin noted that most battles in the later stages were characterized by sheer brute force. As for agility techniques, he decided to set aside shave and moonwalk for the time being. What Kevin currently lacked most were offensive techniques. In his encounters, he mostly relied on instinct to evade attacks, making the acquisition of an offensive technique imperative for enhancing his combat capability. He pondered whether to choose the finger gun or the galefoot. Karp glanced at Kevin and then at the clock, urging him, "Stop mumbling to yourself, kid. You have 3 minutes left to make a decision. Hurry up. Finger gun? Galefoot? Which one should he choose?" The galefoot was an offensive foot technique that, through rapid and powerful kicks, generated a vacuum that produced slashing effects, capable of effortlessly cleaving a target in 2. The finger gun, on the other hand, was a hand-based technique that concentrated the body's strength into the fingers, delivering a strike with the force of a bullet fired from a handgun. In the midst of his indecision, Kevin suddenly recalled Karp's detailed explanations of the finger gun and galefoot. In that fleeting moment, he reached a resolution. "I choose to learn the galefoot," Kevin declared loudly. He had realized that the finger gun was the only technique within the Navy's 6 styles that required the use of hands, while the galefoot was strictly an offensive foot technique. Moreover, while moonwalk and shave were mobility techniques, they could also be regarded as foot techniques that utilized leg strength. By mastering the Gale foot first, he could subsequently learn moonwalk and shave without needing to undergo extensive leg training, significantly shortening his practice time, a veritable two birds with one stone. Furthermore, he was already familiar with the principles of moonwalk and shave. And once his leg training reached a certain level, he could attempt to comprehend them, couldn't he? Are you certain you want to learn the Gale foot? Karp inquired. Kevin nodded and replied, Indeed, I am certain. He continued, It is well. Although you possess great strength, you lack the ability to wield it. Learning techniques for offensive skills will not only enhance your capacity to utilize your power, but also augment your offensive capabilities, a double benefit. Karp believed that Kevin chose the Gale kick because he was unable to harness his own strength, and he wholeheartedly supported Kevin's decision. For the next hour, Karp patiently elucidated the methods of leg training, the principles behind the Gale kick, and some practical tips for its application. At that moment, Kevin finally grasped the advantages of the insight enhancement pill he had previously obtained. Almost everything Karp taught was instantly comprehended by Kevin. Any lingering confusion was easily resolved with a moment's reflection. Regarding the Gale kick, this is all I can impart to you, young lad. Do you have any uncertainties? Karp concluded his explanation and inquired of Kevin. Thank you, Grandfather Karp, for your elucidation. I believe I understand it all, Kevin replied with confidence. Do you truly understand it all? Karp looked at Kevin with surprise, unable to believe that anyone could master the Gale kick after just one explanation. He knew that there were many prodigies in the Navy headquarters, yet he had never heard of anyone mastering the Gale kick in a single attempt. Although skeptical of Kevin's comprehension, Karp refrained from discouraging him and said, Then begin your practice. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to consult Bogart. With that, he turned to leave, calling upon a Navy soldier to assist with door repairs. The following morning, Karp emerged from his room, intending to bask in the sunlight. However, he was taken aback by the scene on the deck. Scattered haphazardly across the floor were numerous shattered wooden dummies, with Kevin standing amidst the wreckage. Suddenly, Kevin raised his left leg and struck the only remaining standing dummy with a kick, unleashing a vacuum slash that cleaved the dummy in half. You learned the Gale kick in just one night? Karp exclaimed in disbelief. He had encountered geniuses before, yet had never heard of one mastering the Gale kick overnight. Perhaps my physical aptitude is superior, allowing me to learn more swiftly, Kevin humbly replied. In truth, Kevin's ability to master the Gale kick in a single night was indeed due to his exceptional physical condition. The primary requirement for learning the Gale kick was leg strength and application, and after his body had been transformed by the blood of the earth, his leg strength had far surpassed the necessary threshold. Combined with Karp's detailed explanations and Kevin's remarkable insight, he had succeeded after several attempts, turning the impossible into reality. Quite impressive. You are the most extraordinary genius I have ever encountered. However, young lad, mastering the Gale kick does not equate to complete mastery. True mastery lies in your ability to develop a style of Gale kick that is uniquely your own, tailored to your characteristics, Karp advised, concerned that Kevin might become arrogant. Kevin understood that Karp did not want him to become overly proud and stagnate, so he spoke. Thank you, Grandpa Karp, for your reminder. I shall certainly develop my own unique technique, the Gale foot. At that moment, Bogart suddenly appeared beside Karp and whispered, Vice Admiral Karp. A ship belonging to the world government has been spotted approaching us. A ship from the world government? What could they want? Karp pondered. However, as if a thought had struck him, he glanced at Kevin, contemplating whether it was related to the young lad. Just then, the world government vessel was not far from Karp's warship, and a figure leaped from it, landing steadily on Karp's ship. This individual, clad in a white suit and wearing a tiger mask, saluted Karp and said, It is a pleasure to meet you, Vice Admiral Karp. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Captain Lethal Tiger of CP5. Karp raised an eyebrow, responding with a hint of provocation. It seems that I possess nothing of value that would interest the world government. So what brings Captain Lethal Tiger here? Unfazed by Karp's taunt, Lethal Tiger replied coolly. I am here on the orders of the Don Quixote family patriarch from Mariehua to retrieve the orphan Don Quixote Kevin Saint, whom you saved. Don Quixote Kevin Saint? I assure you, I know nothing of such a person. Karp feigned ignorance. Vice Admiral Karp, although you are a hero of the Navy, you are still under the jurisdiction of the world government, so I kindly ask that you do not impede my mission, Lethal Tiger stated. He then produced a photograph from his suit pocket and handed it to Karp, continuing, This is a picture taken by our intelligence personnel. This esteemed individual is whom I seek, Don Quixote Kevin Saint. He bowed respectfully to Kevin, declaring, Captain Lethal Tiger pays his respects to Don Quixote Kevin Saint. Kevin understood that Karp wished to protect him and did not want to place Karp in a difficult position. Thus, he addressed Captain Rayleigh, saying, Captain Rayleigh, do you possess a transponder snail that can connect me to my grandfather? Before my departure, Lord Cafalda entrusted me with a transponder snail that could reach him. Rayleigh then produced a transponder snail and respectfully handed it to Kevin. Kevin took the transponder snail and addressed Admiral Karp and Captain Rayleigh. Admiral Karp, Captain Rayleigh, I have a few words I wish to discuss with my grandfather. Is that permissible? Young lad, you may retreat to your room for your conversation. I shall not impose restrictions on my disciples' freedom, Karp replied. His words not only granted Kevin permission to converse with Don Quixote Cafard, but also subtly indicated to Rayleigh that Kevin was his disciple, urging him to refrain from any underhanded schemes against the young man. Lord Cafard, please feel free, Rayleigh responded respectfully after exchanging a glance with Karp. Once back in his room, Kevin closed the door and sat on the bed with the transponder snail in hand. Brew. A resonant voice emerged from the snail. I am Don Quixote Cafard. Grandfather, it's me, Kevin, he replied, a surge of excitement coursing through him. For the elderly man on the other end was one of the last two remaining family members he cherished deeply, having been an orphan in his previous life. Oh, it's you, little one. I have already learned about your parents' circumstances, which is why I sent CP5 to fetch you. Have you met them? Cafard's voice carried a somber tone, as he mourned the loss of his most favored son. Yes, I met their captain, Rayleigh, Kevin nodded. Is that so? It is good that you have met them. Return to Mariewa with them. It has been 7 years since we last met, and I miss you dearly. I miss you too, grandfather. However, I do not wish to return to Mariewa, Kevin replied, shaking his head with a resolute tone. Having already lost one son, Cafard was determined not to lose his only grandson, and thus pleaded, Why? I believe it would be safer for you to stay in Mariewa. I have lost one son, and do not wish to lose another grandson. Grandfather, you need not worry. I have now taken Admiral Karp as my master. With him by my side, I shall not face any danger, Kevin stated, sensing Cafard's disapproval and thus revealing his apprenticeship under Karp. What? You say you have taken Karp as your master? Cafard asked incredulously. Indeed. If it is Karp, then I can rest assured. That old fellow may not always be reliable, but he is dependable in critical moments. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since I last saw that old man, Cafard said with a smile after confirming Kevin's apprenticeship. Kevin was momentarily taken aback by Saint Cafard's words. Could it be that his grandfather was acquainted with the old man Cap? He inquired, Are you well acquainted with Admiral Cap? Haha. We shared a few drinks together in the past. That old fellow certainly has poor drinking manners, Saint Cafard replied with a chuckle, not missing the opportunity to poke fun at Cap. Well then, grandfather, I shall not be returning. From what Admiral Cap indicated, I will be sent to the Navy's boot camp upon returning to Marineford. Noticing that Saint Cafard did not oppose his decision to take Cap as his mentor, Kevin pressed on and revealed his intention to join the Navy. So, you intend to become a Navy man? Saint Cafard could comprehend Kevin's desire to study under Cap. Yet he found it perplexing that Kevin wished to enlist in the Navy. However, as one of the few enlightened members of the Celestial Dragons, Saint Cafard appreciated his descendants' independent spirit. Witnessing Kevin's resolve brought him a sense of comfort. Since you wish to pursue this path, then do so. A man of the Don Quixote family must never be timid. Nevertheless, do take care of your safety. Kevin, upon hearing the agreement from Cafard Saint, joyfully exclaimed, I will. Thank you, Grandpa. The elderly man, whose years were waning, expressed his desire for Kevin to visit Mariewa when he had the time, which would bring him great satisfaction. Although Cafard Saint supported Kevin's pursuit of a naval career, he secretly yearned for more moments spent together, leading to a hint of melancholy in his voice as he spoke. I will certainly do so. After all, Marineford and Mariewa are not too far apart. I will return to see you whenever I can, Kevin reassured. Having sensed the elder's despondency, well, since you have made your decision, I shall not stand in your way any longer. Please hand the transponder snail to Karp and Rayleigh. I have matters to discuss with them, Cafard Saint said. Kevin exited the room, handing the transponder snail to Karp and Rayleigh. He then addressed them, Teacher Karp. Captain Rayleigh, my grandfather has matters to discuss with you. Karp took the transponder snail and said, I am Karp. What do you want, old man Cafard? Cafard, undeterred, replied, I've heard you've taken my grandson as your disciple. You must teach him well, otherwise, I shall hold you accountable. Karp retorted, rest assured. I shall dedicate myself to my disciple's instruction. Is there anything else? Cafard continued, I recently acquired 2 bottles of the finest wine from the Island of Spirits. When will you visit Mariewa? I would like to treat you. Upon hearing of the fine wine, Karp's eyes sparkled with excitement. In that case, I shall not be polite. However, let us meet at the Sabaody archipelago. I have no desire to visit your residence among the celestial dragons. Cafard responded, very well, inform me when you arrive, and I shall bring the wine. It's a promise, Karp declared, handing the transponder snail to Rayleigh. Rayleigh accepted the transponder snail, casting a meaningful glance at Karp before respectfully inquiring, Lord Cafard, I am Rayleigh, captain of CP5. Do you have any further instructions? Cafard stated, since my grandson refuses to return, let him be. I appreciate your efforts, Captain Rayleigh. It is my duty, Rayleigh replied hastily. After Cafard ended the call, Rayleigh bowed to Kevin once more, saying, since Saint Kevin does not wish to leave, I shall take my leave. With that, he departed from Karp's warship without bidding him farewell. I truly wish to give that fellow a sound thrashing, Karp remarked, watching Rayleigh's retreat. It is well known that although the Navy is under the world government, its personnel bear no fondness for those within it, often harboring disdain. This was evident during the battle for the position of Fleet Admiral, where Akainu, backed by the 5 elders of the world government. Was despised by many in the Navy despite his victory over Akiji. Karp turned to Kevin, stating, "Now that others know you are my disciple, it seems lacking to only know one of the Navy's 6 forms. Thus, today, I shall begin teaching you the other 5 forms. But your success depends solely on your own efforts. Is that true?" "Thank you, Teacher Karp. I will certainly strive to learn," Kevin exclaimed, elated at the prospect of mastering the remaining techniques of the Navy's 6 forms. "I hope you do not end up with psychological scars," Karp chuckled. During the following week, Kevin learned why Karp had warned him about psychological scars. What is termed devil training? Under Karp's regimen, Kevin experienced the true meaning of it. To practice the finger pistol, Karp commanded Kevin to jab his fingers into sea prism stone. To practice shave, Karp knocked him unconscious and tossed him into a small boat, instructing him to catch up to a warship using shave. For moonwalk, Karp bound Kevin with sea prism stone and submerged him underwater. For paper drawing, Karp had Bogart repeatedly attack Kevin with a knife. And for iron block, Karp personally pummeled Kevin while he stood still. Despite enduring such grueling training, Kevin, blessed with the formidable recovery abilities of the witch tribe, emerged battered yet triumphant, having fully mastered the Navy's 6 forms. A month passed aboard Karp's ship, during which Kevin's progress was evident. He could now proficiently wield his powers and had acquired the Navy's 6 forms. Today, Karp's warship was set to arrive at the Navy's headquarters in Marineford. Karp summoned Kevin from his training, and upon seeing the sweat-drenched youth, he expressed satisfaction, asking, "Youngster, upon reaching headquarters, I plan to send you directly to the new recruit training camp to train alongside this batch of recruits. What do you think?" "The new recruit training camp?" Kevin was taken aback, expecting to remain by Karp's side, akin to how Kobe and Helmeppo were kept aboard. "What is the matter, young one? Do you not wish to go?" Karp, noticing Kevin's hesitation, continued, "If you perform excellently at the recruit camp, you may enter the elite training camp, where the previous Admiral Zifa will teach you. His mastery of hockey is on par with mine, but I do not believe he can match my teaching skills. Thus, if you wish to learn hockey, this is your only path." "Can I not directly enter the elite training camp?" Kevin asked, discontented, feeling his current prowess warranted immediate entry. Karp, fully aware of his disciple's strength, yet bound by regulations, replied, "I have no control over this matter. The Navy stipulates that only those who excel in the recruit camp may advance to the elite training camp." Ding. How can a strong individual fear challenges? Please, host, join the Navy recruit training camp and secure first place in the evaluation to receive a D-grade blind box as a reward. Just as Kevin contemplated whether to join the recruit training camp, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "It seems I have no choice but to go," Kevin mused, recognizing the allure of the blind box reward and the necessity of learning hockey. "Then I shall join." 3 hours later, Karp's warship gently docked at Marineford's military port. Karp instructed Bogart to report to headquarters on his behalf before leading Kevin to the recruit training camp. Approaching the camp's entrance, they encountered a tall, slender elder accompanied by 2 individuals. Upon seeing the elder, Karp boomed with laughter. "Ha, Steve, it's been a while since I last saw you, old man." The elder named Steve swiftly approached and embraced Karp, exclaiming, "Karp, you old rascal, you're still as robust as ever." "Of course. How's your health? Is that injury still troublesome?" Karp asked with concern. Steve replied cheerfully, "Aside from not being able to fight, I am fine in my daily life." Karp sighed. "Had it not been for your injury back then, you would have surely been a vice admiral by now. What is done is done. Why dwell on the past?" Steve replied, unaffected. "What brings you here to the recruit training camp?" "Naturally, I discovered a promising talent in the East Sea, and I wish to send him to you for honing," Karp said proudly. "Where is he?" "Let me see," Steve said, aware that Karp rarely praised anyone, indicating that this talent must be exceptional. "This is the young lad I mentioned, Kevin. Kevin, this old fellow is Steve, the head of the recruit training camp, currently holding the rank of colonel." Kapu summoned Kevin forward and introduced him. "Greetings, Colonel Steve." Kevin saluted Steve with respect. Steve scrutinized Kevin from head to toe, then nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad for a young lad. Doro, take this boy for some tests and evaluate his abilities." A dark-skinned, short, and sturdy naval officer who had been following Steve promptly stepped forward and responded, "Yes, sir," before leading Kevin away for testing. "Kapu, let us retire to my office for a moment," Steve invited, noticing Kevin had departed. Kapu readily agreed and accompanied Steve to his office. "Kapu, what did you say?" "That boy is a celestial dragon." Steve's startled roar echoed from his office. The instigator, Kapu, merely dug at his ear and nonchalantly replied, "What of it? This lad is unlike other celestial dragons. What makes him different? Are you bringing a celestial dragon here to flaunt how leisurely my life is?" "You of all people know that those celestial dragons do nothing but wreak havoc," Steve retorted. "I ask you, did that boy salute you just now?" Kapu pressed. "He did." Steve recalled the respectful salute Kevin had given him at the door and answered honestly. "Have you ever seen a celestial dragon salute a mere naval officer?" Kapu inquired again. "No, but what does that signify?" Steve shook his head. "It signifies that this boy lacks the arrogant demeanor typical of other celestial dragons," Kapu explained. "And so?" Steve dismissed. In his view, a celestial dragon remained a celestial dragon. Politeness did not change the fact that they were an odious breed. Very well. I had no intention of divulging this, but to prevent you from placing obstacles in his path, I shall reveal his identity. Kapu pondered before deciding to inform Steve of Kevin's background. Isn't his identity merely that of a celestial dragon? Steve inquired, confused by Kapu's implication that the boy might possess some extraordinary lineage. Have you heard of the name Don Quixote Musergan? Kapu queried. Steve thought for a moment, recognizing the name but unable to pinpoint where he had heard it, and replied, it sounds somewhat familiar, yet I cannot recall. He is the eldest son of the current head of the Don Quixote family among the 20 celestial dragon families. He was originally the heir apparent, but he renounced his claim to the position for the sake of his wife and chose to live in seclusion on a small island in the East Blue, running a restaurant. Notably, his wife is a commoner. Kapu informed Steve about Musergan. Marrying a commoner and relinquishing the position of family head? This Musergan is rather intriguing. I would like to meet him if given the opportunity, Steve remarked, somewhat impressed that a celestial dragon would forsake his heritage for love. You will not have the chance. Kapu lamented. A month ago, the one-eyed pirates raided Musergan's island. I rushed there upon receiving the news, but I was too late. Musergan and his wife had already been slain by the pirate captain's deputy, the evil ghost Baja. The one-eyed pirates, aside from their captain, Bartis, lost all 47 members, including Baja. Do you know who was responsible? Please do not tell me it was that boy, Steve exclaimed, incredulous that a mere child could slay over 40 pirates, including one with a bounty. Yet Kapu revealed the astonishing truth. Indeed, it was he. Half of the 47 were slain at the venue, while the remainder, including evil ghost Baja, were killed by Haki. Conqueror's Haki? Steve gazed at Kapu in disbelief. Yes, that boy awakened his Conqueror's Haki at a critical moment. I suspect his Haki is not inferior to that of red-haired Shanks. Steve wished Kapu were joking, but the gravity of the revelation confirmed its veracity. Are you referring to the red-haired who is rumored to be the most likely candidate to become the fourth emperor of the sea? Although Steve had limited outings from the training camp, he was well aware of the happenings at sea, especially regarding the notorious pirate Shanks. Indeed, that very same. The boy's Conqueror's Haki is renowned as the strongest in the world, though it typically only incapacitates. Young Kevin, however, has proven capable of killing outright. Do I need to elaborate on the disparity? Kapu paused and continued. I am confident that if Kevin grows, he will become a force that can overshadow all pirates. Steve chose not to argue but instead fell into thoughtful silence. Noting Steve's quietude, Kapu continued, I once conversed with that boy. He expressed a desire to create a world devoid of the chasm between nobility and commoners, where all are equal in a stable and harmonious society. Is this not the world we aspire to achieve? At that moment, Lieutenant Rayleigh, responsible for the new recruits' assessments, hurriedly entered, saluting both Steve and Kapu, breathless as he reported. Colonel Steve, the results of the test for the young man brought by Colonel Kapu have come in. He is nothing short of a genius. No, a prodigious talent. What is the commotion about? Where is Doro? Did I not instruct him to take the recruits for testing? Why is it you bringing the results? Steve's expression darkened as he bombarded the lieutenant with questions. Seemingly unfazed by Steve's displeasure, Lieutenant Rayleigh excitedly exclaimed, Daro just brought a new recruit, rumored to be Colonel Kapu's, and I accompanied him for all the tests. The recruit's combat power reached an astonishing 691, shattering our training camp's record. Not only that, but every single test he underwent set new benchmarks, an absolute genius. Doro has already taken him for registration and asked me to deliver the results to you. What's so remarkable about that? Steve snatched the results from Rayleigh's hands, and upon seeing the scores, his mouth fell open in astonishment. Observing Steve's dumbfounded expression, Kapu leaned in for a look and exclaimed, Ha! I told you this boy is extraordinary. He learned the 6 styles of the Navy in just 8 days. Kapu's claim left both Steve and Rayleigh in shock. Stammering, Rayleigh asked, Colonel Kapu, are you certain you're not jesting? I recall the fastest record for mastering a single style was half a month. Kapu nodded, addressing the still stunned Steve. My old friend, this lad possesses identity, background, ideals, and a prodigious talent. He is destined to be a force capable of altering the world. Shall we wager together on the future of this world? Upon hearing Karp's words, Steve gazed intently at him. With a sudden thud, he slammed his hand on the table, as if resolutely making a decision. Fixing his penetrating gaze on Karp, he declared aloud, in that case, I shall wager alongside you on the future of this world. Aha, my old friend. I am certain that young Kevin shall not disappoint us. Karp responded with equal fervor. This time, I place my trust in you. Then, as if recalling something, Steve turned to the still bewildered Lieutenant Rayleigh and commanded, Lieutenant Rayleigh, please gather all the instructors from the training camp who currently have no tasks. I intend to devise a specialized training regimen for that young lad. Yes, Colonel Steve, Rayleigh replied, accepting the order and promptly setting out to assemble the personnel. Kevin was unaware that Steve was assembling a team to devise an unprecedentedly rigorous training regimen for him. Instead, he was excitedly accompanying Daro to complete the new recruit registration process, which was quite straightforward, merely requiring the completion of basic personal information. Kevin filled out the forms in accordance with the details previously agreed upon with Cap. Subsequently, he was issued 4 sets of training uniforms, 2 for summer and 2 for winter. As for accommodation, Kevin was assigned to a double room. Typically, naval dormitories house 10 individuals. However, those with exceptional performance are afforded special arrangements in 4-person or double rooms. Naturally, the better the performance, the more favorable the living conditions. Given Kevin's astonishing test results, Doro promptly arranged for him to reside in a double room. Doro guided Kevin on a tour of the training camp, providing insights as they walked. This is the training ground of the camp, where we convene every morning at 5 for physical exercises. The general new recruit training also takes place here. The registration area we just visited is located in the logistics building, where most instructors have their offices. The testing facility I took you to is where you can ascertain your various metrics. However, each individual is permitted to apply for testing only once a month. Daytime is reserved for physical training, while the hours from 5 to 7 in the evening are dedicated to studying the Naval Handbook. Over there is the 2-story mess hall. The first floor is designated for new recruits, serving as their dining area, while the second floor is reserved for instructors, to which recruits are not permitted entry. The dining schedule for new recruits is fixed, and if you miss the designated time, you will go without a meal. Hence, it is imperative not to overlook the meal times. You must have seen a small town on your way here, right? Doro inquired. Kevin nodded and remarked, "Indeed. I find that little town quite lively. It serves as the Naval Family District, and should you find yourself in need of anything, you may procure it there. However, do ensure to inform your supervising instructor before you go." "Will I still be training today?" Kevin inquired. Doro shook his head and replied, "Since you have just arrived today, there is no need for you to train. You can also skip tomorrow's morning exercises. We shall wait for Lieutenant Carter, who is responsible for this batch of recruits, to return. He had to attend to some matters in town and won't be back until tomorrow." As they conversed, they unknowingly arrived at the base of a 6-story building. Doro handed Kevin a key, stating, "This is the key to your dormitory. Your room number is 601. For now, you will be the sole occupant." "Thank you, Lieutenant Doro." Kevin expressed his gratitude. "By the way, basic necessities like toiletries are already provided in the dormitory, so feel free to use them." Upon entering the dormitory, Kevin was pleased with the surroundings. Although it was a shared room, each person enjoyed their own private bedroom and bathroom, resembling a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartment. Situated on the 6th floor, it boasted ample natural light and a spacious view. Kevin was indeed quite satisfied with such living conditions. After bidding farewell to Doro, Kevin initiated contact with Jarvis. "Jarvis, I would like to review my attributes." "Certainly, Master. Please hold on for a moment." Subsequently, an attribute panel materialized in Kevin's mind. Host name, Don Quixote Kevin Saint. Current name, Don Kevin. Race, human sorcerer. Bloodline, Earth bloodline. Talent, Earth principle. Tao power value, 691. Skills, Conqueror's Hockey, Body Refinement Technique Level 1. Navy 6 Styles, possesses 7 E-Class blind boxes. The increase of 100 points in Tao power value brought Kevin great joy. Even more delightful was the possession of 7 E-Class blind boxes. Since the last encounter with the attacking Bogart, Kevin had set the system to automatically accept tasks for E-Class blind box rewards, without individual reminders upon completion. To his surprise, within just a few days, he had accomplished numerous tasks. Although the E-Class blind boxes were of lower tier, every little bit counts, and one could never know if there were extraordinary items hidden within. Thus, Kevin first bathed to cleanse himself, then offered prayers to the myriad of deities before commencing the opening of the boxes. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a set of E-Class blind box rewards. Small health potions 8 bottles, which restore 15% of the host's vitality within 10 seconds. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received an E-Class blind box reward, a Russian rye bread, an excellent item to alleviate hunger. A single bite can provide a day's worth of satiety. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received an E-Class blind box reward, a flashbang capable of momentarily blinding your enemies. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received an E-Class blind box reward, a tear gas grenade, which will leave your enemies in tears, rendering them unable to see. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received another set of E-Class blind box rewards, small health potions, 8 bottles, restoring 15% of the host's vitality within 10 seconds. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received an E-Class blind box reward, a resurrection coin, capable of reviving someone who has been dead for no more than 10 minutes, provided their body remains intact. If the host is the one who dies, it will automatically revive them in full condition. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received an E-Class blind box reward, a pair of sunglasses. Though they are of low quality, they can shield against blinding sunlight. Kevin was thoroughly pleased with the contents of the boxes. 16 small health potions were undoubtedly a boon for combat. Just imagine sneaking in a potion while battling an opponent. While they weaken, you grow stronger, ultimately exhausting them to death. The flashbang and tear gas grenade were indeed invaluable tools for ambushes, albeit he possessed only one of each. The resurrection coin was a precious asset for survival, capable of preserving one's life in critical moments, and even if he couldn't use it, it could save a teammate. Though the sunglasses and Russian rye bread were not particularly remarkable, they were better than nothing. Kevin was engaged in a lottery within the dormitory, while the new recruit training camp was abuzz with excitement. This was sparked by a revelation from a new trainee who witnessed instructor Doro merrily escorting a newcomer to the recruit dormitory, subsequently assigning him to a double room on the 6th floor. Have you heard? I just observed instructor Doro placing a new arrival in a double room. Today, someone noticed instructor Doro treating a newcomer with utmost respect. Did you catch wind of this? This morning, Colonel Steve led a group of instructors to the entrance of the recruit camp to welcome a newcomer, rumored to possess a remarkable background. Word has it that the latest arrival is a descendant of a prominent figure within the Navy headquarters. Today, Vice Admiral Karp entrusted his grandson to our recruit camp, intending to cultivate him into the next naval hero. According to whispers, the new recruit is purportedly the illegitimate child of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. It is said that the newcomer is the twin brother of Admiral Akiji. The news of Kevin's arrival at the recruit camp spread increasingly outlandishly, as if to confirm that humans are inherently gossipy creatures, regardless of the setting. At that moment, Smog, the top performer in the recruit training camp, was engaged in physical training on the field when a fellow recruit rushed over, exclaiming loudly, "It's bad. Something serious has happened." Smog halted his training, casting a cold glance at the newcomer, and inquired, "What has transpired to render you so agitated?" The recruit, panting for breath, replied, "A new trainee has arrived today, claiming he wishes to challenge your position as the best in the recruit camp. I've heard that instructor Daro assigned him to the 6th floor of the dormitory." The 6th floor? ISNT that comprised solely of double rooms? Has that newcomer already surpassed my abilities? Smog questioned further. Yes, it's the double rooms on the 6th floor. However, I cannot ascertain his strength. I've heard he is a protege of a high-ranking official from Navy headquarters, which suggests he has considerable backing, the recruit explained. Humph. So he entered by virtue of connections? Has the Navy sunk to such depths? Smog scoffed. What right does such a person have to challenge me? He is on the 6th floor, is he? I shall pay him a visit. With that, Smog picked up his discarded clothing and strode toward the dormitory. To be honest, during the month aboard Captain Karp's ship, Kevin had not enjoyed a single restful night. Now, at last, he had the opportunity for a proper sleep. Yet just as he reclined on the bed, barely closing his eyes, the dormitory door was kicked open with a resounding crash. Kevin impatiently rose from his bed and opened the door, only to find a proud young man with a head of white hair standing in the common room of the dormitory, nearly his height. Kevin pointed to the dormitory door lying on the ground and asked, "Who are you? And why did you kick in my dormitory door?" The white-haired youth arrogantly gestured to himself and replied, "I am Smoker, a newcomer." "What is your name?" "Smoker?" Kevin was taken aback. That name sounded familiar. Wasn't he the notorious smoker stationed in Lowtown, East Blue? Upon scrutinizing the white-haired young man before him, Kevin noticed he bore a resemblance to the animated character Smoker. But so what? Just because you are Smoker, does that grant you the right to vandalize my dormitory door? Thus, Kevin replied, "I am Kevin, Don Kevin. I am unaware of your intentions, but please repair the door before you leave. Otherwise, I shall report you to the training camp authorities for damaging public property." Kevin, is it? Let us not digress. Your status as a Navy high-ranking official's child is an affront to the justice of the Navy. I have heard you wish to challenge me, correct? Very well. I accept your challenge. Let us set the time for tomorrow morning. Whoever fails to show is a coward. Smoker's words came forth like a rapid-fire chain of cannonballs, leaving Kevin utterly bewildered. He had no recollection of declaring a challenge. Are you insane? When did I ever say I wanted to challenge you? I am no Navy elite. I am merely an ordinary person, Kevin retorted, somewhat displeased. He was not one to conceal his actions. He would not allow baseless accusations to tarnish his name. Smoker, mistaking Kevin's reluctance for fear, sneered, "What is the matter? Have you backed down? Weren't you quite arrogant, claiming you would challenge me? Now you act like a turtle withdrawing into its shell." Ding. In response to the enemy's provocation, the system urged, do not concede, confront him, trample him, and defeat Smoker to receive a D-rank reward blind box. Ding. Combat fosters growth. For every 10 times you defeat Smoker, you will receive an E-rank reward blind box. You have 1 hour, and there are no limits on reward claims. If you exceed 40 defeats, an additional D-rank reward blind box awaits. Jarvis, what does defeat entail? Master. Merely knocking Smoker to the ground once counts as 1 defeat, Jarvis replied. Goodness, this Smoker offers 2 tasks, one of which is repeatable. He is nothing short of a veritable treasure trove. Initially, Kevin was irritated by Smoker's unwarranted trouble and the destruction of his door, coupled with the 2 tasks. His intention to avoid conflict had solidified into a determination to teach Smoker a lesson. In his eyes, this man had become a mere walking blind box extraction machine. Let me tell you, Smoker, I never claimed I wanted to challenge you. However, since you are here, I might as well save myself a trip. You propose a challenge, correct? Very well, you set the time and place. Kevin's irritation flared in response to Smoker's aggressive demeanor. Tomorrow morning at 6 in the training ground. I shall await you. Those who do not come shall be deemed defeated. With that, Smoker turned on his heel to leave. Wait, Kevin called after him. Smoker, with an air of disdain, replied. What? Do you wish to concede now? Kevin cast a foolish glance at Smoker and remarked, "You think too much. I called you to remind you not to forget to find someone to fix my dormitory door." With a huff of indignation, Smoker turned and left. The moment Smoker exited the dormitory, Kevin promptly retreated to his quarters to sleep. Have you heard? Tomorrow morning, Smoker is set to duel with the newcomer. Is it true? Absolutely. I heard it from the son of my cousin's neighbor's daughter's boyfriend, who is in the same team as Smoker. That means the news is likely authentic. It was initially supposed to be a regular duel, but it transformed into a life-and-death match over the affections of Tina, the belle of our new recruits training camp. Somehow, the word about Smoker's duel with Kevin spread throughout the night, transforming what was a simple competition into a tale of two lovesick men fighting for their goddess. Even Steve received this sensational gossip. By 5 o'clock the next morning, a throng gathered around the training ground of the new recruits, comprising not only the trainees but also their instructors. Many of these instructors had attended the emergency meeting convened by Steve the previous day and were curious to witness the prowess of the individual who shattered all records in the training camp. At 5:30, Smoker arrived at the training ground, clad in a pristine training outfit, immediately inciting screams from the new recruits. Smoker was the undisputed NO, one of this cohort, excelling in all areas and wielding the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit, naturally attracting a flock of admirers. It is well known that among the 3 categories of devil fruits, the Logia type is the most formidable and rare. Those who possess such abilities are meticulously nurtured by their factions. Just look at the current admirals of the Navy, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, each one a Logia user. Many believe Smoker was guaranteed victory, a sentiment echoed by the recruits. However, the instructors wore expressions of skepticism. They did not believe Smoker would easily triumph. Kevin's test scores had far surpassed Smoker's, and the instructors thought the outcome was evenly matched, depending largely on who performed better that day. In Steve's office, he and Karp stood by the window, enjoying breakfast while discussing the upcoming duel. "So that white-haired kid is this year's rookie king?" Karp asked, taking a bite of his donut. "Yes, his name is Smoker, and he hails from the East Blue, making you sort of neighbors. His scores are impressive. Although he doesn't quite measure up to the likes of Kazan or Akainu from back in the day, he ranks among the top in the last 10 rookie kings. Plus, he wields the smoke fruit," Steve replied, nodding as he introduced Smoker to Karp. "Logia user, you say? Indeed, that could prove challenging. It seems my disciple has met his match, but knowing my disciple, victory will surely be his," Karp declared confidently. "You seem quite certain of your disciple's capabilities." Steve chuckled. "Of course. How about a little wager?" Karp proposed. Intrigued, Steve inquired, "What shall we wager?" "Let us bet on those 2 bottles of East Blue wine you've stashed away," Karp suggested, a sly grin on his face. "So that's what you're after? You old rascal. Very well, if I lose, I'll part with my prized bottles, but what of your stake?" Steve retorted, clenching his teeth in agreement. "If I lose, I shall procure a bottle of wine from the Kingdom of Wine for you." "How does that sound?" Karp promised earnestly. "Wine from the Kingdom of Wine? Count me in." "I refuse to believe I can't win against you, old man," Steve exclaimed, despite not knowing how Karp would acquire such wine. The Kingdom of Wine, destroyed 2 centuries ago, was a small nation in the South Sea where everyone was a master brewer. Their exquisite wines became exceedingly valuable after the kingdom's demise, fetching astronomical prices at auctions, often exceeding even those of Logia-type devil fruits. As the moments ticked by and the designated hour approached, anticipation filled the air, yet Kevin still had not appeared, prompting murmurs among the gathered crowd. "It's nearly time. Why hasn't he arrived? Is the newcomer too scared to show up? Is he really that timid? I showed up at 5 just to secure a good spot. If this doesn't happen, what a joke. Is the newcomer really such a coward? I was rooting for him." As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Smoker's expression soured further. Internally seething, he cursed Kevin. "This guy really ought to be damned. If you weren't coming, you should have said so. Here I am, standing like a fool for everyone to gawk at, while I enjoy attention. This isn't the way to go about it." The officiating instructor, Rayleigh, glanced at his watch and announced loudly, "It is 5:58. If the other contender, Don Kevin, has not arrived by 6 o'clock, then Smoker will win by default. So, the newcomer is named Don Kevin. At last, I know the name of this coward. Just wait. If he doesn't show, I'll hunt him down and teach him a lesson in respect." As Rayleigh was about to declare Smoker the victor at 6 o'clock, a voice rang out from the periphery of the crowd. "Good morning, everyone. Are you all here for training?" All eyes turned towards the source of the voice, revealing a black-haired, drowsy-eyed youth before them. Upon seeing the newcomer, Smoker erupted, "Kevin, do you understand the concept of respect? We had an agreement about the time of this duel, and yet you arrived so late. How utterly rude." "Excuse me, please," Kevin said, yawning as he made his way through the parted crowd. "No need to get so worked up. It's not good for your health. So, Smoker, tell me, what time did we agree upon?" 6 o'clock, Smoker replied. Kevin rubbed his eyes and casually wiped away the crust from the corners, then inquired, "What time did I arrive?" 6 o'clock, Smoker replied. "Exactly," Kevin affirmed, having stepped into the arena, casting a look at Smoker that suggested he was a fool. "There's no mistake," Smoker momentarily faltered, acknowledging that Kevin indeed arrived at the appointed hour. Yet, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Even if you weren't late, Couldn't you have come a bit earlier? Hey. I only arrived at the training camp yesterday and underwent various tests. I'm exhausted. Is it wrong for me to take a rest and have a nap? Why should I come early? Don't you understand that lack of sleep can adversely affect one's health? Is it sane to forsake sleep just to come here and be a spectacle? Were you not the one who arrived early to be gawked at? Kevin's barrage of questions left Smoker speechless, as he realized he was indeed the one who had come early to be the center of attention. However, could the prideful Smoker admit that? Observing Smoker's face redden with frustration, Kevin's lips curled into a sly smile, a fleeting expression of triumph. Before he returned to his usual demeanor. Enough of this nonsense. Now that you're here, let us commence the competition, Smoker declared, flustered and irate. Let us compete then. Why are you so agitated? Kevin replied with an air of indifference. Smoker comprehended that he was certainly no match for Kevin, and the situation could very well provoke him into a frenzy. Thus, he disregarded Kevin's remarks and turned directly to the referee, Rayleigh, stating, Instructor Rayleigh, since my opponent has arrived, let us begin the contest. Rayleigh nodded and then looked at Kevin, asking, Kevin, are you ready now? Kevin nodded and said, I am ready. Rayleigh cleared his throat and proclaimed, since both contestants are prepared, let me outline the rules of the competition. There are no restrictions on the methods of attack, and various tools may be employed. The contest will continue until one party concedes. With that, Rayleigh stepped back a few paces and positioned himself at the edge of the training ground. Smoker glanced at Kevin, who was still yawning, and remarked, You are new here, so I shall not take advantage of you. You may strike first. Are you certain? Kevin replied, his face a mask of skepticism as he regarded Smoker. I keep my word, Smoker declared haughtily. But you promised to fix the door to my dormitory yesterday, and you have yet to do so, Kevin retorted, his expression one of disbelief. I never agreed to repair your door, Smoker barked back. Instructor, I formally report that Smoker is vandalizing property and refuses to compensate. Kevin called out to the cadre of instructors observing nearby. The logistics officer, clearly exasperated, responded, I will address this matter after the competition. Please commence. Enough of this nonsense. Smoker bellowed, genuinely contemplating how he might rid himself of Kevin, whose incessant chatter was becoming unbearable. Kevin withdrew a pair of sunglasses obtained from a mystery box and adorned his face with them. Then, he rummaged through his pocket once more and produced a flashbang. Weighing it thoughtfully in his hand as he inquired of Smoker, Are you certain you wish for me to make the first move? Should I do so? It would mean your defeat. Enough chatter, bring it on. Smoker replied with impatience. This little device in my grasp will momentarily dazzle your eyes. Kevin remarked with a mischievous grin. Observing the canister that Kevin tossed playfully, Smoker scoffed. Just empty bravado. Do you doubt me? I have already issued my warning, Kevin retorted, pulling the pin from the flashbang and hurling it towards Smoker. Child's play, Smoker declared, delivering a powerful punch towards the incoming flashbang. At the instant of impact between Smoker's fist and the flashbang, a blinding and intense light erupted, causing all present in the training ground, save for Kevin, who had donned his sunglasses, to shield their eyes and scream in confusion. Seizing the opportunity, Kevin charged at Smoker, delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have defeated Smoker, the system's notification chimed in Kevin's ear. Prior to this encounter, Kevin had consulted Jarvis regarding the duration of blindness caused by the flashbang, receiving information that its effective blinding range extended to 30 meters, with the duration of blindness gradually diminishing from the epicenter of the explosion, where it could last up to 5 minutes. Kevin certainly would not squander these 5 minutes, for he knew that defeating Smog 10 times would yield an E-tier blind box reward. Thus, he rushed to Smog's side and lifted him up. Although Smog was currently unable to see, there was only one person capable of reaching him and pulling him up in such a brief span of time. Kevin. Just as Smog was about to express his gratitude, he was struck in the face and sent flying. In the ensuing 5 minutes, Kevin persistently lifted Smog only to send him crashing back to the ground. The system's notification sounds echoed in Kevin's ears until, after he had brought Smog down for the 72nd time, Smog, regaining his senses, evaded Kevin's assault through elemental transformation and retreated to the opposite side of the training ground. You are despicable. This is cheating. You have won by ambush, lacking honor. The onlooking recruits, having witnessed Kevin's relentless domination of Smog, began to chastise him for his unscrupulous behavior. Kevin cast a glance at the raucous Navy recruits surrounding the training ground, who were vehemently cursing him. He then turned his attention to Smoker, who had regained his sight and wore an expression of defiance despite remaining silent. He inquired, Did anyone state that the use of flashbangs was prohibited? You accuse me of being despicable, of cheating, yet I pose this question. If you were to encounter pirates, would they patiently wait for you to be prepared before striking? Would they confront you head-on, fully aware that they are outmatched? Kevin's words rendered all the naval recruits speechless. His remarks profoundly moved the sailors. Kevin turned to Smoker and said earnestly, I understand your dissatisfaction, so I shall grant you a chance. Wait for a moment. I will engage you without any tools, relying solely on my own strength. After speaking, without waiting for Smoker's consent, Kevin seated himself cross-legged on the ground. He struck the earth with his right hand, causing the ground to tremble. To the astonishment of all present, a great deal of soil surged from the ground, forming a mound that enveloped Kevin entirely. In the observation room, Steve and Karp looked on in disbelief at the towering earthen mound, which stood nearly 5 meters high. Steve turned to Karp and asked, "Is your disciple also a user of a natural-type devil fruit?" Karp shook his head and replied, "I am not certain. That young lad has not disclosed such details to me." After observing closely, Steve remarked, "His fruit ability must be related to earth." Karp, waving his hand dismissively, responded, "What does it matter what fruit ability he possesses? All I need to know is that he is my disciple." Steve shook his head in resignation, saying, "You truly have an open mind." In the training ground, Smoker attempted to strike the earthen mound but found it immovable. Undeterred, he delivered a powerful punch. Yet the mound remained unaffected. Thus, Smoker began to strike the mound repeatedly. Inside the mound, there was an open space where Kevin sat cross-legged, conversing with Jarvis. "Jarvis, I just received a system notification that the cultivation value of my body refinement technique's first layer is full. Can I break through to the second layer now?" "Yes, Master. The breakthrough will take a total of 2 minutes. Would you like to proceed?" "Confirm the breakthrough." As soon as Kevin's words fell, a wave of pain surged through his entire being. 2 minutes later, the discomfort dissipated. He had advanced, and the system's notifications rang out in succession. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the second level of the body refinement technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for enhancing the fusion degree of the Earth Mother's essence, automatically comprehending the foundational combat skills of the Witch Clan. Ding. Due to the host's increased purity of the Witch Clan bloodline, a B-grade blind box has been awarded. Jarvis, assist me in opening the B-grade blind box. Let us see what rewards await, Kevin commanded directly. Certainly, Master, Jarvis responded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for opening the B-grade blind box, obtaining the armed hockey. As the host possesses inherent qualifications for armed hockey, it has advanced directly from entry-level to proficient level. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Kevin could not help but chuckle. This was the epitome of the saying, when one is weary, a pillow is provided. Now, even without invoking the Earth Mother's law of Earth, he could effortlessly defeat Smoker. Jarvis, bring up my character attribute panel. I wish to take a look, Kevin instructed. Of course, Master, Jarvis replied. Consequently, Kevin's mind was once again graced with the sight of his character attribute template. Host name, Don Quixote Kevin St. Curran alias, Don Kevin race, Human Witch Clan, Bloodline Purity, 20, Bloodline, Earth Mother Bloodline Talent, Law of Earth Path Power Value, 1691 Skills, Conqueror's Hockey, Armed Hockey, Proficient, Body Refinement Technique Level 2, Navy 6 Styles, Foundational Combat Skills of the Witch Clan Possessions, 2 sets of small blood vials, 16 vials. 1 Russian rye bread, consumable 10 times, 1 tear gas grenade, 1 resurrection coin blind boxes held. 0 as Kevin beheld his path power value. He could not help but marvel at the prowess of the body refinement technique. Merely having advanced to the second level had doubled his path power value. Reaching an impressive 1691, Kevin once again perused the foundational combat techniques of the Witch Clan. The system promptly provided a relevant introduction. The Witch Clan is a race endowed with formidable physical strength, making their bodies their most potent weapon. The foundational combat techniques of the Witch Clan are methods that maximize the potential of physical attacks. Every part capable of delivering an assault. Fingers, claws, fists, palms, elbows, shoulders, knees, legs, and feet can be wielded as weapons by the Witch Clan. Their combat techniques are categorized into 36 distinct forms, which are as follows. Kevin couldn't help but marvel at the formidable combat techniques of the Witch Clan. In the world of pirates, most confrontations are straightforward attacks, a method easily countered. However, the Witch Clan's techniques are multifaceted. Until the moment an attack lands, one remains oblivious to the nature of the assault. With such exceptional skills at his disposal, it would be a pity not to experiment. Thus, Smoker, who was presently engaged in a fierce struggle against a mound of earth, became the ideal practice target in Kevin's mind. With a resounding explosion, the mound before Smoker suddenly shattered. Although Smoker managed to react in time and defend himself, he was nonetheless propelled several meters away. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have defeated Smoker 73 times. Upon hearing the system's notification, Kevin couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy for Smoker, who had been unceremoniously knocked down by the erupting mound. But then again, it was his own proximity to the mound that led to his misfortune. Glancing at his watch, Kevin, brimming with confidence, declared, "All right, let us continue the contest. I am not afraid of you. Yet, I must say, I did not anticipate that you too possess the powers of a devil fruit," Smoker exclaimed as he rose from the ground. Kevin was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped that Smoker had mistaken the law of Earth for some form of devil fruit power. Seizing the opportunity, Kevin decided to play along, stating, "Indeed, I am a wielder of the natural type Earth fruit, capable of commanding the very ground beneath us. Are you intimidated?" Smoker shook his head and replied, "No, I am not afraid. On the contrary, I am quite exhilarated. Engaging in combat with a natural type fruit user is an invaluable opportunity for growth. During this period, Kevin has been preoccupied with training alongside Karp and Bogart, leaving him little time to delve into the principles of Earth. Currently, he possesses only a rudimentary understanding, and rather than risk embarrassment by showcasing his limited skills, he opts to conceal his inadequacies. Thus, Kevin proclaimed, "This time, I shall not employ any tools to engage you. Nor shall I utilize the powers of the fruit. I will rely solely on my physical prowess to ensure your defeat is both profound and undeniable." "Very well," Smoker replied. "If you are to rely on physical combat, I shall do the same and refrain from using my fruit abilities." The proud Smoker, unwilling to take advantage of Kevin's restraint, insisted on a fair contest. "No, I strongly advise you to utilize your fruit abilities. Otherwise, you will face a most dismal defeat," Kevin stated earnestly, shaking his head. However, Smoker perceived this as an affront, and with a surge of indignation, he retorted, "Very well. I hope you do not come to regret your words. Prepare yourself for the white snake." With that, Smoker's hands transformed into an elemental form, and a swirling cloud of smoke, resembling a white serpent, surged forth toward Kevin. Kevin executed the Six Styles technique known as Saru, vanishing from his original position in an instant, propelling himself towards Smoker like a piercing arrow. Simultaneously, his right fist became enveloped in a layer of black hockey, launching a formidable attack known as armed hockey witchcraft, straight punch, meteor towards Smoker's chest. The moment Smoker sensed the impending danger as Kevin deftly evaded his white snake, he instinctively entered his elemental form. Unfortunately, the velocity of Kevin's armed hockey witchcraft, straight punch, meteor was too swift, and with the added hockey, it struck directly at Smoker's corporeal form, sending him hurtling backwards. Before Smoker could touch the ground, Kevin dove beneath him, delivering an armed hockey witchcraft, hook punch, rising dragon that propelled Smoker into the heavens. Following this, he employed moonwalk to position himself above Smoker, executing the armed hockey witchcraft, whip kick, mountain smash, crashing Smoker down towards the earth. In the ensuing moments, Kevin unleashed the foundational techniques of the Witch Clan upon Smoker, who, despite numerous attempts to evade Kevin's onslaught through elementalization, found each of Kevin's strikes imbued with hockey, relentlessly targeting his true form. After 36 techniques, Kevin ceased his assault, leaving Smoker sprawled on the ground like a pile of mud, barely able to muster the strength to twitch a finger. In that moment, Smoker felt ensnared in a nightmare, tormented by a relentless demon, each blow inflicting profound pain. Yet, the voice of Rayleigh pierced through his delusion, reminding him that this was no dream, but a harrowing battle. His psyche began to fray. How could a proud user of a Logia fruit be so thoroughly bested by mere physical prowess? Was there any humiliation greater than this? "I declare the victor of this match to be Don Kevin," Rayleigh proclaimed loudly, reminiscent of an arena announcer. As the triumphant Kevin waved to the crowd, he introduced himself. "I'm Don Kevin, but you may call me Kevin. My dream is to establish a world where all are equal, free from racial discrimination. A realm of peace and harmony. I hope you will join me in this endeavor." With that, Kevin employed Soru combined with moonwalk to escape the training grounds. Upon reaching the logistics building, a window on the third floor suddenly swung open, and Karp leaned out, calling out to Kevin, "Hey, you little brat, come here. I have something to ask you." Kevin was taken aback to find Karp present in this place. As for Karp's purpose in seeking him, Kevin could easily deduce it. It was likely related to his recent exhibition of abilities reminiscent of a devil fruit. Thus, Kevin employed his moonwalk technique, effortlessly ascending to the third floor and slipping through the window. Upon witnessing Kevin's entrance through the window, Steve furrowed his brow and expressed his displeasure, saying, "Kid, couldn't you have entered through the door?" Kevin cheerfully remarked that Colonel Steve takes far too long to ascend the stairs. "I simply glided through the window using moonwalk techniques, saving myself a considerable amount of time." Steve, bemused, thought to himself, "Is the moonwalk from the Navy's 6 meant for entering through windows?" Meanwhile, Karp chuckled heartily, "Young Kevin, you are quite inventive. In the future, when I visit that old fellow Sengoku's office, I shall follow your example and enter through the window as well. After all, he's on the 8th floor, and climbing stairs is a waste of time. The window is the way to go." Karp was not merely jesting. From that day forth, he opted to enter Sengoku's office through the window on 9 out of 10 occasions, much to Sengoku's chagrin. It wasn't until Kevin was promoted to Rear Admiral that Sengoku finally understood Karp's peculiar method of entry. Observing the unreliable duo before him, Steve silently lamented. It seems Sengoku will have quite the headache in the future, and he offered a moment of silent tribute. Karp pointed to the sofa in the office, addressing Kevin. "Young rascal, take a seat there. Steve and I have some inquiries for you." "Karp-sensei, what would you like to ask?" Kevin inquired, bowing to both Karp and Steve before settling onto the sofa. "Youngster, shouldn't you explain to me why you possess the powers of a devil fruit?" Karp replied, somewhat displeased, having not anticipated that Kevin would conceal his status as a devil fruit user. After all, during their time aboard the ship, Karp had thrown Kevin overboard on several occasions. Had something gone awry, he would have struggled to explain himself to his old friend, especially since Kevin was the grandson of that friend. "Oh, so that is what you meant, teacher," Kevin said. "A few years ago, while strolling on the beach, I stumbled upon a chest containing a peculiar fruit. Being young and curious, I couldn't resist eating it. To be honest, the taste was utterly horrendous. It was reminiscent of something foul. Though I've never tasted anything like that before. Just thinking about it makes me want to retch. Upon finishing, Kevin appeared to recall the moment, gagging slightly. Seeing his disciple's distressed expression, Karp burst into laughter. Aha. The devil fruit indeed has that ghastly flavor. It is said that those who have consumed such a fruit will be haunted by its taste for a long time. Now, can you tell me what abilities your fruit grants you? Well, inside that chest there was also a letter describing the fruit, which is called the Earth fruit. The Earth fruit? Karp and Steve exchanged glances, both sensing a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. It seemed that history had never recorded such a devil fruit. Could it be an undiscovered fruit? But if it were unknown, how could there be a letter detailing its properties? The only plausible explanation was that someone had once possessed this fruit, but had kept it hidden until their demise. Karp and Steve exchanged another glance before Karp spoke again. Youngster, would you mind sharing the specific abilities of this fruit with us? Kevin smiled and said, Teacher Karp, what is there to conceal? The power of the 2D fruit lies in the manipulation of the earth and the elemental dust within the air. To put it simply, once mastered, the entire land can transform into my weapon of attack. Kevin's words elicited sharp intakes of breath from both Karp and Steve. What an astonishing ability. If fully developed, Kevin's destructive power could potentially rival that of the 3 great admirals. However, Karp recalled that during their time aboard the ship, Kevin had been thrown into the sea. Yet he exhibited no signs of weakness. Reflecting on the intensive training he had conducted with Kevin, Karp inquired, Is that so, Master Karp? Kevin explained. Within the box containing the fruit, there was a letter. This letter detailed a method to harness the powers of the dust fruit to counteract the sea's rejection of devil fruits. It was this technique that allowed me to avoid the adverse effects of the ocean while aboard the ship. What method? Steve asked eagerly, contemplating that if the Navy could disseminate this technique, their combat prowess would significantly increase. Karp shared this sentiment. It is quite simple, Kevin elaborated. By absorbing the dust particles from the air into my pores, I effectively seal them off, preventing seawater from entering. This creates a protective barrier around myself, thereby nullifying the sea's debilitating effects on devil fruit users. Kevin generously divulged the method. Upon hearing this, Karp urgently inquired, Is this method applicable to other fruits as well? Kevin shook his head and replied, I am not entirely certain about that. The letter did not specify. However, our Navy boasts numerous users of devil fruits, does it not? We could begin by seeking out a few, preferably those of the Logia type, as their success rate should be considerably higher. By the way, that smoker I just sparred with seems quite promising. At this moment, Kevin did not miss the opportunity to tease Smoker. As for Kevin's remarks about discovering a devil fruit and methods to counter the powers of the sea, these were merely fabrications devised by him to obscure his own abilities, intended to deceive Karp and Steve. Nevertheless, this web of lies genuinely succeeded in fooling the 2 seasoned veterans of the Navy before him. The reason they were duped is quite straightforward. They had witnessed Kevin wielding his powers firsthand, and Karp had seen Kevin show no fear of the sea. I shall submit this report to the Navy headquarters. You have no objections, do you, young man? Karp sought Kevin's consent. Kevin nodded, his face unperturbed, and remarked, Of course. It's no trouble at all. Consider it a modest contribution to the Navy. Both Karp and Steve held a deep admiration for Kevin's selfless demeanor. Little did they know that his claims were mere fabrications. If they were to discover this, they might very well pursue him with a vengeance. As Kevin departed from Steve's office, he hummed a cheerful tune on his way to the dormitory, his spirits exceptionally high. The reason for his elation was not only the successful deception of the cunning old man Karp, but also the intrigue his proposed method for countering the abilities of the ocean restraint fruit had sparked in Colonel Steve. Particularly, when Kevin suggested that Smoker might be a suitable candidate for experimentation, he noticed a spark of excitement in Steve's eyes. One could only imagine that Smoker's future would be quite challenging. However, Kevin felt no guilt. After all, that young man had damaged his dormitory door without offering to repair it. Besides, he had merely proposed a method. The execution would not fall upon him. Yet, if Smoker were to learn of this, he would likely point an accusing finger at Kevin and exclaim, If it weren't for your ridiculous suggestions, would I have been reduced to a test subject? The thought of Smoker, in the near future, being subjected to Steve's experiments, bubbling and sinking in the oceans, caused Kevin to chuckle aloud. At that moment, a tall, enchanting young lady with flowing pink hair blocked his path. Hello, my name is Tina. May I befriend you? Tina? Upon hearing the name, Kevin was momentarily taken aback. It dawned on him that this was the very beauty from the original story, the object of Smoker's affections. What lingered most vividly in Kevin's memory was Tina's peculiar speech pattern, always beginning her sentences with Tina wants to. Your name is Tina? If you wish to be friends, I would be delighted, Kevin replied with a warm smile. Since you are a friend of Tina, may I ask you a few questions? Tina inquired shyly. Of course, Kevin responded with a smile. Could you tell Tina how you managed to strike Smoker? Tina asked, aware of Smoker's Logia-type devil fruit powers. Even when he was in his elemental form, you still managed to hit him. How is that possible? Armament hockey, Kevin replied succinctly. Armament hockey? What is that? Tina queried. Perplexed. Hockey is quite common in the latter half of the Grand Line. It appears it is not taught in the rookie training camps. But one could learn it in the elite training camps, Kevin explained. Could you elaborate on Haki for Tina? Tina asked, her shyness evident. Certainly. Haki is a latent power possessed by all humans in this world. This innate ability is akin to what we refer to as aura or intimidation, existing almost as an instinct. However, many individuals remain unaware of its existence, and even if they do recognize it, they may never harness its full potential throughout their lives. Kevin paused momentarily before continuing. Haki can be categorized into 3 distinct types: observation Haki, armament Haki, and conqueror's Haki. First, let us discuss observation Haki. This form of Haki enables one to sense the life force of others. Once one acquires this ability, they can ascertain the location, number, and even the imminent actions of foes beyond their line of sight. Those who have mastered observation Haki to its pinnacle can even glimpse fleeting visions of the future. Though such foresight is not absolute, it merely possesses a significant probability. Next, I shall address the armament Haki that I employed during our recent duel. This type of Haki serves both offensive and defensive purposes. When utilized for attack, it enhances the destructive capacity of objects and allows one to bypass the elemental intangibility of Logia-type devil fruit users. For instance, during my match with Smoker, my ability to make contact with his true form was due to my application of armament Haki on my fists and feet. It can be said that armament Haki is one of the natural nemesis of Logia-type devil fruit users. On the defensive front, enveloping oneself in armament Haki is akin to donning an invisible armor, significantly augmenting one's defensive capabilities. Additionally, armament Haki can be transferred to weapons, thereby amplifying their destructive power. Lastly, we have conqueror's Haki. Those who possess this form of Haki are typically individuals endowed with the qualities of a king. While the number of such individuals is considerable, it remains relatively scarce, with most being leaders of significant factions. Notably, conqueror's Haki cannot be attained or enhanced through training. The mere possession of this Haki allows one to exert a pressure that can intimidate and even incapacitate adversaries. This is the extent of my knowledge, imparted to me by Master Karp. Although I was already aware of this information, attributing it to Karp's teachings eliminates any skepticism regarding its authenticity. Upon hearing Kevin's exposition, Tina could not help but exclaim, Haki is truly fascinating. I am eager to learn it. Could you teach me, Kevin? Kevin shook his head in resignation and said, I'm uncertain how to teach you the essence of Haki. However, if you enroll in the new elite training camp, you should be able to learn it. The chief instructor there is the former Admiral Zephyr, a master of the armament Haki. Is that so? Initially, Tina felt disheartened upon hearing Kevin's admission of his inability to instruct her. Yet, the prospect of learning at the elite training camp reignited her confidence. It is worth noting that Tina ranked second overall among the new recruits, surpassed only by Smoker. Although she was unable to learn Haki immediately, her disappointment was tempered by determination. Tina firmly believed that she would earn her place in the elite training camp. With renewed enthusiasm, she declared, As a user of a Paramecia-type devil fruit, I possess this level of confidence. Kevin encouraged her, saying, Given your potential, it is merely a matter of time before you gain entry into the elite training camp. Then I shall proceed with my training. Would you care to join me? Tina extended her invitation. Kevin pondered for a moment and then said, I just had a spar with Smoker and worked up quite a sweat. I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable. I think I should head back to my dorm to take a shower and change into fresh clothes before training. See you in a bit. Upon returning to the Navy headquarters, Karp had scarcely crossed the threshold when a messenger rushed over and respectfully informed him, Vice Admiral Karp, welcome back. Admiral Sengoku requests your presence in his office for a meeting. To Sengoku's office? Karp mused, glancing upward at Sengoku's office on the 8th floor. Emulating Kevin, he executed a moonwalk and ascended directly to the 8th floor. With a mighty punch, he shattered the glass of Sengoku's window and vaulted inside. Sengoku, exasperated, stared at Karp as he entered through the broken window and exclaimed, Karp, what on earth are you doing? Can't you use the door? Karp snatched a rice cracker from Sengoku's hand and grinned mischievously, replying, I just returned and heard you urgently needed me for a meeting. To save time and prevent you from worrying, I came in through the window. What do you think of this idea? That's ridiculous, Karp. Sit down. I have questions for you, Sengoku said with a mix of anger and resignation, clearly exasperated by his old friend. Karp settled onto the sofa and glanced around. Noticing that aside from Sengoku, the chief of staff, Admiral Tsuru, and the newly appointed Admirals Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji were present, he then carelessly inquired, I wonder what Admiral Sengoku wanted to discuss with me? Sengoku ignored Karp's question and cleared his throat, stating, now that everyone is here, I called you all to discuss a matter concerning Karp's new disciple. I merely took on a disciple out of interest, Karp replied nonchalantly. Wow, Karp has taken on a disciple. How terrifying, remarked Kizaru, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Akainu, visibly annoyed, scoffed, Admiral Sengoku, is this why you summoned us? If so, I have other matters to attend to and will excuse myself. Akiji, having spent some time on Karp's ship and having been under his tutelage, was genuinely curious about Karp's new disciple, so he turned to Karp and asked, Karp-sensei, have you really taken on a new disciple? With a cheerful nod, Karp replied excitedly, Indeed, The greatest achievement of my recent leave has been acquiring a disciple who has truly impressed me. Seeing Karp's elation, Sengoku interjected with irritation. I have no objection to you taking on a disciple, but tell me, what do you think it means to take a celestial dragon as your disciple? Aside from Admiral Tsuru, who was aware of the situation due to Karp's prior communication with Sengoku, the three admirals were left utterly speechless, each internally lamenting. Vice Admiral Karp has truly lost his mind by taking a celestial dragon as a disciple. Karp, completely unfazed, retorted, Sengoku, why are you so worked up? It's merely a celestial dragon. What of it? As long as he possesses a sense of justice, is there truly a difference between him and a commoner? Sengoku, angered, shot back. How can you be sure he possesses a sense of justice? What if this is a scheme by the celestial dragons? The world government has become their puppet. Do you wish for the Navy to become their pawn as well? Karp scoffed. Isn't the Navy already a puppet? In my view, we are becoming the watchdogs for those scoundrels. Karp's words incited Sengoku's fury, prompting him to slam his fist on the table and rise angrily, pointing at Karp. Noticing that a brawl was about to erupt between Sengoku and Karp, Admiral Tsuru quickly intervened. All right, you two, let us keep it civil. Karp, please introduce your new disciple to everyone. With Tsuru's intervention, Sengoku relented and returned to his seat, still fuming. Karp took a rice cracker from his pocket, took a bite, and leisurely announced, my disciple's name is Don Kevin. Of course, that's his alias. His full name is Don Quixote Kevin Saint. His grandfather is the current head of the Don Quixote family, Don Quixote Kefard Saint. Moreover, this young lad has been designated by his grandfather as the future heir to the Don Quixote family. The three admirals were taken aback by Karp's revelation. They never imagined that Karp had managed to recruit the future head of the Don Quixote family into the Navy. Old man, what else are you capable of? They thought incredulously. Karp, satisfied by their astonished expressions, continued, not to boast, but I have never encountered such a gifted individual. Young Kevin mastered the 6 styles of the Navy in just 8 days and has also grasped Haki, including the Conqueror's Haki. Additionally, I learned today that this lad is a natural-type devil fruit user. A natural-type devil fruit user? How terrifying. Kizaru feigned fear, although his demeanor remained decidedly sleazy. What is this boy's devil fruit ability? Admiral Tsuru inquired. He has consumed a devil fruit known as the Doton Doton no Mi, which allows him to manipulate earth and the soil elements in the air, Karp replied candidly. It seems to be quite a formidable fruit, Akiji remarked. Indeed, Karp affirmed proudly. However, this does not guarantee that the celestial dragon named Kevin is not a plant infiltrating the Navy. Sengoku interjected. You all remember the celestial dragon who renounced his position as the heir to marry a common woman over a decade ago, right? Upon receiving nods of acknowledgement, Karp continued. That celestial dragon is Kevin's father, and influenced by his father, Kevin is a humble and polite young boy, devoid of the usual vices associated with celestial dragons. Moreover, I have discussed matters with him, and he possesses a sense of justice. Such a person deserves to join our righteous Navy. If what Vice Admiral Karp states is true, we can observe this boy further. If he truly joins the Navy out of a sense of justice, we can nurture him as he will undoubtedly become a valuable asset in the future. Perhaps he may even aspire to the position of Admiral. Admiral Tsuru contemplated aloud. Seeing no objections from the others, Admiral Tsuru declared, since there are no dissenting opinions, let us arrange for someone to observe him discreetly. Admiral Sengoku, does that arrangement suit you? Sengoku remained silent but nodded in agreement. Oh, I almost forgot. My disciple has mastered a method to counteract the sea's effect on devil fruit users, Karp suddenly recalled, speaking of Kevin's immunity to seawater. Karp's revelation astonished everyone present, as all eyes turned to him. If Karp's claim were indeed true, the Navy's combat capabilities would experience a remarkable transformation. Sengoku, filled with excitement, asked, what is this method? Karp? Did he share it with you? Karp shot Sengoku a sideways glance and replied, Kevin, that young lad, revealed the method to me without reservation. However, whether others can utilize it remains uncertain. Just now, I was unaware of which old fellow remarked that my disciple's intentions in joining the Navy were suspect. Would someone harboring ulterior motives truly disclose such a significant piece of information to the Navy? Vice Admiral Tsuru interjected, Vice Admiral Karp, do enlighten us. And let us ascertain whether this method is indeed feasible. The 3 admirals, their eyes brimming with anticipation, were eager to hear more. For they too possessed the powers of Logia-type devil fruits. Should Kevin's method prove effective, they were confident in securing a foothold for the Navy in the New World. According to that young lad, he claimed to absorb the earth elements from the air into his pores, effectively isolating himself from the sea. This process formed a protective barrier around his body, significantly diminishing the sea's restraining influence over him. Regrettably, my own ability is light, which cannot shield against seawater. What a pity. The lecherous Kizaru, Borsellino, lamented. As for me, Akiji, Kazan, remarked, my power is ice. Should I employ this technique, it may yield results. Though it would hinder my mobility, I shall consider experimenting with it. Akainu, Sakazuki, remained silent, yet his expression suggested that he deemed this method unsuitable for his powers. Vice Admiral Tsuru concluded, it seems this approach has considerable limitations, yet it presents a novel perspective that we might explore. Akiji, once you conduct your trial, please relay the findings to us. Understood, Vice Admiral Tsuru. Akiji nodded in agreement. Sengoku also acquiesced, stating, Vice Admiral Tsuru speaks wisely. Borisolino, upon your return to the science unit, do discuss this method with Vegapunk and see what his thoughts are. Certainly, Fleet Admiral, Kazara replied with a nod. After Kevin and Tina parted ways, he returned directly to his dormitory, indulging in a comforting hot shower before donning a fresh set of training attire, which instantly elevated his spirits. Noticing that the designated physical training time for the new recruits was approaching, Kevin leisurely closed his bedroom door and strolled towards the training ground. At this moment, many naval recruits had already gathered at the training area, preparing for the upcoming session, though the instructors had yet to arrive. Consequently, the recruits formed small groups, engaging in animated discussions about Kevin's impressive duel with Smoker earlier that morning. Kevin's performance during the match was nothing short of astonishing as he, a newcomer, had decisively triumphed over the reigning rookie champion, drawing a substantial following of admirers in the process. Did you witness the match this morning? One recruit inquired. Certainly. I would have regretted it for a year had I missed it, came the enthusiastic reply. That newcomer, Kevin, is truly remarkable. Another chimed in. He managed to dominate Smoker, especially in the latter half of the duel, and did so without even utilizing the powers of a devil fruit. It was extraordinary. We must remember that Smoker is the rookie champion of our class. Former rookie champion, for now, Kevin holds the title. I've decided to make him my idol from now on. Mate, you're quite bold to proclaim such a thing. Do you not fear Kevin's legion of female admirers? I'm not afraid. Girls, this guy has the audacity to insult Kevin. Let us deal with him. Wait. I take it back. Kevin, oblivious to the chaos he had inadvertently ignited, continued his walk toward the training ground. Meanwhile, in a corner of the training area, Tina approached a few naval recruits who were close friends with Smoker. Have you seen Smoker? I've been searching for him everywhere, she asked. The recruits exchanged glances, and one slightly chubby recruit responded with resignation. Smoker is currently resting in the medical room. Is he seriously injured? Tina inquired. The chubby recruit shook his head, not physically, but he is struggling to cope with his pride. Tina was perplexed. If he was severely hurt, why was he unable to overcome his mental barrier? At that moment, she was still a somewhat proud recruit, not yet the seasoned naval officer she would later become, and thus found it difficult to comprehend. Tina, are you unaware of how strong Smoker's pride is? Being defeated by Kevin in front of so many people, to the point where he couldn't even retaliate, has made him feel utterly humiliated, the chubby recruit explained with a wry smile. I misjudged him. It's rather pathetic that he can't handle such a setback. I wonder if there is anything more humiliating than this, Tina retorted, her dissatisfaction evident. So he is hiding in the medical room, is he? I'm going to find him. With that, Tina brushed past the few naval recruits attempting to stop her and headed toward the logistics building. Just then, Kevin entered the training ground and spotted Tina heading out. Hey, Tina, where are you off to? Training time is almost here. Aren't you supposed to be training? Tina pointed towards the logistics building and replied, I'm going to the medical room. Smoker is sulking in there after you defeated him. He feels too ashamed to face anyone. Kevin was taken aback to discover that he had pushed Smog into a state of deep introspection. A twinge of guilt stirred within him, prompting him to say, to untangle the knot, one must first tie it. The situation arose from my actions, so it is only fitting that I go and resolve it. If I am not back shortly, please request an excuse from the instructor on my behalf. Very well, then. I shall refrain from going, Tina replied. After a moment of contemplation, she consented to Kevin's undertaking to seek out Smog. Kevin entered the infirmary and, upon pushing the door open, discovered Smoker perched on the windowsill, smoking a cigarette. With a teasing tone, Kevin remarked, Hey there, young one, have you reached adulthood yet? Smoking is prohibited for minors. Upon hearing a voice, Smoker turned his head, and to his surprise, it was Kevin. With a somewhat awkward expression, he replied, What brings you here? Are you here to gloat over your victory against me? Gloat? It was merely a commonplace contest, nothing to boast about. However, I did hear that someone was so overwhelmed by the defeat that he has secluded himself in the infirmary, too afraid to face the world. So I thought I would come and check on you, Kevin said, as he hopped onto the windowsill beside Smoker. Smoker retorted, You claim you aren't here to revel in my misfortune. Uft, you overestimate my interest. I have no time to indulge in your folly, Kevin replied. Then what is your purpose for coming here? Smoker inquired, somewhat perplexed by Kevin's intentions. Just to have a heart-to-heart chat, Kevin said leisurely. Smoker frowned and asked, What do you wish to discuss? What shall we talk about? Kevin pondered for a moment before stating, Where do you hail from? Smoker shot Kevin a glance, thinking to himself that if Kevin was indeed here to converse, he should have prepared something more substantial to discuss. Nonetheless, he responded, I am from Lobe Town in the East Blue. And you? Kevin cheerfully remarked, Robe Town, a splendid place, the birthplace of the pirate king, Roger. Although my hometown is not in the East Blue, I was born and raised there, so the East Blue can be considered my homeland as well. By that logic, we might just be fellow townsfolk, wouldn't you agree? Shall we consider ourselves as such? Where in the East Blue do you reside? Smoker inquired. Kevin replied, Karukus. You may not have heard of it, right? Smog pondered for a moment. It seemed he truly had no recollection of this island. With a hint of regret, he responded, I must admit, I have not heard of this island's name. Kevin chuckled dismissively and remarked, I told you, with so many islands in the East China Sea. If you could remember them all, you wouldn't be in boot camp now. So, where am I? Smoker asked, puzzled. Kevin continued with a grin. If you truly possess such an ability, you would have likely been captured by some pirate crew and made their navigator by now. He then inquired, Smoker, why do you wish to join the Navy? After a moment of contemplation, Smoker replied, perhaps it has something to do with the Pirate King, GOLD. Roger. Something to do with the Pirate King? Kevin was taken aback. You want to join the Navy because of the Pirate King? Brother. Are you an undercover agent sent by him? Kevin thought to himself, suppressing a smirk. Nevertheless, he expressed, so, Roger, an adventurer bearing the title of Pirate King, inspires you to become a Navy officer? I find that logic somewhat perplexing. Do you know, Smoker continued, I witnessed Roger's execution. And his final words drove many to the seas as pirates. However, not all who ventured forth did so for dreams. Some sought only to pillage and plunder, to amass wealth through violence. I aspire to bring such individuals to justice. The Navy is the most effective means for me to realize this ideal. Who would have thought, Smoker, that you possess such lofty ideals? Kevin remarked. But what if the Navy isn't as you envision? He turned to glare at Smoker. I haven't considered that question. Smoker replied. Yet, even if the Navy isn't what I imagine, it matters not. I shall remain steadfast in my pursuit of the justice I hold dear. Kevin did not anticipate that Smoker would respond in such a manner. However, was it not the case in the original narrative that Smoker, during his time in Alabasta, acted in a similar fashion? Disregarding the objections from higher authorities, he clandestinely aided the pirates and ultimately declined to take credit for the accomplishments of the Straw Hat crew, refusing promotion. Suddenly, Kevin posed an unexpected question to Smoker. Smoker, if one day you were to be defeated by a pirate, what would you do? Smoker was taken aback, but quickly replied without hesitation. If I survive, I will strive to grow stronger and then defeat him. Kevin inquired further, would you feel ashamed? Smoker shook his head and responded, I would feel shame, yet it would serve as a driving force for my continuous improvement. Chuckling dryly, Kevin retorted with disdain, if being defeated by a pirate transforms shame into motivation, then being vanquished by me, your colleague, would surely be a source of embarrassment for you. Wouldn't it? Would you then shy away from facing others? Kevin's words rendered Smoker speechless, for he indeed held the same thoughts within himself. Kevin sighed and remarked, in truth, your defeat is not entirely unjustified. What is your current power level? Smoker replied, 311. I just completed the test yesterday morning. Do you have any idea what my power level is? Kevin inquired, feigning mystery. How much? Smoker asked. A few days ago, I inadvertently surpassed my limits. My current power level should be 1,691, Kevin said nonchalantly. What? 1,691? Is that truly the case? Smoker gazed at Kevin in astonishment, unable to fathom that a novice could possess such a formidable power level. If that were indeed accurate, his defeat would be entirely justified, for Kevin was vastly superior to him. Is there any need for me to deceive you regarding this matter? Kevin shrugged, exclaiming in exasperation. It's astonishing that even the truth is met with skepticism. If you are so powerful, why choose to join the Navy? Smoker queried, perplexed. Firstly, my parents were slain by a band of pirates just a month ago. Although I avenged them, I was left physically drained and lost consciousness. It was then that Master Karp rescued me. As a disciple of my teacher, joining the Navy is my only path forward. Furthermore, I seek to address the chaos left in the wake of Roger's legacy, as you mentioned. Roger's final words inspired many with nefarious intentions to take to the seas as pirates. My purpose in joining the Navy is to root out those scoundrels and restore peace to the world. If I can capture these incorrigible pirates, then perhaps there will be fewer children like me who have lost their parents. I am sorry, I did not know, Smoker said. Kevin shook his head and said, it's all right, there's nothing to apologize for. I have grown accustomed to it. Smoker fell silent, at a loss for words. At that moment, Kevin lifted his gaze and addressed Smoker. If I were to endeavor to create a world where all are equal, free from oppression, devoid of distinctions between nobility and commoners, would you lend me your assistance? Smoker pondered for a moment before replying. That might prove to be somewhat challenging, yet I am willing to join you in this endeavor. Kevin extended his right hand towards Smoker, declaring, thus, may our collaboration be fruitful. We shall henceforth be brothers. Smoker reciprocated by reaching out his hand and grasping Kevin's, affirming, indeed, we are brothers. Let us strive for our ideals. Kevin continued, let us endeavor towards our aspirations. Smoker nodded in agreement, remaining silent. Casting a glance below, Kevin leaped off, and upon landing, he called out to Smoker, I must commence my training. Without formidable strength, how can one realize their dreams? Are you coming, Smoker? Of course, Smoker replied, and upon witnessing Kevin's descent, he instantly transformed into a wisp of white smoke and followed suit. After they landed, Kevin and Smoker exchanged smiles, and together they strolled towards the training grounds. Upon their simultaneous appearance at the training area, Tina, taken aback, inquired, you two were just at each other's throats. Now you seem as if you're of one mind. It's truly perplexing to me. Kevin smiled and adopted a philosopher's demeanor as he remarked, Tina. The camaraderie among men is beyond the comprehension of women, just as the bond shared by women will forever elude the understanding of men. Upon hearing Kevin's words, both Tina and Smog simultaneously raised their middle fingers in response. Kevin, Smorg, and Tina were poised to continue their conversation, yet at that moment, the assembly signal resonated, prompting everyone in the training ground to return to their designated positions within their respective teams. Kevin suddenly found himself in an awkward predicament. Everyone else was lined up in neat formations, yet he seemed oblivious to which team he belonged. A wave of regret washed over him as he recalled that yesterday he had been so engrossed in conversing with Doro about the school that he had neglected to inquire which team he had been assigned to. Consequently, a rather peculiar scene unfolded on the training grounds. Kevin stood alone at the center, while the other naval recruits formed orderly rows around him. All eyes were fixed upon him, and he felt as if he had transformed into a spectacle, akin to a monkey being observed by onlookers. How utterly embarrassing. Hey, newcomer. What are you doing? A gruff voice boomed. The speaker was a burly officer in his 40s, marked by a prominent scar etched across his face. At that moment, Smog, standing in formation, saluted the imposing officer and stated, reporting, Instructor Carter, Kevin is new here. And it seems the officer responsible for guiding him forgot to assign him to a team. The robust officer named Carter cast an irritated glance at Smog and retorted, Smog, I am addressing him, not you. Do I require your assistance to respond? Kevin took a step forward, saluted the officer, and said, Hello, Instructor. Recruit Don Kevin reporting for duty. The instructors who were responsible for my reception yesterday did not inform me which unit I have been assigned to, so I am uncertain where I should stand. Humph. Carter snorted disdainfully and replied, Forgot to assign you to a unit. Did you not think to inquire yourself? Such a lack of initiative, and you wish to become a sailor. You now have two choices, either leave or run 1,000 laps around the recruit training camp. You will not be permitted to eat or sleep until you complete them. The other recruits erupted at Carter's words, for the training camp was vast. Even a single lap around it would take an hour. 1,000 laps, was he intending to run Kevin to his demise? Kevin called out a report, saying, Instructor, I believe this is a fault of our boot camp and not mine. I refuse to accept such punishment. Moreover, it is beyond human capability. You dare to defy your superior? It seems you truly wish to leave the boot camp. Then be gone. Carter coldly replied, I'm sorry, Instructor Carter, but it was Colonel Steve who approved my training here. It appears you lack the authority to expel me. Kevin was bewildered as to how he had offended this man named Carter, feeling that Carter had been targeting him since the beginning. Seeing Kevin retort, Carter took a couple of steps forward, his eyes blazing as he glared at Kevin, saying, What did you say? I said you have no right to expel me. Kevin defiantly met Carter's gaze. As the tension escalated and it seemed a confrontation was imminent, Tina quickly signaled Smog to find assistance. Just as Smog was preparing to discreetly leave the group to inform Colonel Steve, a voice called out from a distance, Hey, Instructor Carter, weren't you on break? What brings you back? The voice belonged to Instructor Darrow, who was accompanied by Rayleigh, both of whom were struggling to carry a large rectangular box that swayed as they approached the training grounds. Carter replied nonchalantly, I had enough rest, so I returned. Is that not permissible? He then pointed at the box and inquired, What is inside? Darrow and Rayleigh dropped the box with a thud, causing the ground to tremble slightly and a cloud of dust to rise. Rayleigh waved his hand to disperse the dust and addressed Carter. The contents of this box are specially customized training equipment from Colonel Steve, meant for this little brat, indicating Kevin. Indeed, a privileged brat. Carter scoffed. Rayleigh quickly interjected, Carter, I believe you might be misunderstanding. Upon hearing Carter label him as someone who had used connections to enter, Kevin felt a surge of indignation and retorted, Instructor Carter, my entrance examination was supervised by both Instructor Rayleigh and Instructor Darrow, and I passed all requirements. Therefore, I did not enter through favoritism. Please respect my integrity. Carter glanced at Darrow and Rayleigh, who nodded in affirmation of Kevin's words. Humph, and what of it? You have already been expelled from the boot camp, Carter stated, fully aware he had wronged Kevin but still insisting on his authority. Darrow then asked, Instructor Carter, what is the reason for this? Why are you expelling Kevin? Carter, with a cold expression, replied, I am the chief instructor of this boot camp, correct? Thus, I have the authority to expel a naval recruit. What purpose does it serve to keep a recruit who disobeys orders? Rayleigh approached Kevin and quietly asked, Kevin, what exactly happened? Why is Carter so intent on expelling you? Kevin lamented, It seems you forgot to inform me yesterday that I had been assigned to a specific team, leaving me uncertain of where to stand. Instructor Carter intends to penalize me for not being in formation, which I find unjust. As a result, he is preparing to expel me from the boot camp. Did you not convey this to him? Darrow inquired. Did you not inform him? Rayleigh echoed. Darrow and Rayleigh exchanged glances, sensing an ominous turn of events. I assumed you would mention it, Darrow remarked. I thought you would say something, Rayleigh added. It became evident that neither had communicated the team assignment to Kevin. Rayleigh addressed Carter, Instructor Carter, Kevin is a protege of Captain Karp. Following a rigorous evaluation, his performance was exceptional. Consequently, Colonel Steve convened a special meeting yesterday to deliberate on his team assignment and training regimen. However, due to his outstanding abilities, the colonel decided to provide him with individualized training, exempting him from any specific class. So it is that old fool Karp indulging in favoritism. Carter scoffed. What did you say? Kevin inquired, his expression darkening. In Kevin's previous life, there was a saying, a master is both a teacher and a father. Having taken Karp as his mentor, one could argue that Karp was indeed a father figure to Kevin. Upon hearing Carter's disparagement of Karp, Kevin could not remain silent. Instructor Carter, I implore you to retract your words. You lack the standing to insult Master Karp. Otherwise, I shall challenge you. Carter was a formidable instructor, ranking among the top 5 in the camp, yet his narrow-mindedness and vengeful nature were notorious. Few were privy to Carter's past, but Rayleigh and Doro were among the informed. Carter had once served as an officer aboard Karp's ship, commanding a small team of 20. In a reckless bid for glory during a pirate hunt, he acted independently, leading to the annihilation of his squad. Enraged, Karp expelled him from the ship. Since then, Carter harbored resentment towards Karp, frequently maligning him. Had it not been for the shortage of personnel in the boot camp and Carter's commendable prowess, Steve would have long since dismissed him. Now, upon discovering that Kevin was Karp's disciple, Carter sought to use Kevin to humiliate Karp. Unfortunately, this scheme was misguided. Recently returned to the camp and having missed Kevin's duel with Smoker, Carter was unaware of Kevin's formidable strength. In truth, Carter's abilities were only marginally superior to Smoker's. If Kevin could defeat Smoker, overcoming Carter would pose little challenge. However, as a newcomer, it would be inappropriate for Kevin to inflict excessive harm on Carter. Prompting Rayleigh to advise, be gentle during the bout. Carter, interpreting Rayleigh's words as concern for himself, arrogantly replied, I never hold back in combat. So this lad should consider himself fortunate. Kevin replied nonchalantly, I apologize, Instructor Rayleigh, but this individual has insulted Teacher Cap. It is impossible for me to show mercy, especially since he has declared that he will not hold back. Therefore, I shall give it my all, though sparing his life is an option. You are quite arrogant, Carter retorted with displeasure. To this, Kevin calmly responded, confidence is the mark of one who possesses strength. Arrogance belongs to those lacking it. I possess that confidence. Aware of Kevin's capabilities, Rayleigh and Doro exchanged sympathetic glances towards Carter, hoping that Kevin would not be too harsh. However, they mostly wished for Kevin to deliver a well-deserved lesson to this insufferable individual, which spoke volumes about Carter's poor standing among the recruits in the training camp. Suit yourself. But do give it your all, Kevin, Rayleigh encouraged. At that moment, Carter realized he had overestimated his significance, but he felt infuriated by Rayleigh's words, interpreting them as a slight against him. In indignation, he snapped, you little brat, rest assured, I won't kill you, but I will make your life a living hell. Is that so? Kevin scoffed, charging forward. Armed color sorcery combat technique, straight punch, meteor. Carter was struck in the nose, sending blood gushing as he flew backward. Armed color sorcery combat technique, hook punch, rising dragon. A punch landed on Carter's chin, propelling him skyward. Armed color sorcery combat technique, whip kick, mountain splitter. Kevin's whip kick slammed into Carter's abdomen, sending him crashing towards the ground. Armed color sorcery combat technique. Kevin reenacted the techniques he employed on Smoker this morning against Carter. However, this time, Kevin held nothing back, delivering each strike with full force. Consequently, Carter fared far worse than Smoker. While Smoker had merely been incapacitated, Carter endured multiple fractures in his right arm, a dislocated left elbow, shattered knees, nearly all of his ribs broken, bruises around his eyes, and a crooked nose. It appeared that without a recovery period of at least 3 to 4 months, Carter would be unable to train new recruits. Observing Carter's dire state, Smoker finally felt a sense of psychological balance, secretly thinking to himself, at last, someone is worse off than I am. Tina gently poked Smoker's arm and whispered, are you stronger than Instructor Carter? Why do I feel that he looks even worse than you did just now? Smoker's expression darkened as he replied, Kevin did not use his full strength when he sparred with me. Not at full strength? Tina exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief as she gazed at Smoker. He nodded, stating that Kid Kevin himself claimed that his current power level is 1,691. In the entire recruit camp, only Colonel Steve could possibly contend with Kevin. The other instructors simply do not measure up. Upon hearing Smoker's words, Tina gazed at Kevin with admiration in her eyes, exclaiming, he is truly impressive. I really look up to him. Smoker shot a jealous glance at Kevin but chose to remain silent. How dare you insult Teacher Karp, a mere wretch like you? If it weren't for your affiliation with the Navy, I would have certainly dealt with you. Should you dare to insult Teacher Karp again, I will strike you each time I see you, Kevin said fiercely, looking at Carter, whose body was grotesquely twisted. Doro quickly sought assistance to take Carter to the medical room for urgent care. Meanwhile, Rayleigh pointed to the box on the ground and said to Kevin, Kevin, this is the sea stone weighted training equipment that Colonel Steve customized for you. He instructed that you wear it during each training session. Kevin opened the box and discovered a complete set of weighted equipment inside. He couldn't help but inquire, what is the weight of these weights? 5,000 pounds, replied Rayleigh. Upon hearing this, Kevin nearly strained his back. 5,000 pounds. Did they truly consider him a Hercules? Could you possibly provide me with something lighter? Kevin whispered to Rayleigh. Rayleigh shook his head and replied, this is the lightest option available. This is also the directive of Rear Admiral Karp. They mentioned that once you acclimate to this weight, they will increase your burden directly to 10,000 pounds. Kevin nearly spat blood upon hearing the weight. 3,000 pounds was already a formidable burden for him to bear. He might manage 5,000 for a brief period, but one could hardly expect him to endure much longer, let alone a staggering 10,000 pounds. Did these two old men wish for his demise? Realizing that Kevin had misunderstood the purpose of the weighted gear, Rayleigh interjected, suggesting, you may select a few items from these weights for now. We can address the rest later. Upon hearing Raylough's words, Kevin's expression softened. In Steve's office, he examined the injury report for Carter, delivered by Darrow, and his lips involuntarily twitched. Had the lad truly been so brutal? Fractures, dislocations, and comminuted breaks. Any one of these would leave a person in agony for an extended period, yet Carter had experienced them all in one fell swoop. Was it truly the handiwork of that impish Kevin? Steve found it hard to believe. Indeed, Darrow nodded affirmatively. But how did this happen? How did an instructor like Carter end up in a confrontation with a rookie like Kevin? Steve inquired. Darrow recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. With a sigh, Steve replied, this situation cannot be blamed on Kevin. Carter, as an instructor, allowed personal grievances to cloud his judgment, seeking revenge under the guise of duty. Inform the authorities. Once he is recovered, he should be dismissed from the training camp. Isn't that a bit excessive? After all, Carter possesses considerable skill within the camp, Darrow cautioned. Steve responded. Carter's past misdeeds are well documented. He caused the demise of his squad in his reckless pursuit of glory. He deserved court-martial for that. However, Cap saved him from execution, offering him a second chance. Instead of gratitude, Carter has harbored resentment towards Cap for years, frequently attempting to tarnish his reputation. If it were not for Cap's standing, I would have never permitted such a character into the training camp. Now that Kevin has taken action, let us seize this opportunity to rid ourselves of him. Understood. I shall notify the necessary parties, Darrow replied before departing to manage the aftermath. Steve sat in contemplation, retrieving a communication device from his drawer and making a call. 6 months later, at the rookie training camp, Kevin, rise and shine. Do not linger in slumber any longer. Today, high-ranking naval officials are visiting the camp for inspection. Instructor Rayleigh has ordered us to assemble on the training field by 9 o'clock. We must not be late, or we shall face penalties. Smoker exclaimed, vigorously shaking Kevin, who was still lost in dreams. Kevin sat up abruptly, eyes still closed, and retorted with irritation, Smog, if you dare to shake me again. I cannot guarantee whether Rayleigh will deduct your points, but I assure you, I will certainly give you a good thrashing. Do you believe that? Upon hearing this, Smog instinctively took 2 steps back and replied, that Kevin, I only came to remind you, fearing you might forget. By the way, I suddenly feel quite hungry. So I shall head to the mess hall. Sorry for the disturbance. Please rest. With that, Smog dashed away, not wishing to face Kevin's unpredictable wrath. Over the past 6 months, Kevin had frequently dragged Smog into sparring sessions. Although Smog's strength had indeed improved through these encounters, no one would relish being battered and bruised so often. Sometimes, Smog felt rather pitiful. He had believed that as a natural-type devil fruit user, he would undoubtedly emerge as the rookie king among the new recruits. However, with the unpredictable presence of Rear Admiral Kevin in the new recruit training camp, not only did Smog fail to become the rookie king, but he also found himself perpetually in second place. After Smog's departure, Kevin reclined back onto his bed and quickly fell into a deep slumber once more. At 8:50, the lethargic Kevin jolted upright, glanced at the clock on the wall, and murmured, 10 more minutes, that will suffice. He then vanished from the room, along with the neatly arranged naval uniform that had been placed at his bedside. At 8:58, on the training grounds of the new recruit camp, a battalion of fresh recruits donned their pristine naval uniforms, standing in orderly ranks, awaiting the arrival of senior naval officers. In the front row stood the top 20 recruits of this cohort, yet there were only 19 individuals present, leaving a conspicuous gap for the first position. Tina, standing in third place, quietly asked Smog, who occupied the second position, why has Kevin arrived yet? Do you have any idea, Smog? With a serious expression, Smog kept his gaze fixed ahead and replied, his lips barely moving, I called for him before coming. But he said he needed a bit more sleep and requested not to be disturbed. Tina shot Smog a disdainful glance, saying, I just can't understand why you didn't drag him out of bed. You could have at least tried to pull him up. What kind of classmate are you? What kind of classmate? If only I could drag him out, but alas, I truly cannot. Smog replied, exasperated, his lips twitching. If I really did manage to drag him up, it would not be one less person here, but two. Tina was momentarily perplexed, her face a portrait of confusion. I would undoubtedly end up in the medical room after being pummeled. Do you believe that? Smog asserted. Smog, you understand me quite well. A voice chimed in from Smog's other side. On this matter, Tina, you should trust Smog. I can be quite irritable upon waking, unless I awaken on my own. Anyone who disturbs my slumber will face dire consequences. Startled, Smog turned to his right to find Kevin had appeared beside him without notice. Resigned, Smog said. Kevin, could you please make some noise the next time you show up? Scaring someone half to death is not ideal. Kevin and Smog, if you two continue to display such a lack of discipline, I suggest you return to the dormitory and spare us the embarrassment here in the new recruit camp. Barked Steve, the chief instructor of the new recruit training camp, as he conducted his rounds and noticed Kevin and Smog engaged in hushed conversation. Standing tall, Smog replied, I apologize, Colonel Steve. I acknowledge my mistake. Kevin remained silent, merely retrieving a donut from his pocket and savoring it with delight. Observing Kevin, who resembled his old comrade Karp in demeanor, Steve felt a pang of exasperation. Had he known then, he would never have consented to Karp's monthly training sessions with Kevin. Just 6 months prior, he was a well-mannered youth, but under Karp's influence, he had devolved into this carefree, lackadaisical figure. Each time this thought crossed Steve's mind, he experienced an urge to strangle Karp. Truth be told, Steve harbored great satisfaction with his 2 new recruits. Together with Tina, these 3 trainees not only excelled in their training, outpacing their contemporaries, but they also possessed the abilities of devil fruit users. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it was likely that they would all ascend to the rank of at least a captain in the future. It is noteworthy that within the Navy, there have been no devil fruit users below the rank of lieutenant commander. Moreover, both Kevin and Smoker were users of Logia-type devil fruits, suggesting that attaining the rank of captain was merely the beginning, with the rank of admiral lying within their grasp as a matter of time. Kevin, that little rascal, has an exceptionally promising future ahead of him. Not only is he a user of the devil fruit, but he has also mastered the art of combat under the tutelage of Karp, achieving a remarkable proficiency in the 6 powers. He has further honed his skills in both armament hockey and observation hockey. His ascension to the rank of admiral is undoubtedly a certainty. Indeed, Kevin's most significant accomplishment over the past 6 months has been the awakening of his observation hockey, a fact known only to 6 high-ranking officers within the Navy. Major Steve, Admiral Sengoku, and the others have arrived, reported a sentinel stationed at the entrance. Get the instructors lined up. I shall go see who it is, Steve commanded, swiftly making his way towards the new recruit camp's entrance. All stood at attention, the rustling of fallen leaves audible in the training ground. Before long, Steve returned, accompanied by Admiral Sengoku, with Vice Admiral Tsuru, Navy hero Karp, Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, Admiral Kizur Borsalino, and Admiral Akiji Kazan, along with several other vice admirals who were not currently on missions. Admiral Sengoku, all recruits from the XX class are assembled and awaiting your instructions. Lieutenant Daro reported with a salute. Thank you for your hard work, Lieutenant Daro, Sengoku replied, patting him on the shoulder. Doro, taken aback by the praise, quickly responded, It's nothing. It's my duty. Sengoku ascended the hastily constructed platform from the night before, cleared his throat, and spoke in a resonant voice. Greetings, everyone. I am Admiral Sengoku, and I trust you are all familiar with me by now, so I will forego further introductions. You may be curious about the presence of these high-ranking officers from the Navy and wonder if they are simply idling about in the new recruit camp, correct? Sengoku's words elicited laughter among the young recruits, who were surprised to discover the Admiral's sense of humor. In truth, even Steve was puzzled by the arrival of the high-ranking officials. Traditionally, the senior officers would only visit the training camp during the final evaluation of the recruits, typically accompanied by one admiral and a couple of vice admirals, or occasionally just a few vice admirals. The sudden influx of so many high-ranking officers was unprecedented, leaving everyone bewildered. At this moment, Sengoku cut to the chase, revealing their purpose for being there. I am here to announce an important decision. After discussion among the Navy's high command, it has been decided that starting from this training camp, all recruits will be assigned to shadow various vice admirals and admirals for a 6-month internship following 1 year of training. Furthermore, the top 10 recruits in overall performance will have the liberty to choose any vice admiral or admiral for their placement. After the internship, those in the top 10 will be sent directly to the elite training base. However, do not be disheartened if you do not make the top 10, as there will still be a competition for the recruits. And those finishing in the top 30 will also have the opportunity to train at the elite base under Admiral Zephyr. Upon hearing Sengoku's announcement, the recruits erupted with excitement. In previous years, only 20 slots were available for the elite training base, but this year, an additional 20 slots had been opened. Thrilling the recruits, the prospect of sailing alongside a vice admiral or admiral and potentially being recognized for their performance filled them with hope for a bright future. Steve, noticing the chaos among his recruits and feeling a flush of embarrassment, cleared his throat loudly. The recruits, reminded of the presence of the high-ranking officials, quickly fell silent. Sengoku surveyed the straight-backed recruits with satisfaction and continued, the specific arrangements will be communicated to Colonel Steve shortly. For now, I would like the top 10 recruits to introduce themselves and state their chosen officer. Steve addressed the front row of recruits. All right, from the 10th place onward. Please introduce yourselves in order. I am Elog, skilled in swordsmanship, a lover of barbecues, and averse to war. My aspiration is to become a great swordsman and promote world peace. I have heard that Vice Admiral Mongoose is a great swordsman, so I choose to follow him. I look forward to your guidance. The 10th recruit, Elog, introduced himself earnestly. Upon hearing Elog's introduction, Wukai could not help but wonder if he had somehow wandered into the wrong narrative, as it bore an uncanny resemblance to introductions in a certain anime series. Mongoose, surprised by the choice, had expected the recruits to gravitate towards the admirals. Nodding, he replied to Elog, "In that case, I shall train you well, young recruit." "Thank you." Vice Admiral Mongoose, Elog replied gratefully. "I am Donald Trump, proficient in hand-to-hand combat. My life motto is to eliminate anything I perceive as a threat. As a staunch advocate of absolute justice, I choose to follow Admiral Akainu," declared the ninth recruit, his demeanor serious. Akainu nodded in acknowledgement but remained silent. Meanwhile, Karp, picking his nose, quipped to Steve, "How did you end up training such a radical?" Steve shot Karp a glare and retorted, "The recruit was brought in by your department. I am merely responsible for training. If you have concerns, direct them to the recruitment personnel. Tina here, a paramecia-type user of the clank-clank fruit, aspires to become a strong and excellent Navy officer," she stated confidently. Though Kevin had been friends with Tina for quite some time, he found her peculiar habit of referring to herself in the third person rather perplexing. Could she not simply say I? At this moment, Vice Admiral Tsuru, who had been silent until now, smiled and beckoned to Tina, "Come here, child." Tina happily accepted the invitation. Smoker, a user of the smoke fruit, skilled in hand-to-hand combat. "I aim to be a powerful Navy officer, upholding justice and peace while eradicating those vile pirates who commit atrocities at sea," Smoker stated coolly. "Why not join Admiral Akiji's crew? He is also a user of a Logia-type devil fruit and can guide you well," Sengoku suggested before Smoker could respond. Among the 10 recruits, only Kevin had yet to choose, while Tina opted for Tsuru, Elog for Mongoose, and 2 others for Kizaru. The remaining 4 all chose Akainu, leaving Akiji with no recruits at all. Sengoku, clearly intent on preventing Akainu's faction from gaining further elite strength, stepped in to advocate for Akiji. The high-ranking officers present recognized Sengoku's intent to curb the expansion of Akainu's hawkish influence, yet they remained silent, not wishing to see Akainu's faction grow stronger. Akainu, targeted by Sengoku's remarks, merely snorted dismissively, saying nothing. Smoker, initially undecided, agreed to join Akiji after hearing Sengoku's suggestion. When it was Kevin's turn, before he could utter a word, Karp bellowed, "Kid, make sure to pick me, or I won't hesitate to show you the warmth of my loving fists." Kevin gazed at Karp with a furrowed brow, pondering, "You are blatantly threatening me." Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, "To become a true powerhouse, one must not merely engage in idle talk. Congratulations, host, you have received a mission. Set sail with the crew. Please choose one individual among Karp, Crane, Akainu, Kizaru, or Akiji to accompany you on this voyage. The reward for this mission is a D-grade blind box." At that moment, the system's voice resonated once more, causing a faint smile to grace Kevin's lips. Since his last task of defeating Smoker, the system had seemingly vanished, offering no news for half a year. Finally, it began to issue tasks again. This particular mission left Kevin in a state of indecision. The reason was quite simple. If he chose Karp, it was likely that Karp would soon be wandering the East Blue again. Kevin, however, was eager to explore the new world and witness the strength of its formidable inhabitants, wishing to gauge the disparity between himself and them. Thus, he was reluctant to select Karp. Although the Navy lacked a stronghold in the new world, the 3 admirals often roamed the area, prompting Kevin to consider choosing one of them. As for whom to select, Akainu was immediately dismissed. It was not that Kevin harbored any dislike for him, but rather that Akainu would not hesitate to eliminate any pirate he encountered, leaving no opportunity for Kevin to prove himself. Kizaru, on the other hand, was known to remain at headquarters, and without a mission to assign, he would certainly not budge. Hence, he too was ruled out. Akiji, however, seemed a favorable choice. Being rather laid back, he would not intervene if others were willing to act, making him Kevin's optimal selection. As for Vice Admiral Crane, he decided against her, as the staff at the headquarters was predominantly female, and he feared inciting jealousy. Thus, Kevin composed himself and declared, "I am Don Kevin, adept in physical combat, proficient in the Navy's 6 styles, armed with both observation and armament hockey. I cherish training, eating, and sleeping, while detesting interruptions during these activities. My aspiration is to forge an era devoid of distinctions between nobles and commoners, where all are treated equally in peace and stability. Therefore, I shall strive to grow stronger and eradicate all who oppress the populace, be they pirates, Navy personnel, or others." Upon hearing Kevin's introduction, the 6 senior naval officials displayed varying reactions. Sengoku merely frowned, but his gaze softened as it swept over his old comrade Karp. "What a formidable ambition," remarked Kizaru, the laid-back admiral known for his casual demeanor. Akiji observed silently, casting a curious glance at Kevin before donning his eye patch and feigning sleep. Crane chuckled and addressed Karp, saying, "Karp, is this the prodigious youth you spoke of? His fearless nature truly mirrors yours." Karp, with a jovial grin, replied, "Indeed, just look at whose disciple he is. Let me reiterate, young one. Be sure to select me later. I promise you a perfect score. Ha ha ha." He playfully winked at Kevin, eliciting exasperated expressions from the senior naval officers, who were bemused by Karp's blatant favoritism. Kevin merely rolled his eyes inwardly, resolving not to choose the old man. Akainu, who held the principle of absolute justice as his guiding tenet, wore a grim expression as he spoke. Young one, your ideology is perilously misguided. Kevin nonchalantly remarked, Admiral Akainu, I do not perceive my thoughts as perilous. Is not the ultimate aim of your unwavering justice the aspiration for a peaceful and stable world? I do yearn for global tranquility, indeed. However, your resolve extends beyond merely eradicating pirates. You also target the Navy and other entities. Who, may I ask, are these others you refer to? Akainu fixed his intense gaze upon Kevin, inquiring pointedly. There exist both virtuous and nefarious individuals in this world. Not all pirates are inherently malevolent, just as not all members of the Navy are paragons of virtue. I suspect you are aware that the Navy clandestinely executes a significant number of its own corrupt officers each year, a fact you, as an admiral, cannot possibly overlook. Akainu let out a grunt but remained silent. Kevin understood this as an acknowledgement, for most of these corrupt Navy officials had been dealt with by Akainu himself, who believed they tarnished the Navy's esteemed reputation. It was during their time aboard the ship that Karp had imparted this knowledge to Kevin. Kevin then spoke, Admiral Akainu, you have consistently upheld your notion of absolute justice. To be honest, I find some merit in your concept of absolute justice. A soldier should eradicate all evil without leaving a trace. If absolute justice is aimed at safeguarding humanity, then that indeed constitutes true absolute justice. For those who stand against the world are unequivocally evil. However, if it is merely to protect the interests of a select few, then what can we truly call it? Could you enlighten me, Admiral Akainu? A profound silence enveloped the room, the weight of Kevin's words rendering everyone mute. And what of the celestial dragons? They are the descendants of the Creator. Akainu stepped forward, his voice low and serious. Descendants of the Creator, you say? Do you genuinely believe such a claim, Admiral Akainu? The celestial dragons established the world government a mere 800 years ago, while the history of humanity stretches far beyond that. If we are to speak frankly, the celestial dragons are nothing but the architects of a new era. To label them as creators seems rather exaggerated. Moreover, after all this time, even the glory of our ancestors must have been squandered by those wretches, wouldn't you agree? Kevin proclaimed boldly, without a hint of trepidation. Akainu took another step forward and inquired, are you implying that the celestial dragons are wretches? Kevin shook his head and said, Admiral Akainu, I believe you have misunderstood. What I meant was that the majority of the celestial dragons are despicable, yet there exists a small faction among them that possesses integrity and knows their purpose. Does it not? Will you truly, as you claim, establish an era devoid of distinctions between nobility and commoners, where equality prevails and peace reigns? Akainu continued to inquire. Indeed. That is my aspiration, as well as my father's. Regrettably, I currently lack the formidable strength necessary to influence the world significantly. However, I am confident that one day I shall succeed, Kevin asserted with unwavering determination. Akainu slowly approached Kevin, his piercing gaze locked onto Kevin's eyes. Kevin did not flinch, his gaze unwavering as it met that of Akainu. The two locked eyes for a considerable time until Akainu suddenly raised his left hand. Kevin made no attempt to evade. He allowed Akainu's hand to rest upon his shoulder. Karp and the others tensed, poised to rescue Kevin from Akainu's grasp. Yet, Akainu did not strike. Instead, he merely placed his hand upon Kevin's shoulder and spoke solemnly. While your thoughts are perilous, I must concede that you are correct. When I first joined the Navy, I harbored similar sentiments. Some refused simply ought not to exist. However, I later realized that such actions would only exacerbate turmoil in the world, and thus I compromised. Young man, if you wish to pursue this path, ensure you do so with caution. Do not plunge the world into chaos. In due time, I shall lend you my support. I will not let you down, Admiral Akainu. Kevin replied with a smile. Is that so, lad? I look forward to witnessing the day you fulfill your dreams, Akainu remarked, a rare smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Sengoku, Karp, and the others wore expressions of bewilderment. The expected narrative did not align with reality. Shouldn't Akainu have bellowed accusations of evil, followed by an onslaught of elemental attacks that would leave Kevin utterly vanquished? Even if Akainu spared him due to Kevin's celestial dragon status, a lesson should have been imparted. Yet it felt as if a senior was encouraging a junior in a motivational display. Others were taken aback, but Kevin found this turn of events less surprising. Was Akainu truly malevolent? In truth, he was not. Although Kevin was not an ardent fan before his transmigration, he had followed the series and considered Akainu to be a quintessential iron-willed soldier. Throughout the saga of One Piece, Akainu merely clung to his belief in absolute justice, never oppressing the impoverished out of selfish desires. Rather, his methods were excessively ruthless. The deaths of Ace and Whitebeard, along with the destruction of Robin's homeland, earned him considerable disdain, leading many to loathe him. However, from Akainu's perspective, he was simply eradicating enemies, uprooting threats. What fault lay in that? Should he show mercy and risk being struck down in turn? Kevin's recent words seemed to evoke in Akainu a glimpse of his younger self, imbued with vigor and a desire for world peace, presenting another avenue for realizing his convictions, which is why Akainu refrained from violence and instead offered Kevin encouragement. Sengoku cleared his throat twice and remarked, Akainu, I did not quite catch what you just said. Next time, speak up. It was evident that Sengoku wished to keep the conversation from leaking, for discussions regarding celestial dragons were fraught with peril. Consequently, all present adopted expressions of ignorance. Akainu understood Sengoku's intent. Should their discussion become public, it could incite considerable discord. Given that it was unacceptable for a Navy admiral and a recruit to deliberate on whether celestial dragons were worthless. Thus, he responded, "Understood, Fleet Admiral." Sengoku nodded in satisfaction and inquired, "So, Kevin, which officer do you choose to sail with?" Kevin cast a glance over the naval mid-level officers and then smiled at Karp, declaring, "I choose Admiral Akiji." On the East Sea, a naval warship, resembling a dog's head clenching a bone, was gradually making its way across the waters. The naval soldiers busied themselves on the deck, yet every so often, they would steal glances at the figure seated upon the ship's prow. "Hasn't Karp's new disciple been sitting there for 12 days now?" whispered Naval Extra A to Naval Extra B. Extra B nodded in agreement. "Indeed, ever since boarding. This individual has remained there. Even during the recent tsunami, he seemed as if he were glued to the bow, utterly unmoving, a true enigma." "Absolutely. I heard from some soldiers on Karp's ship that he mastered the 6 forms of the Navy in just 8 days. I've heard that Karp's disciple is the new champion of this training camp, having severely injured an instructor named Carter. His combat prowess is exceptional. Truly worthy of being Karp's disciple. Even an instructor is no match for him. Impressive." The new disciple they spoke of was Kevin. 12 days prior, he was the sole recruit to board Karp's ship. Upon arrival, he immediately took to the prow to begin his training in the body refinement technique. "Karp has requested your presence, Kevin," announced Karp's aide, Bogart, as he appeared at the bow. "Ah, it seems I cannot escape this," Kevin sighed, opening his eyes with a hint of resignation. "Well, you have only yourself to blame. After all, you brought this upon yourself." Bogart shrugged, relishing the moment. As soon as Kevin boarded the ship, he hurried to this location to engage in his training, primarily to evade Karp. It is noteworthy that during the grouping of the new recruits, Kevin had initially chosen Akiji. However, to his astonishment, Karp forcibly claimed Kevin from Akiji by utilizing the 30 recruits assigned to his own ship. Kevin could never forget the fiery gaze that Karp directed at him at that moment. Thus, he sought refuge at the bow of the ship under the pretext of training. After 12 days, it is likely that Karp's patience had worn thin, prompting him to summon Bogart to call for Kevin. Kevin, with evident reluctance, followed Bogart to Cap's cabin on the second deck. Under Bogart's sympathetic gaze, Kevin hesitantly rapped upon the door of Cap's quarters and called out, "Report." "Come in," came Cap's voice from within, devoid of any hint of anger. Kevin cast a questioning glance at Bogart, who merely murmured a farewell, urging him to take care. Before fleeing, as if to escape a dire threat, Kevin nervously pushed open the cabin door, only to find Karp seated on the bed, a donut in hand, bringing it to his lips. Upon seeing Kevin, Karp revealed a sinister smile and remarked, "Young one, do you not have anything to say to this old man?" Kevin shivered slightly, forcing a faint smile as he asked, "Teacher Karp, what are you saying? I'm a bit confused." "Not clear," Karp replied. "Then allow me to jog your memory." With that, Karp vanished from his position. Kevin hurriedly stepped back, but regrettably, Karp was swifter. Just as Kevin reached the doorway, Karp's iron fist loomed large before him, landing squarely on Kevin's face. Like a cannonball, he was propelled backward, only coming to a halt upon colliding with the bow of the ship. "Teacher Karp, why do you keep hitting my face?" Kevin exclaimed, covering his visage, only to recall that Karp had similarly struck him last time. Could it be that the old man had a penchant for slapping faces? "Because you want to learn without a good thump." Karp flexed his wrist, stating matter-of-factly, "The last time it was my face you struck. And now again, can we not change the venue?" "Teacher Karp, I truly don't know how I have offended you." Kevin lamented, still shielding his face. "Offended? I distinctly remember during the rookie training camp, reminding you on several occasions to follow me. Yet you chose to accompany that brat Kazan instead, and refused to be my disciple. That really bruises my pride. What is it about that little punk that makes him superior to me?" Karp leaped down from the second floor, launching a punch toward Kevin. "Teacher Karp, please, show some restraint. After all, I still need my face to earn a living." As Karp prepared to strike once more, Kevin felt a surge of anger. Was Karp becoming addicted to this? Just as Karp's fist was about to make contact with Kevin's face again, Kevin swiftly moved, employing the shave technique from the 6 styles to evade the blow. "Ah, Kevin, young lad, you seem quite adept at shave. It's been 2 months since I last saw you. I can see you've made significant progress. If that is the case, prepare yourself, for I shall unleash my full strength," Karp declared, continuing to throw punches faster than before. Initially, Kevin managed to evade using shave, but after 20 strikes, he realized his movements became less obedient. He intended to turn but found himself barreling forward before he could successfully change direction. Noticing Kevin's struggle, Karp ceased his onslaught. Addressing the panting, unsteady Kevin, he said, "Kevin, you possess commendable speed. Do you still have the energy? Strike me once, and let us see how much your strength has improved." Kevin waved his hand and, breathless, said, "Old man, please allow me to rest for 10 minutes. Without waiting for Karp's response, he sat cross-legged on the deck. After 10 minutes, Kevin rose and said to Karp, "Old man, I am ready now. I have recovered." Aren't you going to rest a bit longer, young Kevin? Karp chuckled warmly. Kevin shook his head and replied, no, just one move. I will employ my strongest attack against you. Very well, then you must give it your all. Let me witness the limits of your capabilities, Karp responded, no longer dissuading him. Old man, here I come. Are you ready? After taking a deep breath and adjusting his body to its optimal state, Kevin forcefully stomped his left foot on the ground, propelling himself towards Karp like an arrow released from its bow. Simultaneously, his right hand was enveloped in a dark hue of armament hockey as he unleashed a powerful punch. Armament hockey martial technique, shattering fist, star crush, iron block, steel body. Karp did not evade, but instead braced himself to receive Kevin's punch head-on. With a resounding crash, Kevin's punch, infused with his entire strength, struck Karp's chest fiercely, creating a shockwave that sent the surrounding Navy soldiers tumbling like ragdolls, their dignity lost in the chaos, except for Karp's aide, Bogart, who remained steady. Not bad, little Kevin. To be able to wield armament hockey to this extent without guidance speaks to your innate talent. In terms of strength and speed alone, you are already comparable to a typical commander. However, when considering your overall prowess, you have yet to reach the level of a commander. For your physical resilience and control still require improvement. You must have noticed that once your speed reaches a certain threshold, you begin to lose control of your body. Therefore, I believe the next phase of your training should focus primarily on enhancing your physical strength and body control. Karp patiently instructed Kevin. To be honest, Kevin's rate of progress had surpassed Karp's expectations. Over the course of 6 months, during the initial 4 months, Karp would occasionally visit the rookie training camp to guide Kevin's training. But in the last 2 months, Karp had been preoccupied and could no longer offer his counsel. Karp had initially thought that if Kevin could merely master the Navy's 6 forms and achieve the strength of a captain, it would be commendable. However, Kevin had remarkably transformed from an ordinary individual to someone whose strength was now perilously close to that of a commander. A talent worthy of significant cultivation within that power structure. Karp felt a sense of pride, realizing he had discovered an extraordinary asset for the Navy. Suddenly, Karp seemed to recall something important, and he turned to Kevin, saying, little Kevin, I just remembered something crucial that I need to share with you. Please, go ahead. Kevin urged. Karp stepped closer, lowering his voice to Kevin's ear. Your words at the rookie camp reminded me of my son, Dragon. You know, you bear a striking resemblance to him. However, you possess the identity of a celestial dragon, as long as you remain within reasonable bounds. The world government will not take action against you. I hope you do not follow in his footsteps and find yourself at odds with the Navy and the world government. Kevin shook his head and replied, I truly cannot guarantee this, old man. I have already expressed my aspirations during my time in the recruit camp, hence. Kevin did not continue speaking, yet Karp had already grasped his intention. Ah, you young people truly leave me at a loss, Karp said with a hint of melancholy. It is worth noting that Karp's son, Dorag, had once been a source of immense pride for him, heralded as the most promising candidate to become the 4th Admiral of the Navy. Unfortunately, during a mission, Dorag witnessed the Dragon people mercilessly slaughtering civilians, which profoundly impacted him. Consequently, he left the Navy to establish a revolutionary army aimed at overthrowing the world government and eradicating the Dragon people. Now, this promising junior before him, too, might find his dreams leading him down a path of opposition, leaving Karp with a sense of disappointment. Through this period of acquaintance, Kevin has come to regard the venerable Karp with a profound respect. He spoke to comfort him, saying, Old man, I believe you should be more open-minded. It is essential to understand that everyone harbors their own dreams and possesses the right to pursue them. Our aspirations are all aimed at making this world a better place. A sentiment you expressed to me 6 months ago, correct? Indeed, making the world a more beautiful place is my own aspiration. Karp nodded in agreement. Though our paths may diverge in the future, our dreams remain aligned, all striving towards the same noble goal. It is no wonder that Sakazuki, that stubborn fellow, holds such high hopes for you. It seems you possess a unique charm, Karp expressed, his tone reflective, before breaking into a hearty laugh. Old man, your words make me feel quite bashful. Kevin scratched his head in modesty. Kevin, my boy, strive diligently for your dreams. Whether you choose the Navy, the Revolutionary Army, or even piracy, I simply hope you remain true to your word. However, should I learn that you have committed any heinous acts, I would not hesitate to introduce you to my lovingly crafted fists, Karp remarked with a playful yet ominous tone. That must not happen. Kevin waved his hands in protest. Vice Admiral Karp, we have now entered the East Blue. Do you have any instructions? Karp's aide, Bogart, approached them, addressing Karp. Is that so? Ah, at last. I shall reunite with that little rascal, Luffy, Karp exclaimed joyfully. Kevin, in a few days, I will introduce you to my rather unremarkable grandson. Are we finally to meet the destined child of the pirate world? Kevin felt a flutter of excitement. In his previous life, he had held a considerable fondness for Luffy, that seemingly simple-minded fellow. Suddenly, Karp appeared to recall something, turning to Bogart and instructing, go fetch a map of the East Blue for young Kevin. Both Bogart and Kevin exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Karp's intent. Noticing their confusion, Karp elaborated, on my way here, that old Coot Sengoku asked me to make a stop at Kunai Island, as it seems someone there has spotted that rascal, the Golden Lion. Kevin was somewhat astonished. The Golden Lion Shiki? He was indeed an extraordinary individual, once a member of the notorious Rocks Pirates. He was a figure once spoken of in the same breath as Gold, Roger, and Edward Newgate. Moreover, he was the first pirate in history to escape from Impel Down, wielding the powers of the Float fruit, a Paramecia-type devil fruit. While it is commonly accepted that Logia-type fruits surpass Paramecia in strength, Shiki managed to utilize his abilities in a manner that rivaled even their might. Commander, should I notify the East Blue Division to dispatch reinforcements? Bogart inquired, as he felt uncertain in the face of Shiki. Kapu shook his head nonchalantly, replying, "There is no need to be so anxious. I merely intend to have a look. I am not going to capture him, thus we need not mobilize our forces. If we do happen to meet, let it be a reunion of old friends." "That's wonderful, Master Kapu. May I accompany you?" Kevin asked excitedly. After all, he was about to encounter a legendary pirate, and it would be an invaluable experience. Moreover, given that Shiki had only recently escaped from Impel Down and was likely injured, perhaps he could seize an opportunity. Kapu shot Kevin a disapproving glance and said, "I never said you could tag along, you brat. As a test for you, I will provide a ship in the navigational chart for East Blue. You will then make your way to my hometown, Windmill Village, on your own. If you manage to arrive within a month, you will have passed your initiation, and I shall grant you full marks. For every day beyond that, I will deduct 10 points. As for any extra time, I won't concern myself with it. Do as you please. Based on the timeline, you should reach Windmill Town in about 12 to 13 days. With the remaining time, perhaps you could return to Karlux and pay respects to your parents." Although Kevin felt a tinge of disappointment at the prospect of not encountering Shiki, he recalled that his parents had passed away over 6 months ago. As their son, it was indeed his duty to honor their memory. Thus, Kevin bowed respectfully to Kapu and expressed, "Thank you, Master." The following morning, Kapu's warship turned towards Kunai Island, while Kevin embarked on the small boat provided by Kapu, commencing his voyage. Following the navigational chart, Kevin returned to his birthplace, Karlux Island, in just 5 days. "Young Master Kevin, it is truly wonderful to see you safe," exclaimed the island's residents, greeting him with warmth upon his return. The island's overseer, the nearly 70-year-old Yakin, hurried out to meet him, grasping Kevin's hand with fervor. "Little Kevin, you are unharmed. How splendid. We were all worried when you ventured out to confront the pirates. We had intended to assist you, but inexplicably, everyone fell unconscious. By the time we awoke and arrived at the harbor, you had vanished without a trace. All that remained were a group of Navy officers handling the pirates' corpses. The Navy personnel informed me that you had been taken away by a certain admiral from headquarters. We thought they were merely trying to console us, but now seeing you, I can finally breathe easy." Kevin respectfully addressed Grandfather Yakin, saying, "Grandfather Yakin. It was Vice Admiral Karp of the Navy who saved me." Upon hearing Karp's name, Grandfather Yakin inquired with a hint of excitement, "Is it the same Karp renowned as the hero of the Navy?" "Indeed, Grandfather Yakin. Do you know Master Karp?" Kevin asked, astonished. "Haha. How could I be so fortunate as to know a hero like Karp? However, in my youth, I too was a sailor, and Vice Admiral Karp was indeed my idol. By the way, I just heard you refer to Vice Admiral Karp as your teacher. Could it be that you have become his student?" Grandfather Yakin said with a sense of pride. Kevin nodded and said, "Indeed, Grandpa Yakin. Although I have not officially joined the Navy yet, I am currently undergoing training at the Navy boot camp. This time, I accompanied Teacher Karp on his voyage to fulfill my training mission. Being in the Navy is admirable as it allows one to uphold justice and protect the vulnerable." "What did you say? Did you mention that Vice Admiral Karp has come to the East Sea?" Grandpa Yakin inquired, somewhat incredulous. "Yes, Grandpa Yakin. Teacher Karp has indeed arrived in the East Sea, but he is engaged in other duties on a different island. I happened to be passing through on a mission, so I thought I would stop by and pay my respects to my parents." Upon hearing Kevin's words, Grandpa Yakin nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Little Kevin, you are truly a filial child. Your parents' ceremonial tomb is located in the cemetery behind the town." "Ceremonial tomb?" Kevin looked at Grandpa Yakin in confusion, unable to comprehend how it could be a ceremonial tomb. Noticing Kevin's puzzled expression, Grandpa Yakin explained, "You see, after the Navy retrieved the pirates' bodies, the people on the island and I initially intended to construct graves for your parents and the others who had perished. However, a few individuals clad in white suits arrived on the island, claiming to be your family's servants, intending to take your parents' remains back to their hometown for burial. At first, I was skeptical. Yet, the leader spoke of many things about your father that aligned with my own knowledge, suggesting a close familiarity, so I did not impede their actions. After your parents' remains were taken, we erected a ceremonial tomb for them." Kevin pondered for a moment, suspecting that it must be someone sent by his grandfather from Mary Geos, especially since his father had not relinquished his celestial dragon status. According to their customs, he should be buried in Mary Geos. Thus, he said to Grandpa Yakuin, "Those must be people sent by my grandfather." "Thank you, Grandpa Yakuin." Grandpa Yakuin waved his hand and replied, "It's nothing. Your parents were very kind during their lives, often helping those in need on the island. It is only right for us to do this for them. I won't disturb you any longer. You may go to the cemetery to pay your respects to your parents." Well then, Grandpa Yakuin, I shall take my leave, Kevin said politely. After bidding farewell to Grandpa Yakuin, he purchased some offerings on the island and made his way alone to the cemetery behind the town. Standing before his parents' gravestone, Kevin whispered, Mom, Dad, don't worry. I will surely find a way to bring you back to life. I believe that before long, our family will be reunited. The next morning, Kevin said his goodbyes to the islanders and continued to sail towards his destination, Windmill Village. In the tavern of Makino in Windmill Village, the crew of the red-haired pirates was joyously raising their glasses in celebration. Shanks sat at the bar, continuing with his plan to entice Luffy to join him. Take me with you next time you set sail, Shanks. I want to be a pirate too. The innocent Luffy exclaimed eagerly, not considering anything beyond his desire to become a pirate. Shanks laughed heartily, looking at the Na'vi Luffy and said, Do you really think someone like you can become a pirate? Why not? Luffy asked, puzzled. Nearby, Jesus Burgess, the first sniper of the red-haired pirates, leaned back in his chair and remarked, Luffy, no matter how well you swim, that alone won't make you a pirate. Luffy, indignant, retorted, I'm also quite skilled in fighting. My punches are as powerful as a pistol. As he spoke, he demonstrated with his small arms. Shanks didn't even glance at him, casually eating as he scoffed. Is that so? Upon hearing Shanks' doubt, Luffy flared up. Hey, Shanks, what kind of tone is that? Next to him, the meat-chewing Lucky Roo added, to put it simply, Luffy, you're just too small. Jesus chimed in, you're the same age as my kid. Luffy protested, I'm not a little kid. I've grown up. Shanks, sitting nearby, requested a glass of juice from Makino and pushed it towards Luffy, saying, All right, Luffy. Don't be angry. Have some juice. Luffy's face lit up at the sight of the juice, and he exclaimed, Thank you. Before gulping it down eagerly. Seeing Luffy drink the juice, Shanks burst into laughter. See? You're clearly just a little kid. You're so mean, Shanks. Luffy shouted, baring his teeth at Shanks. Luffy's comical expression elicited laughter from the crew of the red-haired pirates in the tavern. Don't laugh. Luffy yelled, jumping onto a chair. What's wrong with you? Stingy Shanks? Makino, who had watched Luffy grow up, smiled fondly, having not seen him so lively in a long time. At that moment, the tavern door was kicked open, interrupting the merriment. A tall, slender man entered with a group of followers, causing an immediate hush to fall over the establishment. Is this what they call pirates? They all look so foolish, the tall man scoffed as he approached the bar, addressing Makino. We are mountain bandits, but we're not here to cause trouble. Quickly sell us some alcohol. We need about 10 barrels. Makino apologized with a smile. I'm very sorry. We've just sold out of all our liquor. The bandit leader, glancing at the pirates who were still drinking, asked with annoyance, sold out? Are these pirates drinking plain water then? Makino explained. The alcohol that was sold is all gone. They bought it all. Shanks, who had been eating, looked up and said to the bandit leader, sorry. It seems we drank all the alcohol here. I truly apologize. If you don't mind, here is an unopened bottle for you, as he handed over an unopened bottle. The bandit leader smashed the bottle with a punch, splattering Shanks with the liquor. I'm a bounty criminal worth 8 million berries. A single bottle isn't even enough for rinsing my mouth. Don't underestimate me, the bandit leader said angrily. Shanks sighed. Now the floor is all wet. My apologies. Miss Makino, as he squatted down to pick up the broken bottle while asking, do you have a cloth? Makino who thus? The conversation turned to the matter of why the young lad was in such a foul mood, resorting to food as an outlet for his frustration. Enough with the chatter. Luffy retorted indignantly. Suddenly, Shanks seemed to recall something, as he realized he had not observed any food on the bar, unless, hey, what exactly did you eat? Shanks called out anxiously to Luffy. Upon hearing Shanks's exclamation, Luffy gulped down the contents of his mouth in a panic. Shanks stood up, pointing at the empty box on the bar, inquiring, was it that box? Did you consume everything inside it? Seeing Shanks's alarmed expression, Luffy, feeling guilty, nodded sheepishly. In a swift motion, Shanks seized Luffy, lifting him upside down and shaking him vigorously while demanding, spit it out. Immediately, expel everything you've eaten. Upside down and uncomfortable. Luffy shouted back, what are you doing, Shanks? At that moment, a peculiar occurrence transpired. Luffy's legs inexplicably elongated, causing his small face to make intimate contact with the ground before springing back to its original form. Bewildered, Luffy asked, what just happened? Shanks, still holding Luffy aloft, explained. What you just consumed was the gum-gum fruit. After eating the fruit, your entire body transforms into rubber, rendering you a rubber man. And you will never be able to swim again. Alarmed by Shanks's words, Luffy shouted in distress, Shanks, you must be joking. A pirate who cannot swim is a fatal flaw. Foolish boy. Shanks scolded angrily. At that moment, an untimely voice rang out from the doorway, excuse me. Seems like my arrival is rather ill-timed. The onlookers turned to see a tall, handsome youth peering into the tavern. It was Kevin who, upon witnessing Luffy being held upside down by Shanks and the damaged tavern door lying on the ground, recognized the scenario as reminiscent of Luffy's recent encounter with the devil fruit. Is that little brat inside called Luffy? Kevin feigned ignorance as he inquired. I am Luffy. Who are you? And don't call me a brat. I am already an adult. Luffy, still dangling, retorted fiercely. I am Kevin, your grandfather's student, Kevin replied. and upon noticing the lady standing beside Shanks, he approached and asked, "Is this Sister Marcy?" Marcy nodded gently, responding, "Indeed, it is." Kevin retrieved a paper bag from his pocket, within which lay a substantial stack of berries. He handed it to Marquino, saying, "This is the snack money for Luffy that Master Garp entrusted me to deliver to you, and it is also a part of my mission during this new recruit training." With that, he presented the paper bag to Marquino. Upon receiving the money from Kevin, Marquino inquired, "Why hasn't Mr. Garp returned this time?" Kevin cast a glance at the anxious Luffy and said, "The situation is such that Master Garp has matters to attend to and will not return for a few days. Hence, he entrusted me with delivering your snack money during this period." Upon hearing that his grandfather would be returning in a few days, Luffy, who harbored a profound fear of his grandfather, began to fidget and awkwardly prepare to slip out of the tavern in search of a hiding place for a few days. Unfortunately, his attempts at stealth had not gone unnoticed by Kevin, who had been observantly watching him all along. Kevin swiftly appeared at the tavern's entrance, blocking Luffy's path. With a beaming smile, he addressed Luffy, "Young Luffy, where do you wish to go? Are you eagerly anticipating a reunion with the esteemed elder? Master Garp has mentioned you numerous times, expressing his hope to see you upon his return. Therefore, I cannot allow you to wander freely. You must remain here patiently." Luffy, grasping Kevin's shoulders, shook him vigorously while pleading with a quivering voice, "Grandpa is coming back. It's so terrifying. Please, I beg you, let me go." Kevin, while indulging in anime, was aware that Luffy harbored a fear of his grandfather, Garp. However, he was taken aback by the extent of this fear, especially considering Luffy's status as the protagonist. With a playful tone, he remarked, "Little Luffy, why do you fear Garp so much? He isn't nearly as fearsome as you suggest. Is he? Or perhaps you are overwhelmed with joy at hearing news of his return. If that were the case, it would surely touch Garp's heart." At that moment, Shanks interjected, "Excuse me, may I ask if you are with the Navy?" Kevin shook his head and replied to Shanks, "I cannot yet be considered a member of the Navy. I only joined the new recruit training camp this year." Shanks continued to inquire, "Then who is this Garp you speak of?" Kevin intentionally responded, "As a pirate, have you not heard of the name of the Navy hero, Vice Admiral Garp?" As Kevin's words fell, a wave of astonishment swept through the tavern, leaving all the pirates momentarily speechless. What had possessed their captain to attempt to entice the grandson of the renowned naval hero, Garp, into a life of piracy? It appeared he had succeeded. But the implications of this decision were likely to be severe, as they could soon find themselves facing Garp's wrath. All eyes then shifted to Luffy who, noticing the attention upon him, nodded and stated, "My grandfather is indeed in the Navy. However, I am unaware of the specifics of his duties." "Huh, youngster. Do you not feel fear sitting among pirates?" Jezeb inquired with a chuckle. "It seems the red-haired pirates, who have recently made a name for themselves in the New World, do not possess the habit of indiscriminately slaying the innocent," Kevin retorted fearlessly. "But you are a naval officer, considered an enemy of pirates," Jezeb pressed further. "And what of the Navy? Are they not human? Can the Navy and pirates not be friends?" Kevin countered. Jezeb was left speechless. "Then may I ask, young naval recruit, what brings you here?" interjected Ben Beckman, the first mate of the red-haired pirates, who had been silent until now. "As I mentioned earlier, I came to deliver this month's snack allowance for Luffy to Miss Makino, fulfilling my task as a new recruit. Now that the task is complete, my second objective is to apprehend this little rascal and prepare him for the arrival of Rear Admiral Garp." Luffy, struggling in Kevin's grasp, shouted, "Who wants to welcome him?" "I certainly don't. Let me go." "In that case, let us conclude our festivities for today and reconvene tomorrow," Shanks announced, preparing to depart with his crew. "Wait a moment," Kevin called out, halting the red-haired pirates in their tracks. "Is there something you wish to discuss, young naval officer?" Shanks turned to inquire. "Not much, really," Kevin replied. "But having heard tales of your formidable conqueror's hockey, I wish to experience it firsthand." "Are you certain?" Shanks asked, his expression turning serious as he regarded Kevin. Kevin nodded silently. "You are quite an intriguing individual. Why not give it a try?" Upon finishing his words, a formidable aura, reminiscent of an emperor, emanated from Shanks, pressing heavily upon Kevin. "Is this your conqueror's hockey?" Kevin gritted his teeth and responded, releasing a desolate and domineering presence that countered the red-haired pirate's aura. "You possess conqueror's hockey as well," Shanks exclaimed in astonishment. The two forces of hockey collided instantaneously, producing a faint sound of air explosion. "Impressive." Shanks had not anticipated that Kevin would possess hockey rivaling his own. "It seems there are others in the Navy with such formidable hockey," Shanks's crew began to murmur. Suddenly, Shanks laughed heartily and said to Kevin, "Navy lad, I look forward to meeting you in the New World." "The New World? I shall certainly venture there. Although it may take a few years, my current strength is still somewhat lacking. Once I attain an admiral's prowess, I will surely explore the New World." Kevin replied with a smile. "You know, I haven't encountered a Navy officer capable of engaging in lively banter with pirates like you for quite some time," Shanks remarked, his gaze drifting as if lost in recollection. "The last Navy officer was my teacher. After all, Captain Garp and Roger were both enemies and friends. So I wouldn't be surprised if he shared a drink with pirates," Kevin stated. "You know?" Shanks asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. "I know far more than you might imagine. Such as your time as an intern on Roger's ship and the existence of his son, Kevin said, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Shanks's expression sharpened, his eyes locking onto Kevin as he asked in a low tone, "Who exactly are you?" "I, Don Kevin, a mere rookie in the Navy. You need not be wary of me. Your past with Roger is not a secret among the higher-ups in the Navy. As for the matter of Roger's son, rest assured, I have no intention of harming my cousin," Kevin responded, having sensed Shanks's murderous intent but remaining unfazed. "Then I shall feel at ease. See you tomorrow," Shanks replied, his murderous aura dissipating as he donned a cheerful demeanor and beckoned his crew to leave the tavern. The following noon, a series of urgent knocks jolted Kevin from his slumber. Groggily, he opened the door to find Makino standing outside. "Is there something amiss, Sister Makino?" Kevin yawned, still half asleep. "It's Luffy. He's in trouble," Makino said anxiously. "What? Luffy's in trouble?" Kevin exclaimed, hastily throwing on his clothes and rushing out with Makino toward the location of Luffy's predicament. As they ran, Kevin inquired, "Sister Makino, what happened to Luffy?" Makino recounted the events leading up to the incident. A band of mountain bandits had visited her tavern the previous day, mocking Shanks and his crew while drinking. Naturally, Luffy, Shanks's little fan, could not tolerate this and had engaged in a quarrel with the bandits. Consequently, they had taken Luffy away for a severe beating. Unable to stop them, Makino, being a frail woman, opted to inform the village chief and, recalling that Kevin was a Navy officer, sought his assistance. Kevin pressed his hand against his forehead, resignedly reflecting that Luffy truly was the uncontested troublemaker of the pirate world. Subsequently, Kevin shrouded the already modest windmill village with his observation hockey and addressed Makino. "I shall proceed ahead. Do not worry, Shanks has already arrived." With that, he swiftly utilized the shave technique to hasten towards the location where Luffy was in peril. Meanwhile, the elderly village chief implored the mountain bandits, "Please, spare the child. I am unaware of Luffy's transgressions and harbor no desire for conflict with you. Should there be any offense, I am willing to offer monetary compensation. I beseech you, show mercy towards that child." As he spoke, the village chief knelt before the bandits. Upon hearing of the potential for money, the bandit leader chuckled derisively, remarking, "Ah, the old man understands the ways of humanity, but it is of no consequence. This brat has already incurred my wrath." Despite being trampled underfoot by the bandit leader, Luffy defiantly shouted, "You're the one in the wrong, you filthy monkey." The bandit leader coldly pressed his blade to Luffy's throat, stating, "Incurable little brat. Prepare to repent in the afterlife." With that, he raised his weapon, ready to strike. The village chief's pleas fell on deaf ears as the bandit leader remained unmoved. Just then, Shanks, accompanied by his crew, parted the crowd and approached. "I wondered why the tavern was empty. It seems everyone is gathered here. Aren't those the same bandits from yesterday?" Shanks remarked with a smile. The bandit leader sneered, casting a sideways glance at Shanks. "What brings you pirates to this village? Are you merely here to scrub the floors?" Disregarding the bandit's mockery, Shanks turned to Luffy and said, "Luffy, did you not claim that your fists were mightier than a pistol?" The bandit leader, irritated by Shanks' indifference, retorted, "Hey, pirate, I care not for your presence here. But you would do well to leave before you taste injury." Unfazed by the threat, Shanks continued to stride toward Luffy. At that moment, one of the bandits aimed a gun at Shanks' head, ominously warning, "Approach any closer, and I shall shatter your skull, coward." "Hey, Shanks. Now is hardly the time for you to play the hero." Kevin, who had just arrived, crouched beneath an eave, addressing Shanks. "Oh, it's you, Navy brat." Shanks greeted Kevin with a smile. Kevin protested with discontent, "Shanks, your memory seems rather lacking. I introduced myself yesterday. My name is Don Kevin. Please refer to me as Kevin or Don, but refrain from calling me Navy brat. My apologies, I had forgotten. However, I shall remember this time and will henceforth call you Kevin, Navy brat," Shanks replied, reflecting with sincerity that indeed, during their previous encounter, Kevin had mentioned his name. And he responded with a hint of regret. Kevin helplessly pressed his forehead, then turned to glance at the bandit leader. Reflecting on a joke from his previous life regarding this very leader, he couldn't help but murmur softly, "Is this truly the legendary king of bandits?" Kevin truly felt an urge to ask the man, "Might you be the legendary mountain bandit king who could outmatch even Shanks, the emperor, and kick the future pirate king into shape?" Yet, he restrained himself. Instead, he addressed the assembled bandits with considerable displeasure. "I had no intention of engaging you, as you are not my designated targets. However, your persistent provocation has forced my hand. Therefore, I shall apprehend you in the name of the Marines. Let me enumerate your transgressions. Firstly, the child you've seized is the grandson of my mentor. Secondly, your capture of this child has deprived me of much-needed rest, which is utterly deplorable. Thirdly, I've just realized I lack the funds to settle my bill. Fortunately, your head ought to fetch a reasonable sum, which I intend to use to offset my expenses." The assembled throng was utterly flabbergasted by Kevin's pronouncements, collectively muttering under their breaths that the final reason was likely the true motivation behind his actions. The bandit chieftain, equally incensed, retorted, "Don't underestimate us." "And who are you, exactly?" "Cadet Don Kevin of the Marine Recruit Training Camp, at your service," Kevin declared as he leaped from the rooftop, stretching his limbs. He then addressed Shanks, who was being held at gunpoint. Shanks, how about this? You rescue Luffy, and I'll handle these bandits. Agreed? No problem, Shanks replied with a nod, resuming his advance toward Luffy, the bandit brandishing a firearm, and sensed that Shanks had disregarded his threat, prepared to discharge his weapon. However, before he could pull the trigger, a gunshot rang out, and the bandit collapsed into a pool of blood. Kevin was the shooter, a golden desert eagle now gleaming in his hand. Without further ado, Kevin continuously squeezed the trigger, and within moments, over 20 bandits lay lifeless. This very firearm was acquired from a blind box received from the mission where he defeated Smoker half a year prior. Everyone present was taken aback by the decisiveness of Kevin's actions. He acted swiftly and without hesitation, leaving them all momentarily stunned. Observing the demise of his subordinates, the bandit chieftain contemplated making a hasty retreat. He retrieved a smoke grenade from his person, hurled it violently onto the ground, and created a dense cloud of smoke. Under the cover of the smoke, the bandit chieftain snatched Luffy from the ground, fled to the docks, and escaped by boat. Shanks, what were you doing? Weren't you supposed to rescue Luffy while I dealt with these bandits? How did you let him get captured? Kevin, confident that Luffy's protagonist plot armor would protect him, refrained from pursuing. Instead, he stood his ground, casting a disdainful glance at Shanks and issuing a reminder. Shanks, finally realizing his oversight, covered his face in frustration, lamenting. My mistake. I let that rascal abscond with Luffy. Out on the open sea, the bandit chieftain carelessly tossed Luffy into the water, then began rowing away. A smile of triumph on his face. He believed he was safe, but danger was stealthily approaching. A colossal figure materialized on the surface of the sea. It was the Lord of the Coast, a not fully evolved sea king that frequently haunted the vicinity of Windmill Village. With a terrifying expression, the Lord of the Coast opened its massive maw and devoured the bandit chieftain whole, then prepared to swallow Luffy as well. Just then, a figure interposed itself between Luffy and the Sea King. Luffy gazed up to see that it was Shanks. However, the Lord of the Coast had already severed one of Shanks' arms. The Lord of the Coast, overjoyed at the prospect of another morsel, prepared to strike again. But Shanks unleashed his conqueror's haki, scaring the Sea King away. Witnessing Shanks' sacrifice, Luffy wept bitterly, exclaiming, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have lost your arm. Shanks, embracing Luffy with his remaining arm, reassured him, it's not your fault. Makino has already recounted the events to me. All of this happened because you stood up for me. Therefore, as a friend, it is my duty to save you. A fortnight later, aboard Shanks' ship one night, a raucous celebration was in full swing. Kevin and Shanks strolled to the ship's railing and took a seat. Shanks, I'm grateful for your guidance these past 2 weeks. I feel that my application of Conqueror's Haki has improved significantly, Kevin remarked, raising his glass. Haha, that's simply because you possess a rare gift, lad. Most individuals would struggle to make such remarkable progress in such a short span, Shanks replied, clinking glasses with Kevin, not sparing his praise. Over the years, Shanks had encountered many talented youths, but Kevin's prodigious talent was truly unprecedented. So, Shanks, where do you plan to go next? The New World? Kevin inquired. Taking a sip of his drink, Shanks nodded in affirmation. Indeed. After returning, I intend to head straight to the New World. The first half of the Grand Line holds little interest for me. Haha, but Kevin, aren't you shy of 16 summers? It's against the rules to drink before that age. Spare me. When did you first imbibe? I highly doubt you waited until you were 16, Kevin retorted, offering Shanks a middle finger before laughing good-naturedly. It seems the fourth Emperor of the Sea is about to emerge. Those at headquarters must be in for a headache. Hey, you don't seem concerned in the slightest. If I truly become the fourth Emperor, wouldn't that make things even more difficult for the Marines? Shanks inquired, perplexed. Kevin nonchalantly remarked, so what? The more challenging the endeavor, the more intriguing it becomes, don't you think? Just imagine the thrill of boasting in the future about having crossed swords with one of the 4 Emperors of the Sea. That sensation is simply exhilarating. Shanks, upon hearing this, shook his head with a smile, saying, I can only imagine how exasperated those old-timers in the Navy will be because of you. Kevin's expression suddenly turned serious as he asked, Shanks, may I pose a question? What kind of person do you believe Roger truly was? Was he really a pirate? Well, as for the captain, Shanks began, he was impulsive and headstrong. Yet his actions were often childlike in their innocence and simplicity. He never bullied the common folk. Overall, he was quite a decent individual. Why do you ask? Shanks inquired. A hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his eyes glimmering with nostalgia. In my memory, pirates were ruthless brigands, wreaking havoc wherever they went. Yet, it seems Roger never engaged in such deeds, Kevin remarked. Shanks nodded in affirmation, recalling, indeed, the captain never laid a hand on civilians. His ire was reserved solely for fellow pirates. Thus, I maintain that Roger resembled more of an adventurer than a pirate. To call him the Pirate King feels somewhat misplaced. Just as I suspected, Kevin replied knowingly. Perhaps so. The title King of Adventurers would suit him better. And Shanks, though we are friends, I must remind you that Luffy is the sole grandson of Master Karp. I would not want you to lead him astray into piracy. If Luffy were to become a pirate, it would surely weigh heavily on Master S. heart. Kevin spoke earnestly to Shanks, while Karp appeared jovial daily. Kevin, having spent considerable time with him, discerned that Garp was reluctant to mention his son, Dragon. This reticence stemmed from Dragon's opposition to the world government, making it awkward to discuss. Furthermore, Garp had never forgiven Dragon for abandoning the Navy, as he had harbored great hopes for him to become a just Marine. Now, Garp's aspirations rested on Luffy, and Kevin feared that if Luffy chose the path of piracy, it would be a devastating blow to Garp. After the significant incident, Garp resigned from his position to train new recruits, a decision influenced by Ace's death and Luffy's complete divergence from the Navy. The captain once told me that everyone harbors their own dreams, and to pursue those dreams is the essence of true manhood. Luffy's dream is to become a pirate. I am merely guiding him along that path, Shanks stated, taking a sip. Spare me, Shanks. You wish for Luffy to become Roger's successor, to achieve what Roger could not. Do you not? If that is the case, then the title of Pirate King is truly unfit for him. Rest assured, Luffy will set sail. No one can prevent that. However, I believe that his journey will not be in pursuit of becoming the Pirate King, but rather the king of adventurers we just spoke of, thus alleviating any concerns regarding the Navy's pursuit of him. I have confidence that Luffy will find his way, for I do not wish for Master to be troubled by the antics of his grandson. Shanks shrugged nonchalantly. Very well, do as you please. Shanks, when you depart tomorrow, I shall refrain from seeing you off. After all, I am a Marine. It would be inappropriate for a Marine to bid farewell to a pirate. Should anyone catch wind of it, it could lead to unfavorable consequences for Master. Therefore, I wish you a safe journey and hope you soon ascend to become the 4th Emperor. With that, Kevin drained his cup in one gulp. All right, just you wait, lad. I shall undoubtedly become the 4th Emperor of the pirates. If you find yourself in a bind, be sure to seek me out. I can offer you a position among my ranks, Shanks declared, laughing heartily as he finished his drink. The following morning, Shanks and his crew set sail from Windmill Village, embarking towards the New World. The villagers gathered to bid them farewell, displaying a poignant sense of reluctance. Luffy, deeply saddened by Shanks's departure, felt disheartened for several days, his spirits waning and his interest fading. That morning, he trudged into Makino's tavern with his head hung low and said to her, "Please give me a glass of juice. I am thirsty, Makino." Kevin was seated in the tavern, sipping his drink and enjoying breakfast when he beheld Luffy in a state of despair. He inquired, "What troubles you, Luffy?" With a hint of melancholy, Luffy replied, "Shanks has departed, and I find it hard to let go." Kevin chuckled and said, "You mentioned setting sail, didn't you? So, one day you shall meet him. What is there to be unwilling about? However, you must take good care of that straw hat upon your head. It once belonged to Roger in his youth. Is that true?" Upon hearing Kevin's words, Luffy grasped the brim of his straw hat tightly and declared with exuberance, "Indeed, I am destined to become the Pirate King." Hee, Luffy, it would be wise not to utter such words in front of Master Garp, or I fear you may end up on the receiving end of a rather severe beating, Kevin remarked with a mischievous grin. "Don't worry, I'm not foolish. By the way, Kevin, didn't you say that Grandpa would be returning soon? Why have we yet to see him?" Luffy, recalling Kevin's words about Garp being away on business and soon returning to Windmill Village, asked with a hint of anxiety. Kevin's observation of the domineering presence of Karp at the dock went unshared with Luffy. Instead, he jestingly remarked, "Luffy, are you so eager to have Teacher Karp return to give you a good thrashing?" As he spoke, Kevin requested a breakfast for Luffy from Machino. The two engaged in conversation as they ate. "Luffy, you constantly proclaim your desire to become a pirate. Do you truly understand what being a pirate entails?" Kevin inquired, having resolved to instill a different perspective in Luffy, steering him away from his aspiration of becoming the Pirate King. Luffy nodded vigorously and replied, "Of course I know. Pirates are those who yearn for freedom, and the Pirate King is the freest person upon the seas, which is why I aspire to be the Pirate King." Is that truly your interpretation? I, however, beg to differ. Pirates are simply rogues who wreak havoc across the oceans. Honestly, there are very few pirates like Shanks who refrain from harming civilians. One could more aptly describe them as adventurers. You must understand that pirates are relentlessly hunted by the Navy. With the constant pursuit, what freedom can they claim? Adventurers, on the other hand, can sail legally, seek treasures, and even receive assistance from the Navy when in need. Thus, I believe you would fare better as an adventurer. No, the Pirate King is the freest person in the world, as Shanks has informed me, Luffy countered, shaking his head in disagreement with Kevin's perspective. Is that so? Perhaps there is a misunderstanding in their interpretation of piracy. I tend to think that individuals like Shanks are more akin to adventurers. The reason they identify as pirates rather than adventurers is that adventurers were once a magnificent group from millennia ago. As time passed, that group faded, while pirates emerged, leading those who venture out to sea to label themselves as pirates instead of adventurers. Is that true? Luffy exclaimed with excitement, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. He scooted his chair closer to Kevin and asked, "Could you tell me more about adventurers?" Kevin nodded and said, "Of course," thus embarking on his tail-spinning mode. He spoke of the origins of adventurers, their rise, and their eventual decline, weaving together facts and fictions with great flair. In conclusion, he stated, Shanks, like the adventurers, never endanger the common folk. Their targets are none other than the ruthless pirates. Moreover, since someone has already become the Pirate King, why not aspire to be another kind of sovereign? Perhaps an adventurer king would suit you well. In this way, Roger remains the first pirate king, while you would be the inaugural adventurer king. Both would signify the dawn of a new era. Wouldn't that be splendid? Adventurer king, he mused. That sounds rather impressive. Let me ponder whether I should pursue the title of pirate king or adventurer king, Luffy remarked, feeling a flicker of excitement. Suddenly, Kevin, with a mischievous grin, asked, Luffy, are you ready to make your escape? Escape? Luffy replied, bewildered as he looked at Kevin, unsure of what he meant and why he needed to flee. Just then, the tavern door swung open. I heard a certain troublesome young lad is planning to set sail as a pirate. Is that so? Garp strode into the tavern. In a moment of panic, Luffy, who had been sipping juice, sprayed it all over the place, exclaiming in terror, Grandpa. Oh no, it's Grandpa. Run. Kevin also rose and respectfully addressed Karp. Master Karp, you have arrived. Karp nodded at Kevin and then turned to Luffy, exclaiming, you rascal. Shouldn't you offer me an explanation? As the grandson of a Navy officer, how could you dare to become a pirate? You bring me such distress. Luffy, defiantly lifting his chin, retorted, I never claimed I wanted to join the Navy. It was you who insisted I do so. Karp, realizing Luffy's insubordination, remarked, it seems you long for the affection of my iron fist. With that, Karp seized Luffy, who attempted to flee, and delivered several firm knocks to his head. You have consumed a devil fruit, haven't you? Karp inquired, astonished by the sight of Luffy's swollen forehead, having noticed something unusual during their encounter. Kevin nodded and replied, indeed, Master Garp. Luffy has consumed the rubber fruit brought by Shanks, and he has now transformed into a rubber man. What is happening? Garp inquired of Kevin. Kevin recounted the events of the past few days to Karp in meticulous detail. Upon hearing this, Karp rolled up his sleeves and strode out, exclaiming, those wretched mountain bandits dare to seize my grandson. I shall capture him and deliver a thorough lesson. Kevin intercepted Karp and said, Master Karp, that band of mountain robbers has been eradicated, and their leader has been devoured by the Sea King. Are you intending to teach a lesson to those ruffians in the underworld, or shall we visit the belly of the Sea King to confront the bandit leader? With that, Karp turned back, pulled out a chair, and sat down, addressing Kevin and Luffy, you two should eat quickly. Once you finish, I shall take you to a certain place. Where to? Kevin inquired. Where are we going? Luffy echoed. You will find out in due time, Karp replied with an air of mystery. Kevin and Luffy hastily finished their meal, then turned their attention to Karp. From the pocket of his jacket, Karp retrieved a bounty notice and handed it to Kevin while nonchalantly picking his nose. Young Kevin, he remarked. The individual depicted on this bounty notice is the target for your second training mission. You may capture him alive, but it is permissible to leave him severely beaten. As for his subordinates, they should not be killed. Kevin cast a glance at the photograph on the wanted poster. It featured a tall woman who, while not an extraordinary beauty, possessed a considerable allure. Upon noticing the astonishing bounty of 5 million berries, it became evident that this woman was no ordinary individual. His composure faltered when he read the name emblazoned above, Callie Dayton. Kevin was well aware of who Callie Dayton was. She was the adoptive mother of Ace and Luffy, the matriarch of the Dayton family, notorious bandits from the Gorbos Mountains. Yet, he pondered, had Dayton truly been so striking in her youth? How had she morphed into the image of a coarse, overweight old woman? In the world of pirates as envisioned by Oda, this transformation seems to be an immutable law. With the exception of a rare few, most women are remarkably beautiful in their youth, only to lose their allure in old age. A prime example of this phenomenon is Big Mom, whose youthful beauty is almost unrecognizable when compared to her elderly appearance. Kevin's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the bounty notice, revealing that it was issued 30 years prior. He could not help but tease Karp, saying, Master Karp, how am I supposed to apprehend someone with a bounty notice from 30 years ago? People's appearances can change drastically over such a long period. Why not provide me with a baby photo for reference? Karp chuckled awkwardly and replied, young Kevin, there is no need to concern yourself with such trivial details. The individual on this bounty lives on the Galibo Mountain, just behind the village. They are part of a rather recognizable band of pirates. And even if their appearance has changed from what is depicted, it matters little. Kevin nodded helplessly and asked, what is the duration of the task? 1 day. Karp replied without a moment's hesitation, tomorrow morning, I shall inspect the results. Upon hearing this, Kevin seized the bounty notice from the table and departed the tavern. As he watched Kevin leave, Karp turned to the side, where Luffy was hiding and rubbing his head, saying, Luffy, you scoundrel, upon seeing me, you attempted to flee. My disciple was present earlier, so I refrained from saying much. Now, however, do you not owe me a reasonable explanation? Not far from the tavern, Kevin heard a chorus of anguished cries emanating from within, and he couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder Luffy is so resilient. It appears he was honed by Karp from a young age. Gazing at the sprawling expanse of Gulbo Mountain, which spanned at least several hundred square kilometers, Kevin felt an urge to curse. This is not merely a mountain, it is an entire mountain range. He thought. To search for a bandit's hideout within such a vast mountainous terrain in just 1 day was clearly absurd. Despite his reluctance, Kevin set forth into the mountains. Fortunately, he had mastered the observation hockey. Although its coverage was limited, it was sufficient for reconnaissance. After traversing the mountains for approximately 3 hours, Kevin suddenly sensed a confrontation ahead and quickened his pace. Upon nearing the scene, he discovered a young boy engaged in battle with a leopard the size of a bus. The child appeared to be no older than 10, dressed in a tattered white tank top and shorts, wielding a rusty iron pipe. Dodging the giant leopard's attacks while seeking an opportunity to counter. This boy seemed to be his long-lost cousin, Ace. Kevin refrained from acting hastily. Instead, he concealed himself behind a towering tree, clandestinely observing Ace. Despite Ace's youth, he exhibited remarkable agility and keen reflexes. Throughout the course of Kevin's observation, which lasted over 10 minutes, Ace adeptly evaded the onslaught of the colossal leopard on numerous occasions. At times, while dodging, he even launched counterattacks at the leopard's joints or abdomen using a water pipe. However, Ace's strength proved somewhat lacking, and his technique was entirely absent. His responses were instinctive. And despite numerous assaults on the leopard, he failed to inflict even a modicum of effective damage. Kevin, ceasing his observation, descended from the tree and inquired, "Shall I be of assistance?" Kevin's sudden appearance not only startled Ace, but also caused the enormous leopard to retreat in fear. Ace, ever vigilant, fixed a wary gaze upon Kevin and demanded with a fierce tone, "Who are you? What brings you here? Are you here to steal my prey? If that is your intention, I suggest you leave promptly, for I am quite formidable." Kevin spread his hands, signaling that he bore no ill intentions, and said, "There's no need to be so tense. I come in peace and have no desire to seize your prey. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Don Kevin, a newcomer to the Navy, yet to graduate from boot camp. As for my purpose here, look." With that, Kevin retrieved the bounty notice for Dayton from his pocket and held it before Ace, continuing, "My instructor has assigned me the task of locating this individual. Might you be acquainted with her?" Upon hearing that Kevin was not there to claim his quarry, Ace exhaled a sigh of relief. After glancing once more at the bounty notice, his tone softened as he replied, "I haven't seen the person depicted on this notice, but I do know someone who shares her name. Is that so? Please, do tell me where I might find her. Thank you." Kevin, who had been troubled by the difficulty of locating Dayton's hideout, found it fortuitous to have Ace as a guide. Ace gestured towards a mountain path ahead and said, "If you follow this road for about an hour, you will come upon a large house. She resides within it. However, what do you intend to do once you find her?" "Well, naturally, my objective is to capture her, though what happens thereafter is uncertain." My instructor did not elaborate. Kevin was well aware that Karp would not take any drastic measures against Dayton, as he relied on her to look after Ace and Luffy. Yet, he refrained from voicing this thought. "Oh, I see. If you wish to proceed, it seems you must first deal with that fellow." Ace pointed towards the vigilant giant leopard that was keeping a watchful eye on the two of them. Kevin glanced in the direction indicated by Ace. The path ascending the mountain was merely 2 or 3 meters wide, flanked by sheer cliffs, and the colossal leopard effectively obstructed the route. There were only 2 possible approaches to ascend. One could either traverse the air with a lunar step, or defeat the formidable leopard before him. Although Kevin was inclined to utilize the lunar step to float above, he cast a glance at Ace, then at the leopard, ultimately resolving to vanquish the beast. Allowing Ace and the leopard to engage in battle here might prolong the conflict until one party exhausted their strength, and while the leopard's defeat would be manageable. If Ace were to lose, although the narrative dictated that he would not perish, he would undoubtedly sustain injuries. As a cousin, he could not permit the illegitimate child of his aunt to come to harm. "Are you referring to this behemoth? If I manage to defeat it, will you treat me to barbecue?" Kevin inquired, gesturing towards the leopard. Ace nodded and replied, "If you truly succeed, I shall treat you. Since you've made that promise, do not renege on it." Kevin asserted confidently, "A man must keep his word. Only children go back on their promises." Ace remarked with a hint of pride. Upon witnessing Ace's acquiescence, Kevin approached the colossal leopard. Perhaps sensing the aura of danger emanating from Kevin, the leopard retreated a few paces, letting out a couple of roars directed at him. "Does this imply you are willing to yield?" Kevin inquired. The leopard appeared to comprehend Kevin's words, nodding its massive head in a manner reminiscent of a chick pecking at grains. Kevin turned to Ace and asked, "What do you propose we do?" Without a moment's hesitation, Ace replied, "This is our dinner. If you fail to capture it, I shall have no means to procure meat for roasting." Kevin shrugged at the colossal leopard and, with a tone of resignation, remarked, "You see, it's not that I wish to restrain you. Rather, it is this fellow who, after death, shall seek you out." With that, Kevin vanished from his spot. In the next instant, he materialized above the giant feline, gently tapping its forehead with a single finger. The leopard, which had been poised to retaliate, was instantly rendered motionless, as if a pause button had been pressed. Moments later, a resounding thud echoed through the air, and the great beast collapsed onto the ground, devoid of any sign of life. Such power this individual possessed. With merely a finger, he had slain the leopard. Ace stood in awe of Kevin's remarkable display. Kevin was quite pleased with Ace's astonished expression. After clearing his throat, he inquired, "Can we leave now?" "Certainly," Ace replied, nodding mechanically, though his mind lingered on the recent display of Kevin's prowess. Kevin disregarded Ace and leaped over the carcass of the giant leopard, ascending the mountain. By the time Ace regained his composure and arrived, Kevin had already ventured over 100 meters away. He could not allow this individual to find Dadang and the others. He posed too great a threat. As Ace collected his thoughts, he quietly reflected that, judging by Kevin's recent display of prowess in vanquishing the giant leopard, Dadding and his companions would be utterly no match for him, merely fodder in the face of Kevin's might. It was worth noting that Dadang's group struggled even against themselves. Moreover, it seemed that Kevin had expressed an intention to capture Dadang. Should he encounter Dadang and his family, the likelihood of apprehending them would be unequivocally assured. Although Ace typically exuded a frigid demeanor, he was, in essence, a warm-hearted individual, and thus he wished to prevent the capture of Dadang and his companions. Consequently, Ace disregarded the giant leopard's remains and hastened to pursue Kevin. Kevin had been surreptitiously observing Ace. He had just disclosed the purpose of his journey to Ace. Without specifying how he intended to deal with him, he wondered how Ace would react, whether he would attempt to thwart him or remain a passive observer. Dear little cousin, Kevin mused, I am eagerly anticipating your next move. Noticing Ace in pursuit, a subtle smile played upon Kevin's lips. Ace, while giving chase, was embroiled in an internal conflict. He found himself in a quandary. On one hand, he didn't want anything untoward to happen to Dayton and the others. Although the old, corpulent Dayton constantly wished for his demise, she genuinely cared for him, dispatching her subordinates to search for him whenever he was away for an extended period. On the other hand, Ace knew he was no match for Kevin. As he drew closer, Ace finally resolved to impede Kevin's progress. When Ace was 5 paces away, he leaped forward, bringing the iron pipe down forcefully upon the nape of Kevin's neck. Ace's objective was simple. Defeating Kevin was improbable, but rendering him unconscious was a viable option. A blow to the back of the neck could induce fainting. He sought to prevent Kevin from ascending the mountain without causing serious harm, the best course of action he could devise. Kevin had been observing Ace with his observation hockey. Upon witnessing Ace make a move that intended merely to incapacitate him rather than to take his life, he silently nodded in approval, realizing that his cousin possessed a heart of compassion. However, it was indeed quite disrespectful for his cousin to strike him so. With a resounding clang, the pipe in Ace's hand struck Kevin's nape, producing a metallic sound that reverberated through the air. The force of the impact sent Ace flying several meters back, crashing heavily to the ground. How is this possible? What manner of creature are you? Ace inquired, astonished, as he struggled to rise from the earth. Kevin turned around, resting his hand on the back of his neck, shaking his head as he disregarded Ace's question. With a sinister smile, he remarked, You dare to ambush me? You possess quite the audacity. With that, Kevin lunged forward, delivering a punch to Ace's abdomen, sending him flying until he collided with the carcass of a massive leopard, where he finally came to a halt. However, Kevin had employed a deft touch, inflicting only pain without causing any real harm to Ace's body. As Ace struggled to rise, Kevin was already before him, wrapping an arm around his shoulder and whispering, Ace, remember this. If you lack absolute certainty, do not recklessly strike at someone more powerful than yourself. Otherwise, death shall be your only reward. Fortunately for you, you directed your attack at me. As your sole blood relative in this world, I shall not take severe measures against you. But with others, the outcome may differ. Do you understand, my cousin? Ace was momentarily taken aback by Kevin's words, yet he quickly feigned confusion and asked, Ace, you must have mistaken me for someone else. That is not my name. And what do you mean by claiming to be my cousin? In Ace's memory, his mother had passed away shortly after giving birth to him, leaving him with no family. The sudden emergence of someone claiming to be a relative was difficult for him to comprehend, and it instinctively aroused a sense of caution towards Kevin. What? Do you not believe me? Kevin inquired, producing a photograph from his pocket and extending it towards Ace. Ace accepted the photo, which depicted 2 strikingly similar, beautiful women standing beneath a windmill. Confused by Kevin's intent, Ace inquired, What does this mean? Kevin pointed to the more demure beauty standing on the right in the photograph and said, My mother is your mother's sister. This is my mother, Pascasti, Lucia. He then gestured towards the lively beauty on the left, adding, This is your mother, my aunt, named Pascasti Luju. Although Ace had never met his mother, Cap had once shown him a photograph of Luju, and he could certainly recognize her in the image. However, Ace chose not to acknowledge this, for he could not ascertain the veracity of Kevin's claims. What if Kevin had merely found a photograph of someone else's mother to deceive him, with ulterior motives to ensnare him? With a mature disposition, Ace feigned ignorance and replied, You must be mistaken. Kevin felt a sense of helplessness. He understood that Ace's actions were merely a form of self-preservation. Thus, he deftly shifted the topic, saying, Perhaps I mistook you. My apologies. However, might I inquire about the reasoning behind your ambush? Upon noticing Kevin's change of subject, Ace inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, then brandished the water pipe and replied, I currently reside in the Dayton territory. Although that old hag constantly wishes for my demise, she is still somewhat concerned for my well-being. So I cannot allow you to harm her. Is that so? My apologies then. I had thought I could silently capture them, but given your ambush, I intended to let them suffer a bit, Kevin remarked, turning on his heel and making his way towards the Dayton family stronghold located atop the mountain. Ace, seeing this, hurriedly followed suit. At the mountain peak, within the Dayton family stronghold, Callie Dayton, a tall and rotund figure, sipped his drink while questioning his 2 subordinates about the whereabouts of the young scamp, Digula. Ace. Why hasn't Digula returned yet? Magula, sporting a prominent crest of hair, shook his head and replied, "Boss, Dugula is responsible for keeping an eye on Ace today. Ace must have gone hunting down the mountain, and with his strength, the beasts in this area should pose no challenge to him." The diminutive Dugula chimed in quickly, "Indeed. Very well, then. There's no need to send anyone to find that little rascal. Yet, I can't shake this unsettling feeling today," Dayton said, taking a hearty swig from his bottle. "We share that sentiment." Both Magula and Dugula echoed in unison. Just then, a mountain bandit stumbled in, breathless, exclaiming, "Boss, trouble. Someone has broken in. And our brothers are barely holding up." Dayton tossed aside his bottle, seizing the bandit's collar and demanding, "What did you say? Speak again." The bandit hurriedly explained. A young man approached while our brothers were basking in the sun, inquiring if this was the Dayton family's headquarters. Seeing he was alone, they confirmed it was, only for him to declare he had come to capture you for some task. Our brothers, infuriated by his arrogance, attempted to teach him a lesson. But none could withstand a single blow from him. "I seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to bring you this news." Dayton released the bandit and strode toward the exit, declaring, "Aside from that old coot Karp, I've never feared anyone. I shall see who dares to disrupt my territory." Before he could reach the door, he felt a powerful kick from behind, sending his hefty frame soaring like a ball, crashing onto the open ground before the house. Following that, Dugula, Magula, and the bandit were unceremoniously hurled out of the building. Rising from the ground, Dayton growled, "Who is the fool that dared to ambush me?" "It is I," came the response. The group turned to see Kevin casually perched on the rooftop, his legs crossed, observing them with a bemused expression. "And who might you be?" Dayton, seasoned by life as tempests, though tense, feigned composure as he inquired, "I am the one tasked with capturing you. As for the one who assigned me this mission, he shall return tomorrow. So, are you prepared to be apprehended?" Kevin asked with a cheerful demeanor. At that moment, Ace returned, breathless, and warned, "Be cautious. This man is formidable, and I am no match for him. Also, Dayton, this fellow has expressed his intent to seize you. Impressive speed, you've caught up swiftly." Kevin complimented Ace before turning his attention back to Dayton and the others, asking, "Will you bind yourselves, or shall I do it for you? Though you may be strong, we are not to be underestimated in number. If you wish to capture me, then come at me," Dayton retorted, his tone laced with defiance. "Do you understand that sometimes numbers alone are not sufficient?" Kevin chuckled at Dayton's bravado, shaking his finger as he addressed the group. "There are occasions when it is not the quantity that determines the outcome, but rather the quality. In simpler terms, the multitude may prove futile. I can easily overpower all of you. Does your number truly matter?" Dayton, unyielding, shot back, "Who do you think you are, an arrogant brat? Anyone can boast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 40 in total." Ignoring Dayton, Kevin began counting the heads with his finger. "Hey, are you even listening to me?" Dayton shouted. Kevin flexed his wrist and remarked, 20 seconds is sufficient." 20 seconds? What do you mean?" The group surrounding Dayton was bewildered, questioning whether this man had succumbed to hysteria as he muttered incomprehensible phrases to himself. "Not good. He's about to strike. Everyone, be cautious." The first to react was Ace, who hastily warned Dayton and his oblivious companions of the imminent peril. Regrettably, Ace's warning came too late, the moment his words left his lips. Kevin had already materialized behind him, delivering a swift chop to the back of Ace's neck, rendering him unconscious and collapsing to the ground. Kevin then plunged into the throng, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. 20 seconds later, not a single soul remained standing except for Kevin. After incapacitating all, Kevin entered Dayton's residence. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, brandishing a substantial bundle of hemp rope he had unearthed from an unknown source, and proceeded to bind Dayton and his companions together like Zongzi, discarding them onto the open ground. As for Ace, Kevin naturally refrained from binding him, for he was his cousin, deserving of a modicum of preferential treatment. Over an hour later, the unconscious Ace finally regained consciousness. He shook his head, attempting to dispel the lingering dizziness. "You have finally awakened, Ace." This voice instantly banished Ace's disorientation. Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld Kevin seated upon a chair, with Dayton and his companions tied up like Zongzi to Kevin's left, while to his right lay the lifeless body of the slain giant leopard. "What exactly do you intend to do?" Ace inquired warily, scrutinizing Kevin. "Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions, otherwise they would have been dispatched long ago." Kevin yawned before continuing. "Earlier, you mentioned that if I could defeat this giant leopard, you would treat me to barbecued meat, correct? The ingredients for the feast are now assembled. Please proceed." Realizing that resistance was futile given his own capabilities, Ace resigned himself to the task of dealing with the carcass of the giant leopard. Kevin observed Ace skillfully handling the carcass of the giant leopard and nodded to himself, contemplating that Ace had evidently acquired numerous survival skills during his time here. It seemed that should they embark on a journey at sea in the future, he would not succumb to hunger. Ace worked with remarkable proficiency, swiftly preparing the leopard's remains before igniting a bonfire to roast the meat. As he tended to the fire, Ace inquired of Kevin, "Now that I pose no threat to you, could you reveal your true identity?" Kevin shrugged helplessly and remarked, "Did I not just inform you? Who's to blame for your lack of belief?" "Huh. If someone suddenly claims to be your kin, would you readily accept it?" Ace chuckled awkwardly in response. If you choose not to believe me, there is little I can do. However, once Master Karp arrives tomorrow, you shall comprehend that I have not deceived you. With that, Kevin picked up a piece of meat that appeared to be perfectly roasted and began to eat heartily. Do you know Grandpa Karp? Ace inquired, unable to conceal his disbelief. Indeed, the old man is my mentor. What of it? Kevin swallowed his morsel and gazed at Ace. Since you are a friend of Grandpa Karp, why did you take action against Dayton and the others? They too can be considered friends of Grandpa, can't they? Ace found himself perplexed by Karp's intentions, prompting him to ask. Kevin once again retrieved the bounty notice from his pocket, waving it in front of Ace as he spoke. Do you see this? It was given to me by Master Karp. His task for me is to capture the Dayton group, and he did not impart any further instructions. Ace, observing the longing gazes of Dayton and her companions, who were bound and cast aside by Kevin, pleaded with him. Can I release Dayton and the others and perhaps offer them something to eat? Kevin glanced at the bound members of Dayton's group and shook his head, saying, I'm afraid you'll have to wait until Teacher Karp arrives to decide whether to release them. Upon seeing Kevin's refusal, Ace chose to remain silent, and the two continued to enjoy their roasted meat in tranquil silence. The following morning, Karp dragged Luffy to the doorstep of Dayton's crew. Upon seeing Dayton and the others tied up like rice dumplings, Karp smiled at Kevin and remarked, Kevin, my young apprentice, you truly live up to my expectations. You have executed the task splendidly. I am quite pleased, and you have achieved full marks for this second assignment. Seeing Karp's arrival, Ace inquired, Grandpa Karp, wouldn't you consider Dayton a friend? Why treat them this way? Karp, with a smirk, replied, while they may be considered friends, they are ultimately mountain bandits. And I am a righteous marine. Besides, I merely instructed my apprentice to capture them. I never said to harm them. Are they not all safe and sound? Dayton and her crew, who had been bound in silence for an entire night, mentally berated Karp, thinking, try being tied up like a dumpling for a night without food or water. However, they only dared to voice such thoughts internally, fearing that speaking out would provoke Karp's wrath, and they were unwilling to test the extent of his temper. Recognizing the unfairness of his actions, Karp instructed Kevin to untie Dayton and her crew. Once free, Dayton sat on the ground, her face a mask of fury as she confronted Karp. So, Karp, what brings you here this time? Karp seized Luffy, who was running about excitedly, and presented him to Dayton, saying, This is Luffy, my grandson. I have no pressing matters. I simply need you to look after him for a while. What a joke. Spare us. One ace is already too much to bear. Are you trying to kill me by sending another? Dayton shouted at Karp. Unfazed by Dayton's rejection, Karp crossed his arms and confidently declared, Then you must choose, a life in prison or assisting me in raising this boy. Remember, I have turned a blind eye to many of your transgressions. Dayton shouted in outrage, Hey, Karp, this is downright bullying. Magura and Dogura, witnessing Dayton's rising anger, quickly interjected, Boss, raising these two little ones is certainly better than being sent to prison. Let us agree to this. Ultimately, with no other option, Dayton reluctantly consented to help care for Luffy. Karp nodded in satisfaction, and then seemed to remember Kevin standing nearby. He introduced him to Dayton, saying, This little rascal who captured all of you is my disciple. Impressive, isn't he? Dayton, still reeling from Karp's threat to have her take care of Luffy, turned her head away, refusing to look at Karp. At that moment, Ace, who had been observing, pointed at Kevin and asked Karp, Grandpa Karp, is this person truly my relative? Karp glanced at Kevin and inquired, Have you mentioned this to him? Kevin remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. It was then that Karp nodded in agreement and remarked, Indeed, by the order of kinship, this lad should be your cousin. Kevin leaned forward and addressed Ace, saying, You see, I did not deceive you. It is merely your own disbelief. Ace fell silent abruptly, and after a moment, he picked up the iron pipe from the ground without uttering a word and silently turned to leave. Observing Ace's departure, Luffy hurried after him, exclaiming his desire to be friends. Witnessing this scene, Kevin couldn't help but marvel at the formidable inertia of fate. Even in the absence of the scene where Ace spat water at Luffy, Luffy remained determined to cling to Ace. Kevin turned to Karp and inquired, Master Karp, what will my next task be? Karp pondered for a moment before replying, I have yet to determine that, so you should remain on this island for a while. I estimate that we will be able to set sail again in about a month. However, if you truly dislike staying here, you may also take a stroll in the kingdom of Goya beyond the mountain. Kevin cast a glance at the Dayton family, whose faces were filled with eager anticipation for his departure. He turned to Karp and said, Teacher, I shall take a stroll in the kingdom of Goa. Karp did not dissuade him, nodding in agreement. Then you may go. Thank you, Teacher Karp. I bid you farewell, Kevin said, bowing respectfully before turning to leave. As Kevin departed, the Dayton group let out a collective sigh of relief. The little anomaly had finally taken his leave. After leaving the house of Dayton, Kevin traversed the northern slopes of Mount Borgo for an hour, ultimately arriving at the so-called landfill and waste disposal site established by the Kingdom of Goya. Gazing upon the towering mountains of refuse, billowing with smoke, and then casting a glance at the imposing city walls at the end of the garbage heap, he could not help but exclaim, Truly, this is a real-life version of a besieged city. Kevin traversed the junkyard, encountering numerous individuals along the way. These were ruffians expelled from the city, who, upon noticing Kevin's newcomer status and solitary demeanor, contemplated robbing him. However, sensing the subtle yet formidable aura emanating from Kevin, none dared to lay a hand on him. Thus, he passed through the junkyard unimpeded. Upon reaching the city gates, 2 guards stationed there abruptly crossed their blades, obstructing his path. One of the guards inquired, "Hey, where do you hail from? If you are a resident of the Garbage Mountain, the city is not one you can enter at will." Kevin directly pulled out his naval cadet identification from his pocket and tossed it to the sentry at the gate, stating, "I am a naval officer. This is my credential. Does this allow me entry?" The guard glanced at Kevin's identification, promptly returned it, and, wearing a broad smile, replied, "I apologize. It is my duty. Since you are a naval officer, please proceed." After Kevin arrived in the city, he casually found a hotel to stay in, quietly awaiting the moment when the pirate named Bridgham would confront the trio of Luffy, Ace, and Sabo. A week passed, and Kevin initially believed that the butterfly effect caused by his arrival had altered the course of events, leading to this plot being skipped. However, one noon, Ace unexpectedly appeared at Kevin's door. "Hey, little brother, have you come to recognize your cousin?" Kevin inquired cheerfully upon seeing Ace. Ace's presence indicated to Kevin that the storyline involving Luffy's abduction was about to unfold. As anticipated, Ace disregarded Kevin's jest and, with a sense of urgency, declared, "Luffy has been kidnapped, and you are the only one who can rescue him." "Luffy has been kidnapped? That rascal is quite audacious, daring to abduct even the grandson of Master Karp." Kevin responded, realizing that the plot was indeed commencing. It appeared that Luffy had discovered the location of the treasure hidden by Ace and Sabo, and inadvertently made a sound that attracted the attention of Bridgham, a subordinate of Bridgham. Bridgham, seeking to seize the treasure, captured Luffy in hopes of luring Ace and Sabo out. Understanding that he was no match for Bridgham, Ace thought of Kevin, who was still residing in the city. A few days prior, Ace had seen Kevin while sneaking into the city with Sabo, but he had refrained from greeting him, unsure of whether he could trust Kevin's intentions. However, with Luffy in peril, Ace recognized that he could not confront the Bridgham pirate crew alone, thus he sought Kevin's assistance. Ace recounted the events to Kevin in detail, rising to his feet. Kevin remarked, "Cousin, you should place a bit more trust in people. Rest assured, Luffy, that simple-minded creature, merely wishes to be your friend. He harbors no ill will." Ace nodded in agreement, saying, "I understand. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here seeking your help to save him." "Very well, where is he?" "You should know the location," Kevin inquired. "Near Garbage Mountain. I can't specify the exact spot, but I can lead you there," Ace replied. "All right, then you shall take the lead." Thus, Kevin and Ace set off towards the place where Luffy was imprisoned. Along the way, many passers-by recognized Ace and whispered among themselves, "Have you heard? That new crew of pirates has captured one of Ace's friends, attempting to coerce Ace and Sabo into surrendering their treasure." "Ace and Sabo, those 2 rascals who have been robbing around here? Do you think this young fellow can stand against that crew?" Kevin followed Ace to the exterior of a rickety wooden house, where the wind whistled through its 4 sides. Ace pointed at the dwelling and exclaimed, "Luffy is trapped inside. Let us hasten to rescue him." Kevin nodded and then inquired of Jarvis, "Is there a mission this time?" Jarvis responded, "Indeed, Master, there is a mission. The task entails rescuing Luffy, and upon completion, one shall receive an E-grade blind box. Even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel. Moreover, even in the absence of a mission, Kevin would never stand idly by while Luffy was in peril. Firstly, it would serve to enhance the goodwill of Luffy and his companions. Secondly, Luffy is the grandson of Karp, and having the grandson of a mentor encounter trouble right beneath one's nose would be utterly embarrassing. Kevin firmly grasped Ace, who was about to move forward, and inquired, "Ace, where are you going?" Ace replied earnestly, "I intend to maneuver to the rear to prevent their escape. There are too many onlookers here, and if they blend in among the crowd, it will become exceedingly difficult to locate them." Kevin cast a furtive glance at the onlookers, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips as he addressed Ace. "Rest assured, Ace, with me here, those rascals won't escape. You may simply enjoy the spectacle." This time, Kevin intended to employ his earth manipulation abilities rather than his physical prowess to rescue others. After all, he had publicly declared himself a wielder of the natural earth fruit abilities, yet relied solely on physical techniques, which seemed rather inconsistent. "Earth cage," he proclaimed. Raising his right hand and extending his index finger, he pointed at the air before the house. The soil surrounding the structure seemed to come alive, rising steadily to envelop the entire edifice, leaving only an exit at the entrance. Ace gazed at Kevin in astonishment and inquired, "What is happening?" Kevin smiled and remarked, "It's merely a fruit ability." The onlookers could not hear Kevin's words, yet one well-informed individual immediately exclaimed, "This is a user of a devil fruit ability. It seems the crew of Bridgham is in for a rough time." A bystander inquired, "What is a devil fruit? I thought he was performing magic." Clearing his throat, the knowledgeable person began to elucidate the concept of devil fruits to those who were unfamiliar. Meanwhile, Kevin took a couple of steps forward and declared loudly, "Listen, those inside. You are completely surrounded by me. Surrender the child you have imprisoned, and I might consider sparing your lives." Shortly after his proclamation, someone inside the house peeked out, but quickly retreated. Captain Burgimi, there are only two people outside. One is that kid named Ace, and the other is unfamiliar. A pirate reported respectfully to Burgimi. In response, Burgimi tossed his large hammer to the ground and said, "Go outside and see who dares to challenge the might of the Brugim pirate crew. They must be tired of living." With that, Burgimi turned and strode towards the door. Upon reaching the entrance, Burgimi halted and instructed one of his subordinates, "Leave one person to keep an eye on that kid, and the rest follow me." Burgimi led his crew outside, where he found Kevin and Ace standing in the open space before the house, surrounded by a large crowd of spectators. He thought to himself, with so many witnesses present, if they could dispose of these two youngsters, no one would dare to provoke the Brugim pirate crew again, thus solidifying their dominion over this territory. With this in mind, Burgimi addressed Kevin and Ace. "Who was the fool who claimed to have us surrounded?" "I said it." "What? Do you have a problem with that?" Kevin replied with a smile. Burgimi laughed heartily and said, "Ace, is this the ally you found? Is he mentally unstable? Where on earth did you discover such a lunatic?" Ace's face flushed with anger as he retorted, "You shall not insult Kevin. He is a Navy officer." "A Navy officer? If we kill a Navy officer, our bounty should increase significantly, far more than slaughtering civilians." Burgimi cackled with delight. "You have slaughtered civilians?" Kevin's tone turned icy. Burgimi proudly replied, "Only 2 or 3 villages at most." Kevin, utilizing his observation hockey, assessed the situation within the house and discovered that Luffy was suspended from the beam, rendered unconscious and covered in wounds. The brutality inflicted upon such a young child stirred memories of the pirates who had slain his parents, and a surge of murderous intent uncontrollably welled up within him. "Was it you who harmed that child?" Kevin's tone had become as frigid as ice. Ace, standing beside Kevin, sensed the change in his demeanor and quickly inquired in a hushed voice, "Kevin, are you all right?" Kevin did not respond, merely shaking his head at Ace, and then fixed his gaze intently on Bertram. "Yes, it was I who struck him. That little brat refuses to divulge the location of Ace's treasure, so I must ensure he receives proper attention," Bertram boasted. "You wretched scoundrel." Kevin spat through clenched teeth. "I am the wretched one. There are many who desire my demise." Bertram retorted, "Ace, surrender the treasures, and I shall release the little brat within. Otherwise, I shall end both of your lives." "Humph," Kevin scoffed, replying, "You know, that is the most ludicrous statement I have ever heard. You think a piece of filth like you can kill us? You must still be dreaming. What is the matter?" "Not pleased with that. Boys, seize Ace and this brat." Bertram signaled to his minions. Several thugs charged towards Kevin, only to suddenly find themselves immobile, gazing down in disbelief at their feet, which had become ensnared in the earth. "What is happening? Why are my feet stuck in the ground?" they exclaimed in shock. "Are you a devil fruit user?" Bertram inquired, a hint of unease in his voice. "I am a user of the natural type Doton fruit," Kevin replied coldly. "Brother, let us negotiate. Release us, and we will immediately free the little brat inside. What say you?" Bertram's tone softened as he cautiously proposed a deal to Kevin. In the East Blue, devil fruits are exceedingly rare, and given the relatively weak pirate forces in the region, even the weakest Zoan-type user could easily dominate the Brugim pirates. "I refuse. You filth, with hands stained in the blood of innocence, deserve to die 1,000 times over. Moreover, by killing you, I can still rescue the person inside," Kevin declared, gesturing towards Bertram, causing the earth to swiftly envelop him. "Release us, or Captain Brugim will not let you go unpunished," Bertram threatened, realizing Kevin was serious. "Fear not. Your captain will soon return to accompany you," Kevin responded, pressing his hand down into the air, causing several pirates to begin sinking slowly into the ground. Kevin gently patted the bewildered Ace on the shoulder and said, "All right, Ace, I have taken care of the pirates inside. You should go rescue Luffy now." Ace paused for a moment, then hurriedly ran towards the wooden cabin. Kevin turned to the gathered crowd and stated, "If my memory serves me correctly, the bounty on the fellow named Burgimi is 1 million belly. You can take him to the naval base in the city to claim your reward. However, I advise you to wait a while, preferably until the Blue Gem pirate crew has departed from this nation, lest you encounter some trouble." "Thank you. We are immensely grateful." A group of individuals hurriedly expressed their thanks to Kevin. There were fewer than 50 people present, and if the bounty of 1 million belly were to be divided among them, each person would receive at least 20,000 belly, enough to sustain them for 3 to 4 years if spent frugally. At that moment, Ace emerged from the house, carrying the unconscious Luffy on his back. Kevin glanced at Luffy's injuries and reassured Ace, "Do not worry. This lad possesses remarkable vitality and will be just fine. I've rescued him. The rest is now in your hands, Ace." "Thank you," Ace sincerely replied to Kevin. As Kevin walked, he waved his hand and said, "You need not be so polite with me. You are my brother, and it is only natural for me to assist you. When you set sail in the future, speak my name, and should trouble arise, I will bear the burden for you." Ace felt a warmth in his eyes from a young age. He had remained wary of everyone due to his lineage, allowing very few to truly enter his heart, only Karp and the Dayton family. Later, he encountered Sabo, and the two became inseparable friends. Even with Luffy, Ace had not opened his heart. Yet, Kevin seemed genuinely devoid of ulterior motives, merely wishing to offer his help, which deeply moved Ace. Carrying Luffy on his back, Ace hurried towards the secret base, contemplating whether he should speak with Kevin that day and reconnect his family. Just then, Sabo arrived, and upon seeing Ace with Luffy, he exclaimed in surprise, "Ace, you are incredible. You managed to rescue Luffy all by yourself." Ace shook his head and replied, "It was not me. It was my brother who saved Luffy." "Brother? Did you not say you were an orphan?" Sabo inquired. Ace explained, "I was unaware that I had family in this world. My brother found me just a few days ago. He is the disciple of Luffy's grandfather." "Is that so? How did you manage to rescue Luffy?" Sabo asked. "Luffy was injured, and we are heading to the secret base to tend to his wounds." "Let us discuss it as we walk," Ace responded. "Very well." As the original narrative unfolds, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy partook in the Oath of Brotherhood. Kevin had initially wished to join, but, noticing that the time agreed upon with Karp was approaching, he refrained and returned to Windmill Village to await Karp's arrival. However, when the day came, Karp did not appear, sending word instead that Kevin should wait a little longer. As the Navy's East Blue Division was escorting a celestial dragon and would arrive at Goa Kingdom in 6 days, Kevin was instructed to remain on the island for a while longer. According to the storyline, the nobility of Goa Kingdom would set fire to the waste disposal site 3 days prior to the celestial dragon's arrival. Thus, Kevin returned to the town, patiently awaiting the commencement of this event. One morning, while lost in slumber, Kevin was abruptly awakened by a series of knocks at the door. Irritated, he opened it to find a hotel attendant standing there. "What is the matter so early in the morning?" Kevin asked, somewhat displeased. The attendant respectfully replied, "I apologize for disturbing your rest, sir. A child from a noble family has gone missing in the city. Here is his photograph. If you happen to see him, please inform us." The attendant then handed a photograph to Kevin. Kevin took the photograph, glanced at the person within, who was none other than Sabo, the sworn brother of Ace and Luffy. He tucked the photo away and said to the messenger, "I shall forgive you for interrupting my beautiful dream. Rest assured, should I encounter this child, I will certainly inform you." "Thank you, sir. On behalf of this child's parents, I extend to you my highest respect. I shall not trouble you further." The hotel attendant bowed to Kevin and then turned to leave, knocking on the doors of other guests. It seemed that the little rascal Sabo was already aware of the noble's plans to incinerate the waste disposal station. Since the plot had commenced, I might as well involve myself. With this thought, Kevin returned to his room, freshened up briefly, and departed the inn. He began to wander near the city gate close to the waste disposal station. Fortune favors the diligent. On his 49th circuit, he finally spotted a small figure lurking in an alley, fixated on the direction of the city gate. Judging by the hair color and physique, it was unmistakably the little rascal Sabo. Having already encountered Ace and Luffy, it was time to greet this yet unmet Sabo. Thus, Kevin stealthily approached Sabo from behind and tapped him on the shoulder, saying, "What are you doing, Sabo?" Startled, Sabo turned to face Kevin, eyeing him warily as he asked, "Who are you? Are you also sent by my father to capture me?" Kevin waved his hand and said, "Sabo, there is no need for fear. I am not someone sent by your father, and given his status, he lacks the authority to command my services." Sabo, taken aback by Kevin's words, realized that his father was also a noble of the kingdom of Goya. If even his father could not compel this young man to act on his behalf, could it be that he belonged to the royal lineage of Goya? "Then who are you?" Sabo inquired. "What, did Ace not mention me?" Kevin responded. After a moment of contemplation, Sabo uncertainly posed the question, "Are you Ace's brother?" Kevin nodded and replied, "Indeed." "That's splendid." Sabo, filled with excitement, asked, "Can you assist me in leaving the city? The townsfolk intend to set fire to the refuse terminal. Ace and Luffy are there, and numerous civilians are present as well. I must inform them to evacuate swiftly. The gates are open. You may simply walk out." "Do those guards dare to obstruct you?" Kevin inquired, feigning ignorance. Sabo shook his head and said, "No, I cannot leave. My father is currently mobilizing the entire city to search for me. If I am discovered, the guards will surely apprehend me and return me home, preventing me from alerting Ace and Luffy. I can help you exit, but you must answer a few questions," Kevin stated. Sabo promptly replied, "What questions? Please ask away. Why do you wish to warn the refuse terminal?" "As far as I know, in a few days, a celestial dragon will visit your Goa kingdom alongside the world government's observation team. Burning the refuse terminal could enhance the country's cleanliness. As a noble, why would you not support this?" Kevin queried with a smile. Sabo vigorously shook his head, exclaiming, "No, that is not my desire. The refuse terminal is home to many people. If it were to be burned, those individuals would perish. Yet, the townspeople have lost their minds. Even knowing that lives will be lost, they continue to wear smiles as if nothing is amiss. I refuse to remain in such a heartless city. It is far more distressing than residing in the refuse terminal itself. I detest being in such a place. However, I have heard that the refuse terminal is inhabited by ruffians. Would it not be better for them to perish?" Kevin pressed on. Sabo quickly responded, "No. That is merely an excuse fabricated by the royal family and nobles to deceive everyone. Many of those who dwell in the refuse terminal are commoners who have offended the royals or nobles." "Sabo, do you consider yourself a noble or royal? Or do you wish to be a commoner?" Kevin inquired. I do not know. I cannot comprehend why this world is divided into royals, nobles, and commoners. Would it not be preferable for everyone to live as equals? Sabo expressed his confusion, for he was still a child unacquainted with the tribulations of life, struggling to grasp such complex issues. Kevin expressed a certain satisfaction with Sabo's inquiries and remarked, "In truth, my aspirations align closely with yours. I envision a world where everyone is treated equally. However, this dream is not easily attainable. Furthermore, I do not perceive any inherent negativity in noble status. At times, to accomplish certain endeavors, one requires a distinguished identity. You may not grasp the full weight of these words now, but as you accumulate experiences, understanding will inevitably dawn upon you." Sabo, perplexed by Kevin's intentions, gazed at him in confusion. Kevin chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further, for he knew that Sabo could not comprehend the situation at hand. Gently patting Sabo's head, Kevin remarked, "Come, I shall lead you out of the city." However, Sabo, perplexed, inquired, "But the city gates are guarded by soldiers. How shall we escape?" Kevin chuckled lightly and remarked, "Did I ever mention leaving through the city gate?" Saber was taken aback. Indeed, Kevin had not mentioned departing through the city gate. Yet, if not through the gate, must they scale the towering city walls? Enough of such fanciful thoughts, just follow me. With that, Kevin strode towards a secluded corner of the wall, and Saber promptly followed suit. Upon reaching the corner, Kevin surveyed his surroundings and, finding no one in sight, placed his hands against the city wall to activate his earth manipulation ability. In an instant, a gaping hole, large enough for an adult to pass through, appeared where his hands pressed. He then addressed the astonished Sabo, saying, "You may exit through here. I hope you do not waver in your decision. Aren't you coming?" Sabo inquired, one leg already poised to step through the opening. Suddenly turning back to Kevin with his question, Kevin shook his head and replied, "I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not go. I believe that with the three of you, this issue can be resolved. Moreover, as a Navy officer, it is inappropriate for me to intervene in the internal affairs of a member state of the world government. By the way, please convey a message to Ace and Luffy for me. Should they wish to become pirates, I will personally ensure their passage to Impel Down." With that, Kevin kicked Sabo out of the hole and waved his hand, instantly restoring the gaping hole in the city wall to its original state. "Sabo, I hope my actions will alter your fate," Kevin murmured, gazing at the wall. After completing these tasks, Kevin sought a restaurant and packed a generous amount of food and drink. He then found a relatively tall building near the city gate, leaped onto the rooftop, and awaited the arrival of an individual of great significance. "Ding. You share similar ideals and goals with the revolutionary monkey D, Dragon. Such kindred spirits should revel in each other's company. Please engage in a discussion of ideals with the revolutionary monkey D, Dragon. Task reward, 1 D-grade mystery box." Kevin sat atop the rooftop, indulging in a morsel while perusing the mission briefing, patiently awaiting the arrival of Dorag. As dusk fell, the sky was illuminated by soaring flames, casting a radiance akin to daylight. Kevin sighed and murmured, "Have I still failed to avert disaster? It appears this butterfly cannot stir any significant waves after all." At that moment, Kevin noticed a tall figure draped in a black cloak, strolling along the city walls as if on a leisurely promenade. Realizing that his awaited guest had finally arrived, he called out, "Uncle Dorag, if you are not preoccupied, why not ascend and share a meal with me?" He approached the edge of the rooftop, addressing the towering man below. Dorag paused, surprised that someone in this town recognized him. Looking up, he saw a young man and, intrigued, leaped onto the rooftop, inquiring, "Who are you to know my name?" Kevin shrugged and introduced himself. "My name is Kevin, a student of Teacher Karp. I have heard him mention you." The old man must have called me his disgrace again, Drag muttered under his breath. In truth, Drag held a deep respect for Karp. Yet due to his aspirations, he found himself standing in opposition to Karp. Kevin shook his head and said, "No, the teacher mentioned you were once his pride, but later you disappointed him." "Indeed, I did not become the naval officer he had hoped for." Dorag sighed and inquired, "Is he well?" "Teacher Karp is doing fine. He eats and sleeps well. However, it is evident that he misses you dearly. If the opportunity arises, consider visiting him discreetly," Kevin suggested to Dorag. Dorag shook his head and replied, "I would rather not. Meeting him now would only cause him trouble. Perhaps when I realize my dreams, or if I am captured, then we shall see. I truly hope that when you meet Teacher Karp, it will be the moment you fulfill your dreams." "Uncle Dorag," Kevin smiled. "Oh, you are a naval officer, aren't you? It perplexes me that as a naval officer, you wish for someone like me, a revolutionary opposed to the world government, to realize his dreams. This truly baffles me," Dorag remarked. Kevin remarked, "It is nothing much. It is merely that your aspirations align closely with mine. My dream is to establish a world where everyone is treated equally. A world of equality, you say? If that is the case, would you consider joining us?" Upon recognizing a kindred spirit, Dorag could not refrain from inviting Kevin to join the Revolutionary Army. Perhaps it is better to refrain. "I hold another identity as well. I am a celestial dragon, a member of the 20 royal families, specifically the younger scion of the Don Quixote family. Do you believe my status would be conducive to joining the Revolutionary Army?" Kevin waved his hand, declining Dorag's invitation. "What? You are a celestial dragon? Dorag inquired, astonished. Kevin nodded. Dorag pondered for a moment and remarked, "It is indeed surprising that someone of your noble stature wishes to establish a world of equality. However, it appears that your revolutionary forces are still rather feeble, much like the nation of your birth. It seems you cannot effect any change, can you?" Kevin said. Dorag did not refute this, but instead acknowledged, "Yes, I can see that my strength is insufficient to instigate any transformation. Furthermore, we currently lack essential resources, arms, sustenance, and so forth. Yet, I hold steadfast in my belief that circumstances will improve, and one day, I shall realize my aspirations." Kevin retrieved a universally accepted savings card from his jacket pocket and remarked, "It contains 50 million berries. Consider it my contribution to your revolutionary cause." Without allowing Dorag a chance to refuse, he thrust the card into Dorag's hands and leaped off the rooftop. Kevin's intention was merely to foster a good relationship with the Revolutionary Army. Watching Kevin's retreating figure, Dorag sighed, "If only you were not a celestial dragon." Nevertheless, he expressed gratitude. "Thank you, intriguing celestial dragon." Unbeknownst to Dorag, Kevin was engulfed in regret at that moment, cursing himself for his impulsiveness. He had relinquished all his funds to Dorag, leaving himself penniless. As he approached the town center, an idea for wealth struck him. The nobility of the Goya kingdom had rather weak guards, and these individuals hardly regarded commoners as human. Otherwise, they would not have orchestrated the fiery incident at the waste disposal site. With this in mind, he resolved to engage in a Robin Hood-like endeavor. Thus, Kevin slipped into an unoccupied clothing store, donned a new outfit, and covered his face with a black cloth. With everything in place, he embarked on his journey of redistributing wealth. The following day, news spread throughout the East Sea that all residences of the Goya kingdom's royalty and nobility, including the palace, had been ransacked by a mysterious figure. This incident rendered the Goya kingdom a laughingstock across the East Sea. Rumors circulated that someone had spotted the revolutionary Dorag in the Goya kingdom, leading many to suspect that Dorag and his revolutionary cadre were behind the incident. However, that was a tale for another time. Meanwhile, Kevin was scavenging through a mountain of refuse, searching for a burial site for the treasures he had acquired. It was not that Kevin was unwilling to transport the spoils. Rather, the sheer volume was overwhelming. He estimated that the loot was worth at least 1 billion berries. Attempting to carry such a vast amount would attract unwanted attention, and converting it into berries within the Goya kingdom would amount to walking into a trap. It was wiser to conceal it nearby and retrieve it later when circumstances permitted. Ultimately, Kevin buried all the treasures at the junction of the waste disposal site and Borgo Mountain. As for Ace, Kevin refrained from intervening. He was aware that, according to the narrative, Ace and his companions would emerge unscathed, and he was reluctant to alter the storyline too drastically, fearing that excessive changes could render future events uncontrollable. In reality, Kevin was overthinking. The inertia of history was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Just after he had released Sabo, the patrolling soldiers outside the town apprehended him and returned him home. Sabo's father confined him to the basement, and upon his escape, he encountered the departing Dorag. Everything unfolded as per the original storyline, with the sole difference being that the Goya kingdom's royals and nobles, who originally watched the waste disposal site burn, were now the victims of a robbery. The next day, when Kevin returned to the tavern in Windmill Village, he found Karp waiting for him. Upon Kevin's entrance, Karp regarded him with a peculiar gaze that sent shivers down Kevin's spine. "Karp-sensei, if you have something to say, please do so. But refrain from looking at me in that strange manner. It makes me uneasy," Kevin exclaimed, unable to endure Karp's scrutiny any longer. Karp chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Oh really? You have something to fear? Just yesterday, you displayed remarkable audacity while plundering the Goya kingdom's refuse. A distinguished Navy officer acting as a brigand. You're truly giving this old man a sense of pride." Kevin felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Could it be that his misdeeds had been uncovered? However, upon reflection, he realized he had left no trace. Maintaining an air of composure, he replied, "Professor Cap, while one may indulge in reckless consumption, such words should not be uttered lightly. How could someone as benevolent, upright, and handsome as I am ever stoop to the level of a thief, plundering the kingdom of Goya? Professor Cap, you must be mistaken. I assure you, this is not my doing." "Is it truly not your doing?" Cap inquired with a skeptical gaze fixed upon Kevin. "Indeed, more genuine than pearls," Kevin hastily asserted, resolute in his denial, knowing he would rather face death than confess. Yet, within the entirety of the kingdom of Goya, the only individuals capable of such an act were himself and the old man before him. "If it is not you, could it possibly be me?" Cap retorted. Kevin let out a sigh of relief. It turned out that the situation had not been exposed, but rather, it was due to the fact that only Karp and himself were capable of executing this task on the island, which had led Karp to suspect him. With this realization, things became much easier. "Uncle Dragon, I apologize, but you'll have to bear this burden for me, especially since you have already received my payment." With this thought in mind, Kevin spoke up. "I assure you, I did not perpetrate this act, but I do know who is most likely responsible." "Who?" Karp inquired. Kevin, feigning difficulty, said, Teacher Karp, this individual is somewhat related to you. Please don't be angry when I reveal it." Upon observing Kevin's demeanor, Karp immediately thought of someone and quickly replied, "Could it be that you are referring to my wayward son, Dragon?" Kevin first nodded, then shook his head, saying, "Indeed. I encountered Uncle Dorag in the city, yet whether he was responsible, I cannot ascertain. However, given the dire plight of the Revolutionary Army, it is not inconceivable that they would plunder the affluent and powerful individuals of the Goya Kingdom to procure some operational funds. This scoundrel dares to return. Let me see if I don't break his legs." With that, Karp rolled up his sleeves and prepared to step outside. Kevin hastily grasped Cap's arm and advised, "Master Cap, please calm your temper. Although I have encountered Uncle Dragon and he indeed possesses a motive, there is no evidence to substantiate that he is the culprit. Moreover, Uncle Dragon may have already departed from the kingdom of Goya for another island. You would not be able to meet him now." Upon hearing this, Cap conceded that Kevin had a point and let out a huff, declaring, "Next time I have the opportunity, I shall certainly give that scoundrel's son a proper lesson." A week later, Kevin finally embarked on his journey back to Marineford. Before his departure, he made a special visit to Dayton, where he found Ace and Luffy still ensnared in the shadows of Sabo's death. Observing their distress, Kevin was tempted to reveal that Sabo was alive and had been rescued by Dragon, yet he refrained, uncertain whether the revelation would compel them to strive for strength as depicted in the anime. Instead, Kevin offered them an abundance of motivational words, reminding them that they were now living not solely for themselves, but also for Sabo. If Sabo were aware of their current state, he would undoubtedly be saddened. And they shared a common dream that they must realize to honor Sabo's spirit. Under Kevin's impassioned encouragement, Ace and Luffy's spirits lifted significantly. Having conveyed his sentiments, Kevin could only hope that they would find the strength to persevere on their own. As Cap's warship departed from the dock, Kevin exchanged brief pleasantries with Cap, stating his intention to return to his quarters for rest, to which Cap made no objection. Kevin returned to his room and casually shut the door behind him. He then promptly reached out to Jarvis, inquiring, "Jarvis, how many blind boxes do I have yet to open?" "Master," upon inquiry, "you have completed a total of 2 D-level blind box tasks during this period. The expedition with the fleet task and an engaging discussion on ideals with Monkey D. Dragon. Additionally, you have successfully accomplished 6 E-level blind box tasks, while 3 E-level tasks remain unfinished and have unfortunately lapsed due to exceeding the time limit. Presently, you have 2 D-level blind boxes and 6 E-level blind boxes yet to be opened. Would you like to proceed with opening them, Master?" Kevin pondered for a moment and said, "Jarvis, I would like to try my hand at opening 6 E-level mystery boxes." "Certainly, Master." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have received an E-level mystery box reward, a set of small health potions, 8 bottles, which restores 15% of your health within 10 seconds. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have received an E-level mystery box reward, a pair of sea prison stone handcuffs, capable of instantly weakening any user of devil fruit powers. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have received an E-level mystery box reward, a pack of universal bullets containing 100 rounds, suitable for various firearms produced by the system. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have received an E-level mystery box reward, a point-to-point teleportation talisman, a one-time use item with a 3-second waiting period, which can transport individuals to a predetermined location. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have received an E-level mystery box reward, a vial of vitality potion, which eliminates all physical and mental fatigue upon consumption. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have received an E-level mystery box reward, another set of small health potions, 8 bottles, restoring 15% of your health within 10 seconds. Kevin was relatively satisfied with the items he had obtained. The teleportation talisman could be crucial for escape in dire situations. The universal bullets were a perfect complement to the Desert Eagle he had drawn earlier, replenishing his ammunition. The vitality potion would aid in restoring stamina during combat. Although the sea prison stone handcuffs held little significant utility, they were better than nothing. The only aspect that left Kevin feeling somewhat exasperated was the small health potions. Since activating the system, he had amassed 8 sets of these potions, all of which remained and used in the system space. "Master, would you like to open a D-level mystery box?" Jarvis inquired. Kevin pondered for a moment and declared, "Let us commence. I hope the D-grade blind box yields some exquisite treasures." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have received the D-grade blind box reward, Earth Style, Earth Clone Technique. Utilizing soil or stone as a medium, it generates a clone that possesses 1/3 of the user's strength. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have also received the D-grade blind box reward, Slaughter Blade. This weapon has a 30 chance to inflict a laceration effect upon attack. It seems fortune is smiling upon me this time," Kevin remarked with a smile. The Earth Clone Technique is undoubtedly an essential skill for deceiving foes and drawing their fire, serving as a tactical surprise in battle. Furthermore, with Kevin's mastery over Earth manipulation inherited from the Earth ancestor, this technique is perfectly tailored for him. As for the Slaughter Blade, Kevin recognized it as a low-tier, artifact-level weapon within the dungeon, and its laceration effect upon attack is sure to cause significant distress to adversaries. In this realm, it could easily be classified as a formidable blade. "Jarvis, please display my current personal attributes," Kevin commanded. Certainly, Master. Host name, Don Quixote Kevin Saint. Current name, Don Kevin Race. Human sorcerer, bloodline purity. 21, bloodline, earth, bloodline talent. Law of earth combat power. 23, 10 skills. Conqueror's hockey. Armament hockey, mastery. Observation hockey, proficient. Body refinement technique, 2nd level. Navy 6 techniques. Basic sorcerer combat skills items. 8 sets of minor blood vials, 64 vials. 1 tear gas grenade, 1 resurrection coin, 1 pair of sea stone handcuffs, 1 pack of universal bullets, 100 rounds, 1 teleportation rune, 1 vitality potion weapons, golden desert eagle. Slaughter blade blind boxes owned. 0. Kevin gazed at his attributes panel and felt a sense of progress over this period. The sole blemish was the sluggish pace of his bloodline purity evolution. After more than 6 months, it had only increased by 1%. It appeared that the complete integration of the Earth bloodline would be a daunting endeavor. However, with a decade remaining before the tale of One Piece commenced, Kevin mused that such an expanse of time would surely afford him the opportunity to grow stronger. What should be his next step? Reclining on his bed, he began to contemplate quietly. In the realm of pirates, combat techniques could be classified into 4 categories: fruit abilities, physical combat, swordsmanship, and marksmanship. At this juncture, Kevin had reached a bottleneck in his physical combat skills. To transcend this limitation, he would need to engage in high-intensity battles. The minor skirmishes typical of the East Blue would prove futile, unless he encountered a formidable pirate crew on his journey back to Marineford. The likelihood of confronting any pirates was exceedingly low, given that Karp's ship would likely traverse a windless zone. Therefore, while physical training could not be neglected, a regimen of simple daily practice would suffice for the time being. Regarding his fruit abilities, Kevin publicly claimed to be a user of the natural earth fruit. Yet he understood the truth of his powers. The bloodline of the Earth ancestor granted him the ability to manipulate Earth, but he had already mastered several applications he could conceive. Other avenues of utilization remained elusive, and he surmised that only upon achieving a certain level of fusion with the Earth bloodline would he discern new methods. As for marksmanship, Kevin was reluctant to dwell upon it. Within the vast pirate world, few gained fame through their proficiency with firearms. Only a scant few, such as Jesus Burgess under Shanks, Usopp under Luffy, and Van Augur under Blackbeard, stood out in this regard. The rest merely employed firearms as secondary tools. Furthermore, the pursuit of marksmanship required innate talent, which Kevin did not believe he possessed. Thus, he had no immediate intention of pursuing this skill. Conversely, swordsmanship warranted consideration. This world boasted numerous sword masters, with many skilled swordsmen within the Navy itself. One such master was Bogart, serving aboard Karp's ship. Having previously undergone training in swordsmanship, Kevin concluded that focusing on this discipline should be his next priority. Resolved, he decided to seek out Bogart for swordsmanship lessons the following day. Yet, just as he intended to drift into slumber, a sudden knock on the door interrupted him. Bogart's voice rang out from outside. "Kevin, Vice Admiral Karp has summoned you. Please head to his quarters at once." Kevin reluctantly rose from his bed, straightened his clothes, and opened the door. At that moment, Bogart was still waiting at the entrance. And upon seeing Kevin emerge, he smiled and remarked, "It seems my earlier preparations will not be needed after all." Kevin, utterly perplexed, inquired, "What preparations?" Bogart produced a metallic canister from his pocket, shaking it before Kevin and stating, "This is the item entrusted to me by Admiral Karp. He mentioned it is a new creation by Dr. Vegapunk from the Technological Division. If you refuse to emerge, this will be used to rouse you." "What is this?" Kevin took the canister, scrutinizing it for an extended period, yet he remained baffled as to its true nature. "You don't recognize it?" Bogart asked, astonished. "However, I heard the Admiral say it was inspired by you." "My inspiration?" Kevin felt even more bewildered. He had unknowingly inspired Dr. Vegapunk. As he pondered this, his hand instinctively tightened around the canister. To his dismay, the previously sealed ends of the canister suddenly burst open, releasing a gas with an intensely pungent aroma. In a hurried reaction, Kevin tossed the canister away and retreated 2 steps alongside Bogart. But alas, it was too late. The noxious gas had already enveloped them. Kevin felt a persistent itch in his nose and a burning sensation in his eyes. He sneezed repeatedly while tears streamed down his face. At that moment, Kevin was certain that the iron canister was indeed a tear gas canister. However, he had never used the tear gas canister he had obtained from the mystery box in front of anyone. How could it have triggered such a reaction in Dr. Vegapunk? Kevin endured the burning sensation in his eyes and cast a glance at Bogart, who was hardly in a better state, sneezing while rubbing his own eyes. After a considerable amount of time, the two finally regained their composure. Observing each other's reddened eyes and runny noses, they couldn't help but share a wry smile. Kevin rubbed his eyes and inquired of Bogart, "Is this truly a gift from Captain Karp?" With a squint and while wiping away his tears, Bogart nodded affirmatively, responding, "Indeed. It was given to me by the esteemed Vice Admiral." Enraged, Kevin turned on his heel, determined to confront Karp for answers. Without knocking, Kevin barged into Cap's room, followed closely by Bogart. Upon seeing the disheveled appearance of both Kevin and Bogart, Cap erupted into laughter before Kevin could utter a word, exclaiming, "Ha ha, young Kevin. The contents of that tin can are rather impressive, aren't they? Kevin's expression darkened, and he said with evident displeasure, Teacher, you summoned me here merely to experiment with that contraption, did you not? Karp, chuckling heartily, waved his hand dismissively. How could that be? I am not such a frivolous person. That iron canister, which Dr. Vegapunk has whimsically named Tears and Snot Bomb, was actually inspired by you. When you first arrived at the rookie training camp, did you not wield a luminous iron canister during your skirmishes? I described that peculiar device to Dr. Vegapunk, and although he has yet to replicate your glowing canister, he did manage to create this peculiar invention. Regrettably, its production is rather labor-intensive, and its practicality is quite limited. Dr. Vegapunk crafted 3 of them. 2 were utilized for experimentation, and I have taken the remaining 1 for my amusement. Kevin gazed at Karp with a look of incredulity, pondering to himself, so this contraption of yours is merely intended to torment me, is it? Nevertheless, he held a certain admiration for Vegapunk, who had managed to create a weapon akin to a tear gas canister. With a bit more time, he mused, Vegapunk could likely devise a flashbang as well, which he could acquire to use against others when the opportunity arose. After calming his disheartened spirit, Kevin inquired, Teacher, what is the purpose of your summons? Karp, having seemingly recalled something, patted his head and remarked, Just now, witnessing your disheveled state struck me as amusing, and I nearly forgot the matter at hand. Kevin and Bogart were left speechless. Kapu solemnly addressed Kevin, saying, Young Kevin, it is evident that you have reached a bottleneck in your physical skills. The only way to transcend this limitation is through battles that dance on the precipice of life and death. However, given your status, both your grandfather and the higher-ups are unlikely to permit such risks. Thus, if you wish to break through combat, you must exercise patience. Kevin wore an expression of knowing resignation, sighing that sometimes, being a celestial dragon truly felt burdensome. Kevin, my young friend, for now, you should remain quietly aboard my ship. Karp advised. However, if you wish to learn anything, I can certainly offer my guidance. Upon hearing Karp's words, Kevin eagerly replied, I wish to learn swordsmanship. Is that something you can teach? Karp hesitated for a moment before responding, Swordsmanship is not within my repertoire. If you seek to learn, I suggest you approach Bogart. He is a renowned swordsman. Karp promptly shifted the responsibility to Bogart. Kevin turned to Bogart and said, During this time, I would appreciate your guidance in swordsmanship, Bogart. Bogart smiled encouragingly and replied, It's my pleasure. As long as you are eager to learn, I shall teach you. With your talent and determination, you will undoubtedly become a master swordsman in the future. By the way, there is one more matter, young Kevin. Once you return to the training camp, pack your belongings and seek out that old fellow Zephyr at the elite training camp. Cap suddenly interjected. Teacher Cap, weren't we supposed to wait until the internship concludes to determine who can enter the elite training camp? Why me? Kevin inquired, recalling that it was previously stated that only the top 10 scorers from the mentor's evaluations after the internship would gain direct entry into the elite camp. How is it that I can go before the internship has even ended? Cap picked up a donut from the table, took a bite, and said, You may not be aware, but that white-haired brat named Smoker and that girl Tina have already entered the elite training camp and commenced their training. Kevin, with an expression of astonishment, inquired, Teacher Karp, what is the situation? Karp nonchalantly replied, There is nothing to be surprised about. That little girl Tina was directly sent to the elite training camp by Crane, and Smoker was recommended to the elite training camp by Kazan, who has grown weary of his troublemaking antics. Furthermore, considering their achievements, entering the elite training camp ahead of schedule is certainly not out of the question. Kevin, with a perplexed expression, inquired, Has Smoker caused any trouble? Who could fathom what madness had seized that lad? The moment he boarded Kazan's vessel, he charged at pirates without hesitation. Just a few days prior, he had the misfortune of encountering the ship of Jack, the Drought, one of Kaido's subordinates. That fool recklessly rushed forward, yet fortunately, Kazan intervened in time. Otherwise, that young man would undoubtedly have met his demise at the hands of Jack. As Karp recounted Smoker's reckless actions, Kevin began to comprehend the situation. Before Kevin's arrival, Smoker had been the top recruit in the training camp, but upon Kevin's entry, Smoker found himself relegated to second place. Although they now shared a friendship, the proud Smoker harbored a persistent desire to surpass Kevin, even if it meant securing a singular victory. During this new recruit internship, Smoker glimpsed a glimmer of hope in defeating Kevin. Thus, upon sailing with Akiji, he launched a frenzied assault on the pirates. Unfortunately, as a novice in the Navy, Smoker failed to recognize Drought Jack and brazenly confronted him. Fortunately, Akiji came to his rescue. Otherwise, Kevin would have returned home with the dire need to burn offerings for Smoker. Is that lad all right? Kevin inquired with concern. Karp replied, Both of his arms and his left leg were broken by Jack, and he has fractured 4 ribs along with a mild concussion. However, his life is not in jeopardy. That young man has been recuperating in the hospital in Marineford for over a month now. It is estimated that he will be discharged in another month. Kevin felt a sense of relief upon hearing that Smoker, despite his severe injuries, was not in any mortal danger. Master Garp, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Kevin stated. Garp nodded and replied, You may go. I summoned you to inform you that upon your return, you are to attend the elite training camp, so you might prepare yourself mentally. Now that we have concluded our discussion, I shall commence my challenge of consuming donuts. If there is nothing pressing, do not disturb me. With that, Karp swallowed the half donut in his hand in one swift motion. In the ensuing days, Kevin dedicated himself to rigorous training. Aside from sleeping from midnight to 4 in the morning, he devoted the remaining hours to 2 hours of physical trainings, primarily honing his swordsmanship under Bogart's tutelage. Under Bogart's guidance, Kevin's progress in swordsmanship was nothing short of extraordinary. His innate talent in this discipline could only be described as prodigious. A month swiftly passed, and upon returning to Marineford, Kevin's mastery of swordsmanship had reached a level capable of slicing through iron. As Karp's warship docked, Kevin exchanged greetings with him before hastily making his way to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, Kevin approached a nurse at the registration desk and inquired, "Excuse me, could you please tell me which ward Smoker is in?" The young nurse tilted her head in contemplation and replied, "Smoker? I haven't heard that name before. Do you know what ailment he has? If you provide me with that information, I can assist you in searching for him." Kevin said, "A fracture and a mild concussion." The young nurse glanced at the registration form, her expression one of astonishment as she looked at Kevin and inquired. The only individual with both injuries was the naval recruit who was sent in last month after being assaulted by the pirate Drought Jack. "Is he the person you were searching for?" Kevin nodded helplessly. The charming nurse smiled sweetly and said, "If you had mentioned that you were the one injured by the Drought Jack, I would have known immediately. After all, such a such a dedicated young Navy recruit like him is quite rare these days. He resides in room 218 on the 2nd floor. Just head upstairs and turn left to find it." Kevin let out a resigned sigh. It seemed that Smoker had truly embarrassed himself this time. Upon seeing Smoker, with both arms and his left leg encased in plaster, looking utterly dejected, Kevin felt a sense of relief. Clearly, as Karp had mentioned, it wasn't anything too serious. With a playful whistle, Kevin teased Smoker, "Well, Smoker, what's this new look? How on earth did you end up in such a state?" Smoker spat in retort, "Why don't you try falling like this yourself? You have no idea what I've been through. I'm certain the entire Marineford has heard about it." What an utter humiliation. As he spoke, Smoker felt a flush of embarrassment creeping across his face, reflecting on how impulsively he had charged forward, fully aware that his opponent was one of the infamous 3 disasters. Kevin approached Smoker's bedside and gave a firm pat on his plastered left leg, remarking, "You still have a sense of shame, do you? That hurts." Smoker winced, retracting his leg, and replied, "Could you be a bit gentler? I am, after all, an injured man." Kevin chuckled lightly and remarked, "So now you realize the pain? I truly find it difficult to express my thoughts about you. The individual you are facing is Drought Jack. Even if you do not recognize him, you must be familiar with the pirate flag of the Beast Pirates, right? The identification of various pirate flags was indeed covered in the training camp. Did you intend to charge forward recklessly, hoping to etch your name upon the memorial for fallen Marines at the base? However, I believe that new recruits in the Navy training camp are not entitled to have their names inscribed there." Smoker, embarrassed by Kevin's words, turned crimson, resembling the legendary Guan Yu himself. At a loss for words, he merely averted his gaze, choosing to ignore Kevin. Observing Smoker's demeanor, Kevin sighed. "I understand you aspire to defeat me, but you must also consider your own circumstances." Rushing forward thoughtlessly, "Have you contemplated the consequences? Are you planning for Tina and the others to support you financially every year?" Lowering his head, Smoker replied, "I'm sorry for causing you concern. I want to do it again. Stop putting on that pitiful face. Don't you wish to triumph over me? Very well, I shall grant you the opportunity. Upon my return, I will, with the recommendation of Captain Karp, directly enter the elite training camp overseen by Admiral Zephyr. I believe Admiral Akiji has also recommended you for direct entry into the elite training camp. How about we compete to see who can graduate from the elite training camp first and formally join the Navy?" Kevin said, a hint of irritation in his tone. Smoker lifted his head, fixing his gaze on Kevin as he asked, "Are you serious? Would it benefit me to deceive you? Just tell me if you dare." Kevin feigned impatience. "Of course, why would I hesitate? This time, I must win against you," Smoker declared resolutely. "Humph, how do you know you can win? With your current state, what do you have to defeat me?" Kevin scoffed. "You should focus on recovering from your injuries. I won't waste any more words with you. Tomorrow I must report to Admiral Zephyr, and I still have to pack my belongings for the new recruits training camp." With that, Kevin turned and left Smoker's hospital room without a backward glance. As he watched Kevin's departing figure, Smoker's earlier despondency dissipated, replaced by a newfound determination. He murmured to himself, "Thank you, Kevin. However, could you perhaps refrain from using such harsh words when offering advice next time?" After Kevin returned to the dormitory of the boot camp and tidied up his belongings, he prepared to bid farewell to Steve. However, just as he reached the threshold of Steve's office, he was met with a thunderous roar from within. "Kong, you scoundrel! I have reviewed Kevin's internship report during this period. What tasks have you assigned him? Delivering letters and dealing with unidentified bandits. Are these the duties of a naval officer? Do you not comprehend the purpose of this onboard training for the new recruits?" Steve's voice thundered, filled with indignation. Kong, lounging on the sofa while savoring a donut, responded nonchalantly, "Of course, I am aware. What of it? What of it? You, old fool, dare to question it. The purpose of this onboard training is to expose these recruits to combat with pirates early on, to prevent complications when they enter the elite training camp under Zephyr for real combat later. Kevin possesses extraordinary talent and intellect, arguably the highest among the last 2 decades of recruits. He is undoubtedly the future hope of the Navy. It is not inconceivable for him to ascend to the rank of Admiral or even assume the position of Sengoku. Thus, he requires this kind of experience. Yet you, Kong, have deprived him of such an opportunity. Do you wish for him to encounter unforeseen circumstances in future battles? Steve's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Kong. Kong took a bite of his donut and continued, You haven't forgotten, have you? I once told you that this lad single-handedly decimated half of the one-eyed pirate crew. Do you believe he would fear engaging with pirates? Can those petty pirate crews even compare to the formidable ones in the Grand Line? Can they stand against the pirate crews in the New World? Although Stephen was somewhat swayed by Kong's words, his anger remained unresolved as he retorted. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed, followed by a voice from outside announcing, reporting. Steve, exasperated, snapped, Come in. Kevin pushed the door open and entered, saluting Steve with respect. Colonel Steve, I appreciate your concern. I overheard your conversation with Master Cap outside. Rest assured, no matter what kind of pirates I encounter, I possess the courage to face them and shall not tarnish the honor of the Navy. Steve sighed, exclaiming in resignation, You two, master and disciple, are indeed cut from the same cloth. Do as you wish. I shall refrain from meddling in this trivial matter. However, Kevin, remember this. If you find yourself in peril beyond your capacity to handle, you must prioritize your safety. Do not be reckless, understand? Surviving allows you to accomplish more, while death grants you nothing. Kevin, upon hearing Steve's words, felt the warmth of his concern enveloping him, and thus nodded in acknowledgement, stating, Rest assured, Colonel Steve. I shall certainly heed your counsel. Uncertain whether his words had truly resonated with Kevin, Steve reiterated, Neither I nor that old coot Karp can remain by your side indefinitely. The path ahead must ultimately be navigated by you alone. Remember to ponder deeply when faced with challenges, and resist the urge to act impulsively. Now, gather your belongings. Tomorrow, you shall accompany Karp to report to Zephyr. Kevin saluted and said, Report, Colonel Steve, I have packed everything. I have come to bid you farewell. Steve turned to gaze out the window, his back to Kevin, and waved his hand dismissively, saying, Go on, safe travels. Karp interjected, Kevin, my boy. Go find Bogart and have him arrange your accommodation. Tomorrow morning, I shall take you to Zephyr. Yes. Kevin saluted both Karp and Steve before exiting Steve's office. After a brief moment, Steve turned back and resumed his seat in silence. Karp stood and approached Steve, patting his shoulder, Rest assured. That boy Kevin will not let us down. I hope so, Steve sighed. The following morning, Kevin was awakened by Bogart, boarding Karp's warship as it departed from Marineford, heading towards a small island to the east. The elite training camp under Zephyr's command was located on this nameless isle. As Zephyr articulated, placing the elite training camp in Marineford would render the abundant resources and comfortable environment a distraction for the naval recruits. In contrast, the harsh climate and rugged terrain of this nameless island would better temper the resolve of these newcomers. Given the considerable distance from Marineford, the warship would take 6 hours to reach its destination. With time to spare, Kevin went to the deck to practice his swordsmanship. Report, Vice Admiral Karp. We have spotted a naval vessel ahead. Judging by the flag, it appears to be a training ship from the elite camp. What should we do? A naval lookout hurried over to Karp, who was lounging on the second deck, enjoying a donut in the sun. Karp swallowed the last bite of his donut and stood up, saying, Signal them, then we will approach. Yes, Vice Admiral. The naval lookout responded promptly and dashed off to convey Karp's orders. Hey, Kevin, stop your practice, Karp called out from the railing to Kevin, who was training on the lower deck. Kevin halted his actions, lifting his gaze to the second floor where Karp stood, and inquired, Master Karp, do you have any instructions? You should change into clean clothes. We have discovered the training ship of the elite training camp ahead, which is likely under Zephy's command. I will take you there shortly. Karp boomed. Understood, Master Karp, Kevin replied, then retreated to his room to freshen up. Before long, Karp's warship encountered the elite training camp's practice vessel. A hearty voice emanated from the ship, exclaiming, Karp, what brings you here? The speaker was a tall and robust man with short purple hair, clad in the Marine's Justice cloak. This was the renowned former admiral of the Navy headquarters, currently the chief instructor of the elite training camp, Zephyr. Known for his reputation of not sparing a single admiral, Zephyr's life was a tapestry of both legend and tragedy. He joined the Navy at the tender age of 14. Alongside Karp, Sengoku, and Tsuru, with Tsuru being the youngest, albeit by 3 years. At 34, he earned the moniker Black Arm due to his formidable mastery of armament hockey. By 38, he ascended to the rank of admiral, a position typically reserved for those over 40, as it demands not only strength but also a wealth of achievements and renown. Alas, just as Zephyr's life and career reached their zenith, a series of calamities befell this unfortunate man. Had Zephyr's life followed an upward trajectory until then, the year he turned 42 marked a pivotal turning point, ushering in a tragic chapter. This year, the pirate he had once defeated orchestrated the murder of Zepha's family, shattering him profoundly. Though he sought to resign from his admiral position, he was persuaded by his superiors to remain, ultimately becoming the chief instructor at the elite training camp. Many of the current admirals and most of the vice admirals hailed from his tutelage, a testament to his legacy. Regrettably, at 65, the training vessel he commanded was attacked, resulting in the deaths of all but 2 students, Ein and Binz, and the loss of his right arm. At 73, upon learning that the pirates responsible for his students' deaths were invited to join the 7 warlords of the sea by the world government, Zephyr resolutely resigned from the Navy and founded the Neo Navy, intent on eradicating all pirates. Tragically, just a year later, he perished in battle against the Navy. Having completed his freshening up and donned clean attire, Kevin gazed at the elder before him, silently resolving to prevent any recurrence of such tragedies. Karp, chuckling, retorted, "What? Is it impossible for you to visit without a reason?" Zephyr laughed heartily as well. "You are always welcome here, though I suspect your visit today has a purpose. My instructors at the training camp mentioned you contacted them yesterday about your arrival." Karp turned to Kevin and said, "Come with me." With that, he leaped onto Zephyr's training ship, and Kevin followed suit. Upon reaching the ship, Karp approached Zephyr and playfully thumped him on the chest, stating, "I have brought you a treasure." "A treasure?" Zephyr inquired, perplexed by Karp's words. "This little brat here is quite a promising talent," Karp declared, gesturing to Kevin. "Kevin, introduce yourself and share your skills with Admiral Zephyr." "Yes," Kevin responded, saluting Zephyr before beginning his introduction. "Admiral Zephyr, greetings. My name is Kevin, a new recruit in the Navy, 12 years of age. I excel in physical combat and swordsmanship, proficient in the 6 forms of the Navy, and I have just attained the level of cutting iron in swordsmanship. I possess both armament and observation hockey, and I am also a user of the nature-type soil fruit." That concludes my introduction. Zephyr and the instructors behind him were increasingly astonished. Where had Karp unearthed such a prodigy? No, this was not merely talent. This was an exceptional phenomenon. At 12 years old, mastering the 6 forms of the Navy and achieving the level of cutting iron in swordsmanship, wielding both armament and observation hockey, and being a nature-type devil fruit user. Was this child destined for greatness? Zephyr glanced at Karp, his eyes seemingly questioning. "Karp, are you certain this kid isn't exaggerating?" Karp, understanding Zephyr's unspoken words, chuckled. "Everything this kid claims is true, and he has even held back. He can also perform Sengoku's ultimate technique." Being an old friend of Karp and Sengoku, Zephyr was well aware that Sengoku's trump card was Conqueror's Haki. Hearing Karp's affirmation only deepened Zephyr's astonishment. This boy possessed mastery over all 3 types of Haki. Was he to challenge the heavens themselves? Taking a deep breath, Zephyr looked at Kevin and commanded, "Child, unleash all your abilities and attack me with full force. I wish to see the extent of your prowess." "Admiral Zephyr, I shall not hold back," Kevin replied, then withdrew 5 stones from his pocket and tossed them towards Zephyr. With a swift motion, Zephyr swatted the 5 stones aside. Expressing his displeasure, "I instructed you to go all out. Do not resort to the antics of a child." Kevin remained silent, deftly maneuvering around Zephyr with remarkable speed, intermittently employing finger strikes to assault him. Zephyr immediately enveloped his arms with Busashoka Haki, continuously blocking Kevin's attacks. Suddenly, in a swift motion, Kevin halted and charged at Zephyr, adopting a collision stance while simultaneously executing the iron block technique from the Marine 6 styles, hardening his body in an instant, resembling a formidable siege engine as he lunged towards Zephyr. Quite intriguing, Zephyr mused, impressed that Kevin could combine shaven iron block in such a manner. As a master of martial arts himself, Zephyr found satisfaction in witnessing a junior Marine exhibit such insight, adeptly intertwining techniques. How could he not be pleased? However, Zephyr did not hold back. His hockey-imbued fist struck Kevin squarely, sending him hurtling through the air, transforming him into a cascade of debris. Onlookers were momentarily stunned, bewildered as to how a seemingly intact individual could so swiftly become fragments. Just as the crowd was in disbelief, a sound of slicing air emerged above Zephyr's head. He looked up to find Kevin, having leaped into the air, delivering successive slashing kicks. Zephyr attempted to guard with his arms, but suddenly, 2 additional Kevins emerged from either side, tightly grasping his arms and preventing him from blocking the strikes. With a powerful thrust, Zephyr shook off the 2 Kevins, reducing them to mere rubble, and crossed his arms atop his head to defend against the incoming slashes. At that moment, another Kevin appeared behind him, wielding the blade of carnage, its edge cloaked in haki, delivering a fierce blow to Zephyr's back. Sensing the imminent threat from behind, Zephyr had no time to turn around and hastily shielded his back with Busashoka Haki. A resounding clash echoed as Kevin's blade struck forcefully against Zephyr's back. Although Zephyr had fortified his defense, he still felt a searing pain, akin to tearing flesh. Meanwhile, Kevin plummeted from the sky, falling like a stone. "Well done," Zephyr exclaimed, taking 2 steps back and turning to praise Kevin vocally. "You, young lad, are quite impressive. Your martial arts and swordsmanship are commendable, and your haki can already envelop your weapon. Moreover, your combat intellect is sharp and unorthodox, skillfully applying techniques. That transformation into stone fragments? surely a manifestation of your devil fruit ability? Remarkable. Kevin sheathed his katana and respectfully said, Indeed, Admiral Zephyr, that is certainly my devil fruit ability, which I have recently developed over the past few days. It is called Earth Doppelganger. Although it is termed a doppelganger, each one possesses 1/3 of my strength. Oh? How many of these Earth Doppelgangers can you control at most? Zephyr inquired, clearly intrigued. As long as I have sufficient mediums, I can continuously summon Earth Doppelgangers. However, I can control no more than 3 at any given time, Kevin replied. Zephyr nodded in satisfaction and remarked, This technique of yours is commendable. Possessing both practicality and great potential, it warrants further development. Also, from now on, you shall refer to me as Master. His words startled everyone, for although Zephyr had numerous students, very few were deemed worthy enough to call him Master. Each utterance of this phrase signified that the individual had been acknowledged by Zephyr, qualifying them as a direct disciple. Even among the current admirals, only Aokiji had earned such recognition, making this a supreme honor within the elite training camp. The fact that this newcomer, who had yet to enter the elite training camp, had already gained Zephyr's acknowledgement was astonishing. However, those who had witnessed Kevin's recent exchange with Zephyr felt neither dissatisfaction nor jealousy. The reason was simple. If they had faced Kevin's recent onslaught, they would have had no confidence in their ability to withstand it. The only possible outcome would have been death, and thus they recognized Kevin's formidable strength. Karp, understanding that Zephyr would not casually make such a declaration, asked once more, Zephyr, are you certain you want this young lad to call you master? Zephyr nodded affirmatively, declaring, certainly. He is the most gifted young man I have ever encountered. He will undoubtedly become a pillar of the Navy in the future. Receiving Zephyr's affirmation, Karp exchanged a knowing glance with Kevin, who immediately understood. He performed a respectful bow and said, Master Zephyr, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Zephyr chuckled heartily, exclaiming, Good, good, good. His repeated affirmations conveyed his evident joy to those present. Seeing this, Karp, with a sly grin, asked Zephyr, What do you think? Isn't this a treasure? I told you I wasn't deceiving you. Zephyr nodded repeatedly, stating, Indeed. I never would have expected you, Karp, to actually perform your duties so reliably this time. Karp's expression soured as he retorted, If you say that, I may just take him away. Zephyr promptly objected. What could you possibly teach him? In terms of using armament hockey, I outclass you by several streets. As for martial arts, we are evenly matched. If not for your inhuman vitality, would you be able to defeat me? Tell me, what can you teach? It would be far better for Kevin to stay by my side. I am confident I can help him make significant progress in mastering armament hockey. Karp found himself at a loss for words in response to Zephyr's retorts. Indeed, in terms of pure strength, Karp could not contend with Zephyr. However, Karp's stamina and regenerative capabilities far exceeded Zephyr's, allowing him to prevail in a combat scenario. It was akin to a video game where two warriors, equipped with identical defenses, gear, and skills, faced off. Though Warrior A had slightly higher attack power, Warrior B boasted significantly greater health and an automatic healing ability. Thus, in a match between the two, Warrior B would inevitably emerge victorious, as his healing would negate Warrior A's additional damage, ensuring his triumph. Karp composed himself and addressed Zephyr. I can leave the boy with you, but you must promise not to keep any secrets. Humph. Am I the sort of person to do that? Zephyr replied, somewhat displeased. Haha, with your assurance, I can confidently entrust my student to you. However, time is of the essence. I must return to Sengoku as I have matters to attend to, Karp stated, turning to leap back onto his warship, ordering an immediate return. As Karp's vessel sailed further away, Zephyr felt as though he had been outsmarted by Karp, though he could not quite grasp how. Meanwhile, Kevin mused to himself, Karp's remarks are a clever provocation. It seems Admiral Zephyr will be even more dedicated in his instruction of me. Who says Karp is careless? This is not carelessness. A careless person would not employ such tactics. He is truly a cunning old fox. Kevin, come with me. Let me introduce you to your seniors. Zephyr's voice interrupted Kevin's thoughts. Kevin promptly replied, Yes, Teacher Zephyr, and followed closely behind him. Zephyr led Kevin directly to the first deck, where over 30 naval personnel were engaged in various training exercises, some practicing martial arts, others honing their swordsmanship, while pairs were sparring with one another. Zephyr called out to the crowd, Ein, Binz, come over here. As soon as Zephyr's words echoed, a young man and woman ceased their training and approached him. The girl possessed long, sea-blue hair and a strikingly beautiful visage, while the boy, tall and robust, sported pink hair that matched his formidable stature. The pair saluted Zephyr in unison, declaring, I'm reporting for duty. Binz reporting for duty. Zephyr gestured toward the girl and introduced her to Kevin, saying, This is your senior sister, Ein. He then pointed to the tall youth, adding, And this is your senior brother, Binz. Turning to push Ein and Binz slightly forward. Zephyr continued, This young lad is named Kevin, sent here by Vice Admiral Karp for training. He is now my disciple, which makes him, by extension, your junior brother. Unbelievable. The teacher has taken on another disciple, Binz exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, Ein remained silent. Her curiosity piqued as she examined Kevin with keen interest. Kevin felt a bit uneasy under Ein's gaze, prompting him to speak up. Senior sister, please feel free to express your thoughts. But kindly refrain from looking at me like that. It unnerves me. Ayn smiled warmly and replied, I am merely curious about what makes you so exceptional that the teacher chose you as a disciple. With that, she playfully tapped Kevin on the shoulder. In that instant of contact, Ayn activated her fruit ability, transforming Kevin into a 2-year-old child. Startled, she quickly retracted her power, and Kevin returned to his normal self. How old are you this year? Ayn inquired. Her fruit ability allowed her to revert a person's age by 10 years, meaning that the seemingly tall youth must be under 13. In reality, Kevin was merely 12, yet he had already mastered martial arts, swordsmanship, and the talents of a fruit user. Just now, he sparred with the old man, and he has already become proficient in the 6 forms of the Navy. You too, as senior siblings, must strive harder so that your junior brother does not surpass you by too great a margin, Zifa interjected before Kevin could respond. To possess such skills at such a young age leaves me feeling quite humbled, Binz admitted with a sheepish expression. Upon hearing that Kevin was skilled in swordsmanship, Ayn's interest was piqued, and she eagerly asked, You practice swordsmanship. To what level have you attained? Kevin was perplexed by Ayn's inquiry, prompting him to respond candidly. I recently made a breakthrough in my swordsmanship, achieving the iron-cutting realm. Have you also reached this level? Perhaps we could engage in a friendly duel. Ayn exclaimed with evident excitement. What is happening? Kevin thought to himself, bewildered. As he glanced at Ayn and then at Zephyr, wasn't Ayn in the theatrical rendition portrayed as somewhat aloof? Yet this version of her appeared to embody the spirit of a fervent practitioner, eager to spar upon their first encounter. Ayn, I believe it might be best to refrain from such a contest. Engaging in combat could lead to unnecessary discord. After a moment's contemplation, Ayn replied, Are you fearful of my devil fruit abilities? If that is the case, I assure you, I would not employ them. Not at all, Ayn. I merely meant. Kevin began to clarify, but before he could finish, Ayn's expression darkened, her voice tinged with anger. What is this? Do you look down on me simply because I am a woman? Is that why you hesitate to spar with me? Before Kevin could provide an explanation, Zephyr chuckled and encouraged him. Why not have a match with Ayn? It will help you and your senior understand your true capabilities. Kevin acquiesced with a sigh. Very well. Master Zephyr. Kevin brandished the blade of slaughter before Ayn, then gestured towards the Navy standard saber in her hand, stating, Sister Ayn, I harbor no disdain towards you. It is merely that this weapon I wield is known as the blade of slaughter, a swift blade of considerable caliber. While you are equipped with only the standard naval saber, this disparity renders our contest somewhat inequitable, and thus I must decline your challenge. Be that as it may. This saber is merely for my training. My own blades are equally swift, and I possess 2 of them. When the time comes to strike, I shall wield them without hesitation. Now, simply tell me whether you will engage in this contest or not. Ayn replied, her tone considerably softened. Kevin, noticing Ayn's indifference, remarked, Since you insist, I shall not hold back. Shall we commence our duel here? Indeed, this very place serves as our training ground. Binz. Please instruct everyone to pause their training and clear the area to prevent any unintended injuries. Ayn directed towards Binz. Upon receiving a nod of approval from his instructor, Binz approached the trainees, announcing, Everyone, please halt your exercises. Ayn is set to compete with our newcomer, Kevin. Instantly, the group ceased their training, eagerly moving aside to witness the encounter. With the space cleared, Kevin graciously addressed Ayn, Sister Ayn, I shall not be polite any longer. I humbly await your guidance. Without further ado, Ayn dashed towards Kevin, her military knife raised high. Kevin swiftly positioned his blade. The sound of a sharp crack resonating as Ayn's weapon shattered into 2 fragments. Seizing the moment, Kevin retreated a couple of steps, apologizing, Sister Ayn. I regret breaking your weapon. Humph. Ayn scoffed. It's of no consequence. It was merely a training tool. With that, she deftly produced 2 short blades seemingly from thin air. Observing the glint of cold steel, Kevin surmised that these daggers were undoubtedly of superior quality. Upon wielding the short blades, Ayn's demeanor shifted dramatically. With a powerful stomp, she unleashed a technique from the Navy's 6 styles, appearing instantaneously before Kevin. Her dual blades danced through the air, each strike aimed at Kevin's vital points. Reacting swiftly, Kevin retreated while using his blade to parry Ayn's relentless assault. After a flurry of clashes, he successfully deflected her series of attacks. Undeterred, Ayn launched herself into the air, aiming a kick directly at Kevin's chest. In that fleeting moment, Kevin reached out with his right hand, catching Ayn's ankle just as her foot was about to make contact. With a forceful motion, he hurled her away. Ayn executed a graceful flip in midair, landing deftly on the deck, and called out to Kevin, Not bad, young man. Without missing a beat, she lunged once more towards him. Kevin and Ayn engaged in a fierce bout, exchanging blows for over 40 rounds. With Ayn persistently on the offensive while Kevin remained on the defensive, occasionally launching a counterattack. Teacher, it seems that Ayn is destined to win this duel. Binz remarked to Zephyr, who stood beside him watching the spectacle. Zephyr chuckled and inquired, Binz, what leads you to believe that Ayn will prevail? Without a moment's hesitation, Binz replied, because Ayn has been relentlessly pressuring Kevin, who is stuck in a defensive posture. I, however, believe that Kevin will emerge victorious, Zephyr stated with a grin, adopting a mysterious demeanor. Teacher, why do you say that? Binz asked, perplexed. Zephyr patiently explained, While it appears that Ein is continuously attacking and Kevin is forced to defend, the reality is more nuanced. Although Kevin is on the defensive, he occasionally strikes back, likely analyzing Ein's attack patterns and identifying her vulnerabilities. Moreover, if you observe closely, you will notice that the intervals between Kevin's counterattacks are diminishing. After a moment of contemplation, Binzi remarked, "If what you say is true, then does that not imply that Ein is bound to fail?" Zephyr nodded, responding, "Indeed, it seems that Kevin has discerned the flaws in Ein's offensive strategy, and he is likely on the verge of launching a significant counteroffensive." No sooner had Zephyr spoken than Kevin, having successfully deflected Ein's dagger strike, seized the opportunity as Ein momentarily halted. In an instant, Kevin appeared behind her, his blade poised at her throat. "Sister Ein, I concede," he said as he withdrew the blade from her neck. "No, I have exerted my utmost. It is you who are too formidable," Ein admitted gracefully, acknowledging her defeat. Applauding, Zephyr approached Ein and said, "Ein, you see, Kevin has been holding back. Otherwise, you would have lost long ago." "What?" Ein inquired, astonished. Zephyr continued, "As I mentioned earlier, Kevin is well versed in the Navy's 6 styles. Had he consistently employed Shirgan and Renkyaka during the exchange, do you think your offensive would have flowed as smoothly? A disrupted offensive leads to vulnerabilities. And once you falter, would Kevin not seize the opportunity?" Reflecting on her encounter with Kevin, Ein realized that Zephyr's assertions were indeed accurate, her gaze instinctively shifting towards Kevin. Kevin noticed Ein's gaze upon him and promptly turned his face away, feigning interest in the training equipment on the deck. Observing Kevin's reaction, Ein remained oblivious to the truth of Zephyr's words. With a disdainful huff, Ein turned her head to survey the deck. Kevin innocently cast his gaze towards Zephyr, who smiled and said, "Kevin, you need not worry. Ein is simply upset because she feels you did not give your all during the match. In a few days, she will be fine." "That's good to hear." Kevin sighed in relief inwardly. In truth, he had begun to contemplate the establishment of his own faction, and Ein, with her time-based fruit abilities, was certainly within his scope of recruitment. If a trivial matter were to sow discord in her heart, it would hinder any future attempts to win her over. "Binz, you are responsible for arranging a room for Kevin. You two will share accommodations. From now on, Kevin will train alongside you," Zephyr instructed. "Yes, sir," Binz replied respectfully. He then turned to Kevin, saying, "Come with me, Kevin. I will show you to your room and discuss the important matters to note in our elite training camp." "Thank you, Teacher Zephyr. I will take my leave now," Kevin said with respect before turning to Binz and adding, "Thank you, Senior Binz." Binz smiled and replied, "You can simply call me Binz. There is no need for formality. It is our duty as seniors to care for newcomers. Let's go. Our rooms are on the 2nd floor." With that, Binz led Kevin up to the 2nd floor. As they walked, Binz introduced the training ship. Under Zephyr's command, the ship comprised 3 levels. The lower level housed the storerooms for supplies and ammunition. The 1st floor contained the cafeteria and the majority of the Navy personnel and trainees' quarters, while the 2nd floor was reserved for Zephyr and his disciples. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Binz pointed to the innermost room, saying, "That is Teacher Zephyr's room." He then indicated the 2 rooms opposite Zephyr's, explaining, "Those 2 rooms belong to Ein and me, respectively. Mine is the one on the left, and Ein's is on the right. You shall stay in the room opposite Ein's." "Understood. Thank you." Kevin expressed his gratitude to Binz. After a moment's thought, Binz turned to Kevin and said, "Kevin, I hope you won't hold today's incident against Ein. She has had a difficult past. Both her parents were killed by pirates, which has instilled a deep-seated hatred for them within her. Since joining the Navy, she has worked tirelessly to grow stronger. When you held back during your match today, it left her feeling somewhat discomfort. So, please do not take it to heart." Kevin smiled and said, "Binz, it's nothing. I won't be bothered by it. I'm merely concerned about Sister Ein." Upon noticing that Kevin had not taken the matter to heart, Binz felt relieved and replied, "That's good to hear. I will be fine in a few days. Make sure to rest well today, and remember to wake up early for training at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning." "All right, I've noted that," Kevin responded. On the morning 3 days later, while Kevin was training alongside his fellow students, a naval messenger hurried over and called out to the group of trainees. "Commander Zephyr has ordered you to proceed to the dining hall immediately. After your meal, gather at the training ground." Kevin observed that his fellow students were rushing excitedly towards the cafeteria, and in confusion, he turned to his companion, Binz, and inquired, "Binz, what is happening? They all seem as if they have been invigorated by some elixir." "Invigorated by an elixir?" Binz replied, equally perplexed. Kevin then realized that in the world of pirates, no one had likely heard this adage. Thus, he elaborated, "This is a saying from my hometown, used to describe a state of extraordinary excitement." Upon hearing Kevin's explanation, Binz experienced a moment of enlightenment and responded, "I see. Every week, Teacher Zephyr imparts knowledge to us, and after each of his lectures, we always experience a breakthrough. Today happens to be one of those days when the teacher shares his wisdom, which is why everyone is so exhilarated." Upon hearing this, Kevin promptly exclaimed, "Let us hasten to dine." When Kevin and Binz returned to the deck after their meal, they found a multitude of individuals eagerly awaiting their arrival. After a brief interval, once everyone had gathered, Zephyr ascended the deck and began to speak. "Previously, I have shared with you the knowledge regarding the devil fruits. You may perceive the Logia-type devil fruits as invincible. However, they are not without their vulnerabilities. Today, I shall enlighten you on a method to counteract the powers of the Logia-type devil fruits. Upon hearing Zephyr mention the existence of a countermeasure against Logia-type devil fruits, the attendees immediately commenced their discussions. Zephyr cleared his throat gently, prompting an instant hush as all eyes turned to him. Satisfied with the newfound silence, he continued. The ability I refer to is the Haki, particularly the armament Haki, which is quite prevalent in the New World. Some among you may have already mastered its application. Yet I assure you, there is no harm in listening further. There are 3 types of Haki in this world. Aside from the Conqueror's Haki, which is innate, the other 2 types can be acquired through diligent training, and their potency can be enhanced likewise. Armament Haki is one of them. Armament Haki is a form of Haki that significantly bolsters one's defensive and offensive capabilities, allowing one to strike at the physical form of Logia users even while they are in their elemental state. As for the application of Armament Haki, it can be categorized into 4 methods: hardening, wrapping, emission, and internal destruction. Hardening is the most common and fundamental usage of Armament Haki in the New World, wherein one envelopes their body with it, rendering their form harder than steel, thereby augmenting both defense and attack. Notably, hardening can be applied not only to oneself but also to objects. Wrapping, on the other hand, involves enveloping the gaseous form of Armament Haki around one's exterior, enhancing both defense and attack. It can be wrapped around weapons and can temporarily envelop projectiles such as arrows and bullets. It can be used in conjunction with hardening. Emission entails gathering Armament Haki in one's hand or weapon and releasing it, transforming it into a tangible form of offensive or defensive might. This technique can produce powerful shockwaves to repel foes and create barriers capable of withstanding intangible assaults. Lastly, internal destruction allows the user to penetrate the surface of an object with Armament Haki, inflicting damage on its interior, and it can be combined with hardening, wrapping, and emission. Teacher Zephyr, I perceive that the methods of hardening and wrapping appear to be entirely synonymous. What distinguishes them? Inquired Ein, who had not addressed Kevin since the last competition. Indeed, there is a distinction. Hardening cannot extend beyond the user's physical form. Simply put, if you apply hardening to the sword in your hand, as long as it remains in your possession, the hardening effect will persist. However, once the sword is separated from you, the effect dissipates. In contrast, wrapping compensates for this limitation. When Armament Haki is wrapped around an object, that object can be distanced from the user to a certain extent, with the specific range varying from person to person. Zephyr patiently elucidated Ein's query, and perhaps finding the explanation insufficiently illustrative, he instructed, Benz, please fetch 3 training wooden swords from the equipment rack. Yes, teacher, Benz affirmed, promptly retrieving 3 wooden swords. Zephyr accepted the swords, inspected them to ensure their suitability, and then turned to Kevin, saying, Kevin, you should join us as well. Kevin rose and approached Zephyr, inquiring, Master Zephyr, do you have any instructions for me? Zephyr responded, your mastery of Armament Haki has surely reached a level where you can harden objects, has it not? Kevin nodded and replied, yes, Master Zephyr. Very well. Zephyr, satisfied, nodded in return and then handed each of them a wooden sword. He continued, Kevin, fortify this wooden sword with your Armament Haki and clash it against Benz's with equal force. Upon hearing Zephyr's instructions, Kevin swiftly hardened the wooden sword using his Armament Haki. He exchanged a glance with Benz, and the blackened wooden sword in his hand collided with the one held by Benz. With a sharp crack, Benz's wooden sword shattered instantly. Observing this, Zephyr remarked, you all witnessed it, right? Identical wooden swords, once fortified with Armament Haki, exhibit a significantly enhanced destructive power. Kevin, release your grip. Kevin listened attentively, loosening his grip, causing the wooden sword to fall to the ground. At the very moment the wooden sword departed from Kevin's hand, the black hue of the Armament Haki swiftly receded. Zephyr pointed at the wooden sword lying at Kevin's feet and remarked, did you see that? This is the inherent flaw of the hardened Armament Haki. It cannot exist independently from its wielder. Subsequently, Zephyr enveloped the last wooden sword with his own Armament Haki and hurled it onto the deck, where it embedded itself, maintaining the aura of the Haki. He then explained, this is what we refer to as binding. Although it has left my grasp, the wooden sword remains entwined in my Armament Haki. Following this demonstration, all the trainees comprehended the distinction between hardening and binding. One student inquired, Teacher Zephyr, is it difficult to cultivate Armament Haki? With a smile, Zephyr replied, cultivating Armament Haki is not particularly arduous. Through continuous combat, one can achieve mastery. However, the extent of one's proficiency ultimately hinges on personal talent and diligent effort. Another student asked, is there a difference in strength among Armament Haki, Teacher Zephyr? Zephyr nodded affirmatively, stating, indeed, there exists a hierarchy within Armament Haki, determined by its quantity. The greater the amount of Haki, the more formidable its intensity, and the broader its offensive and defensive range. What happens when the Armament Haki is exhausted? The student continued to inquire. That is an astute question, Zephyr acknowledged with a glance of approval at the student. Armament Haki is not infinite, it does deplete. However, its consumption rate varies based on the intensity and amount utilized. When the haki is fully expended, it can be naturally restored through rest. Kevin listened intently, pondering to himself. Does this armament haki increasingly resemble the inner strength found in martial arts novels? If I were to cultivate the Nine Suns' divine skill, would I not be able to wield armament haki indefinitely? In truth, the essence of armament haki mirrors the inner strength of the pirate world. Why do I assert this? Inner strength grows more robust with training. Just as armament haki increases in quantity with practice, inner strength depletes upon use, and so does armament haki. Inner strength can enhance the user's defensive and offensive capabilities, and armament haki similarly augments both attack and defense when inner strength is exhausted. It can be replenished through meditation and rest, which holds true for armament haki as well. When juxtaposed in this manner, do they not appear remarkably similar? Zephyr continued to elucidate the intricacies of armament haki to the students, occasionally addressing their inquiries. Kevin refrained from asking questions, choosing instead to listen quietly. With each explanation from Zephyr, Kevin's comprehension of armament haki deepened further. Kevin had been training at the elite training camp for 6 months. During this period, his mastery of both armament haki and observation haki advanced remarkably. His armament haki had reached the level of internal destruction, while his observation haki allowed him to occasionally glimpse into the future. It could be said that Kevin had now encountered a plateau in his training, whether in martial arts, swordsmanship, or the cultivation of his dual haki. To break through, he understood that he must engage in intense combat. Thus, Kevin submitted an application for early graduation to Zephyr. Zephyr glanced at the application in his hand, then looked at Kevin and asked, "Are you truly certain about this?" "Yes, teacher Zephyr. I have contemplated this for a considerable time. I have reached a bottleneck, and I intend to venture out to sea for a period of independent training. However, our elite training camp does not permit students to venture out alone except for the graduation assessment, which is why I am applying for an early graduation examination." Kevin replied earnestly. Seeing Kevin's resolute determination, Zephyr responded, "In that case, I shall grant your wish." "Thank you, teacher Zephyr." Kevin respectfully bowed to him. Zephyr opened the drawer of his desk and retrieved a thick stack of bounty notices, handing them to Kevin as he said, "According to the customs of our elite training camp, the content of the graduation assessment involves the examinee independently capturing a pirate with a bounty ranging from 10 million to 15 million berries within a 6-month period. These are the qualifying bounty notices, each accompanied by a detailed description. You may review them and select your target. However, I advise you to choose several. After all, these pirates roam the seas and their whereabouts can be quite elusive. Having multiple targets will enhance your chances of success in the assessment." Kevin took the bounty notices, glancing at the stack which contained over 200 sheets. He then inquired, "Teacher Zephyr, may I take these bounty notices back to my room for a more thorough examination?" Zephyr nodded in agreement, responding, "Of course, with such a multitude of bounty notices, it would be impossible to review them all in a short time. Take your time. After all, a day or two won't make a difference before you set sail." As Kevin returned to his dormitory, clutching the substantial bundle of bounty notices, he discovered 4 individuals seated within: Smoker, Tina, Binz, and Ein. Upon his arrival, all 4 pairs of eyes fixated on him. Smoker was the first to speak. "Kevin, did you really go to teacher Zephyr to request an early graduation assessment?" Kevin did not conceal the truth, for they would inevitably discover it sooner or later. Thus, he nodded openly and replied, "Indeed." Ein, with a note of concern, said, "Why not wait a little longer? It is essential to understand that the content of the graduation assessment is quite perilous." Kevin shook the thick stack of bounty notices in his hand and said, "This is the focus of my assessment, to capture a pirate with a bounty ranging from 10 million to 15 million berries." Upon hearing this, Ein quickly replied, "The task is exceedingly perilous. I believe it would be prudent for you to wait for a while and prepare more thoroughly. If this pirate happens to be alone, you might stand a chance at apprehending him. However, should you encounter a crew of pirates, do you truly believe you could successfully capture one and escape unscathed?" Kevin was acutely aware that Ein's concerns stemmed entirely from a desire for his safety. Nevertheless, he remarked, "I am well aware of this. Yet you must also recognize that I have reached an impasse in my mastery of swordsmanship, martial arts, and the cultivation of my dual-colored haki. To transcend this barrier, I require the crucible of intense combat. Although we periodically engage with pirates during our voyages, those adversaries are rather feeble. Upon investigation, I found that in the past 6 months, the most formidable pirate we vanquished had a bounty of merely 800,000 berries. Such encounters are wholly insufficient for my advancement." Bings interjected, "Kevin, we are cognizant of your sentiments. However, have you considered that a bounty of 10 million berries delineates a pivotal threshold in the realm of piracy? Bounties below this figure, even at 9,999,000 berries, do not signify formidable strength. Yet, once a pirate's bounty surpasses 10 million berries, the peril they embody escalates exponentially, potentially tenfold or more compared to those beneath this threshold." Tina concurred, expressing, "Tina also believes that your decision may be somewhat hasty." Smoker added, "Perhaps you should contemplate this matter further, Kevin." Kevin observed that everyone was advising him, understanding that their intentions were rooted in concern for his well-being. "However," he replied, "thank you all, but I have already made my decision. To grow stronger, one must possess a heart that fears not the trials and tribulations, coupled with an indomitable will. If I allow fear of danger to paralyze me, how can I possibly gain strength or realize my dreams? Upon hearing Kevin's words, the four fell silent, acknowledging the wisdom in his statement, yet they still wished to deter him from taking risks. Among the five, Kevin was the youngest, despite being the strongest. The others regarded him as a younger brother, fearing for his safety. Noticing their silence, Kevin sensed that he had swayed their opinions and continued, "Instead of dissuading me, why not assist me in selecting my target for this assessment?" The eldest among them, Smoker, replied, "Since Kevin has made up his mind, as a friend, I shall refrain from persuading you further. After all, there is no justification to obstruct a man's aspirations. What do you all think?" With that, Smoker cast a glance at Tina, Binns, and Ein. After a brief moment of silence, Binns was the first to speak. "In that case, I shall help Kevin choose a mission target." "I will assist as well," Tina chimed in. Seeing that Smoker and Binns had accepted Kevin's resolve to set sail, Ein and Tina ceased their attempts to dissuade him. The five gathered in Kevin's room, dividing the bounty notices to begin selecting their targets. Penetrator Kohler, with a bounty of 14.5 million berries, dead or alive. Smoker glanced at the front of the bounty notice before flipping it over to read the description aloud. Captain of the Penetrator Pirates. A user of the Paramecia type poke fruit, capable of allowing attacks to pass through his body, rendering him immune to damage while being cunning and treacherous. Upon finishing, Smoker shook his head, saying, "This individual's fruit ability is too peculiar and difficult to handle. Let us discard him." He tossed Kohler's bounty notice aside. Bloodaxe Kokot, with a bounty of 10 million berries, dead or alive. Captain of the Blood Axe Pirates, adept in physical combat with immense strength. Known for wielding a large axe and silencing witnesses post-raid. After reading this notice, Ein placed it on the table and nodded. This notorious villain could serve as a suitable target. While he possesses formidable physical prowess, he should not be too challenging to confront. Black Gunnery Eyes. Bounty of 10 million berries, Snow Leopard Carrot. Bounty of 14 million berries, Butcher Ben Benjamin. Bounty of 11 million berries, Surgeon Hycro. Bounty of 10 million berries. After 4 long hours, the five finally perused all the bounty notices. Observing the pirates selected by Smoker and the others, Kevin couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. There remained 18 bounty notices on the table, all with rewards not exceeding 11 million berries, and none featuring a devil fruit user. "Do you four truly doubt my abilities?" Kevin lamented silently, resorting to discreetly commanding Jarvis to record the information of all the pirates listed. Once this was accomplished, Kevin withdrew a bounty notice from his pocket, declaring, "I have decided to designate this person as my primary target. Cunning Fox Flossie, with a bounty of 15 million berries, dead or alive." The four took the bounty notice from Kevin, passing it around. Smoker, ever observant, remarked, "This does not seem to be part of our current targets, does it? Where did you procure this notice?" Kevin mysteriously smiled and said, "I found it on the desk in Teacher Zephyr's office. Although I am unfamiliar with who he is, I have often seen Teacher Zephyr glaring at this bounty notice with immense anger. Thus, I resolved to make this individual my primary target for this assessment. Any other pirates I encounter can be dealt with as a secondary concern. However, you lack any substantial information regarding this pirate. Relying solely on a bounty notice makes it exceedingly difficult to understand the adversary, and such an approach is undeniably perilous." Ein expressed her concerns with a hint of worry. Kevin gathered the 18 wanted posters from the table and tucked them into his pocket. He remarked, "I have my own sources of information. This pirate is merely the primary target, but capturing him is not imperative. If there is a significant disparity in strength, I will not recklessly charge him like some fool. After all, there are still 18 alternative targets here." As Kevin's words echoed, several pairs of eyes turned towards Smoker. For the tale of his audacious attempt to apprehend Drought Jack had become the talk of the entire Navy. Smoker, feeling the weight of their gazes, flushed and stammered, "I was too young and impulsive back then." The disdainful looks from the other four were a stark reminder of his past folly. After bidding farewell to Smoker, Kevin closed the door and retrieved a din mushy to make a call. After a moment of ringing, a cold voice emanated from the other end. "Hello? Whom do you seek?" Kevin picked up the communicator and said, "Captain Liahu." "It is I, Kevin." Upon hearing Kevin's voice, Captain Liahu immediately responded with respect, "Young Master Kevin, how may I assist you?" "Captain Liahu, I seek information about an individual known as Flossie, also referred to as Cunning Fox," Kevin stated. The reason Kevin reached out to Liahu was that he was the captain of CP5, the largest intelligence agency under the world government, where no information remained elusive. Moreover, Liahu belonged to the Don Quixote family, effectively serving as their eyes and ears within the world government. Liahu pondered for a moment before replying, "Young Master Kevin, I have some recollection of this pirate. Cunning Fox Flossie was once the captain of the Cunning Fox pirate crew. Many years ago, he, along with 8 other pirate crews, was implicated in the kidnapping and murder of Admiral Zephyr's family. He was indeed the mastermind and instigator of that heinous act. However, following the incident, Flossie promptly fled, adopting a new identity to evade the Navy's pursuit. He was the only pirate to successfully escape from that ordeal." Kevin finally understood why Zephyr always looked at the bounty notice with such deep-seated hatred. The enmity of having one's family destroyed is a burden that no one can bear lightly. Nevertheless, Kevin felt a glimmer of hope at the prospect of resurrecting his parents. "Can you ascertain the current whereabouts of Foxy?" Kevin inquired. "This should be on record, but I will need to investigate further." "Please hold on for a moment, Master Kevin," replied Rayleigh. "Very well. Contact me once you have the information," Kevin said. Ending the call. An hour later, the communicator on Kevin's desk chimed. He answered it promptly. "Have you found anything, Captain Rayleigh?" Kevin asked. "Indeed, I have," Rayleigh responded, proceeding to relay the information he had uncovered. The cunning fox, Foxy, after his escape, made his way to Magic Valley Town on Gaia Island. He has been hiding there for years, operating a tavern named Brilliant Moments. Brilliant Moments? How audacious of him to choose such a name. Kevin scoffed, displeased. Has the world government not intervened to deal with this scoundrel? Master Kevin, you may be unaware that Magic Valley Town on Gaia Island is a lawless zone, teeming with pirates and criminals. Taking action there poses significant challenges. Furthermore, the area currently falls under the influence of Tion Yachidong Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. According to the agreement between the world government and Doflamingo, no personnel may act within his territory without his consent, explained Rayleigh. Doflamingo? My cousin? When did he become one of the 7 warlords of the sea? Kevin queried. Master Kevin, Doflamingo is no longer a member of the Don Quixote family. He is merely a civilian now, a pirate, and cannot be compared to your standing. His appointment as one of the 7 warlords occurred a year ago, Rayleigh clarified. Kevin discerned a profound animosity in the tone of Rayleigh, directed towards Don Quixote Doflamingo, and thus inquired, Captain Rayleigh, I pose a question to you. And I hope you will answer me truthfully. Rayleigh replied with utmost respect, Young Master Kevin, please feel free to ask any question. I shall respond with complete honesty. Do you harbor a grudge against Doflamingo? Kevin asked. Rayleigh paused for a moment before responding. Indeed, his father, Lord H. Mingwath, once saved my life and bestowed upon me a debt of gratitude. Yet, Doflamingo, in his pursuit of celestial dragon privileges, chose to murder his own father. Then why have you not taken his life? This act of patricide must have occurred over a decade ago. You surely had the opportunity to slay him, Kevin pressed. Rayleigh's voice grew somber as he replied, I have had numerous chances to kill him, but I cannot do so. After all, he is the son of my benefactor, Lord H. Minghua. I cannot bring myself to kill the offspring of the man who saved me. There is another matter, Rayleigh continued. Though the head of the family has requested confidentiality, I believe you, young Master Kevin, have the right to know. What is it? Kevin asked, curiosity piqued. The death of your parents may be connected to Doflamingo, Rayleigh revealed. Kevin was taken aback, quickly demanding, What do you mean, Captain Rayleigh? Please clarify. The pirates responsible for your parents' demise, One-Eyed Barts and Evil Spirit Ba, were originally marauders from the North Sea. 2 years ago, they entered the Grand Line, and shortly thereafter, their crew, the One-Eyed Pirates, was absorbed under Doflamingo's command. They subsequently departed the Grand Line for the East Sea. A month prior to the incident involving your parents, Doflamingo approached the head of the family, seeking to obtain all privileges of a celestial dragon, but his request was denied. Soon after, your parents were murdered by the One-Eyed Pirates. Rayleigh paused momentarily before continuing. Following this tragedy, Doflamingo returned to the head of the family. Although the specifics of their discussion remain unclear, it culminated in the head of the family agreeing to assist him in reinstating his celestial dragon privileges. However, according to your uncle, Lord Muscarud, Doflamingo coerced the head of the family by threatening your safety. Is what you say true? Kevin asked, his tone frigid. Although Kevin had the means to resurrect his parents and had avenged their deaths by eliminating their killers, One-Eyed Barts having been captured by Karp and later slain by Kevin, his heart surged with a torrent of murderous intent upon hearing that their demise might have been part of a sinister plot. Young Master Kevin, I would not dare to deceive you in the slightest. You may contact the head of the family to verify this matter, Rayleigh promptly responded. A hollow laugh escaped Kevin's lips as he suddenly turned cold, saying, You must be quite eager for me to eliminate Doflamingo, Captain Rayleigh. That is why you have divulged this information to me, is it not? You perceive my youth and impulsiveness, believing that upon learning this, I would seek every means to kill Doflamingo, correct? A clever use of provocation and manipulation. Kevin could hardly believe that Rayleigh would risk incurring his grandfather's wrath by divulging secrets that his grandfather wished to keep from him. On the other end of the line, Rayleigh involuntarily shivered, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He had not anticipated that Kevin, despite his tender age, possessed such profound cunning. Hastily, he replied, Young Master Kevin, I acknowledge my mistake. Please, punish me as you see fit. However, I assure you that everything I have conveyed is the unvarnished truth, devoid of any deceit. Though I am aware of your intentions to exploit me, I have resolved to permit your use of me this once. Rest assured, I shall investigate thoroughly. If your claims prove to be accurate, I will undoubtedly find a way to repay my cousin appropriately, Kevin stated, his tone frigid. He then shifted his discourse, adding, however, Captain Rayleigh, I do not wish for a repeat of this incident. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to allow my grandfather to eliminate you. Thank you, young Master Kevin. I shall not dare to transgress again. If you truly succeed in eliminating Doflamingo, my life shall belong to you, Liahu hastily declared, sensing Kevin's murderous intent. Very well. Keep a vigilant watch over Magic Valley Town. Inform me immediately of any developments, Kevin instructed before terminating the call. Meanwhile, Liahu wiped the sweat from his brow, silently praying for Kevin to swiftly avenge Flamingua by vanquishing Doflamingo. Kevin glanced at the phone bug, yet ultimately refrained from contacting his grandfather, Cafard Saint. He understood that the fierce tiger would neither deceive him nor dare to do so in this matter. Initially, Kevin had merely assumed that his parents' misfortune was a mere coincidence involving the one-eyed pirate crew. However, he was astounded to discover that their demise was, in fact, orchestrated in the shadows by Don Quixote Doflamingo. Thus, the vendetta could not remain unavenged. Kevin quietly stowed away his phone, reclining upon his bed in an attempt to calm his tumultuous emotions. At that moment, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding. The host has triggered the side quest Avenge the Master, which entails capturing or eliminating the pirate cunning Foxy, who orchestrated the demise of teacher Zifa's family. Completion rewards a C-grade blind box. Ding. The host has triggered the side quest Avenge the Parents, requiring the capture or elimination of Heavenly Knight Demon Don Quixote Doflamingo, the architect behind the death of the host's parents. Completion rewards an A-grade blind box. Ding. The host has triggered the time-limited task graduation assessment. Failure to capture or eliminate a pirate listed on the assessment bounty within 6 months will yield a D-grade blind box. Current task completion rate, 0-200. Time remaining, 187. 5 days. Another task has appeared. Kevin silently pondered, hoping that this time the blind box would contain rewards capable of resurrecting his parents. 2 days later, Kevin prepared his belongings, bringing along 2 changes of clothes and ample berries, before embarking on a small boat that would take him away from the nameless island housing the elite training camp. As he departed, he refrained from disclosing to Smoker, Binns, and the others who had come to bid him farewell that he had already discovered the whereabouts of cunning Fox Flossie. Instead, he assured them that he would diligently seek out Flossie, and if he could not locate him, he would resort to confronting the 18 selected pirates. Kevin designated the Shabandi archipelago as the inaugural destination of his voyage, with the purpose of seeking an audience with the illustrious first mate of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, the infamous Dark King, Rayleigh. Since the dissolution of Roger's crew, Rayleigh has remained in seclusion within the Shabandi archipelago. However, his whereabouts are notoriously elusive. The only conceivable place to locate him is perhaps at the infamous Shacky's Ripoff Bar, situated in the 13th district of the archipelago. After a brief exploration of the 13th district, Kevin successfully discovered Shacky's Ripoff Bar. Kevin gazed at the tavern's sign, particularly the striking depiction of the scam, and couldn't help but marvel at how Shacky truly deserved to be a rival and ally of the esteemed Captain Karp. The tavern's name was remarkably straightforward. Indeed, it was direct, cutting straight to the essence of the scam. At that moment, a group of individuals inside the tavern was vociferously discussing where to find a skilled coding artisan. Kevin cast a fleeting glance at the group, only to discover that the leader was one of the notorious figures featured on the 200 bounty posters. However, Kevin chose to disregard the pirate and made his way to the bar. Addressing Shacky, who was leisurely smoking a cigarette while perusing a newspaper, he said, "Madam, I would like a glass of plain water." Shacky set down her newspaper, glanced at Kevin, then turned to fetch a clean glass, filling it with water before handing it to him. "Here is your water, for the modest price of 100,000 berries." Kevin took a sip of water and, with a playful tone, remarked, as expected of Aunt Xia, "A cup of water costs a staggering 1,000,000 berries. This is quite the racket. But can it be free?" The young man inquired, "Do I know you?" Xiaoqi took a puff of smoke and then questioned, "Do I not know you? What's the matter?" Kevin replied, "Not at all. What's up?" Xiaoqi unveiled a charming smile and said, "Since I do not know you, why should I offer it for free?" Kevin chuckled and said, "What about for the sake of my teacher?" "Who is your teacher?" Summerchi inquired with curiosity. "Hee, and Summer. If my teacher were to discover that you have forgotten the man who pursued you across the ocean 30 years ago, he would certainly be displeased." Kevin replied with a mischievous grin. "Kapu." Summerchi initially paused, taken aback by Kevin's words, before uncertainly uttering a name. Kevin gave a thumbs up to Xiaoqi and remarked, "As expected of Aunt Xia, your reflexes are truly impressive. You managed to guess this. Since you are a disciple of that fellow Karp, then this cup of water is worth 10,000,000 berries. Thank you. Please settle the bill." Xiaoqi maintained her smile, yet instantaneously inflated the price of the cup tenfold. "Aunt Xia, is it truly fair to be so ruthless? I'm but a child, and my finances are rather limited. How about letting it slide? If that doesn't work, we could charge it to Master Karp's account, perhaps?" Kevin retorted with a cheeky demeanor, feigning innocence as he fixed a pleading gaze upon Xiaoqi. "I wonder how Karp could have taken in such a rogue student like you. Very well, I shall let this one go free of charge. By the way, young man, what is your name?" "I needed to ask Karp for reimbursement later," Xiaoqi replied with a resigned shrug. "Didn't you say it was free? Why then do you still require money from Master Karp?" This woman is truly exasperating, Kevin thought to himself before saying aloud, "Aunt Xia, are you sure you want to know my name?" Of course. I need to know who you were to ask that old man Karp for money, Shachi stated matter-of-factly. My name is Don Quixote Kevin Saint, but you may call me Don Kevin. Just call me Kevin, and Sia, Kevin said with a grin while holding his cup of water. Are you a celestial dragon? Shachi asked in astonishment, struggling to believe that Karp, who abhorred celestial dragons, would take one as a disciple. And you, a celestial dragon, venture out without even a bodyguard. Is that truly wise? Are you not concerned about being harmed? My father is a celestial dragon, while my mother is an ordinary person. Kevin replied, You are indeed a celestial dragon, yet you roam freely without a protector. Is that truly prudent? Do you not fear for your safety? Shachi couldn't help but voice her concerns. My identity is confidential. Aside from my family, Karp, and 5 high-ranking Navy officials, no one else knows my true identity. Now, Ancia knows as well. As for how many within the world government and among the celestial dragons are aware, I cannot say. Therefore, I believe I am relatively safe and unlikely to be harmed by those who harbor animosity towards celestial dragons, Kevin responded nonchalantly. You are quite carefree, aren't you? However, I am curious as to how a celestial dragon like you came to be Karp's disciple, Shachi commented. Kevin shrugged and mused. I am uncertain. Perhaps it is because I differ from other celestial dragons, or maybe it is due to my extraordinary talents. Well, I shall refrain from inquiring further. But I cannot help but wonder if your visit here is merely for a sip of water, Shachi inquired. She found it hard to believe that anyone would take the trouble to come solely for that purpose. I am aware that Aunt Sia is well informed, and I seek a particular individual whose whereabouts I suspect only you might know. Kevin flattered Shachi. Young Kevin, whom do you seek? But do bear in mind, this time it is not complimentary. Shachi replied, clearly pleased with Kevin's words, a smile gracing her lips. Kevin inquired, which Rayleigh? Shachi feigned ignorance as she questioned. Kevin chuckled and said, Aunt Sia, you shouldn't feign ignorance. The person I am seeking is none other than the illustrious Pluto Rayleigh. Shachi shook her head and replied, Then you have truly come to the wrong place. I cannot possibly locate such a prominent figure. Aunt Sia, that's rather disappointing. I am well aware that Uncle Rayleigh resides here, and I genuinely have matters to discuss with him. I assure you, I will not cause him any trouble. Besides, I lack the capability to do so, Kevin explained, suspecting that Shachi was reluctant to mention Rayleigh out of concern for the trouble he might bring. Shachi, intrigued, inquired, If you possess such information, why not seek him directly instead of coming to me? She understood that the number of individuals aware of Rayleigh's cohabitation with her would likely not exceed 10, and among them, it was certain that there were no Navy personnel. With a sycophantic smile, Kevin remarked, Aunt Sia, your words are quite flattering. It took me considerable effort to discover that Uncle Rayleigh resides here. Moreover, Uncle Rayleigh is rather elusive. Aside from you, it seems no one else can locate him. Indeed, the old fellow is perpetually wandering about. Shachi nodded in agreement and then inquired, Do you have any particular matters to discuss with him? If it is not urgent, I can certainly convey your message, as I am unaware of when that old man will return. However, if your concerns are pressing, you will have to seek him out yourself. Kevin pondered for a moment and remarked, I believe it would be best for me to seek out Uncle Rayleigh myself. This matter pertains to the lineage of pirate King Joel D. Roger, and with so many people around, it is easy for rumors to spread. Shachi nodded in agreement, saying, This is indeed a significant issue. I also support your decision to approach him personally. However, please be aware that there will be a fee this time. Kevin, with a touch of bravado, flung his backpack onto the bar counter and declared, Aunt Sia, name your price. Since we're already acquaintances, I'll let you have it at cost. 10 million berries will suffice. Shachi responded with an expression that suggested he was getting quite the bargain. Kevin opened his backpack, revealing it to be stuffed with bundles of berries. He extracted 2 bundles and handed them to Shachi, saying, And Shachi, this should suffice, right? Shachi glanced at the 2 bundles in her hands and replied, This appears to be a bit more than necessary. I shall note it down for you. Next time you come, you can enjoy complimentary refreshments. However, flaunting your wealth so openly may not be the wisest course of action. As she spoke, Shachi gestured with her eyes for Kevin to be cautious of the group of pirates seated nearby. Not to worry. I'm more concerned they might not take any action. Kevin replied nonchalantly. In truth, he had intentionally displayed his berries, having noted the detailed information about the leader of that pirate group on the bounty poster, hoping to bait him. Seeing Kevin's self-assured demeanor, Shachi chose not to press the matter further and informed him of Rayleigh's whereabouts. That fellow has recently accumulated a significant amount of debt at the casino. He is likely waiting to be auctioned off at the human auction house in Area 1. The auction will take place tonight, so you have time to explore the island. Rayleigh's hobbies are rather peculiar, Kevin remarked with a slight smirk. At that moment, someone tapped Kevin on the shoulder and said, Kid, are you wealthy? If so, you might as well leave your money behind. Kevin turned his head to glance at one of the pirates from the group seated nearby, who had likely just taken notice of his ostentatious display of wealth. A sly smile crept onto Kevin's lips, a fleeting expression of triumph that quickly faded as he feigned confusion and inquired, I am indeed affluent, but why would I wish to part with my riches? As he spoke, Kevin opened his backpack, revealing stacks of berries inside for the pirate to behold. The pirate's mouth watered at the sight. The large backpack likely contained no less than 70 to 80 million berries, indicating that this was indeed a lucrative target. Realizing this, the pirate hurriedly turned to his captain, who sat among the others, and exclaimed, "Captain, we have a plump target. There must be at least 70 to 80 million berries in there." Upon hearing this, the pirate captain, who had been indulging in drink, immediately addressed the other pirates at the table, declaring there's business to be had. "Let us all go and take a look." With the captain's command, a throng of pirates encircled Kevin. He pretended to be bewildered and asked, "What do you intend to do?" The captain let out a hearty laugh and replied, "Do you truly not know what we are about? We are pirates, and naturally, we are here to rob you." Haha. Kevin chuckled and remarked, "Of course, I am aware that you are pirates. You are greedy Buffy, the captain of the plunderer's pirate crew, renowned for your insatiable thirst for treasure and your ruthless methods. After each raid, you eliminate any witnesses. Though you lack special abilities and your physical skills are rather mediocre, your cunning is unparalleled. Your bounty stands at 12 million berries. Am I correct, Captain Buffy?" Buffy, realizing that the person before him was not as simple as he appeared, responded with caution, "Who are you, and how do you know about me?" Kevin pointed to himself and said, "Me? A naval rookie yet to graduate from boot camp. I am here solely to complete my graduation assessment, and you happen to be one of my targets." Upon hearing Kevin's words, Buffy suddenly burst into laughter, and it took a considerable time before he ceased his mirth. He then turned to Kevin and remarked, "You naive little naval cadet. Do you not comprehend the current situation?" "What situation?" Kevin inquired with a smile. "You innocent naval lad, allow me to elucidate the circumstances. The situation is that you are alone, while we number over 20. Therefore, you find yourself surrounded." Buffy's tone turned ominous as he continued, "If you obediently relinquish all the money on your person, I might allow you to leave unharmed. However, should you resist, I would not hesitate to terminate you and take your money. Aunt Xia, this is your bar. Will you not intervene?" Kevin tilted his head towards Buffy and asked Xia. Xia lit a cigarette and replied, "You two can settle this matter on your own. I shall not be involved. However, any damage incurred will require compensation, as that is my rule." Kevin pointed to his backpack and inquired, "And Xia, do I have enough berries in my bag to renovate your bar?" "Just barely, I suppose," Xia replied, jotting down some notes. Upon receiving her response, Kevin stood up and smiled at Buffy and his subordinates, proclaiming, "I hereby inform you that you are surrounded by me. Surrender, and you may spare your lives. Resist, and should casualties arise, do not blame me." Everyone turned their gaze towards Kevin, pondering whether the boy had lost his wits or if he misunderstood the concept of being surrounded. After all, it was they who outnumbered him. "Captain, is this lad daft?" "He is already babbling nonsense," one of Buffy's pirates remarked. "Indeed, Captain, he must be terrified by your formidable presence," another chimed in. Even Buffy momentarily believed that his intimidating aura had rendered the young naval recruit speechless. At that moment, Kevin enunciated deliberately, "You are surrounded by me alone." Buffy stepped forward, jabbing a finger at Kevin's chest, and scoffed, "Are you still cracking jokes? You haven't grasped the situation, have you? It is you who is surrounded." It seemed it was they who were oblivious to reality. With that, Kevin's knee struck Buffy's abdomen with force, causing him to bend over in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Kevin grasped Buffy's hair and slammed his head against the bar, resulting in a gaping hole in the counter, while Buffy was left bloodied and dazed. "You dare to seek me out, Buffy?" he bellowed in fury, but before he could finish, Kevin drew the golden desert eagle from his system space and pressed it against Buffy's temple. The pirate fell silent, fear gripping him, unable to utter another word. "Do you think your subordinates can save you faster than I can pull the trigger, Captain Buffy?" Kevin asked with a smile, which to Buffy and his crew appeared as the smile of a devil. "This young naval brother, surely you are quicker," they exclaimed in desperation. "We were wrong. Spare me. I beg you. I can offer you riches. I have countless treasures to give." Buffy suddenly knelt, pleading with Kevin. Kevin was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the situation. A pirate like Buffy, who relied on wit for survival, would undoubtedly not resist when it came to preserving his life. In this context, it was evident that Buffy did not wish to engage in conflict with Kevin. He simply hoped that Kevin would spare him, even if it meant relinquishing some treasure, as that would be preferable to losing his life. "I'm afraid I have no interest in that," Kevin stated coldly, producing a transponder snail to contact the naval base at Sabaody Archipelago, requesting reinforcements to apprehend Buffy. Realizing that Kevin had no intention of letting him go, Buffy rolled away to evade Kevin's gunfire and shouted to his fellow pirates, "This Navy officer clearly won't let us go. Kill him, and we will leave immediately. Charge. Eliminate him." A group of pirates responded to Buffy's command, rushing towards Kevin with fervor. Kevin, seated calmly, utilized his finger pistol technique, swiftly incapacitating the limbs of the assailants. As he turned to confront Buffy, the pirate captain shockingly abandoned his crew to flee alone. "You are my target. Do you really think you can escape?" With that, Kevin dashed forward, using his speed to block Buffy's path. Upon seeing this, Buffy recoiled in terror, retreating a few steps before drawing 2 additional pistols and frantically firing at Kevin. Kevin, undeterred by the onslaught, enveloped his left arm in armament hockey, effortlessly deflecting the bullets. With a couple of soft clicks, Buffy realized he had exhausted all his ammunition. In desperation, he hurled his empty guns at Kevin and attempted to flee in another direction. If I allow you to escape, I would lose face, Kevin sneered, a mocking tone lacing his words. Buffy, ignoring Kevin's taunts, continued to run frantically, driven by an overwhelming desire to distance himself from the terrifying figure before him. This was no mere rookie. Even the naval lieutenants he had encountered in the West Blue were not this fearsome. Suddenly, a fist loomed before Buffy, growing larger by the second. With a resounding thud, it struck him squarely in the face, sending him hurtling backward, landing heavily on the ground. Buffy attempted to rise and flee once more, but Kevin approached, placing a foot on Buffy's chest while aiming his gun at him, taunting. What? After firing so many shots at me, you think you can just run away? It seems you greatly underestimate me. I advise you not to move. When the naval forces arrive, they will send you straight to Impel Down. Given your bounty, you will likely find yourself in the first level of hell, the Red Lotus. Fear not, you won't die. No, I don't want to go to Impel Down. Let me go. Upon hearing Kevin's intention to send him to Impel Down, Buffy began to struggle frantically. Kevin was greatly troubled by Buffy. He raised the golden Desert Eagle in his hand and knocked Buffy unconscious with the butt of the gun. After exhaling a sigh of relief, he remarked, at last. The world is quiet. Approximately 10 minutes later, a squad of naval soldiers, led by a colonel, arrived at Shocky's bar, taking all the members of Buffy's pirate crew away. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the graduation assessment task with a score of 1200, earning a D-level blind box. Please continue your efforts. Jarvis, assist me in opening this blind box and reveal what treasures it holds, Kevin instructed, delighted by the prospect of another reward. Yes, master, Jarvis replied. Congratulations, host, on opening a D-level blind box, which contains a spatial ring. This ring possesses 100 cubic meters of space, making it an essential item for home use, travel, and plundering. To Kevin's surprise, the D-level blind box yielded such a splendid item as the spatial ring. This was excellent news. In the future, he would no longer need to carry a cumbersome load of luggage, but could simply toss it into the spatial ring. Kevin returned to the bar to bid farewell to Shocky, preparing to wander around the archipelago of the Chambered Islands. However, he soon discovered an awkward predicament. Having spent all his money on renovation costs for Shocky, he found himself utterly broke. Yet, Kevin certainly would not allow himself to suffer a loss. Kevin retrieved his phone bug from his pocket. As soon as the connection was established, he spoke. Captain, I wish to inquire whether there exists any enterprise of Doflamingo in the 13th area of the Shambadi archipelago. Indeed. There is a casino named the Magnate located at the juncture of the 13th and 14th areas, which belongs to Doflamingo. May I ask, Master Kevin, what is your intention? Captain promptly provided the location of Doflamingo's establishment in the 13th area. Kevin did not conceal his intentions, stating, It's nothing. I've simply exhausted my funds and am seeking a way to acquire some more. Rest assured, young Master Kevin, you can confidently visit the casino I just mentioned. There are no skilled players there, replied Liahu promptly. All right, I understand, Kevin responded before abruptly ending the call. Following the location provided by Liahu, Kevin swiftly located the casino he had described. Frankly, this establishment was rather modest, resembling Shachi's bar, as the patrons were merely pirates. And there was little benefit in embellishing the place. After glancing up at the casino's sign to confirm he had not erred, Kevin forcefully kicked open the entrance and retrieved a tear gas canister from his system's storage, tossing it inside. The gas emitted from the canister rapidly filled the entire casino, causing the patrons to flee in a frenzy, tears and mucus streaming down their faces. Kevin estimated that most of the patrons had vacated the casino. With a swift release of his conqueror's hockey, he rendered a throng of gamblers and casino staff unconscious. He then executed a powerful kick, demolishing a wall of the casino and releasing a cloud of tear gas into the air before striding confidently inside. The suddenness of the incident left everyone scrambling for the exit, abandoning their possessions within the casino, much to Kevin's advantage. In less than 10 minutes, he had looted the entire establishment, accumulating a staggering sum of over 100 million berries. It seemed that in times of financial need, a visit to Doflamingo's enterprises would be in order. Before long, Doflamingo learned of the raid on his property but was utterly baffled as to the identity of the perpetrator. In a fit of rage, he shattered the stone table used for family meetings into countless fragments. However, that was a tale for another time. After securing his ill-gotten gains, Kevin departed from Area 13 and began to meander through Areas 30 to 49, treating himself to a plethora of new clothing and other essentials. He commenced a spree of acquiring necessities, particularly food from the island-esque restaurants and specialty shops. To his astonishment, the space within his ring remained static, preserving any food placed inside in its original condition indefinitely. Without hesitation, he utilized the space as a mobile refrigerator, only ceasing his fervent procurement once the ring was nearly filled to capacity. As the afternoon wore on, Kevin made his way toward Area 1, where the auction was scheduled to take place in the evening. Ironically, the more one seeks to avoid trouble, the more it seems to find them. Just as he reached the bustling streets of Area 10, he heard a voice cry out, "Everyone be cautious. The celestial dragons are approaching. The once lively street descended into chaos, with some people hastily retreating into their homes while others, caught off guard, knelt obediently along the sides of the street, burying their heads low in a desperate attempt to remain unnoticed by the celestial beings. Kevin, of course, would not kneel. Thus, he sought out a secluded corner and procured a chair to sit upon. Due to his discreet position, the celestial dragons were oblivious to his presence. Yet Kevin could observe their approach with clarity. As he gazed upon a tall slave mounted by a group of ostentatious celestial dragons parading through the streets, a sense of familiarity washed over him. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled the figure, a rotund individual adorned with a fishbowl atop his head, sporting an upward curled hairstyle and thick lips reminiscent of sausages, glistening with mucus, clad in a spacesuit and resembling a ball. This fellow was none other than the notorious celestial dragon Charlos, known for his misfortunes in the realm of pirates. It was quite unexpected to encounter him here. Kevin was contemplating when, suddenly, a ball rolled into the road center, halting not far from Charlos Saint. Immediately following, a little girl, appearing to be only 5 or 6 years old, dashed out to retrieve the ball. As the girl picked up the ball, she noticed a shadow looming over her. Looking up, she found Charlos Saint standing close by. Charlos Saint, gazing at the adorable girl, revealed an irate expression, stating brusquely, "You wretched commoner. How dare you obstruct the path of the great Charlos Saint? Are you attempting to assassinate me?" I'm sorry." The girl's voice trembled with fright. Charlos Saint disregarded the girl's apology and instead produced a golden pistol he carried, aiming it at her, saying, "How dare you disrespect the magnificent Charlos Saint? I shall execute you." At that moment, a young couple emerged from the crowd. The woman embraced the little girl, while the man knelt before Charlos Saint, kowtowing and pleading. "Forgive us, esteemed celestial dragon. The child is young and naive. She did not intentionally collide with you. Please, spare her." With a resounding gunshot, the man collapsed into a pool of blood. Charlos Saint exclaimed gleefully, "Bullseye. I hit him." The little girl was petrified by the gunshot. After a long moment, she cried out, "Papa, Papa, don't die. Lily doesn't want the ball anymore. Don't die, Papa." Upon hearing the little girl's cries, the commoners kneeling on both sides of the road felt as if their hearts were being twisted, but they dared not step forward because the shooter was a celestial dragon, a descendant of the exalted creators. How I detest the wails of children. Perish, you lowly wretch. Charlos Saint once again aimed the gun at the little girl, slowly pulling the trigger. A shot rang out. Everyone closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight of the little girl falling into the pool of blood. Who dares assault Charlos Saint? Protect Charlos Saint. Amidst the commotion, people opened their eyes to find the little girl safe in her mother's arms, both trembling. The celestial dragon, who had been about to fire, was lying on the ground, his glass helmet shattered. Nearby lay a brick. Charlos Saint's guards immediately surrounded him, vigilantly scanning the area, determined to find the assailant. To attack a celestial dragon in broad daylight meant certain death if they failed to apprehend the culprit. Charlos Saint's butler glanced at the still sobbing mother and daughter and instructed the guards. These two must be accomplices. Seize them. Butler, she's just a child. A guard pleaded, unable to bear the situation. The butler slapped the guard across the face, retorting, "Of course, I know she's a child. This mother and daughter are unlikely to be the culprits, but if we fail to capture the attacker, we are the ones who will die." The guard fell silent, unwilling to die despite his misgivings. Two guards stepped forward to seize the unfortunate mother and daughter. "I threw the brick. They have nothing to do with it," a voice declared from a shadowy corner. The one who acted was Kevin, who had been hiding nearby. Kevin had been sitting in a secluded spot, intending to leave once Charlos Saint had departed. However, when the little girl ran out to retrieve her ball, Kevin assumed Charlos Saint would merely scold or beat her, and therefore didn't intervene. He never imagined that the callous Charlos Saint would draw a gun and attempt to kill the girl. Kevin didn't have time to react to the first shot, which the girl's father intercepted. But when the second shot was about to be fired, Kevin grabbed a brick from the ground and hurled it. He aimed the brick at Charlos Saint's face, anticipating that it would cause him to lean back, raising his arm and causing the bullet to miss, a calculation in which Kevin was confident. As Kevin had foreseen, the brick brought down Charlos Saint and saved the little girl. With that, Kevin had no intention of revealing himself. However, the Celestial Dragon's guards, unable to find the attacker, seized the mother and daughter as suspects under the butler's command. Left with no choice, Kevin stepped out. At this moment, Charlos Saint rose from the ground, pointing at Kevin and shouting, "Kill him." This commoner dared to attack the great Charlos Saint. "Kill him." Upon receiving Charlos Saint's order, the guards aimed their guns at Kevin, ready to fire. When the butler recognized Kevin's face, he immediately shouted, "Stop. All of you stop." He then pulled a photograph from his pocket, glanced at it, and then at Kevin, nearly collapsing. The photograph fell to the ground, revealing Kevin's image. The butler picked up the photograph and scurried over to Kevin, his face oozing obsequiousness. He said with utmost respect, "Might I inquire if you are Don Quixote Kevin Saint, the young patriarch? You recognize me?" Kevin asked, surprised. He didn't recall ever having met this man. "How could someone as insignificant as I possibly know you? I am a butler to Roseward Saint. I am accompanying our young master on an outing today. To think I would encounter you. It is a great honor. Perhaps there is a misunderstanding between you and our young master. I highly doubt you would attack our young master. The butler spoke deferentially. Didn't you hear what I just said? I threw the brick precisely to strike that fellow. What, do you have a problem with that? Kevin, deciding to try his hand at being a spoiled young master, adopted an arrogant tone. And no, not at all. I have no problem with that, the butler stammered, nearly bursting into tears. How could I possibly have an opinion? Would I dare to? The celestial dragons are known as the 20 founding kings, but over the centuries, some families have declined. Now, only 5 families remain powerful, with the Don Quixote family standing out among them. Roseward Saint's family, on the other hand, is now at the bottom of the 20 founding kings. Kevin's photograph was entrusted to the steward by Lord Rodvard, who solemnly warned him that the individual depicted therein is the young scion of the Don Quixote family, the future head of the clan. Should one encounter him, it is imperative to avoid offending him at all costs. Should an offense occur, one must exhaust all means to seek his forgiveness, or else the family would face the wrathful oppression of the Don Quixote lineage, potentially leading to their expulsion from society. What are you doing, steward? Are you shielding that lowborn wretch? Charles Saint remarked with evident displeasure upon witnessing the steward conversing so respectfully with his assailant. The steward hurriedly returned, leaning close to Charles's ear, whispering, Young master, this individual is the young scion of the Don Quixote family, and the master has expressly instructed us not to offend him. Charles appeared somewhat dim-witted, yet he was not truly foolish. He understood that if his father could not afford to offend this individual, he certainly could not either. Thus, he urgently whispered back to the steward, let us hasten to devise a plan to depart. Also, have someone follow those 2 lowborn wretches. And once we are in a secluded location, have them apprehended. Very well, young master, I shall attend to it immediately, the steward replied promptly. Lord Charles Saint is benevolent, granting you a chance at salvation. Be swift and depart. The steward turned to address the unfortunate mother and daughter, then bowed to Kevin, saying, Young scion Kevin, this is all a misunderstanding. We shall take our leave and not impose further upon your time. Since Kevin had decided to indulge in the experience of a pampered aristocrat, how could he easily let Charles Saint slip away? Moreover, although Charles had spoken softly to his steward, rendering it inaudible to others, Kevin's keen hearing allowed him to grasp every word distinctly. Having intervened to rescue the young girl, it was only fitting that he see the matter through to its conclusion. Chuckling lightly, Kevin inquired, Are you planning to wait until this mother and daughter pair reaches a secluded area before sending someone to apprehend them? How did you know? Charles Saint exclaimed, inadvertently revealing the truth. The steward felt a pang of frustration. How could his young master falter at such a critical moment? Before the steward could offer any clarification, Kevin stepped closer to Charles Saint, prodding his chest with a finger as he said, Of course, I merely inferred that. By the way, I believe you referred to me as a commoner. Did you not? What gave you the audacity to label me so? Was it Liang Jingru? Charles Saint, looking bewildered, replied, Who is Liang Jingru? I do not know her. Kevin continued to jab his finger into Charles Saint's chest, asserting, This is not the crux of the matter. The true issue lies in your audacity to refer to me as a scoundrel. Are your family members contemplating a conflict with the Tangiak family? Should I interpret this as a provocation from your lineage? You are mistaken. I have not issued any challenge. Charles Saint hastily retorted. However, Kevin had no interest in his defense. He delivered a powerful punch to Charles Saint's eye, rendering him unconscious. He then pointed at the mother and daughter, addressing the butler. That family is under the protection of the Tangiak family. Should you dare to lay a finger on them, I will ensure your young master meets his demise. Furthermore, when your imbecile of a young master regains consciousness, inform him that it was I who said this, and I shall strike him every time I encounter him. Understood, young master Kevin. Do you have any further instructions? The butler replied, bowing and nodding eagerly. Kevin, with an air of impatience, waved his hand and said, That's enough. You may leave. Thank you, Chief Kevin of the Saint clan. The steward expressed gratitude to Kevin while commanding his men to lift the unconscious St. Charles, hastily retreating from the commoner's street. Kevin turned and approached the mother and daughter, speaking gently, Rest assured, that man will no longer trouble you. You may live here in peace. Thank you, kind sir. The young mother attempted to bow in gratitude to Kevin, but he halted her, saying, I appreciate your thanks, but I do not favor such gestures. Kevin turned to examine the man's injuries, then addressed the young mother, saying, The man is alive. Fortunately, this gunshot did not strike the heart or lungs. He requires treatment and a period of rest. He continued, Consider this money as compensation for medical expenses and nourishment. As he spoke, Kevin extracted a bundle of cash from his spatial ring and offered it to her. Sir, you have already saved our entire family. How could I possibly accept your money? The young mother quickly declined. Kevin stroked the little girl's head and said, Please accept this money. Although this gentleman's life is not in danger, he will need 2 or 3 months to recover from his injuries. He certainly won't be able to work during this time, and this little girl is so young. You can't let her suffer with you. Thank you, sir. The young mother, not wanting the little girl to suffer, accepted Kevin's money. At that moment, the little girl tugged at Kevin's trousers and said, Thank you, big brother. You saved Lily and my parents. When Lily grows up, she wants to be a good person like you. Is that so? Then Lily must strive. When you grow up, you can come to the Navy to find me. I'm going to become a Navy admiral. Kevin looked at the little girl and said with a smile, Lily will definitely become a Marine, big brother. Let's make a pinky promise. The little girl said innocently. All right. Kevin smiled and made a pinky promise with the little girl before leaving. Little did Kevin know that 10 years later, the little girl would truly join the Navy and become one of Kevin's most capable subordinates. Due to some delays en route, Kevin had no choice but to rent a bubble car, a unique mode of transportation on the Sabaody archipelago, to hasten his journey, saving both time and energy. Upon arriving in Grove 1, Kevin inquired and easily found the human auction house. After paying the entrance fee, Kevin entered the auction house smoothly. The auction had not yet begun, so Kevin casually found a corner to sit down and carefully observe the situation in the auction house. To his surprise, Kevin discovered Charlo Saint, whom he had just taught a lesson, sitting in the front row. A mischievous grin crept across Kevin's face as he seemed to conceive a wicked idea. Suddenly, the lights in the auction house dimmed, and a man dressed as a clown walked onto the stage, addressing the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. The monthly Grove 1 Human Grand Auction is about to begin. Now, please welcome the host of this auction, Mr. Disco, the walking super bargain auctioneer. As the clown's voice faded, the lights in the auction house focused on the center of the stage, and an extravagantly dressed man walked to the center of the stage, eliciting applause and cheers from the audience. The man said with a smile, everyone, this auction has prepared many high-quality slaves for you. You are all very fortunate, as there is also a super hot item this time. Here, I sincerely wish you all to buy slaves that satisfy you. Now, I announce that this human grand auction officially begins. As Disco's voice fell, another round of warm applause and cheers erupted from the audience. Our first item is a descendant of the legendary sake country, said to be able to brew all kinds of fine wines, romances. Buying him is equivalent to buying endless fine wines. Are you all tempted? Then please raise your bidding paddles to bid. The starting price is 300,000 berries. Immediately, someone in the audience raised their bidding paddle and said loudly, if he can really brew all kinds of wine, 300,000 berries is definitely worth it. I bid 300,000 berries. Disco immediately said, Mr. 28 has bid 300,000 berries. Is there a higher price? You must know that bidding on this slave is equivalent to bidding on countless fine wines. Are you all not tempted? As Disco's voice fell, someone else immediately raised a bidding paddle and said, I bid 350,000 berries. Mr. 92 has bid 350,000 berries. 370,000 berries. A middle-aged fat man raised his bidding paddle and shouted loudly, buyer number 57 has bid 370,000 berries. Is there no higher price? Think about the fine wines of the land of wine. 400,000 berries. I bid 400,000 berries. A bald old man shouted loudly. All right, Mr. 28 has bid 400,000 berries. In the end, that descendant of the land of wine called romances was auctioned off for a price of 200,000 berries. Disco said loudly. Those who didn't buy it, don't regret it. Many super value items will be launched one after another, so please don't miss it. Now, please see item number 2. Sabaody Archipelago, Marine Headquarters. Outside the office of the temporary chief officer of the headquarters, a man in a black suit with a cloak of justice draped over his shoulders was shouting, report. Come in. The person in the office said casually. The man pushed open the door, walked into the office, and reported to the old man sitting behind the desk eating a bag of rice crackers, Vice Admiral Karp. Just received news that Dark King Silver's Rayleigh, the vice captain of Pirate Kingdom D. Roger, has been discovered on the island. The old man, who was eating rice crackers, paused, looked up at the man, and said, Boggett, is this news accurate? Boggett nodded and said, it should be accurate. Where's Rayleigh? It seems that no one has seen Rayleigh since Roger disbanded the pirate group, right? Karp said with feigned seriousness. In fact, Karp knew that Rayleigh was living in seclusion on the Sabaody archipelago. Not only did Karp know, but Sengoku and Tsuru also knew. However, because Rayleigh himself had not committed any major misdeeds, Sengoku turned a blind eye. Marine scouts discovered his trail at the human auction house in Grove 1. He is being auctioned off as a slave, Boggett replied. Haha. Karp laughed loudly after hearing this and said, that guy probably lost another bet and doesn't have the money to pay his debts, so he ran to auction himself off to cheat some money to pay his debts. He used to do this often when he was young. I didn't expect that after so many years, he still hasn't changed this habit. That, Vice Admiral Karp. According to the intelligence sent by the scouts, Dark King Rayleigh is being auctioned off as a bonus item for a devil fruit. Boggett hesitated, but finally said the news he had received. Hearing Boggett's words, Karp spat out all the tea he had just drunk, asking with an incredulous expression. What did you say? Rayleigh is being auctioned off as a bonus item for a devil fruit? Yes. Boggett nodded. Karp slapped the desk and said with a laugh. Rayleigh is going further and further back in life. He's actually being auctioned off as a bonus item. I can't take it anymore. It's killing me. I must make fun of him when I see him next time. Boggett asked with a helpless expression, do we need to send someone to arrest him? After all, the world government has been hunting down the remnants of pirate King Joel D. Roger. There's no need for that. Actually, Sengoku has always known the whereabouts of Roger's subordinates. Karp waved his hand and said, Rayleigh isn't Douglas Barrett. He just wants to enjoy life and doesn't have any ambition to dominate the world. That's why the Marine headquarters didn't hesitate to launch a buster call to capture Barrett, but turned a blind eye to the other members of Roger's crew. So that's how it is. I was overthinking it. Boggett nodded, looking enlightened. Is there any news about that kid Kevin? I heard from Zifa that the kid has applied to take the graduation exam early. Karp asked suddenly. 3 days ago. Karp received a message from Zifa saying that Kevin had applied to take the graduation exam early, so Karp asked his men to pay attention to Kevin's news. Vice Admiral Karp, Kevin is currently in the human auction house in Grove 1. Furthermore, I have just heard from the station Navy personnel that Kevin has successfully captured the pirate Greedy Buffy and his crew, who had a bounty of 20 million berries. And they are now being escorted back, Bogart remarked. This young lad is quite capable. He has managed to apprehend a pirate with a bounty exceeding 10 million right after setting sail. However, I'm rather curious about what he is doing at the human auction house, Karp said, pulling out a piece of sea king fruit and munching on it. This subordinate is not quite sure, Bogart replied, puzzled by Kevin's inexplicable visit to the human auction house. Could it be that he intends to purchase a few slaves? At that moment, Karp's transponder snail began to ring. He took it out, and as soon as he answered, the furious voice of Sengoku echoed through. Karp, what on earth is happening? How did your disciple end up at Sabaody Archipelago? Are you referring to that brat Kevin? Karp inquired. Yes, apart from him. Do you have any other disciples? Sengoku shouted. Karp nonchalantly replied. According to Zifa, Kevin requested to take his graduation assessment early. He probably went to the Sabaody Archipelago to seek and capture the assessment target, right? This lad has just apprehended a pirate with a bounty exceeding 10 million. What do you think? My disciple is quite skilled, isn't he? News from the world government has arrived. That brat Kevin has just assaulted a celestial dragon named St. Charlos in the street. The 5 elders are demanding an explanation. Why did the Navy dare to lay hands on a celestial dragon? If we cannot provide a reasonable explanation, they will demand that we hand him over and reduce the Navy's funding for nearly 2 years, Sengoku said, exasperated. It turns out that when St. Charlos and his entourage were fleeing, they inadvertently overheard Kevin proclaiming himself to be a Navy officer. Thinking that they could not provoke Kevin, they decided to create trouble for the Navy instead. Thus, St. Charlos contacted his father, St. Roswald, and embellished the story until it became an account of a Navy officer assaulting a celestial dragon. St. Roswald, who already held ordinary people in disdain, was furious to hear that his son had been attacked by a Navy soldier and immediately contacted the 5 elders, leading to their inquiry into Sengoku. In truth, Kevin's identity was well guarded. Within the celestial dragons, only the elder of the Don Quixote family, St. Caffold, was aware of his whereabouts and activities. Within the Navy, only 6 high-ranking officials knew. The world government, however, was entirely oblivious to Kevin's situation. Otherwise, such an incident would not have occurred. Karp scoffed, saying, what is there to fear? Just inform those 5 old geezers of Kevin's identity. Would they dare to cause trouble for the Don Quixote family in Mariawa? Sengoku paused, realizing, how could I forget that Kevin is also a celestial dragon? Well then, you are at Sabaody Archipelago as well, right? Keep an eye on your disciple and ensure he doesn't stir up any more trouble. After saying this, he hung up and resumed his argument with the 5 elders. Karp pondered for a moment and then instructed Bogart to find someone to keep watch over Kevin, ensuring he does not cause further incidents. In the human auction house of Area 1 at Sabaody Archipelago, the auction continued. The slaves were brought onto the stage one by one, each inciting frenzied bidding from the wealthy aristocrats. Kevin sat in a corner, observing the frantic bidders with a cold gaze. And upon witnessing the terror and despair on the faces of those being auctioned as slaves, he suddenly felt an overwhelming impulse to obliterate this place. Next, we will proceed with the auction of our final item, which is somewhat special, Disco announced. Our last slave is a highly skilled, old coding craftsman, but he is merely an accessory to the final item. After managing to calm the surge of brutality within him, Kevin was taken aback by Disco's words. What is happening? Shouldn't the final auction item be Rayleigh? How could the esteemed vice captain of the Pirate King, Silver's Rayleigh, be treated as a mere accessory? What are you auctioning off? Ancient weapons? If this gets out, you might be drowned in spittle. Disco, of course, had no idea that the item being auctioned next was none other than the infamous Rayleigh. Otherwise, he would have been terrified on the spot. Therefore, Disco continued excitedly. Prepare the lights, and let us reveal the last mysterious item of this auction. Beams of light illuminated the passage from backstage to the front stage, where an auction house staff member emerged, leading the shackled Rayleigh with iron chains, followed by another staff member holding a tray covered with a black cloth, leaving the audience in suspense about what lay beneath. Upon reaching the center of the stage, the staff member holding Rayleigh took a step back, while the one with the tray approached Disco. Disco placed a hand on the black cloth and boomed, "Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, do you wish to know what the last auction item is? Yes, Hurry up and remove that damn black cloth. Reveal the answer. I can hardly wait. The wealthy patrons below responded with fervent shouts. Disco, displaying a rather unpleasant grin, announced, "Now, let me unveil this mystery." Drumroll. With that, Disco abruptly yanked the black cloth off the tray. What was revealed was an object that resembled a mango, albeit considerably larger, adorned with spiraling floral patterns. It turned out to be a devil fruit. Kevin was astonished, puzzled as to why a devil fruit would appear at a human auction. Behold, this final auction item is the ocean's treasure, a surprise prepared for you all by the auction house owner, a devil fruit that grants extraordinary powers to its consumer. With it, you may aspire to become an unparalleled powerhouse. Are you all excited? Thrilled? Disco exclaimed loudly. The wealthy attendees erupted in excitement. None had anticipated that a devil fruit would be included in this slave auction. Countless rich individuals began contacting their subordinates via transponder snails, instructing them to gather as much money as possible, intent on acquiring this devil fruit at all costs. Host, what kind of devil fruit is this? What abilities does it grant? Could you elaborate? Someone in the audience shouted. Yes, please elaborate. Others echoed immediately. Certainly, Disco replied passionately. As we all know, devil fruits are categorized into three main types: Paramecia, Zoan, and Logia. Each fruit possesses unique powers, and their appearances and abilities have been meticulously documented in a book known as the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. However, the fruit we are auctioning today has not appeared in this book, indicating that it is a brand new devil fruit with an entirely new ability. Regardless of whether it is a Logia, Paramecia, or Zoan fruit, the power it carries is unimaginably formidable. Disco took a few breaths and then, with fervor in his voice, proclaimed, "The utmost combat prowess of the Navy is embodied in the three esteemed admirals, Akina Sakazuki, Kazara Borsalino, and Akiji Kazan, all formidable users of Logia-type devil fruits, whose might is indisputable. The notorious pirate Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, possesses the Tremor fruit, a variant of the Paramecia-type devil fruit. Furthermore, one of the four emperors, Kaido of the Beasts, commands a legion of powerful Zoan-type devil fruit users. Just imagine, should you consume this fruit, you would gain the means to stand shoulder to shoulder with such titans. Does this not stir your hearts, esteemed guests? Moreover, we are offering you the services of the finest coating artisan from Sabaody archipelago. As you may well know, to venture to Fishman Island, one must coat their vessel. However, the wait for this process can be lengthy. With this exceptional artisan at your disposal, you can bypass the queues and embark on your journey to Fishman Island at your leisure, allowing you to witness the rare merfolk up close. What an exhilarating prospect. Ladies and gentlemen, what are you waiting for? I hereby announce that the starting bid for the final auction item is set at 100 million berries, with increments of no less than 1 million berries. Let the bidding commence. I bid 120 million berries. How audacious to raise the bid by just a million. I bid 110 million berries. 120 million berries. Observing the frenzied bidding among the affluent, Kevin couldn't help but internally criticize. Is Doflamingo managing this auction house with a bunch of fools? Don't they even investigate the identity of the auctioned items beforehand? To think they consider the legendary Dark King Silver's Rayleigh a mere giveaway. If they were to auction Rayleigh's identity separately, it would surely fetch more than 500 million berries. However, Kevin had no intention of participating in the bidding. After all, Rayleigh would likely escape on his own accord. He was no fool. As for the devil fruit, with the blind box system at his disposal, Kevin found it utterly uninteresting. Just consider the potential to obtain the bloodline of the ancestral deity Hoodoo from the blind box system. Might it not be possible to acquire the bloodlines of the other 11 ancestral deities as well? If such bloodlines were rare, surely the powers from the X-Men could also be attainable? Therefore, why consume a devil fruit with adverse effects that would create vulnerabilities for oneself? Before long, the price surged to 300 million berries. For an unknown devil fruit, this was already a steep price. If it were a Logia type, it would be a fortune. Yet, should it turn out to be a Paramecia or Zoan type, one would have to rely on luck. If the fruit bestowed a potent ability, it would be worthwhile. However, if its powers were subpar, one would suffer a substantial loss. Consequently, as the price reached 300 million, bidders hesitated, pondering whether to continue. 500 million berries. Suddenly, a voice rang out. 500 million berries. I will take this devil fruit along with that slave. As the declaration settled, all eyes turned toward the source of the voice. Upon recognizing the attire of the speaker, the auction house erupted in a frenzy. It was, astonishingly, a celestial dragon. The presence of such a figure at this auction was unprecedented. I wish to raise my bid, some murmured. But the realization dawned that competing with a celestial dragon was folly. Are you seeking death by attempting to outbid a celestial dragon? The auction room buzzed with chaotic discussions upon witnessing the audacious bid of 500 million berries from the celestial dragon. As Kevin beheld the speaking celestial dragon, he was momentarily taken aback, for was this not Charlos Saint, the very individual he had recently rendered unconscious with a single blow? What could have possibly brought him to the auction? Unbeknownst to Kevin, Charlos Saint had intended to attend the human auction all along. However, having arrived rather early, he decided to leisurely stroll around the island in search of a suitable woman to take back as a wife. despite already possessing 5 wives. Regrettably, he found no woman to his liking and was subsequently beaten by Kevin. Charles Saint appeared quite displeased with the murmurs surrounding him and, with palpable impatience, declared, "I demand this devil fruit, as well as that slave. Do any of you lowly commoners dare to oppose my will? Remember, the illustrious Charles Saint is not to be discussed by mere peasants like you." As soon as Charles Saint's words fell, the wealthy merchants and nobility present promptly silenced themselves, wary of incurring his wrath. Satisfied with their reaction, Charles Saint turned to Disco and commanded, "You may now announce that this devil fruit and the elderly slave belong to the great Charles Saint." Disco, with a sycophantic demeanor, responded, "Indeed. Most esteemed celestial dragon Charles Saint, I shall now declare the results." He raised the auction hammer, preparing to strike it down. "Wait a moment. 500 million berries is rather insufficient. I bid 1 billion berries," Kevin interjected from his corner, though he had not initially intended to place a bid. Upon seeing Charles Saint, an inexplicable urge to thwart him arose, prompting Kevin to call out a price of 1 billion berries. "Who dares, a mere commoner, to contend with the great Charles Saint? Do you wish for death?" Charles Saint retorted, his anger boiling over. His mood was utterly dismal. What had transpired today? He had ventured out without consulting the calendar, been assaulted by the young scion of the Don Quixote family, and now faced an insolent commoner daring to challenge him at the auction. However, when Charles Saint turned to face the direction of the bidder, he was met with the sight of someone he never wished to encounter in his life. How could this individual be here? Surely the one who had just raised the bid was not this detestable person, Charles Saint mused inwardly. Kevin chuckled at Charles Saint's words and asked, "Have you forgotten how you acquired the injury on your face? Go ahead, call me a peasant again, I'd love to hear it." Upon hearing Kevin, Charles Saint realized that it was Kevin who had just bid against him, and an icy chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. The steward accompanying Charles Saint felt utterly despondent. How had they encountered this troublesome individual again? His young master was yet again in conflict with him. Oh heavens! Were they to lose the young master today? However, the steward, being more astute than his master, quickly composed himself and addressed Kevin, who was approaching. "I never expected to encounter the esteemed Kevin, the young patriarch of the Saint family here. It is indeed an honor. I believe there may be some misunderstanding between you and our young master." Charles Saint, now realizing the gravity of the situation, nodded vigorously, affirming, "Yes, indeed, a misunderstanding. Absolutely a misunderstanding. Is it?" Kevin replied with a menacing smile, slowly advancing towards Charles Saint. "I cannot help but feel otherwise. And no, it truly is a misunderstanding. I assure you," Charles Saint stammered, trembling in fear. "If my memory serves me right, counting that incident in the Commoner S Street, this marks the second time you have referred to me as a peasant. I am genuinely curious. If I am a peasant, then what exactly does that make you?" Kevin struck a pose of a debauched youth, poking Charles Saint's chest with his finger. Charles Saint could hardly formulate a defense, for he knew full well he had said those very words, and Kevin had caught him in the act twice, denying it would insult both his own intelligence and Kevin's, yet admitting it would likely result in a beating. The thought made Charles Saint feel a phantom pain on his face. The steward, sensing the escalating tension, quickly interjected, "I apologize on behalf of my young master, Kevin. Please forgive his insolence. We are willing to withdraw from this auction." Kevin chuckled derisively, retorting, "Are you foolish? Or am I? I have already bid higher than you. How can you still claim to withdraw? Even if you do you have the means to outbid me? Is this your idea of an apology? It seems rather insincere." The steward found himself momentarily speechless, knowing Kevin spoke the truth. If Charles Saint were to spend 500 million berries on a devil fruit, Lord Rodsward might overlook it as a mere toy for his son. However, should the expenditure exceed 1 billion berries, Lord Rodsward would surely flay Charles Saint alive. Money should not be squandered so frivolously. Thus, the notion of withdrawing from the auction felt rather disingenuous. Yet, contemplating the repercussions of offending Kevin, the young patriarch of the Don Quixote family, the steward gritted his teeth and declared, "Esteemed Kevin, we shall cover the cost of this auction, provided you forgive my young master's previous indiscretions." This was a desperate gambit to avert disaster. Even if Lord Rodsward were to express his displeasure later, the steward could justify it, for it was Charles Saint who had instigated the trouble. After all, a father could not simply stand by and watch as his son was brutally beaten. Kevin's expression improved somewhat, and he nodded, saying, "That's more like it. I didn't bring much money with me today, so please extend my gratitude to Lord Rodsward for his generosity." The butler inwardly cursed, "Generosity, my foot. If I weren't afraid of you, I would have found a way to dispose of you long ago." However, he replied with a facade of respect, "Thank you, Lord Kevins, for your magnanimity. I shall comply with your wishes." Kevin clasped his fists towards St. Charles, then turned to the bewildered host, Disco, and expressed his dissatisfaction. "You, the host, are called Disco, right? Did you not hear the butler of Lord Rodsward say that they would cover the expenses? Is there truly anyone foolish enough to bid more than 1 billion berries?" Disco quickly shook his head. No, yours is the highest bid." "Then why have you not announced the result? Are you afraid I cannot afford it?" "Even if I have no money, St. Charles will cover it for me. What is there to worry about?" Kevin glared. adopting the demeanor of a wealthy heir as he addressed Disco loudly. St. Charles hastily interjected, "Yes, I will cover his auction expenses." As he spoke, Charles felt his heart bleed. Although he appeared to bask in the glory of being a celestial dragon, he was acutely aware of his family's situation. As one of the lesser 20 royal families, the resources allocated to them each month were significantly less. Thus, Lord Rosewood only provided him with 300 million berries as pocket money, after painstakingly saving over 1 billion berries to purchase a slave at the auction. He never anticipated that 10 billion berries would be spent in an instant, leaving him with nothing. Not at all, not at all. I shall announce the result now. Disco, seeing that even St. Charles did not dare to provoke Kevin, concluded that Kevin must be a prominent figure among the celestial dragons. If he could not offend even a common celestial dragon, it was unthinkable to cross a person of such stature. He quickly rushed to the center of the stage, struck the auction hammer, and proclaimed loudly, "I hereby announce that the final auction item has been secured by this esteemed celestial dragon. Let us extend our warmest applause and highest respect to him." The wealthy audience below immediately erupted into fervent applause, aware that failing to show respect to a celestial dragon would be unwise. The auction staff, at Disco's signal, presented Rayleigh and the mysterious devil fruit to Kevin. As Kevin accepted the devil fruit and stored it in his spatial ring, Disco, seeing the fruit vanish, hurried to flatter him, truly befitting a celestial dragon, possessing such extraordinary abilities. Kevin flashed a toothy grin at Disco and remarked, "Sometimes, the less one knows, the longer one may live." Upon hearing this, Disco shuddered, nearly terrified to the point of wetting himself, and hurriedly waved his hands, exclaiming, "It was merely a slip of the tongue. I have seen nothing and know nothing." API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Kevin did not even extend his hand, but spoke to the staff member, saying, "Just throw it away for me. This item is of no use." "Understood, sir," the staff member replied, taking the key away upon seeing Kevin's refusal. At the Navy base in Sabaody Archipelago, Bogart once again found himself in Cap's office. Noticing the peculiar expression on Bogart's face, Cap inquired, "Bogart, what's the matter? Has something happened?" "There's news from the auction house," Bogart said, his expression filled with turmoil. Cap extracted the last piece of senbei from the paper bag in his hand, popped it into his mouth, and remarked, "Let us hear it. What's the news?" Bogart collected his thoughts and began. "The first piece of news is that the auction has concluded, and the devil fruit along with Dark King Rayleigh was purchased for 1 billion berries. 1 billion berries? The buyer certainly made a profitable deal. If Rayleigh is delivered to the Navy, they could make several 100 million berries in profit," Cap said, half serious and half joking. "What is the other news?" "The second piece of news," Bogart swallowed hard before continuing, "is that the buyer is that kid, Kevin." "What? Say that again, Bogart. I must not have heard you correctly. The buyer is Kevin?" Cap exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table and fixing his gaze on Bogart. "Yes, you heard correctly. Vice Admiral Cap, but the one paying is Charlo Saint." Bogart nodded, affirming. Cap burst into laughter, saying, "I knew that kid wouldn't be the one to suffer losses." However, Bogart expressed his concerns, saying, "Now that Kevin is with Dark King Rayleigh, could there be any danger?" "No need to worry. Rayleigh won't do anything to him. Just keep an eye on him and see where he goes next," Cap replied, pulling out another bag of senbei from his desk drawer and crunching on it. "Yes, Vice Admiral Cap," Bogart responded. In the Shakey's bar in Area 13 of Sabaody Archipelago, Kevin and Rayleigh sat at the bar, staring intently at each other. After a prolonged silence, Rayleigh finally spoke. "Shouldn't you be unlocking my handcuffs, shackles, and this explosive collar now?" Kevin shrugged and remarked, "Did you not see what transpired at the auction? I did not possess the key." Rayleigh raised his hand, shaking the iron chain he held, and inquired, "You do not expect me to carry this contraption indefinitely, do you?" "Uncle Rayleigh, if such trivial items can restrain you, it would be a disservice to your title of Hades." Kevin replied with a chuckle. "Do you know me?" Rayleigh asked, astonished. Meanwhile, after observing the two exchanged glances for quite some time, Shockey handed each of them a glass of water and said, "Rayleigh, Kevin has come seeking you. He mentioned he had matters to discuss. Hence, I shared your whereabouts with him. By the way, young Kevin's water is complimentary, but for you, Rayleigh, it will cost 100 million berries." At Shockey's words, Rayleigh nearly spat out the water he had just sipped. "Why does that brat get it for free while I must pay 100 million berries? Are you robbing your own people?" Rayleigh shouted at Shockey. Unfazed, Shockey replied, "This is what I call a little extortion. You, old man, have been mooching off me. Do you not owe me anything? This cup of water will now be 200 million berries. Pay up." Rayleigh swiftly changed the subject, turning to Kevin and asking, "Youngster, what business do you have with me?" Kevin glanced around the bar, noting the absence of other patrons, and spoke candidly, "I have come to inform you that your captain has an illegitimate son named Ace. He is expected to set sail in 7 years. If you happen to encounter him, do extend your assistance." The revelation that the captain had a child was astonishing. "Roger has a descendant?" Rayleigh and Shockey exchanged incredulous glances at Kevin. The notion that Roger had progeny truly took them by surprise. After all, Following Roger's announcement of the dissolution of the pirate crew, he was the first to depart, and thereafter, his whereabouts remained a mystery. Although Roger had contacted Rayleigh through a transponder snail prior to his surrender, his location was unknown to anyone. It wasn't until the Navy declared their intention to publicly execute Roger that Rayleigh and the others discovered his fate. They had assumed that Roger was apprehended shortly after leaving the ship. Is that not peculiar? Kevin inquired. Of course, Rayleigh nodded in agreement. Setting aside how you came to know of the captain's child, I overheard that your identity is that of a celestial dragon. How does a celestial dragon become privy to such confidential matters? Despite Rayleigh's seemingly carefree demeanor, his thoughts were astute. He was no ordinary individual. Having served as the right-hand man to the Pirate King and bearing a title synonymous with the three ancient weapons. Hey, Uncle Rayleigh, should celestial dragons be condemned? Kevin replied with a hint of exasperation. While his status as a celestial dragon afforded him certain advantages, it also brought a fair share of complications. Observing Kevin's expression, Shocky chuckled and remarked, Rayleigh, young Kevin is quite remarkable. Not only is he the young scion of the Don Quixote family, but he is also a disciple of that old rascal, Karp. He has explained his background to me, and I have conducted my own inquiries. There should be no cause for concern, so you may rest assured. Kevin asked Xiachi to clarify his identity, and he chimed in, Uncle Raleigh, Aunt Xia has spoken. Surely you can believe it now? Upon hearing Xiachi speak, Raleigh felt reassured about Kevin's identity. He chuckled lightly and replied, Is that so? Perhaps I have been overly cautious. However, how did you come to know that the captain has a child? Kevin shrugged and said with resignation, It's a long story. But to put it simply, after Roger disbanded his pirate crew, he went to Batarilla Island and met his wife, Port Gas de Rouge. A year later, Rouge became pregnant. And knowing that his life was nearing its end, Roger surrendered to the Navy. In the underwater prison, he entrusted my teacher, Karp, with the care of his wife and unborn child, Ace. It's as straightforward as that. By the way, if we consider family ties, I would have to call Roger uncle since his wife, Rouge, is my aunt. What? Roger's wife is your aunt? What? The captain's wife is your aunt? Rayleigh and Shacky exclaimed in unison. It seemed that Kevin's revelations were quite significant. Is that strange? My mother and aunt are identical twin sisters. After my father met my mother, he left Mariewa to live a secluded life with her. My aunt married Roger after they met in their hometown of Batarilla Island. Understanding dawned on Rayleigh as he nodded. No wonder you know all this. It turns out you were related to the captain. But why didn't you help care for Ace and instead sought me out? Sighing, Kevin replied, I had no choice. Initially, Ace was to be cared for by Karp's associates. But after Ace learned of his heritage, he became determined to set sail as a pirate, eager to discover what it was that compelled Roger to re-emerge before the world. Disregarding his mother and unborn child, as a member of the Navy, it would be quite unreasonable for me to openly care for a pirate. I see, Rayleigh said. Then when the captain's child sets sail, I shall certainly lend my support. However, I am curious as to why you chose the path of the Navy. Kevin explained. I too am curious, yet you did not provide a direct answer before. Will you share it this time? Shacky chimed in. There's nothing I can't disclose. An unforeseen incident occurred in my family, and it was Karp who saved me. Thus, I resolved to become a Navy officer, aiming to apprehend all those wicked pirates. Furthermore, I believe this era is not what Roger wished to witness. Rayleigh, intrigued, inquired, what do you think the captain desired to see in this world? He was aware of Roger's thoughts, yet over the years, aside from a few old rivals and friends, nearly everyone failed to comprehend why Roger proclaimed those words that ignited the era of chaos just before his death. Today, someone claims that this era is not what Roger envisioned, piquing Rayleigh's curiosity about whether this young man truly grasped Roger's deeper meaning. I'm uncertain. But I know he longed for a stable and free sea, not the current state of turmoil. Therefore, I have resolved to strive for a new era, one of peace, stability, and equality for all. Kevin shook his head as he spoke. Rayleigh laughed heartily at Kevin's words. You are indeed unique. Peace and stability may be attainable, but equality for all, that may prove quite difficult. Indeed, this world is filled with celestial dragons, royalty, and nobility, far surpassing the common folk, making true equality a challenging prospect. However, I am willing to put forth my efforts for the cause. Moreover, I believe there are many others in this world who share my dream. We are like sparks, destined to converge and ignite a blaze that will transform the world. As he spoke, Kevin's conqueror's hockey involuntarily erupted, sweeping across nearly half of Area 13. Well, if that day ever comes and I am still alive, I shall certainly lend you my aid. Rayleigh, who had initially intended to live a life of seclusion, suddenly felt the spirit of Roger within Kevin. Although their dreams diverged slightly, their ultimate goals remained aligned. With this thought, Rayleigh's enthusiasm surged, and he solemnly made his promise to Kevin. As Kevin spoke those words, his mind seemed to enter a wondrous state, yet Rayleigh's interruption shattered this enchanting moment. However, in that fleeting instant, Kevin's mental prowess experienced a remarkable transformation, and his conqueror's hockey grew even more formidable than before. Rest assured, Uncle Rayleigh, I shall not let you down, Kevin declared with unwavering determination. When the time comes, I will provide the information free of charge. Beside him, Shocky was also inspired by Kevin, turning to him with enthusiasm. Kevin smiled and expressed his gratitude to Aunt Xia. After departing from the Sabaody archipelago, he set his sights on the renowned Water 7. This island is famed throughout the pirate world for its unparalleled shipbuilding industry. It was here that the legendary ship of Pirate King Gold, Roger, the R.O. Jackson, was crafted. Moreover, it is said that the creator of the pirate saga, Oda, drew inspiration for this island from the picturesque canals of Venice, a notion that has long captivated Kevin, who once lived as an ordinary citizen in his previous life. However, Kevin's journey to Water 7 is not merely for the sake of sightseeing. His primary objective is to meet a particular individual, the illustrious shipwright and owner of Tom's shipyard, the legendary Fishman Tom, who was responsible for constructing Roger's ship. According to the timeline, Tom is currently engaged in the creation of the sea train, and Kevin intends to recruit him for his own endeavors. Indeed, this is precisely what Kevin envisions. During his conversation with Rayleigh and Xiachi in the Sabaody archipelago, he felt a profound resonance with his own reflections. In the past, Kevin had relied solely on his individual efforts, occasionally seeking like-minded allies within the Navy. Yet, as time has passed, he has come to realize that transforming this world cannot be achieved through the Navy alone. He requires the collaboration of many others who share his aspirations. Kevin, as a celestial dragon, could only engage in overt activities while his covert operations were significantly hindered by his identity. Thus, he felt the necessity for a new persona, one that would allow him to operate in the shadows, potentially designating a representative to act on his behalf. However, identifying a suitable representative proved to be a formidable challenge. After much contemplation, he concluded that Tom's foremost disciple, Iceberg, was the most fitting candidate, both in intellect and capabilities. Following Tom's demise, Iceberg discreetly entrusted the design blueprint of the ancient weapon, Pluton, to Frankie, who was presumed dead, to prevent it from falling into the hands of the world government. Over 8 years, he consolidated the 7 shipbuilding companies of Water 7 under the banner of the Galley-Lock Company, forging a partnership with the world government, thus establishing his company as its official shipbuilder. Furthermore, he ascended to the role of mayor of Water 7, earning the adoration of its citizens, rendering the world government officials unable to act against him openly. Such cunning and strategic acumen would be a loss to overlook. Nevertheless, Kevin recognized the difficulty in persuading Iceberg to join him. Who among men would willingly submit to another's command? To gain Iceberg's allegiance, Kevin surmised that rescuing his legendary mentor, the shipwright Tom, from the clutches of the world government would be the most effective approach. Coincidentally, upon deciding to venture to Water 7, a mission was assigned to Kevin by the system to alter Tom's fated demise, with a reward of a B-rank blind box. Kevin was pleasantly surprised by the generosity of the system. Saving Tom would yield such a valuable reward, particularly since Tom possessed the blueprint of Pluton, which alone could be worth a B-rank blind box. With the dual allure of Iceberg and the B-rank blind box, Kevin felt compelled to act, realizing he would once again need to employ his identity as a celestial dragon. As he approached Water 7, a disconcerting piece of news reached him. On deck, basking in sunlight aboard the ship bound for Water 7, a newspaper, delivered by a seagull, landed on the table beside him. In the pirate world, the absence of the internet necessitated reliance on newspapers for information, cultivating in Kevin a habit of perusing them during idle moments. Upon reading the headline news, he was taken aback. The breaking news announced the death of Fisher Tiger, the captain of the Sun Pirates. Fisher Tiger was a renowned figure, having famously scaled the Red Line 3 years prior and infiltrated the residence of the Celestial Dragons, the holy land of Mariewa, setting fires and liberating thousands of enslaved races. This audacious act, known as the Mariewa Incident, reverberated throughout the world, marking him as a leader of the slave liberation movement and a hero of Fishman Island. However, this defiance incited the wrath of the world government and the Celestial Dragons, resulting in a bounty on his head and exacerbating the plight of fishmen and merfolk. The already tense relations between fishmen, merfolk, and humans deteriorated further as the Celestial Dragons retaliated by inflating the prices of fishmen and merfolk slaves, particularly female merfolk, by tenfold, leading to an escalation in abductions by pirates and traffickers. In desperation, Fisher Tiger formed the Sun Pirates to evade the Navy and continue rescuing his comrades. The newspaper elaborated on Fisher Tiger's cause of death, attributing it to his refusal of a blood transfusion from humans, which resulted in fatal blood loss. However, Kevin, familiar with the lore of One Piece, understood that the true reason was indeed his rejection of human blood. His subordinates, wishing to preserve his legacy and conceal his past as a slave, framed it as a refusal from humans to assist him. Regrettably, while this intention was noble, it only deepened the animosity between fishmen and humans, as the latter were blamed for the death of their hero. Kevin pondered that had Fisher Tiger been given a choice, he might have opted to publicly disclose the truth, recognizing in his final moments that the peace policy championed by Princess Shirahoshi was the fundamental solution for the future of fishmen and humans. Initially, Kevin had intended to recruit Fisher Tiger into his plans, but he was acutely aware of Tiger's disdain for humans, especially celestial dragons. Thus, he planned to seek out Fisher Tiger after settling scores with his enemy, the cunning Foxy. Alas, before Kevin could make his approach, tragedy struck, and Fisher Tiger had perished. Reflecting on the timeline, Kevin foresaw two significant events on the horizon: Jinbe's induction into the Seven Warlords and his uncle Don Quixote Missard's impending tumult at Fishman Island. Yet, Kevin felt no inclination to intervene, particularly regarding his uncle's actions, as this harrowing experience would undoubtedly alter Missard's perspective on Fishman Island and reshape his worldview. This transformation was precisely what Kevin hoped for, as his ultimate goal entailed a rift with the celestial dragons, yet he harbored no desire to oppose his family. A changed Missard would undoubtedly become his staunchest ally. However, Kevin resolved not to remain idle. He planned to meet with King Neptune and Queen Otoheim of the Ryugu Kingdom upon his uncle's return to Mariewa, with the intention of rescuing Otoheim. For her presence would facilitate a better collaboration with Fishman Island. Additionally, he aspired to meet the future Sea King, Princess Shirahoshi, hoping to gain her favor. It was evident that swift action was imperative. For days later, upon arriving at Water 7, Kevin was awestruck despite his mental preparations. The magnificent central fountain, towering walls, and intricate waterways were truly awe-inspiring. The island hosting Water 7 was modest in size, yet the grand city and its adjacent beaches comprised its entirety. Disembarking, Kevin observed numerous individuals adorned in various masks, prompting him to inquire of a nearby staff member regarding the peculiar sight. The staff member cheerfully replied, "Ah, young brother. It seems this is your first visit to Water 7, is it not?" "Indeed, it is my first time," Kevin responded. "I have heard tales of the city's breathtaking scenery and have come to witness it for myself." Kevin nodded and said, "Then you have come at the right time. This week marks our semi-annual mask carnival in the city of Seven Waters. During this festive period, the residents adorn themselves with masks, and the city showcases a delightful array of cuisine and local specialties, making it quite a lively affair." The staff proudly remarked. "Really? I am quite eager to experience it myself," Kevin expressed with keen interest. "Then I wish you a splendid time in our city of Seven Waters. And just a friendly reminder, you can rent one of our unique brew vehicles at the rental shop on the island," the staff kindly advised Kevin as he departed. "Thank you very much," Kevin replied. Upon leaving the dock, he spotted a shop specializing in the rental of brew vehicles. Recalling the words of the dock staff, he entered a rental establishment named Brew Rental House. The owner, noticing a customer had entered, promptly rose and warmly inquired, "Welcome. Are you looking to rent a brew?" Kevin nodded and replied, "Indeed." The boss then inquired, "How many individuals do you have?" Kevin pointed to himself and said, "Just me." The boss then inquired, "Is that so? What type of brew would you like to rent?" Kevin scratched his head and said, This is my first visit to the city of Seven Waters. Could you please enlighten me about the different types of brew?" "Of course," the proprietor replied, commencing to elaborate on the varieties of brew available. "Here, we have several types: the Agora, the Laka, and the Kengu. However, if you are alone, I would recommend renting an Agora brew. It is a compact breed that accommodates 2 individuals and possesses remarkable carrying capacity. Many islanders utilize it for assisting with moving. And the rental fee is quite reasonable, only 1,000 belly per day." "That sounds perfect. I'll rent it for 7 days, Kevin declared, producing 7,000 belly and handing it to the proprietor. The proprietor accepted the payment and swiftly prepared everything for Kevin. As he settled into the small boat, carried by the Agora brew, he gazed at the picturesque scenery lining the waterways, feeling as though his long-held dream of exploring the aquatic city of Venice was being fulfilled in a different form. Suddenly, the phone bug in Kevin's pocket began to buzz. "This is Kevin. Who is this?" he inquired, pulling out the phone book. "Master Kevin, it is Liahu," came the voice from the other end. Kevin inquired, "What is it?" "Raging Tiger? Do you have any news?" Raging Tiger respectfully replied, "Indeed, young Master Kevin. Commander Spandam of CP5 has dispatched personnel to Water 7 with the intent of acquiring the design of the ancient weapon Pluton from the shipwright Tom." Upon hearing Raging Tiger's revelation, Kevin was taken aback, for according to the narrative of the pirates, Tom was not to be approached by Spandam for the design until 2 years later. After being rebuffed by Tom, an enraged Spandam would orchestrate a scheme to frame him, ultimately leading to Tom's execution. Yet, Spandam had sought out Tom 2 full years ahead of the timeline. What could this mean? Was it a consequence of his own crossing into this realm, creating a butterfly effect? "Raging Tiger, did you not accompany Spandam on his mission?" Kevin inquired hastily, considering that if Raging Tiger had followed, he could gather intelligence. Raging Tiger shook his head and responded, "I regret to inform you, young Master Kevin, that I had other obligations, thus I did not proceed to Water 7. However, I have 2 trusted subordinates shadowing Spandam. The information regarding Spandam's pursuit of Tom for the Pluton design was relayed by them." "Very well, Raging Tiger. Ensure they remain vigilant and report any developments without delay." "I am currently in Water 7, Kevin promptly instructed. "Young Master Kevin, do you also desire the design of Pluton? If so, we might consider waiting until Spandam secures it, and then I could devise a plan to procure it," Raging Tiger proposed. Kevin immediately remarked, "You need not involve yourself in this matter for the time being. Simply relay any information to me." His ambitions extend beyond merely acquiring the schematics for Hades. His true objectives lie with Tom and his apprentice, Espagu. Understood, Master Kevin, replied Liahu promptly. Should there be any new developments, I shall contact you immediately via the telephone bug. Very well, Master Kevin, he affirmed. However, the news from Liahu extinguished Kevin's desire for leisure. He sought to gather information regarding the location of Tom's shipbuilding company and hastily made his way there. Upon his arrival at the shipyard situated on the outskirts of the city, he found that the shipwright Tom was absent. Instead, he was greeted by a courteous young man in his 20s who politely inquired, "Good day, sir. Are you interested in having a ship constructed?" Kevin immediately recognized that the young man before him was Espagu, the future apprentice of the renowned Tom, who would later adopt the moniker Iceberg. When Espagu inquired about his purpose, Kevin knew he could not directly divulge that the CP-5 commander under the world government was coming to trouble his master, Tom. Such a revelation would likely get him dismissed as a madman. Therefore, Kevin tactfully responded to Espagu's question, saying, "Indeed. I have heard that Water 7 is the capital of shipbuilding in the world, and the legendary shipwright Tom is the finest craftsman in existence. Hence, I have traveled a great distance in hopes that Mr. Tom might assist me in constructing a vessel." Upon hearing of a potential business opportunity, Espagu initially considered agreeing, but then recalled that his master Tom was currently engrossed in the critical phase of building the sea train. Regretfully, he replied, "I apologize, sir, but it appears that my master is unable to assist you with shipbuilding at this time." Kevin certainly understood that Tom was currently preoccupied with the construction of the sea train, yet he feigned ignorance and inquired, "Does Mr. Tom have any other pressing matters at hand? I am willing to double the expenses." "Indeed, sir," Acebug explained, "my mentor, in his earlier years, was deemed an accomplice of the infamous pirate King Joel D. Roger for having constructed his pirate ship, the Oro Jackson. He was sentenced to death. However, he proposed the idea of building a sea train to the world government, which agreed to grant him clemency if he could indeed realize this project. The stipulated deadline was 10 years, and as the time limit approaches, the construction of the sea train has reached a critical phase. This is why my mentor has been so engrossed in its development and has no time to build a ship for you." "A sea train? What is that? A train that travels on the ocean?" Kevin asked, astonished. While he was familiar with the concept of a sea train from having watched One Piece, he was aware that such a notion did not exist in the current pirate world. Even 8 years hence, the existence of a sea train would remain unknown to those outside the Grand Line. Acebug then inquired, "Sir, what are your thoughts on the present state of Water 7? Kevin pondered for a moment and remarked, "This is my first visit here, yet I perceive this place as a magnificent and romantic aquatic city." Isbard responded, "Indeed. This sentiment resonates with many first-time visitors. However, the truth is that this city has gradually entered a state of decline. You may have heard that it was once the capital of shipbuilding in the world, but due to transportation issues, the procurement of shipbuilding materials has become increasingly inconvenient. Coupled with rising transportation costs, the number of individuals coming here to engage in shipbuilding has dwindled significantly. To alter this predicament, the teacher proposed the concept of constructing a maritime train, which essentially involves connecting islands with specially designed tracks, allowing uniquely crafted trains to traverse these routes. Is that so? What a remarkable idea. If successful, I believe it won't take long for the Seven Water City to reclaim its status as the epicenter of global shipbuilding. When that time comes, I must experience the sensation of riding the maritime train," Kevin exclaimed with genuine admiration. "Young man, I am confident that this day is not far off." A deep voice resonated from behind Kevin. The teacher, upon seeing the newcomer, promptly greeted him. Kevin turned around and finally beheld the legendary shipwright, Tom. He had often criticized the physiques of various characters in the pirate world, finding many of their designs rather implausible. Take, for instance, the imposing figure before him, possessing a massive body yet supported by a pair of slender legs. It left Kevin pondering what Oda had in mind during the design process. Nonetheless, setting aside his critiques, Kevin politely addressed Tom. "I presume you are Mr. Tom?" "Indeed. I am Tom. May I inquire what brings you here, young man?" Tom responded with a robust and hearty voice. Before Kevin could speak, Iceberg interjected, "Sir, this gentleman seeks your assistance in shipbuilding." Tom chuckled. "Ah, so you wish to construct a vessel? Of course, I would be delighted to assist. What manner of ship do you envision?" Kevin pondered for a moment and remarked, "It should be larger, possess greater offensive power, and its defense should not be lacking, ideally. Its overall might would reach the level of the Underworld King. I believe, my young friend, you have sought assistance in the wrong place. I am incapable of constructing a vessel as magnificent as the Underworld King. You would be wise to seek out someone more adept." Upon hearing the term Underworld King, Tom's smile vanished instantaneously, and his tone turned decidedly less cordial, as he promptly issued an eviction to Kevin. In response to Tom's words, Acebug began to regard Kevin with a newfound wariness. Kevin smiled and said, "Mr. Tom, I harbor no ill intentions. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tang Kevin, a member of the noble Don Quixote family, and also a disciple of Vice Admiral Karp. Currently, I am still an ungraduated recruit in the Navy." Kevin did not conceal his identity but candidly shared it with Tom. Tom's brow furrowed at the mention of the celestial dragons. As a fishman, he held no affection for them. for it was the celestial dragons who had orchestrated the enslavement of many fishmen. However, upon hearing that Kevin was a disciple of Karp, he inquired, "As far as I know, celestial dragons typically secure high-ranking positions within the world government. What compels you to join the Navy and become a disciple of Vice Admiral Karp?" Kevin was acutely aware that revealing his identity as a celestial dragon would undoubtedly influence his efforts to recruit Tom and Acebug. However, in pursuit of his forthcoming plans, he felt compelled to disclose his lineage. "Mr. Tom," Kevin began, "although I belong to the celestial dragon lineage, I find myself in stark disagreement with certain actions of my kin. Take, for instance, the matter concerning Fishman Island. I firmly believe that the inhabitants of Fishman Island, both the fishmen and the merfolk, are fundamentally no different from humans, merely differing in race." Upon hearing Kevin's words, Tom's expression softened slightly, for he understood that the mass enslavement of fishmen was largely facilitated by the machinations of the celestial dragons. Nonetheless, Tom inquired, "What is your perspective on the issue of slavery?" Kevin spoke earnestly. "I do not believe that slaves should exist in this world, not only slaves, but even nobility should not have a place." "Do you truly believe that?" Tom questioned, a look of disbelief etched on his face. To him, the celestial dragons had always maintained an air of superiority, and even if they treated various races as equals, he could never fathom any race being on par with nobility. "Indeed," Kevin replied. "Mr. Tom, if you are well versed in the history of this world, you would know that 800 years ago, 20 kings from across the globe united to establish the current world government, which is now represented by the 20 celestial dragon families. If we trace back several hundred years further, those kings' ancestors were merely ordinary people. Therefore, I believe that all individuals should be born equal. My aspiration is to strive for a world devoid of nobility and royalty, where everyone is treated equally, free from war, and filled with peace and stability." Tom gazed at the young man before him in astonishment, saying, "Young sir, your words are the boldest and most astonishing I have ever heard, especially coming from one of the exalted celestial dragons." In truth, Kevin continued, "the reason why Master Karp accepted me as his disciple, aside from my talent, is likely due to my ideology." Tom responded, "Young Kevin, I shall temporarily place my trust in your words. But tell me, what is your true purpose in seeking me out?" Kevin scratched his head and remarked, "In truth, I have come to seek your assistance in shipbuilding, though this is merely one of my objectives. If you are indeed interested in constructing a vessel, I can certainly oblige, provided you are able to furnish sufficient funds." "Now, to share your other intentions," Tom replied. "Thank you kindly. Rest assured, the financial resources will be ample," Kevin responded, pleased with Tom's agreement to assist him in shipbuilding. He then divulged his second objective. "As I mentioned earlier, I have commenced work on the matter we discussed. However, as you are aware, my identity as a celestial dragon and my affiliation with the Navy render such endeavors quite challenging. Therefore, I require a spokesperson or partner. And I have chosen your disciple, Acebug, the very gentleman before us. May I inquire why you have selected my disciple?" Tom questioned, perplexed. Kevin elucidated that his aspiration was to seize control of the city of Seven Waters. In his original scheme, he intended to identify a suitable individual to whom he would provide financial backing, enabling this person to gradually consolidate all the shipbuilding enterprises in the region into a singular, expansive shipbuilding corporation. His ultimate objective was to elevate this entity to become the preferred shipbuilder for the world government, ideally ensuring that future naval vessels would be constructed by this company. In doing so, he aimed to indirectly gain influence over one of the vital arteries of the world government, thereby laying a solid foundation for his future endeavors. Kevin paused momentarily before continuing. "After discreetly observing, I have determined that your disciple, Acebug, is the most suitable candidate. Firstly, he is your student and possesses ample prestige. Secondly, he is composed and prudent, making him less prone to missteps. Thirdly, he is capable of effectively managing the affairs at the forefront." Kevin would certainly refrain from informing Tom that, after his demise, his disciple took 8 years to consolidate several shipbuilding companies in the city of Seven Waters and subsequently ascended to the position of mayor. "What do you think, Acebug? Are you intrigued?" Tom inquired. Kevin and Tom both turned their gazes toward Acebug. After a moment of contemplation, Acebug replied, "I am not yet ready to make a decision. May I take some time to reflect?" Kevin smiled and said, "Of course, I have been residing at the largest hotel in the city these past few days. You should be able to find me." "Very well. I shall provide you with a response as soon as possible," Acebug replied. At this moment, Acebug had yet to endure the heart-wrenching loss of Tom and the distressing disappearance of Frankie, thus he was unable to reach a decisive conclusion. Naturally, Kevin was not in a hurry, for he had at least a decade to strategize. "With that, I shall take my leave and reflect upon the design requirements for my ship," Kevin addressed Tom. Tom, brimming with confidence, replied, "Fear not, young Kevin. I assure you that I shall construct the vessel of your dreams. Then I shall take my leave. Farewell." Kevin bid farewell to both Tom and Acebug. "Goodbye." Tom waved cheerfully at Kevin. Kevin took a few steps before suddenly coming to a halt. I just received some news. The covert organization CP5, under the aegis of the world government, has set its sights on you, or rather, on the ancient weapon design, Hades, that you possess. The commander of CP5, Spadam, is already en route to the city of Water 7 with his subordinates. I hope, Mr. Tom, that you will prepare yourself accordingly. Just as Kevin was about to leave, he recalled a message from the fierce tiger and turned back to relay the information to Tom. Thank you, young Kevin, for your warning. I shall take heed. Tom replied solemnly. Once Kevin departed, Icebegu expressed his concerns to Tom. Master, if what that man Kevin said is true, you may indeed be in danger. Perhaps we should destroy the design for Hades. However, Tom laughed heartily, seemingly unfazed. Icebegu, have you forgotten my words? A true man should fear no storm. Moreover, the design is the culmination of our predecessors' efforts. How could we so recklessly squander it? Yet, Icebegu attempted to voice his worries, but was cut off by Tom. Enough, Icebegu. Rest assured, as long as I deny the existence of the design, the world government cannot harm me. Besides, the sea train is nearing completion, as per our agreement. This will sufficiently counterbalance my shipbuilding for Roger, so you need not fret. Tom chuckled heartily. Icebegu lowered his head in silence, his thoughts a mystery to all. 2 days later, in the early morning, Kevin awoke to a cacophony outside. After a brief tidying up, he exited his room and spotted the innkeeper excitedly rushing outside. Curiosity piqued, Kevin seized the innkeeper's arm and inquired, "What is the matter, my good sir? Why the haste?" The innkeeper, initially taken aback by the sudden interruption, softened upon recognizing Kevin. With a respectful demeanor and an animated tone, he exclaimed, "My dear young sir, have you not heard? The sea train designed by the master shipwright, Tom, has officially launched. The route from Water 7 to the culinary city of Puki is now operational, and everyone is eager to experience the inaugural journey. If you have no prior engagements, you should certainly partake. It promises to be quite extraordinary." Kevin chuckled and remarked, "Is that so? Then I must give it a try. But where exactly is this sea train?" The boss smiled and replied, "I was just about to go there myself. You may accompany me, young master." "All right. I appreciate your guidance, boss," Kevin responded. "Not a bother, not at all," the boss quickly assured him. Upon leaving the inn, Kevin mounted the rented Agalablue, trailing behind the boss, and thought to himself, it seems the advent of the sea train is occurring even earlier than depicted in the anime. It appears the plot involving Spandam's betrayal of Tom and his companions is imminent. I must prepare swiftly. When Kevin arrived at the sea train's departure station, it was already teeming with people. Residents and tourists of Water 7 were eager to experience the sea train, but with limited seating. Only 100 fortunate individuals would embark on its maiden voyage. 3 hours later, when the news arrived via Dinden Mushi that the sea train had successfully reached the culinary city of Puki, the judge announced that in 3 days, at the Grand Plaza of Water 7, he would officially declare that Tom, due to his efforts in constructing the sea train, had offset his guilt for building ships for the Pirate King Gold. Roger, Tom, Iceberg, and Frankie erupted in exuberant cheers. The next day, as the populace reveled in the sea train's inauguration and the impending revitalization of Water 7, a judicial ship from the world government docked at the harbor. 5 individuals disembarked, one of whom was a man clad in a black coat, sporting dark circles under his eyes, a chestnut nose, and flowing purple wavy hair. Striding with an air of arrogance, Spandam, the chief of the CP5, the world government's intelligence agency. Following him were 4 CP5 agents, attired in crisp white suits. Spandam surveyed the dock, where the faces of hopeful residents of Water 7 shone with smiles, and without turning around, inquired of his subordinates, "Do you know where that fishman named Tom is?" "We do not," the 4 responded in unison, shaking their heads. Spandam immediately spun around, growling at them. "Then why aren't you looking for him? Do you expect me to do the searching?" "Yes," they echoed once more. "Well, hurry up and find him," Spandam barked. One of the rotund agents approached a local and asked, "Excuse me, do you know where the shipwright, Mr. Tom, might be?" Upon hearing the inquiry about Tom, the local beamed and exclaimed, "Are you looking for Master Tom? He is the finest shipwright on this island. The sea train, you see, is his creation. If you wish to find him, head to the eastern beach. His shipyard is located there." "Thank you," the agent replied, returning to Spandam to report. "I found out that Mr. Tom's company is on the eastern beach of the island." "Well, what are we waiting for? Let us go now," Spandam commanded. "Yes," they echoed again in unison. At Tom's makeshift shipyard, Tom and Iceberg were diligently working on the vessel Kevin had ordered. As Iceberg reinforced the hull, he expressed his concerns to Tom. While everyone is thrilled about the sea train, trading with other islands seems to remain a daunting challenge. At this rate, governance will not change. Tom laughed heartily, saying, "But people are spirited. The anticipated results cannot be achieved overnight. As long as we focus on what we can do, a man must hold his head high." Iceberg nodded and then asked, "Master, do you think I should agree to Kevin's request?" "Follow your heart. It will provide you with the answer," Tom advised. At that moment, 5 figures approached the makeshift shipyard. It was Spandam and his entourage. As Spandam walked towards Tom, he announced, "Hello, you must be the shipwright, Mr. Tom. It has been quite the challenge to find you." Tom politely inquired, "May I ask what brings you here?" Feigning decorum, Spandam replied, "I apologize, but I do have matters to discuss with you. It would be best to do so privately." The stout agent and his companions attempted to interject, But Spandam silenced them, commanding, "Be quiet and step back." Yes, they complied, intending to warn Spandam of a cannonball falling precisely where he stood. But they had to obey his orders and quickly retreated to safety. Spandam continued. "Now, where was I? Yes, I have business to discuss with you." Before Spandam could finish, a cannonball struck down, sending him soaring into the air. As he spun through the sky, smoke billowing from his mouth, he proclaimed, "I am Spandam of CP5," before crashing down amidst shattered ship debris. It was unmistakably the work of Frankie. Icebug rushed over, kicking Frankie to the ground, exclaiming, "You troublemaker. Haven't you learned your lesson from before? Do you realize you just injured someone from the world government?" As Icebug reprimanded Frankie, he recalled Kevin's earlier warning about CP5's interest in the blueprints for the Pluton, realizing Kevin had spoken the truth. "I had no idea." Frankie rolled away from Icebug's kick and sprang to his feet, engaging in a scuffle with Icebug. "Enough, Icebug. Frankie, cease this at once." Tom intervened, approaching them. Icebug held Frankie by the collar and turned to Tom, saying, "Master Tom, you tell him. Why does Frankie keep building those warships? Is he trying to tarnish our company's reputation?" Before Frankie could retort, Spandam, having regained his footing, interjected, "Please wait a moment. I would appreciate an apology from all of you before I continue." Tom asked, "You are with the world government, correct? Is your visit regarding the trial?" Spandam, hands in his pockets and teeth clenched, replied, "I don't know what you're talking about. I am here for another matter." Tom thought to himself. As Kevin had suggested, Spandam's objective must be the blueprints for the Pluton. "Nevertheless," he said, "let us discuss this in the warehouse. It is quieter there." He then turned to his two disciples, Icebug, "Frankie, you two may return for now." Together with Spandam, he proceeded to the shipyard's warehouse. Upon reaching the door, Spandam instructed his 4 subordinates to guard the entrance, ensuring no one approached, and then followed Tom inside. Once the door was secured, Spandam wasted no time, stating, "Mr. Tom, on behalf of the world government, I request that you hand over the blueprints for the ancient weapon Pluton." Tom laughed heartily until tears streamed down his face, exclaiming, "I don't know where you received such information, but I do not possess any designs for that." Seeing Tom's denial, Spandam leaped onto the table, seizing Tom's collar and shouting, "I have been exceedingly patient with you, yet you, old man, still choose to feign ignorance. Having thoroughly examined the history of Water 7, I have ascertained that should a search be conducted on you, the evidence would be swiftly uncovered." Yet, Tom, undeterred, retorted, "Do you have the authority to investigate me?" Spandam chuckled and replied, "Of course I do. I have determined that you are the nefarious culprit responsible for crafting the ship of the Pirate King, GOLD. Roger. As you are a criminal, it is my prerogative to decide your fate." In the face of Spandam's menacing threats, Tom remained unfazed, stating, "What does it matter? The world government has known about this for a long time." Spandam, incredulous, exclaimed, "What? How is that possible? Why have you not been apprehended and continue to work as a shipwright here?" Tom seized Spandam and flung him out the door, proclaiming loudly, "Aren't you an intelligence officer? Go investigate for yourself. Farewell." He then slammed the door shut with considerable force. Fuming, Spandam and his subordinates headed to a tavern in the city to gather information. The tavern owner, upon noticing Spandam's inquiries regarding why Tom had not been captured, revealed, "You see, everyone on the island is aware of this matter. The world government had sentenced Mr. Tom to death, but he proposed the concept of the sea train. Consequently, he reached an agreement with the world government. If he could indeed construct the sea train, his involvement in aiding the Pirate King would be absolved. Now that the sea train has been built, the judge dispatched by the world government has indicated that in 2 days, an announcement in the main square will declare that Mr. Tom's merits and demerits balance out, thus sparing him from execution." Spandam, upon hearing this, slammed his cup down on the table, exclaiming, "Impossible. Assisting Roger is a grave crime that cannot be so easily dismissed. This is the result of my painstaking investigation. If I fail to achieve this, how will I advance in rank? How infuriating." One of the subordinates suggested, "Commander Spandam, perhaps we should return. After all, Mr. Tom is not a criminal." Spandam vehemently objected, "That cannot be. I will not relinquish this. By the way, that lad who attacked me, the cannon fire originated from a ship, right?" Suddenly, a thought struck him as he questioned his subordinates. "Indeed," came the reply. Spandam's eyes gleamed with malice as a sinister plan formed in his mind. "You 4 should covertly return to Tom's shipyard and ascertain how many ships armed with cannons are docked there. Then, recruit some personnel from those ships. I have a use for them." "Understood," his subordinates responded, promptly departing to execute Spandam's orders. Spandam drained his cup and, in a sinister tone, declared, "If you're innocent, I shall make you guilty. No one shall obstruct my ascent to power and wealth." That night, in the office of Tom's shipyard, Tom opened a hidden compartment behind a cabinet and retrieved a treasured ancient weapon design, the plans for Pluton. He called over Frankie and Icebug, saying, "Icebug, Frankie, come here. I have something of great importance to entrust to you." Frankie, curious, inquired, "What is it, Master Tom, that warrants such seriousness?" Tom placed the design on the table and said, "You may take a look." As Icebug and Frankie leaned in to examine the plans, they were astonished to find the detailed designs for Pluton. Staring at the thick stack of blueprints, Icebug gasped, "Incredible. How can such a thing exist?" Frankie, equally awestruck, exclaimed, "Is this truly something humanity can create?" Tom nodded gravely. "This is the most fearsome monster in shipbuilding history. The world government has become aware of the existence of these designs and has already begun to take action. The man named Spandam who visited today was here to acquire these plans. It is exceedingly perilous to keep them here." Iceberg furrowed his brow in contemplation before stating, "Though it is terrifying, I understand. I shall accept this." Excitedly, Frankie interjected, "This is astounding, Iceberg. Let us construct it." Iceberg, exasperated, struck Frankie on the head, admonishing, "You fool. Can you not engage your brain before speaking? I shall safeguard this. If it were to resurface in the world, it could spell doom for all." Tom chuckled softly. "How you choose to proceed is entirely up to you. If it poses a danger, then discard it." Just then, Iceberg attempted to voice his thoughts. But Tom silenced him with a glance and added, "Additionally, I must inform you of another unsettling factor." With that, Tom retrieved a bounty notice featuring a young girl. He placed it on the table and remarked, "This is the other source of my concern. The girl's name is Nico Robin, the sole survivor of O'Hara. She possesses the ability to decipher the ancient script on these designs. Should the world government obtain both her and the plans for Pluton, it would likely provoke far greater turmoil. Thus, remember, if you hear news of her capture by the world government, you must destroy the designs immediately. Do you understand?" Icebug nodded resolutely. "I will, Master Tom." The following morning, Frankie departed the shipyard to procure supplies, celebrating the impending announcement of exoneration. However, upon returning to the docks, he was horrified to discover that his constructed warship had been commandeered to attack a judicial vessel. Stunned, he stood frozen in disbelief. Meanwhile, Icebug rushed back to the office, urgently informing Tom and Kokoro, who were engrossed in preparations for the celebration, "It's bad, Master Tom. Someone has used Frankie's warship to assault the judicial ship." "What?" Tom was taken aback. Kokoro quickly added, "This cannot be Frankie's doing. He has gone to the city to shop." "I know, which is precisely why this is dire," Icebug exclaimed. As Tom dashed outside, he urged, "Quickly, we must intervene. Who could be behind this? Pirates or agents of the world government?" As he ran, he pondered the identity of the perpetrator. Iceberg, contemplating Kevin's potential assistance, veered toward the city in search of him. On the rooftop of a luxurious inn near the port in Water 7, Spandam observed his subordinates utilizing Frankie's warship to assault the judicial vessel. He instructed his men via a snail phone, "Proceed to the next phase immediately. This is for justice, and unavoidable sacrifices must be made." "Yes," his subordinates affirmed from the other end. After hanging up, Spandam gazed at the judicial ship, now sinking into the depths. A sinister grin spreading across his face as he muttered, "Daring to refuse my goodwill. Very well, let the trial commence." Tom S. Shipyard. At sea. Spandam's subordinates received the command to cease fire and return the warship to Tom's shipyard. In the opulent suite of the grandest inn in Water 7, Kevin was savoring a delightful lunch when a servant approached, bowing respectfully. "Young Master Kevin, Iceberg, the shipwright's apprentice, requests a meeting with you regarding an urgent matter. Would you like to see him?" "Let him in," Kevin replied. Kevin wiped his mouth and addressed the attendant. "Very well," replied the attendant respectfully before exiting the room. Shortly thereafter, Icebug entered the room, guided by the attendant. Upon seeing Kevin, Icebug, neglecting to admire the opulent decor of the room, urgently exclaimed, "Mr. Kevin, I require your assistance." Kevin smiled and said, "All right, Icebug, we are all friends here. You may simply call me Kevin. Referring to me as Mr. Kevin feels rather distant. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Icebug nodded eagerly and replied, "It is as follows. Someone has stolen the battleship designed by Frankie and attacked the judicial vessel that was supposed to announce the pardon for our teacher today. I believe this is a deliberate attempt to frame our teacher, and thus, I seek your help to rescue him." Kevin inquired, "Has that Officer Spandam from CP5 approached Mr. Tom?" Icebug quickly affirmed, "Yes, he visited the teacher yesterday, and indeed, as you mentioned, he came to demand the design for the Pluton." Kevin asked, "I presume Mr. Tom did not acquiesce to his demands?" Icebug responded truthfully, "Indeed, the teacher did not acknowledge possessing the design and even dismissed that individual named Spandam." Kevin pondered for a moment and then remarked, "I surmise that the individuals who stole the warship to assault the judicial vessel must be Spandam's subordinates. How could this be possible? Aren't they also part of the world government? Why would they attack a judicial ship of the world government?" Icebug inquired incredulously. Kevin scoffed dismissively and remarked, "There is nothing impossible about this. Although they are both part of the world government, the CP organization operates as an intelligence agency, engaging in covert operations, infiltration, and assassination. As long as they can fulfill their mission, there is no limit to what they might undertake. Moreover, is there any evidence proving their involvement? Before acting, they are sure to devise strategies to handle various situations." Icebug found himself at a loss for words in response. Furthermore, if Mr. Tom were to be acquitted, Spandam would not be able to brazenly approach him for the design plans. Only if Mr. Tom remained a convict would it facilitate Spandam's actions. Additionally, I have heard that Spandam is a man who would stop at nothing to climb the ranks. Therefore, It stands to reason that he is behind this, as his aim is to ensure that Mr. Tom continues to be viewed as a criminal. Kevin elucidated the reasoning to Acebug. Anxiously, Acebug inquired, "What shall we do then? Are we truly to stand idly by and watch as Spandam takes our teacher away?" Kevin pondered for a moment and said, "There are indeed ways to save Mr. Tom. I currently have 3 options to consider." "What options? Do tell." Acebug exclaimed with excitement upon hearing that Kevin had devised not 1, but 3 strategies. "The first option involves me intervening directly, utilizing my identity as a celestial dragon to protect Mr. Tom. The rationale being that his contributions in constructing ships for me should outweigh the offense of attacking the judicial vessel. Even Spandam would think twice before challenging this. However, the drawback of this method is that while I can shield Mr. Tom this time, I would be powerless to defend him in the future should Spandam strike again, as I cannot remain in Water 7 indefinitely. The second option entails someone stepping forward to confess, claiming that the warship was constructed by Frankie. This would absolve Mr. Tom of any culpability, yet the individual confessing would undoubtedly face death. Moreover, much like the first option, it does not guarantee that Spandam would refrain from targeting Mr. Tom in the future. The third option is to feign Mr. Tom's death. Of course, this would not be a true demise but rather a strategic deception. As long as Mr. Tom remains undisclosed, it is likely that Spandam would cease his pursuit of him. The downside, however, is that as Mr. Tom's disciples, both you and Frankie could become targets for Spandam. Additionally, Mr. Tom would have to live in obscurity, never to reveal himself to the world again. Those are my 3 strategies. Now, the choice is yours. Kevin laid out his methods, candidly revealing the drawbacks of each, ultimately placing the decision in Acebug's hands. Acebug contemplated for a brief moment before responding, "I choose the third option, but how shall we proceed?" Kevin remarked, "You need not worry. I shall arrange for someone to handle it. However, there is one crucial point. You must safeguard the secret that Mr. Tom has faked his death. It must not be divulged, not even to those closest to you. Do you understand? Not even to Master S' wife and Frankie?" Acebug inquired. Kevin nodded and said, "Indeed. It is imperative that no one be informed, for should they discover the truth, it would pose a grave danger to them. It is far better for them to remain blissfully unaware, allowing you to shoulder the peril alone. After all, we are deceiving the world government. The fewer who are privy to this knowledge, the better." "Understood. What must I do?" Acebug asked, his tone resolute. "What you must do now is return and feign ignorance, accompanying Mr. Tom to face judgment." "I will arrange for assistance," Kevin replied, his demeanor serious. "Thank you, Kevin." Acebug expressed his gratitude. Having grown up an orphan, Acebug had always regarded Tom as a father figure, which is why he felt such urgency in this matter. In his eyes, Kevin was not directly involved, and whether or not he chose to assist was of little consequence. Yet, Kevin's willingness to help rescue Tom profoundly touched Acebug. Kevin waved his hand and said, "No need to thank me. I have my own motives. After all, I still depend on Mr. Tom to build my ship." After bidding farewell to Acebug, Kevin took out his phone book and directly contacted Rayleigh. "Rayleigh, where are you at the moment?" Kevin inquired straightforwardly once the connection was established. "Young Master Kevin, I am currently aboard the sea train heading from Puki to the city of 7 Waters. I expect to arrive in about an hour. How may I be of service to you?" Rayleigh responded. Kevin was elated to know that Captain Rayleigh was on his way, as it would certainly facilitate matters. He inquired, "Captain Rayleigh, you must be aware of which part of the body, when attacked, can induce a state of apparent death, correct?" "I am indeed aware of that," Rayleigh responded. Though he was somewhat perplexed by the intent behind Kevin's question, Kevin immediately commanded, "Wait a moment. Shipwright Tom will be tried for the alleged assault on the judicial vessel. I need you to intervene, feigning Tom's death, and then, under the pretext of collecting Fishman specimens for my uncle, procure Tom's corpse." The fierce tiger responded promptly. "That poses no issue. However, I fear there may be interference from individuals such as Spandam and the presiding judge of the judicial vessel." Kevin was quite pleased with Rayleigh's meticulous thoughts and said, "You can rest assured. If anyone obstructs you, just contact me with the snail phone, and I will handle it. Is there any other difficulty?" Rayleigh replied, "No, please rest assured, Master Kevin. I will certainly complete the task." When Acebug hurried back to Tom's shipyard, he coincidentally encountered Spandam, who had brought a group to capture Tom and Frankie. Upon seeing Acebug, Spandam recognized him as Tom's disciple and apprehended him as well. In the grand square of Water 7, the injured Tom and his 2 disciples were pinned down. Just like in the anime, under Spandam's incitement, the judge declared Tom guilty, while Tom's achievements in constructing the sea train mitigated the charges brought against him for Frankie's attack on the judicial ship. Tom then struck Spandam, knocking him to the ground. Just as Spandam was about to order his men to fire at Tom, a gunshot rang out from the crowd, and Tom fell to the ground. The crowd parted, revealing a man in a white suit wearing a tiger mask. The members of CP5 present immediately saluted him in unison, saying, "Greetings, Captain." The newcomer was none other than Captain Rayleigh of CP5. "Captain Rayleigh, thank you," Spandam said with a tone that was neither warm nor cold. "However, as I understand it, you should be on a mission in the gourmet city, Puki. What brings you here? Abandoning your post is a serious crime. Thank you for your concern, Director Spandam." I have completed my mission in Puki. I am here in Water 7 on the orders of the Celestial Dragon, Don Quixote, to carry out a task, Liahu replied, seemingly unfazed by Spandam's insinuation. It was well known within CP5 that Spandam and Liahu had always been at odds. Oh, I wonder what task the Celestial Dragon has entrusted you with, Spandam said, skeptical of Liahu's claim. He suspected that Liahu aimed to steal the credit for acquiring the design of the Pluton. I am here on behalf of the young master of the Don Quixote family, Lord Don Quixote Kevins, to retrieve the legendary shipwright, Fishman Tom, as a gift for Lord Muskerud, the uncle of Lord Kevins, Liahu stated, adhering to Kevin's instructions. That might disappoint you, Captain Liahu. The person you shot is Tom, and a dead man cannot be a gift, Spandam said with a smirk of schadenfreude. You need not worry, Director Spandam. Prior to my arrival, Lord Kevins instructed me that if Fishman Tom were dead, I should take his corpse back to be preserved as a specimen for Lord Muskerud's collection, Liahu replied calmly. Spandam chuckled awkwardly and said, I see you are using the Celestial Dragons as a pretext to seize my credit. Liahu cast a disdainful glance at Spandam, pulled out a snail phone from his pocket, and began to contact Kevin. This is Lord Kevins. Who are you? Kevin's voice came through the snail phone, imbued with an air of arrogance. Greetings. Esteemed young master Don Quixote Kevins. I am Captain Liahu of CP5, and the task of capturing Fishman shipwright Tom is entrusted to me, Liahu replied, feigning ignorance of Kevin's identity while speaking with utmost respect. Is that so? Then you have worked hard. Have you captured him? Kevin inquired, maintaining his lofty demeanor. It is my honor to serve you, but I fear this task may not be completed, Liahu said respectfully. Why? Is there a lowly peasant resisting? Kevin's tone immediately grew cold. Liahu glanced at Spandam before responding. There is no one resisting, but our CP5 director, Spandam, is present. He refuses to hand over Tom, claiming I wish to steal his credit. Is that so? Hand the snail phone to him. I wish to speak with him, Kevin commanded. Liahu passed the snail phone to Spandam, saying, Director Spandam, Lord Kevins wishes to speak with you. Although Liahu wore a mask, Spandam could sense the schadenfreude beneath it. With trembling hands, Spandam took the snail phone. From the respectful tone with which Liahu had spoken and the nature of Kevin's address, Spandam realized he might have landed himself in serious trouble. With extreme deference, Spandam cautiously began, Great and esteemed celestial dragon, Lord Don Quixote Kevins. Before he could finish, Kevin's voice erupted through the snail phone, almost roaring, Are you the CP5 director? Spandam? You have quite the audacity. What business is it of yours if I want a fishman? Who gave you the courage to obstruct my people from capturing him? Kevin's roar startled Spandam, nearly causing him to drop the snail phone. He hastily clarified, My lord Kevin, you misunderstand me. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that I am in the wrong? How dare you question me? You possess quite the audacity. It seems I must report this to the world government. In this day and age, it appears any commoner can be appointed as the commander of CP5. Kevin once more interrupted Spandam, denying him any chance to explain. If anyone else had dared to insult Spandam in such a manner, he would have surely confronted them. However, uttering such words was a celestial dragon, and Spandam could not afford to show even a hint of defiance. Instead, fear gripped him even more, for it was evident that Kevin intended to deal with him severely. Should Kevin bring this matter to the world government, the Gorosei would undoubtedly take action against him to appease the wrath of the celestial dragon. Spandam had no desire for death. Thus, he promptly capitulated. My lord, I was in error. Please grant me your mercy. Consider me as inconsequential as a mere fart. I shall have the fierce tiger take him away immediately. However, the fishman Tom has already perished. Otherwise, I would have arranged for someone to prepare a specimen to present to you. Spandam now resembled a dog wagging its tail in submission. Yet survival compelled him to act thus. Seemingly satisfied with Spandam's demeanor, Kevin remarked, Do you truly believe that we celestial dragons would be unable to find a craftsman for the specimen superior to your own? Simply hand over the individual, and I shall grant you a temporary reprieve this time. Thank you, my lord, thank you. Spandam fervently nodded and bowed, embodying the very image of a sycophant. Once he hung up the snail phone, Spandam hurriedly returned it to the fierce tiger and instructed his subordinates to hand over Tom's corpse. The fierce tiger accepted Tom's body without acknowledging Spandam and led his men away from Water 7. Kevin lingered in Water 7 for an additional day, and only after Spandam and his entourage departed did he clandestinely meet with Esbagu, facilitating a conversation between him and Tom, who had been rescued by the fierce tiger. In gratitude for Kevin's efforts, Esbagu pledged to assist him in seizing control of Water 7 in the shortest time possible. Once matters in Water 7 reached a satisfactory conclusion, Kevin set his sights on his next destination, the elusive fox, Foxy, hiding in the town of Magic Valley. This time, Kevin embarked on a merchant ship that would pass through Gaia Island. Initially, the ship's owner was reluctant to accommodate a stranger. However, upon revealing his identity as a disciple of marine hero Admiral Karp, the owner swiftly altered his demeanor, graciously inviting Kevin aboard. The shift in the owner's attitude was quite straightforward. Gaia Island had become a lawless territory, plagued by pirates, and the peril of pillaging loomed over any merchant vessel that dared to traverse its waters. Having a disciple of a naval hero aboard provided a semblance of security. The owner was gambling on Kevin's authenticity. If correct, they would sail safely and profit handsomely, but if mistaken, they risked total ruin. Yet, as the adage goes, fortune favors the bold. For a merchant, daring to take such risks is essential for growth. To curry favor with Kevin, the ship's owner generously allocated the finest cabin for him. Kevin graciously accepted, for he bore the responsibility of ensuring the safety of both the cargo and the crew during this voyage. After bidding farewell to the ship's owner, Kevin was greeted by the system's notification. Congratulations, host, on completing the task alter the shipwright Tom's inevitable fate. The system has determined that you have exceeded expectations, resulting in a doubled reward, 2 B-grade magical boxes. We hope you continue your commendable efforts. The system's announcement left Kevin momentarily bewildered. Jarvis, why have I received a doubled reward for this task? He inquired eagerly. Indeed, Master, the original task merely required you to ensure Tom's survival. However, you not only preserved his life, but also safeguarded him from future reprisals by the world government, ultimately bringing him under your wing. Thus, the system has deemed your efforts as exceeding the task requirements, resulting in a doubled reward. Then if I continue to exceed expectations for each task, I shall be soaring with delight. Double rewards, Kevin exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. If the rewards for S-grade tasks double as well, it would be simply exhilarating. Master, such aspirations may not be feasible, Jarvis cautioned, dousing Kevin's enthusiasm with a dose of reality. Kevin inquired with confusion, why is that, Jarvis? Jarvis replied, it is as follows. Firstly, the difficulty of reward tasks for A-grade blind boxes is at least 5 times greater than that of B-grade tasks, resulting in a significantly higher risk of failure. Achieving an excessive completion is akin to scaling a mountain. Secondly, the conditions for exceeding completion are exceedingly stringent, and there are no hints provided. Even a slight oversight might lead to failure in surpassing the task. Ah, I see. So there are so many intricacies involved. I thought there was no way the system would be so generous. All right, Jarvis, I am now going to open these 2 B-grade blind boxes. Certainly, Master. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the B-grade blind box reward, the ability of young Magneto, an alpha-level mutant power, allowing you to control magnetic fields. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the B-grade blind box reward, the technique of multiple shadow clones, which enables the creation of tangible duplicates using energy. These clones possess 100% of the original strength, with the number of clones determined by the user's energy capacity. Wow. Is the system showing unexpected generosity this time by providing such exceptional gifts? Kevin couldn't help but exclaim. Who is Magneto? Anyone who has watched the X-Men series knows he is undoubtedly an extraordinarily powerful figure. Magneto's ability lies in the manipulation of any form of magnetic field. The extent of his maximum capacity for manipulation remains a mystery to all. However, in the comics, he has repeatedly moved massive planets and effortlessly levitated submarines weighing 30,000 tons. His powers can extend to the atomic level, enabling him to manipulate chemical structures and alter matter. Although the system indicates it is the ability of young Magneto, presumably prior to being enhanced by Apocalypse, it remains incredibly formidable. With such abilities, one would be absolutely invincible below the rank of Rear Admiral. The technique of multiple shadow clones originates from another Japanese anime, Naruto. While classified as an A-grade ninjutsu, it is deemed a forbidden technique due to the immense energy required, which most individuals cannot withstand. Nevertheless, this ninjutsu is also regarded by some as a training bug because when the user dispels the clones, the memories and experiences of the clones return to the original. The protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki, also utilized this method to rapidly master the Rasengan technique. Kevin contemplated that the body refinement technique he was currently practicing involved the continuous absorption of the spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth to enhance his own being. In other words, the entire universe served as the wellspring of Kevin's capabilities. This energy should be harnessed to utilize the technique of multiple shadow clones, he mused. With this thought, Kevin promptly executed the multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, 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 bang. Kevin continuously created 4 shadow clones, but when he intended to summon a 5th, an overwhelming sense of physical weakness abruptly interrupted him. It appeared that the energy required for the technique of multiple shadow clones must be derived from his own physical stamina. Drawing transient energy from the surroundings during the execution of the technique was ineffective, Kevin pondered quietly. Kevin dispelled his shadow clone and tested Magneto's abilities once more. Indeed, they were exceptionally formidable. Unlike the portrayal in the films, Magneto's powers extend far beyond mere metal manipulation, within the confines of Kevin's controlled space. He could command virtually all objects. Although his current magnetic field of influence spanned merely a radius of 100 meters, Kevin found contentment in this limitation, for he recognized the potential for further development of Magneto's abilities. In the comics, Magneto is capable of spatial relocation through the manipulation of magnetic fields, and Kevin firmly believed he could elevate this mutant power to such heights. However, he had no intention of revealing these 2 skills just yet, choosing instead to keep them as his ace in the hole. Days swiftly passed, and on one fateful day, as Kevin emerged from his chamber, a resounding cannon fire echoed, followed by the violent rocking of the merchant ship. Had they encountered pirates? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the ship's captain stumbled before Kevin, urgently imploring, "My lord, we are besieged by pirates. Please, assist us in driving them away." Kevin smiled and said, "Of course. I promised you all when I boarded that I would ensure your safety. Now, let us see which pirate crew dares to approach." "Thank you ever so much, my lord," exclaimed the merchant ship's captain upon hearing Kevin's intention to protect them. As Kevin and the captain stepped onto the deck, Kevin surveyed the situation and playfully remarked, "Is your ship laden with gold? What could possibly attract 3 pirate crews to attack you?" The captain hastily replied, "My lord, this vessel carries only silk and spices. There is nothing of significant value aboard." Observing the captain's flustered demeanor, Kevin reassured him, "Do not worry. Inform your helmsman to be cautious and dodge the cannonballs. I will deal with these pirates in groups." As fate would have it, the very pirates attempting to plunder the merchant ship were 3 among the 18 selected by Smoker, Captain Bloodaxe Cocotte of the Bloodaxe Pirates, Captain Butcher Benjamin of the Slaughter Pirates, and Captain Surgeon Kuro of the Black Doctor Pirates. What a coincidence it was, as they had not yet reached their destination when 3 unexpected guests arrived. Although vanquishing these 3 foes would yield only a D-grade treasure box, even the smallest morsel is still a morsel. Kevin's initial target was the pirate crew ruthlessly attacking the merchant ship directly ahead. Their captain, Butcher Benjamin, boasted the highest bounty among the 3 pirates. Kevin deftly employed the moonwalk technique, advancing directly towards the pirate ship of the Butcher Benjamin's marauding crew. Upon witnessing Kevin's ethereal stride through the air, Benjamin found himself utterly bewildered, unable to fathom how one could traverse the void with such grace. As soon as Kevin set foot on the pirate ship, the Butcher Benjamin, accompanied by a group of henchmen, encircled him. With his large blade pointed menacingly at Kevin, Benjamin inquired, "Do you know who I am?" "I am the Butcher Benjamin, captain of the Slaughter Pirates, hailing from the North Sea, with a bounty of 11 million berries. I am not a devil fruit user. My strength is below average, yet my methods are ruthless. I am accustomed to slaying those I rob. I once ambushed the North Sea Navy's 168th Division, which had come to the aid of a merchant vessel in distress, mercilessly slaughtering all 31 naval officers aboard and sinking their ship. Am I correct?" Kevin retorted, his eyes flashing with fury as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Benjamin laughed heartily and said, "Since you are aware of my notorious reputation, what brings you here, boy? To meet your doom?" Kevin spoke in a frigid tone. "I have come to collect debts for the souls that perished at your hands." At that moment, his gaze towards Benjamin was akin to that of a man regarding a corpse. Benjamin, upon hearing Kevin's words, erupted into laughter. "You? I admit, I lack your skill of walking in the air, but killing you will be as effortless as crushing an ant. Is that so?" Kevin replied coldly. He intended to test his newfound abilities, with no intention of leaving any survivors aboard the ship. Thus, he raised his right hand slowly and unleashed the powers of magnetism. As his hand ascended, the pirates' weapons, the cannonballs stacked on the ship, and even the large blade in Benjamin's grasp floated into the air. These objects surrounded them amidst the terrified gazes of the pirates. Benjamin, putting on a brave face, addressed Kevin, who was encircled by his own men. "Don't forget, you are trapped here as well. If those cannonballs explode, you won't escape either." "I apologize, but you may be disappointed," Kevin replied, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the encirclement, reappearing 10 meters away from the pirate ship using the moonwalk technique. "How is this possible? Where did he go?" the pirates exclaimed. "Come back, and let us fight." One shouted, "I don't want to die. Spare me." At that moment, the pirates were a mix of pleading and shouting, while their captain, the Butcher Benjamin, fell silent, for he realized that he had no way to escape this time. "In the name of naval justice, I pronounce your death sentence." Kevin's icy voice resonated. With a fierce grip of his right hand, the air was filled with screams, explosions, and a roaring blaze that swiftly engulfed the pirate ship. After sensing the extinguishment of all life aboard the ship with his temperature-reducing hockey, Kevin charged towards the pirate ship on the left side of the merchant vessel. Ding! Congratulations. Post-graduation assessment task completed. You have earned 1 D-grade blind box. Please continue your efforts. The pirate crew led by Dr. Hikro, known as the Black Medical Pirates, was the target of Kevin's assault. As the pirate ship entered his magnetic control range, he detonated the cannonballs on board and dashed towards the final pirate ship without looking back. Ding! Congratulations, host, graduation assessment task completed. You have earned another D-grade blind box. Please continue your efforts. Seeing the other 2 pirate ships sink in an instant, Bloodaxe Cocotte had no desire to plunder the merchant vessel and immediately signaled his men to turn and flee. However, could Kevin allow him to escape? The answer was, of course no. Just as the pirate ship turned, Kevin had already landed on the deck. Cocotte and his men, weapons in hand, warily guarded against Kevin's sudden strike. Yet, Kevin addressed Cocotte. "You must be Bloodaxe Cocotte, right? I must say, you appear far more appealing than your bounty poster. I hear you excel in martial arts. Shall we have a contest? If you win, I will let you leave. If I win, I shall claim the lives of your crew. What say you, young man?" You proposed this. Do not regret it. Kokot thought he was surely doomed, especially after witnessing Kevin's earlier display of power. Yet, to his surprise, Kevin had challenged him to a martial arts duel, which was Kokot's forte. It seemed he might just save his life. Rest assured, I keep my word, Kevin assured him. Die. With that, Kokot raised his massive axe and swung it down towards Kevin's head. Kevin, with a clenched fist, struck directly at the colossal axe with his left hand, while a dark hue of hockey enveloped his fist. With a resounding crash, Kevin's left fist collided forcefully with Kokoti's massive axe, sending it flying. Yet Kevin remained steadfast and unmoved. What kind of technique is this? Kokoti inquired, perplexed. Kevin, with a tone laced with sarcasm, remarked, your strength is commendable. But is this all you can muster after such a slight inquiry? It seems you have squandered your considerable stature. Infuriated by Kevin's taunts, the towering 3-meter-tall Kekit roared in anger, swinging his fists towards Kevin with ferocity. However, Kevin chose not to engage in a direct confrontation this time. Instead, he adeptly employed the technique known as paper drawing from the Six Styles, effortlessly evading Kekit's powerful blows. When Kekit's initial strike failed to connect, he unleashed a flurry of punches, each faster than the last, delivering a barrage of 7 or 8 strikes in quick succession. Alas, Kevin, utilizing paper drawing, danced through the gaps between Kekit's fists like a butterfly flitting through flowers. As Kekit pivoted to pursue him, Kevin delivered a swift kick to Kekit's rear, causing the off-balance giant to tumble face-first into the ground. Kevin pressed his forehead, exclaiming with exasperation, the quality of this generation of pirates is abysmally low. Setting such a high bounty is nothing short of a waste of resources. Kekit, having risen to his feet, spread his arms wide and lunged towards Kevin, intending to embrace him tightly, perhaps to suffocate him. Observing this, Kevin thought to himself, what is this? Attempting to execute a sisterly embrace kill on me? I am no delicate flower and will not allow you to hold me. With that in mind, Kevin charged at Kekit, delivering a powerful right punch. Enveloped in the armor of hockey, aimed directly at him. The technique was known as armed color sorcery, straight punch, meteor. Kevin's punch was as swift and ferocious as a shooting star. Before Kekit could react, it landed heavily upon his chest. In that instant, Kekit seemed to hear the shattering sound of his own heart. His eyes widened in disbelief and resentment as he fixed his gaze upon Kevin. A full minute passed before Kekit's lifeless body crashed onto the deck. Even in his final moments, he could hardly fathom that he had been unable to withstand even a single blow from Kevin. Ding. Congratulations, host. The graduation assessment task has been completed, earning you a D-class mystery box. Please continue to strive for excellence. Kevin cast a glance at the lifeless body of Kekit, then leaped toward the merchant ship. Just when the pirates believed they had secured their survival, Kevin's magnetic field manipulation ability was unleashed, triggering an explosion of the cannonballs aboard the vessel. The crew of the merchant ship erupted in thunderous cheers upon witnessing Kevin's return. The ship's owner, in particular, bowed and praised Kevin profusely, lauding him as a youthful hero and remarking on his lineage as a disciple of a naval legend. Kevin uttered little and promptly retreated to his chamber. The ship owner paid him no mind. After all, Kevin had just rescued the entire crew and his cargo. Once back in his room, Kevin eagerly opened 3 D-class blind boxes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the D-class blind box reward, Shadow Clone Technique, from the world of Naruto. It is one of the fundamental jutsu for ninjas, allowing the user to instantly switch identities with an animal or plant to evade attacks. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the D-class blind box reward, Transformation Technique, also from the world of Naruto. This allows the user to become any person or object. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the D-class blind box reward, a bag of Senza beans from the Dragon Ball universe. Consuming one instantly restores all injuries. With a total of 10 beans in a bag, consume one at a time, as excessive intake may lead to discomfort. Please use with caution. What constitutes happiness in this world? Some say it is a cat eating fish, a dog feasting on meat, or Ultraman battling monsters. Others claim happiness is a clear, sweet spring in the desert, a guiding light in the darkness, or a refreshing breeze on a summer day. The answers to happiness are as varied as they are numerous. Yet, in this moment, Kevin felt a profound sense of happiness. Previously troubled by how to conceal his true identity and develop his clandestine influence, he now found that the system had entirely resolved this predicament. In Kevin's eyes, this D-class reward was undoubtedly on par with B-class rewards. First, the Senza beans. This item, originating from the manga Dragon Ball, could be deemed the most overpowered element within the entire series, regardless of the severity of injuries sustained. Consuming a single Senza bean would restore one to full health. With this at his disposal, Kevin no longer feared engaging in life-and-death battles. The thought of fighting until both he and his opponent were gravely injured, only to consume a Senza bean and regain full vitality, painted a picture too beautiful to fathom. Alas, these beans could not mend severed limbs, or else they would be truly invincible. Nevertheless, the system was generous, providing 10 beans, equivalent to granting Kevin 10 additional lives. Regarding the Shadow Clone Technique, while it may be a fundamental skill, it is indeed a remarkable one among basic techniques. It is, without question, an essential skill for survival. Within the Naruto universe, this technique is a common sight in at least 8 out of 10 battles. It can be asserted that a ninja who does not master the shadow clone technique is unlikely to survive for long. In the world of pirates, this skill is equally indispensable for self-preservation. As for the transformation technique, though not as renowned as the shadow clone technique, it serves as the finest skill for concealing one's identity. Previously, Kevin had obtained the multi-shadow clone technique, and now with the transformation technique, he could present himself under various identities, allowing him to cultivate his clandestine influence without fear of exposure. With this in mind, Kevin once again summoned his attribute panel. Host name: Don Quixote Kevin Saint. Current alias: Don Kevin. Race: human. Bloodline: Huda bloodline. Purity 22. Talent: Law of Earth. Mutant ability: magnetic field control. Alpha level: combat power 2600. Without skill bonuses: skills: Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki Master level, Observation Haki Master level, Body Refinement Technique level 2, Marine 6 styles, Basic Witchcraft Combat Skills, Multi-Shadow Clone Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, Earth Escape Technique. Transformation Technique items owned: 8 sets of small blood bottles, 64 bottles, 1 revival coin, 1 pair of sea stone handcuffs, 1 pack of universal bullets, 100 rounds, 1 teleportation talisman, 1 vitality potion, 1 bag of Senza beans, 10 beans, weapons, golden desert eagle. Blade of Slaughter blind boxes owned: 0. Kevin glanced at his current attribute panel and felt a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, the ship owner knocked on the door. Upon opening it, the owner entered and respectfully presented Kevin with a small package, saying, "My lord, here lies 10 million berries, a token of gratitude for your valiant rescue. Please, I implore you to graciously accept it." Kevin did not retreat. He accepted the money and inquired, "How long until we reach Gaia Island, my good sir?" The captain pondered for a moment and, feeling rather awkward, replied, "By our itinerary, it should take no more than 3 days. However, you must understand that it is a rather chaotic place, and I am hesitant to bring my vessel too close. Therefore, you will need to take a small boat for the final leg of your journey." "That is quite all right," Kevin responded nonchalantly. "After all, your ship is a merchant vessel, and drawing near could easily attract pirates. Instead, how about this? When we are a day away from Gaia Island, you provide me with a small boat, and I shall make my own way." He did not wish to burden the merchant captain, as the ship was laden with both goods and people, making it an easy target for pirates, particularly given that Gaia Island was a notorious haven for them. "Thank you ever so much. I shan't disturb your rest any longer." The captain expressed his gratitude with great joy, and with that, he exited Kevin's quarters. 3 days later, Kevin arrived at his destination, Gaia Island, aboard a small boat. However, upon reaching the island, he did not immediately head towards Magic Valley Town. Instead, he maneuvered his small vessel to the opposite side of Gaia Island, intending to meet with the descendant of the great adventurer, One Blen Norland, by the name of One Blen Kulik. After all, Kevin planned to venture to Sky Island, and he would require Kulik's assistance to do so. In truth, Kevin held a deep admiration for One Blen Kulik, a descendant of One Blen Norland, the protagonist of the legendary tale. Although separated by over 4 centuries, Kulik, despite his skepticism regarding the existence of the fabled land of gold, had resolutely devoted his life to uncovering its truth and breaking the curse upon the One Blen family. Such determination was indeed worthy of respect. As Kevin observed the peculiar structure before him, half a house constructed with cardboard and resembling a castle, he knew he had arrived at the right location. He secured his small boat along the shore and approached the door, knocking gently. Receiving no response, he deduced that no one was home. Fortunately, he spotted a few wooden stumps outside and casually chose one to sit upon. After a little over half an hour, a figure emerged from the water. No. It was a person with a chestnut atop their head. This individual was none other than One Blen Kulik, the very descendant Kevin sought. Seeing someone seated at his doorstep surprised Kulik, for visitors were a rarity in this secluded spot. After carelessly tossing a bag onto the ground, Kulik plopped down across from Kevin and asked, "What brings you here, young man? You must be the descendant of the great adventurer Norland, am I correct?" Kevin inquired with a smile. Kulik lit a cigarette, took a drag, and admitted, "Though I am loath to acknowledge it, I am indeed that man's descendant." "Loath to acknowledge it? Then why come here?" Kevin asked, noticing Kulik's internal conflict. His words contradicted his unspoken acknowledgement of his lineage. Kulik was momentarily taken aback by Kevin's question before responding, "I merely wish to ascertain whether the land of gold, spoken of by the man who brought shame to the One Blen family, truly exists." Kevin chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Uncle Kulik, how do you greet someone? Deep down, I yearn for the existence of the Golden Land, hoping it would vindicate that One Blen Nolan did not speak falsely, yet I adamantly deny it with my words." "Uncle, do you truly feel comfortable being so hypocritical?" Kulik took a few puffs from his cigarette before tossing it to the ground, his displeasure evident as he replied, "Kid, did you come here merely to mock me? If that is your intention, you are not welcome here. Please take your leave." Kevin observed Kulik's furious reaction and issued an order for him to leave without rising from his seat. Remaining seated on the wooden stool, he maintained his smile and proclaimed, "The land of gold truly exists." What did you say?" Kulik sprang to his feet, his eyes fixed intently on Kevin as he inquired. He could hardly fathom that anyone still believed in the existence of the land of gold. I reiterate, the land of gold is indeed real, Kevin affirmed once more. How can you be so certain? Kulik asked, bewildered. Kevin retrieved a tattered nautical chart from his pocket and, with utmost care, unfolded it before placing it upon the wooden post that served as a makeshift table. He remarked, this was discovered by chance. It is a maritime map dating back over 1,000 years. Kulik leaned closer, scrutinizing the chart, which depicted an island shaped like a skull. He lifted his gaze to Kevin, his brow furrowed in confusion, and inquired, what does this signify? Kevin placed his hand upon the nautical chart, obscuring the upper half of the skull, leaving only the teeth visible, and smiled as he remarked, what if we consider it this way? Uncle Kulik, does it seem familiar to you? This is Gaia Island. At last, Uncle Kulik recognized that the island, reduced to merely its dental representation, was indeed the present-day Gaia Island. This nautical chart depicts the ancient city of Shandora from over 1,000 years ago, a city also known as the Land of Gold. Do you recall the words uttered by Wumbra Nolandi just before his demise? Kevin's smile deepened. I saw gold in the right eye of the skull. Kulik recounted the astonishing declaration made by Wumbra Nolandi prior to his execution. Kevin pointed to the location of the right eye of the skull on the nautical chart and said, this is the site of the ancient city of Zandora. Kulik glanced at Kevin once more and inquired, could it be that the golden land spoken of by that man refers to the ancient city of Zandora? Kevin nodded and said, I believe the adventurous soul speaks of this magnificent golden realm that vanished without a trace over 1,000 years ago. Kulik shook his head in disbelief, declaring, impossible. Such a thing cannot exist. For years, I have plunged into the depths of the sea searching, scouring the waters surrounding this island, yet I have found no evidence whatsoever. Then what are the skies? Kevin gently prodded Kulik. Impossible. How could such a vast island ascend to the heavens? Kulik countered, shaking his head, affirming that, indeed, one would struggle to accept that a colossal island could soar into the sky through the lens of human logic. Why not? Kevin inquired playfully. Uncle Kulik, what makes it inconceivable for an island to rise into the firmament? Kulik gazed at Kevin and replied, this is a matter of common sense. Surely, you understand the immense weight of an island. Lifting it into the sky would require an unimaginable force. What in this world possesses the power to elevate an island? Moreover, the earth is bound by gravitational pull. Even if an island were to ascend, it would inevitably fall back down. Uncle Kulik, your reasoning is flawed, Kevin countered. There are numerous phenomena in this world that defy conventional logic. Take, for instance, the devil fruits. Those who consume a Logia-type devil fruit can elementalize their bodies, while those who partake in a Zoan-type devil fruit can transform into animals. Can such marvels be explained by common sense? Kulik was momentarily taken aback by Kevin's questions, unsure of how to respond. Uncle Kulik, to my knowledge, there are at least 2 methods by which an island could ascend into the sky. One involves consuming a devil fruit. Surely, you have heard of the notorious captain of the flying pirate crew, Shiki the Golden Lion? His crew earned their name because he consumed the float fruit, granting him the ability to levitate objects into the air. Kevin paused for a moment before continuing. As for the other possibility, it is merely a conjecture. Having spent such a considerable time here, you must be aware of the numerous currents rushing skyward near Gaia Island. Correct? If these currents were to erupt simultaneously, could they not propel the island into the heavens? He remarked that both methods you mentioned contain flaws. While the devil fruit indeed has the capacity to elevate the island, once the fruit's power is relinquished, the island would presumably descend once more, would it not? The same applies to the second method. Even if it were to ascend, there exists no rationale for such a vast island to remain suspended indefinitely in the air. Kulik immediately contemplated the dilemma of how the island could ascend without eventually falling, and thus spoke up. I once encountered a reference in a book regarding a phenomenon known as Sky Island. Kevin responded, Sky Island? This is the first time I have heard that name. Kulik inquired, gazing at Kevin. Indeed, Sky Island. According to the writings, it describes an island that floats within the sky. If a portion of Gaia Island were to rest upon a sky island, it would not plummet, would it? Kevin asserted. Does such a sky island truly exist? Kevin shrugged and remarked, I have only encountered this in literature. I cannot ascertain whether the existence of sky islands is indeed real. However, it is said that Pirate King Gold Roger once reached such an island. So, your purpose in summoning me is to validate the reality of these sky islands, is it not? Kulik immediately comprehended Kevin's intention. Kevin did not conceal his thoughts. He nodded and remarked, Uncle Kulik is indeed astute, immediately discerning my intentions. However, this way, you can validate the existence of Golden Country. While I can affirm the existence of Sky Island, truly a win-win situation, why not pursue it? Do you possess a means to reach Sky Island? Kulik struck at the heart of the matter. Indeed, to substantiate the existence of both Golden Country and Sky Island, one must first ascend to the heavens. Yet, the method of ascent remains a challenge. Uncle Kulik, do you recall the second method I mentioned? Why not explore the ascending currents? Kevin proposed. However, I suspect not all ascending currents will lead to Sky Island. So I will require your diligent observation and recording of the data pertaining to the rising currents near Gaia Island, he continued. Kulik inquired, since you already have a plan, why seek my assistance? Ah, Allow me to introduce myself, Kevin replied. I am a disciple of Vice Admiral Karp, which means I am also a naval officer, albeit still in training. There are numerous responsibilities within the Navy, and I scarcely possess the time to monitor and document this data here. Hence, I sought someone with the availability to assist, Kevin elucidated. Thus, you have turned to me, Kulik acknowledged. Kevin nodded and remarked, Indeed. For there is no one more suited for this task than you. Suddenly, Kulik burst into laughter and replied, Very well, I shall acquiesce. I, too, am eager to witness the fabled land of gold spoken of by that man. I appreciate your assistance, Uncle Kulik, Kevin expressed, his happiness evident upon hearing Kulik's agreement. Kulik lit another cigarette and cautioned, Young man, you are premature in your joy. The endeavor of observing the rising ocean currents will likely demand no less than 5 or 6 years to complete. Moreover, even if we discern the patterns of the currents, what of the vessels capable of withstanding their force? Until these issues are resolved, further discourse is futile. Rest assured, as long as you elucidate the current's patterns, I shall handle the vessel concerns. Provided the requirements are not excessively stringent, I can procure them, Kevin confidently asserted. Then, let us embark on this collaboration with pleasure. Indeed. May our partnership be fruitful. Kevin and Kulik ultimately reached a cooperative agreement. With the matters he needed to address with Kulik now resolved, Kevin bid farewell and set off in his small boat, making his way to the other side of Gaia Island, where the town of Magic Valley is situated. As Kevin docked his vessel at the pier, 2 pirates approached, obstructing his path. One of the pirates, designated as A, remarked, Hey, kid, do you know where you are? Kevin cast a foolish glance at Pirate A and inquired, Isn't this the town of Magic Valley on Gaia Island? Pirate B retorted, If you know that, then get lost. This place is not meant for scrawny little brats like you. And who is it meant for? Kevin asked. With a hint of pride, Pirate A replied, Of course. For the great pirates. Do you see those? As he spoke, he pointed at the dozens of pirate ships docked at the port. This place is home to 27 renowned pirate crews. The most formidable among them is the illustrious captain of the penetrating pirates, the Penetrator Kohler, who boasts a bounty of 14 million. Are you frightened now? It certainly sounds impressive. Which other pirates are present here? Kevin feigned fear as he asked. Upon hearing Kevin's inquiry about the other pirates, the 2 pirates, likely in use to anyone engaging with their boastful tales, eagerly took turns listing the names of the remaining 26 pirate crews on the island. After they finished, Kevin smiled radiantly. All 27 pirates fell within the scope of his assessment targets. It was as if 27 blind box couriers had arrived. Excellent. Perhaps buoyed by this encouraging news, Kevin refrained from taking lethal action against the 2 pirates, instead swiftly knocking them unconscious and tossing them into a nearby thicket. Gazing at the 2 now obscured by the underbrush, Kevin remarked, Thank you for the information, gentlemen. Now, do rest well here to avoid accidentally losing your lives in Magic Valley Town. With that, he strode towards the heart of the town. Meanwhile, the other pirates at the dock seemed oblivious to the entire scene, continuing with their own affairs. As Kevin entered Magic Valley Town, a sudden thought struck him. Perhaps it would be better not to call it Magic Valley Town at all, but rather rename it Bar Street. Indeed, the entire town consisted of a single main road, flanked on either side by taverns, except for the tall clock tower centrally located. Behind these taverns were sporadic small wooden houses where a few residents dwelled. Among these establishments, Kevin quickly located the tavern managed by the cunning fox Foxy, named Brilliant Moments. It wasn't so much that Kevin had particularly sharp eyesight. Rather, the tavern's sign was exceedingly large and conveniently placed directly opposite the clock tower, making it nearly impossible to miss. Kevin no longer lingered, for time was of the essence and the task at hand was urgent. Who could fathom the magnitude of the narrative shifts instigated by his mere presence? The sooner he acted, the more decisive his approach would be. With determined strides, he advanced toward his moment of glory. As Kevin pushed open the doors of the tavern, the once cacophonous atmosphere fell into an immediate hush. All eyes within the establishment turned toward him, and he swiftly surveyed the patrons. To his utter delight, he discovered that all 27 of the blind box couriers were gathered in this very tavern. What does it mean to traverse a vast expanse in search of something, only to find it effortlessly within reach? What is the significance of arriving early versus fortuitously? This was it. Had these 27 rogues not congregated in one tavern, capturing them might have posed a challenge, possibly resulting in the escape of 1 or 2. However, now that they were assembled, Kevin vowed that none would elude his grasp. Kevin disregarded the surrounding pirates and confidently strode toward the tavern's bar. As he walked, he muttered to himself, Make your move, make your move. So I can eliminate a few pirates and alleviate the impending pressure. As if in response to Kevin's silent plea, a voice boomed from behind him. Hey, who is this reckless brat that dares to disturb my drinking pleasure? Prepare to repent in hell. With that, a gunshot echoed, and a bullet hurtled directly toward Kevin. Kevin did not flinch as the bullet struck the back of his head. Contrary to the pirate's expectations of a blood-soaked scene, he transformed into a wooden door amidst a cloud of smoke upon being hit. This door bore an uncanny resemblance to the grand entrance of a magnificent moment. Hey, the one who shot from behind, you must be the notorious Black Gun Res, with a bounty of 10 million berries, right? What a cowardly act. This moniker suits you well. But could you aim more carefully next time? Why shoot at the tavern's door? As everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at the wooden door, a voice echoed from the tavern's entrance. Turning around, the pirates discovered Kevin leaning against the doorframe, regarding Black Gun Rez with disdain. It turned out that upon entering the tavern, Kevin had been using his observation hockey to monitor his surroundings. The moment Rez fired, Kevin had effortlessly swapped places with the tavern's door using his substitution technique. You fool, you seek death. Rez roared in fury, raising his pistol and firing 4 shots in rapid succession. Kevin vanished from his original spot, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Rez, wielding the blade of carnage. A droplet of crimson blood rolled off the lowered blade, and as it hit the ground, Rez's gun fell from his grasp. He clutched his neck with both hands, blood seeping through his fingers. In that fleeting moment, Kevin had severed Rez's throat with the blade of carnage. Rez managed to utter a single word before collapsing to the ground, convulsing violently. In no time, he lay still. Ding. Congratulations, host, graduation assessment task completed. 5,200 points earned. And you have received a D-grade blind box. Please continue your efforts. The system's voice elicited a faint smile from Kevin as he settled onto a bar stool. A gaunt middle-aged man behind the counter remarked with a grin, "You are quite impressive, young man. You took down a pirate with a bounty of 10 million in one swift move. You flatter me. It is not my prowess, but rather that man's weakness." Kevin replied modestly, smiling as he addressed the man. Though the individual before him had facial hair, wore glasses, and appeared considerably thinner, Kevin recognized him instantly as the cunning fox, Foxy. With a smile, Foxy said, "Indeed, I am Foxy, the owner of this tavern. What would you like to drink?" "Young man?" Kevin, without a moment's hesitation, stated, "Just a glass of juice will suffice." Foxy handed a glass of juice to Kevin and remarked, "You are quite an unusual fellow. Since I opened this bar, you are the first to request only juice and abstain from alcohol." Kevin finished his juice in one gulp and then addressed Foxy, "Is that so? The juice tastes delightful, my friend. Please, bring me another glass." "Certainly," Foxy replied, turning to refill Kevin's glass. After taking a sip, Kevin sighed, "There's no way around it. I must still engage in a fight later. Overindulgence in alcohol would impair my performance. Is there a particular patron here with whom you have a grudge? If so, I kindly ask you to resolve it outside. This establishment is a modest venture and cannot withstand such tumult. Moreover, this place operates under the protection of the newly appointed warlord of the Seven Seas, Don Quixote da Flamingo. To act violently here would be a grave affront to him. In addition, da Flamingo's high-ranking officials will soon arrive in Magic Valley Town to collect protection fees. It would be wise to avoid trouble." Though Foxy spoke with a smile, the underlying threat was palpable to anyone who listened. Ding. The host has triggered the side quest Eliminate Da Flamingo's Influence. Capture or eliminate the high-ranking official of the Don Quixote family, Lao Ji, to receive a C-grade blind box. Ding. The host has triggered the side quest Eliminate Da Flamingo's Influence. Capture or eliminate the high-ranking official of the Don Quixote family, Mahabais, to receive a C-grade blind box. Originally determined to act after finishing his juice, Kevin decided to wait a moment longer, anticipating a meeting with Da Flamingo's capable subordinates, whether Lao Ji or Mahabais. Both were among Da Flamingo's earliest followers, their loyalty unquestionable. They belonged to Diamante's fighting unit, and although Kevin was unsure of their exact prowess, he believed they were not inferior to him. Thus, he resolved to conserve his strength, planning to subdue these two first. With time to spare, Kevin began to recall from memory the profiles of major figures within various maritime factions before embarking on his journey. He quickly located the information on Lao Ji and Mahabais. Lao Ji, age 58, is a cadre of the Don Quixote family established by Da Flamingo, belonging to Diamante's fighting unit, skilled in body techniques, and prefers to engage in battle using special physical abilities. His weakness is presbyopia. He requires reading glasses during combat. Mahabais, currently 40 years old, is also a cadre of the Don Quixote family, part of Diamante's fighting unit, with a bounty of 11 million berries. He is a paramecia-type user of the tunpress fruit, capable of altering his weight for attacks. His weakness lies in his average physical skills. Increasing his weight can backfire, inflicting harm upon himself. These two are not particularly strong. Kevin silently mused. As Kevin finished his 5th glass of juice, a man reeking of alcohol burst into the establishment, loudly announcing to Foxy, "Lord Da Flamingo has sent Lao Ji and Mahabais to collect the protection fee. They will be here shortly." Foxy retrieved 2 bulging bags from beneath the bar, shaking them in front of the man. "Here are the 2 million berries for this month." In other locales, a tavern owner would likely face robbery for flaunting 2 million berries, but in Magic Valley Town, no one dared such a thing, as the money was destined for Da Flamingo. Unless they wished to court death, they would not lay a finger on it. Moments later, the remaining half of the tavern's door swung open, and 2 figures entered. One was an elderly man with a pointed hat and a tight-fitting outfit adorned with lightning patterns, while the other was a robust man with long, curly hair, wearing a revealing bodysuit, a pirate tattoo on his right arm, and a hairy chest. The sturdy man carried a large bag on his back. The elderly man was Lao Ji, and the muscular man was Mahabais. Mahabais pointed at the half-open door and asked, "Foxy, has someone been causing trouble here?" Foxy glanced at Kevin and pointed to the unmoved corpse of Black Gunry Eyes, saying, "This fellow was drunk and disturbed the other patrons. But he has since been dealt with by them." Mahabais expressed disappointment. "What a letdown. I was hoping for another chance to test my skills. How disappointing." Laoji cleared his throat and admonished Mahabais. "Mahabais, do not get distracted by the prospect of competition. Can you bear the consequences if it hinders our master's affairs?" "Old man, I know without you telling me," Mahabais retorted, irritated. Laoji ignored Mahabais and approached Foxy, asking, "Foxy, have you prepared this month's protection fee?" "Of course. I have it ready," Foxy replied, bowing slightly as he presented the 2 large bags. "Gentlemen, here is the 2 million berries for this month. Please, check to ensure nothing is amiss." Mahabais reached for one of the bags to count the money, but Laoji halted him, saying, "Enough, Mahabais. There is no need to count it. In Magic Valley Town, no one would dare deceive our master. It is not worth risking one's life over a trifling sum." Laoji's words seemed directed at Mahabais, but were actually a warning to Foxy. Foxy, nicknamed the Cunning Fox for his shrewdness, understood the implication. He quickly responded, "Lord Doflamingo has ensured our safety in Magic Valley Town. I am grateful and would never dream of deceiving you." "It appears Foxy is a sensible man," Laoji nodded, obviously pleased with Foxy's understanding. "Should we not count it?" Mahabais inquired. "Fool. Of course not," Laoji snapped. "Mahabais, take the money. We must proceed to the next establishment." "Very well," Mahabais replied, depositing the money into the ample bag slung over his shoulder. As Laoji and Mahabais prepared to leave, Kevin, who had been seated at the bar, spoke up. "Are you two leaving just like that?" The two halted, turning to find a young boy had spoken. Laoji said to Mahabais, "You go ahead and collect from the next place. I shall converse with this young man." With a grunt, Mahabais exited, leaving Kevin to focus on Laoji. Laoji scrutinized Kevin for a moment before saying, "Young man, could you kindly repeat what you just said? My old ears and eyes are failing. I did not quite catch your words. Deaf and blind. How can you utter such a thing? 2 years ago, when you pursued Krasin, you weren't deaf or blind. Not long from now, when you invade Dressrosa, you won't be deaf or blind either. And now you say this to me? I would have to be foolish to believe you." Kevin thought to himself but replied, "Elder, if you are indeed deaf and blind, it would be prudent not to wander about. Should you accidentally fall victim to senility, your master would be left searching the world for you. However, considering your advanced age, I shall reiterate my previous statement for your understanding. Pray, listen closely. Did I just hear that you intend to depart so swiftly? Is that indeed the case? Then, can the decrepit old man interpret this as a provocation towards our illustrious family of Don Quixote?" Laoji fixed a piercing gaze upon Kevin as he spoke. "Indeed." Kevin replied with a smile, "It appears you have not yet lost your wits, recognizing my intent to provoke. It seems necessary to enlighten you, young man, about the inviolable dignity of the Don Quixote family," Laoji declared. Kevin spoke with an expression of disdain. "The grandeur of the Don Quixote family? Do you know? That is the most amusing jest I have ever heard. A man expelled from the family dares to invoke its name to gather a motley crew. It is a pity that Doflamingo is not present. Otherwise, I would truly inquire if he possesses any sense of shame." "Who on earth are you?" Laoji asked in astonishment. Laoji discerned from Kevin's words that he seemed privy to certain secrets regarding Doflamingo, knowledge reserved for their closest confidants. How could this youth be aware of such matters? "Old man, do not regard me with such suspicion. After all, I do share a modicum of connection with Doflamingo," Kevin replied. Laoji hesitated to utter the words celestial dragon, for that was Doflamingo's most profound secret. If the individual before him were indeed a celestial dragon, it would elucidate why he could so brazenly denounce Doflamingo for establishing the Don Quixote family. This person must belong to the Don Quixote family among the 20 royal families of the celestial dragons. Kevin also discerned that Laoji had likely surmised his true identity. He remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement of Laoji's presence. Laoji, receiving Kevin's tacit acceptance, found himself at a loss. He initially intended to teach this insolent youth a lesson, yet the latter's identity rendered him hesitant to act rashly. He feared that any aggressive move on his part might jeopardize Doflamingo's plans. "Young man, what do you intend to do?" Laoji inquired in a low voice. "What do I intend to do? I have a score to settle with Doflamingo, but at this moment, I am not his match. Therefore, I shall begin by extracting some interest from his underlings," Kevin replied, finishing the juice in his glass and rising to his feet. "Ha ha," Laoji chuckled awkwardly. "Young man, while your identity may indeed be remarkable, you have insulted the heir of my family, which is a grave offense. If you are willing to apologize, I can overlook this matter. However, should you persist in your obstinacy, know that despite my advanced years, I am still quite capable." As Kevin engaged in his warm-up exercises, he remarked, "Are we truly going to resort to violence? Young man, it appears you are resolute in your intentions. If that is the case, allow me to introduce you to my ultimate technique, the Diowung Fist. This martial art grows more potent with age. The greater the pain, the heavier the strike. In essence, it becomes increasingly formidable as one ages. Should you wish to reconsider, now is the time." Laoji continued to implore Kevin to acknowledge his transgressions. He was at a loss, unaware of Kevin's true identity. If Kevin were merely a distant relative or subordinate of the Don Quixote family, Engaging him in battle would pose no significant risk, as the family's young master would surely intervene. However, if this young man turned out to be a high-ranking scion of the Don Quixote lineage, the situation would become precarious. At this moment, having completed his warm-up, Kevin addressed Lao Ji. Elder, I grasp your intentions. However, my relationship with Don Quixote da Flamingo is one of mortal enmity. Thus, let us settle this matter through our actions. With that, Lao Ji declared, then young man, prepare to experience the Dio Wong fist, lumbar pain style, gaze of the eye. As he spoke, Lao Ji leaned forward, bending at the waist, his hands forming the letter G, his body trembling in preparation to unleash his assault on Kevin. Yet, before Lao Ji could fully articulate the name of his technique, Kevin employed the Marine Six styles, swiftly evading to Lao Ji's rear. Enveloping his leg in armament hockey, he delivered a powerful kick to Lao Ji's raised backside. Lao Ji felt a sharp pain at the base of his tailbone, and he was propelled forward like an arrow released from a bow, crashing through the wall and into the neighboring tavern. Inside the tavern, Mahabais had just stashed the money into his pocket when Lao Ji burst through the wall, causing a tumultuous commotion. Lao Ji, what are you doing? Are you trying to kill me? Mahabais exclaimed, rising from the ground, clearly displeased. That young man ambushed me. I must teach him a lesson, Lao Ji replied. Getting to his feet and gingerly making his way back through the hole he had created, Mahabais followed closely behind, returning to the glorious moment. Upon his return, Lao Ji pointed an accusatory finger at Kevin, his anger palpable, and declared, young man, you have no sense of martial ethics to launch a surprise attack on an elder. Kevin nearly burst into laughter upon hearing Lao Ji's words. He was tempted to inquire whether Lao Ji had also traversed dimensions, as he seemed to be aware of the humorous quip regarding the martial ethics of Master Ma Baohua, the head of the Hunyuan Xingyi Taijiquan. Old man, Kevin mused. In a life and death struggle, the sole objective is to vanquish the foe. What means are permissible? Poison, ambush, are not all tactics fair game? Should one's adversary reveal their intentions before striking? With a smile, Kevin continued, young man, I shall not hold back on such matters. As he spoke, Lao Ji surged forward with remarkable speed, fist raised and aimed directly at Kevin's throat. Reacting swiftly, Kevin leaped aside to evade the assault, only to be abruptly struck by Mahabais, who had been trailing closely behind Lao Ji, sending him careening out of the tavern. Kevin finally came to a halt after colliding with the clock tower. After this series of encounters, he had discerned that the two individuals were only slightly inferior to him in strength. In a one-on-one confrontation, Kevin was confident he could triumph over both. But in a two-on-one scenario, defeat was inevitable. The technique of Shadow Clone Jutsu. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Kevin cast a glance at his doppelganger and retorted with irritation. We are one and the same. If I am humiliated, does your reputation fare any better? Enough with the idle chatter. Let us divide the task. Mahabais is mine, while you shall handle Rauji. The doppelganger, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, so you want me to take on the vulnerable and the weak, is that it? Despite the words, the doppelganger lunged at Rauji. Observing the doppelganger in action, Kevin also charged towards Mahabais. Both Mahabais and Rauji were taken aback by the sudden appearance of two Kevins, yet they quickly regained their composure, realizing that the young man before them might be a user of the devil fruit, and thus, they each confronted one of the Kevins. The clash between Mahabais and the original Kevin resulted in both being pushed back several steps. With a grin, Mahabais pointed at the doppelganger who was engaged with Rauji and inquired, your strength is impressive. Are you a devil fruit user? Is that your ability? Kevin chuckled and said, defeat me, and I shall reveal the secret. How intriguing, how delightful. As he spoke, the immense form of Mahabais surprisingly levitated into the air. Behold my technique, the 10-ton bash. No sooner had he uttered these words than Mahabais's colossal figure plummeted like a shooting star, accompanied by a deafening roar, hurtling towards Kevin. As a wielder of the ton-pound fruit, Mahabais's assaults predominantly involved ascending into the sky, adjusting his mass, and then descending to strike his adversary. Kevin certainly would not stand idly by to be struck. He leaped backward, evading the assault from Mahabais. With a thunderous crash, Mahabais's massive frame slammed onto the ground, causing a tremor that reverberated through the earth, creating a substantial crater beneath him. Rising from the ground, Mahabais exclaimed, it hurts, oh how it hurts. Despite his formidable physical prowess, Mahabais had yet to attain an indestructible state, when he failed to hit his target and instead collided with the ground. The resultant recoil inflicted injury upon himself. Kevin seemed to have recognized this, but he wished to further validate his hypothesis. With a smile, he beckoned Mahabais with a finger and provocatively taunted, come over here. Seemingly incensed by Kevin's provocation, Mahabais lifted himself into the air once more. Boom, boom. 10-ton Mahabais. He attempted to strike Kevin again, yet once more, Kevin deftly evaded. Observing Mahabais clutching his abdomen and repeatedly crying out in pain, Kevin was convinced his assumption was correct. You see, employing the same technique against me a second time is futile, Kevin remarked with an air of arrogance. You're quite bothersome, Mahabais retorted, visibly infuriated. Before ascending once again into the sky, from above, Mahabais bellowed, Then let me show you this move. Boom, boom. Destruction of 1,000 tons. As Mahabais descended towards him, Kevin extended his right hand, conjuring a colossal earthen sphere beside him. With a series of swift moonwalks, he positioned himself directly above Mahabais. While propelling a small chunk of earth into the air, he declared, "Allow me to add a bit more weight." In an instant, Kevin executed a substitution technique, swapping places with the massive earthen sphere, and then exchanged positions with the small chunk of earth he had just launched. Although Mahabais could not see the unfolding events behind him, he sensed impending doom. The massive earthen sphere crashed down upon him, and the overwhelming force of the impact, compounded by the ground's rebounding energy, caused Mahabais to spew blood and succumb to unconsciousness. With Mahabais dispatched, Kevin surged towards Lao Ji, joining forces with his doppelganger to launch a coordinated assault. Lao Ji, already beleaguered by the onslaught from the doppelganger, succumbed to his injuries, collapsing and losing consciousness. Meanwhile, the 26 pirate captains who had been spectating were taken aback by how effortlessly Kevin had dealt with two of Don Quixote Doflamingo's high-ranking subordinates. In unison, they contemplated a hasty retreat from Magic Valley Town. Remaining there could spell disaster should Doflamingo arrive seeking retribution. That would be utterly lamentable. However, just as the pirates had taken a few steps, a fissure 1 meter wide suddenly appeared before them, blocking their escape. "Are you all leaving just like that?" Kevin's voice resonated from behind them. The 26 pirate captains turned in unison to face him, with the highest bounty among them, the penetrator Kohler, speaking up. "What does this mean, young brother?" "Nothing much," Kevin shrugged nonchalantly, then introduced himself. "I am Kevin, a disciple of Vice Admiral Karp. I have come here to fulfill the requirements of my graduation assessment from the Navy's elite training camp." Upon realizing that Kevin was a disciple of the legendary naval hero Karp, who had pursued the pirate king Gold Roger relentlessly, the group of pirates felt a twinge of anxiety. Kohler, ever the calmest among the captains, inquired, "Ah, so you are the esteemed protege of the Navy hero Vice Admiral Karp. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Could you kindly share what your assessment entails?" Kevin smiled and said, "What else could it be but capturing pirates?" Upon hearing that Kevin's mission was to apprehend pirates, the 26 captains immediately tensed up, casting wary glances at one another, fearful that they might become targets and be handed over to Kevin by the other pirates. "I wonder who among us is the little brother targeted this time?" Kohler inquired further. "You may be somewhat mistaken. My mission indeed involves capturing pirates, but all of you are on my list. Therefore, I kindly ask you to surrender," Kevin stated, maintaining his smile throughout. When Kevin spoke these words, he maintained a calm demeanor, yet those who listened were anything but composed, with some even bursting into laughter. The bounty on Carrot, the Black Panther, was second only to Kohler's, and he mockingly addressed Kevin, saying, "Kid, are you out of your mind? Don't think you're impressive just because you dealt with two high-ranking members of the Don Quixote family. One of them had no bounty at all, and the other was worth merely 1,000,000 berries. The lowest bounty among us is 12,000,000 berries. Defeating such lowly foes does not guarantee that you can triumph over us." "Absolutely. Well said." The other pirate captains echoed in agreement. "If you're not convinced, bring it on." As Carrot finished his taunt, all the pirate captains, except for Kohler, began to shout in support. Kohler was far more astute than the others. He remained silent because he was uncertain of the extent of Kevin's strength. From the recent encounter between Kevin and the two Don Quixote officials, it was clear that Kevin was likely a devil fruit user. However, his ability to manipulate a boulder with his bare hands and split it in two raised questions about the nature of his powers. Did this young naval recruit possess two devil fruit abilities? If so, could he potentially have a third? Kevin stroked his chin and remarked, "Indeed, it poses quite a challenge. However, what if I could eliminate a few individuals in advance?" Kohler was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Kevin's meaning. At that moment, a sudden thud echoed from behind Kohler. He and his companions swiftly turned to see 11 versions of Kevin standing behind them, with 22 pirate captains sprawled at their feet, each with a finger-sized hole in their backs, blood oozing profusely from the wounds. It became clear that while Kevin had just created fissures with his earth manipulation ability, he had also conjured 11 earthen doppelgangers, poised for a surprise attack. The variant Earth clone that Kevin had drawn from the blind box proved to be remarkably effective. The original Earth clone served merely to confound the enemy, yet Kevin's mutated version possessed 1/3 of his own strength. Furthermore, as his power increased, he could summon even more clones, resembling a low-tier version of the shadow clone technique. Although the strength of Kevin's Earth clones was limited, they served as an excellent means for ambush. While Kevin spoke, he successfully drew the attention of the pirates, allowing the clones to spring forth and pierce the hearts of most of the adversaries with their finger jabs. "What is happening?" stammered Carrot, who had been so boastful moments before. "That must be one of his abilities. He is a devil fruit user," Kohler asserted confidently. The Black Panther, Carrot, incredulously inquired, "What? He is a devil fruit user? Could it be the clone fruit?" Kevin clapped his hands and, with a smile, said, "Look, it is indeed Captain Kohler's vast experience that shines through. I am, by nature, a user of the Earth fruit. What I just demonstrated was merely a minor skill, aptly named Earth Dune, Earth Clone, or perhaps more accurately, Earth Replica." As he spoke, Kevin snapped his fingers, and the 11 versions of himself instantly transformed into blocks of stone. At that moment, one of Kevin's shadow clones, who had been standing to the side, interjected, "Master, counting the 22 pirates we just dispatched, along with that black gun you just eliminated, only 4 remain. However, it appears these 4 may prove to be quite formidable." Kevin cast a glance at his doppelganger, who then remarked, "These 4 are indeed formidable." The penetrator Kohler, a wielder of the nature-type devil fruit, the transparent fruit, Black Panther carrot. A user of the animal-type devil fruit, the cat fruit in its Black Panther form, frenzied blade bewuxing, a master of the dual sword style, and sonic cannon Pompeo. A paramecia-type user of the sound fruit. What are your intentions in dealing with them? Without a moment's hesitation, Kevin conjured 2 shadow clones and declared, "Isn't this perfect? One for each of us. I shall deal with the soundwave cannon first." One of the clones, dissatisfied, retorted, "Why must you confront the weakest opponent?" Kevin smiled faintly and remarked, "When it comes to persimmons, one should certainly seek the soft ones." With that, he lunged towards Pompeo. Sensing Kevin's approach, Pompeo swiftly took a deep breath and let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a massive blue beam of light that erupted from his mouth. Kevin quickly crouched down to evade the sonic beam, yet the residual shockwave still left his back aching painfully. Recognizing this familiar technique, Kevin recalled that it resembled the power of the mythical golden dragon, a Drago, from the theatrical version of One Piece, Adventure on Golden Island. How could it manifest in this individual? However, he swiftly deduced that this fellow must have been eliminated by either the Navy or rival pirates not long ago, allowing the sound fruit to resurface and be claimed by the one known as a Drago. Kevin swiftly recalled the plot from the anime, smiling as he remarked to Pompeo, "You know, your weakness is exceedingly apparent." Pompeo, with a dismissive air, retorted, "Anyone can boast. If you possess the ability, defeat me." With that, he began to inhale, preparing to unleash his sonic cannon once more. "I just informed you, do not employ the same technique against me a second time. How have you failed to remember?" Kevin exclaimed as he charged towards Pompeo. Just as the blue beam of sonic energy was about to erupt from Pompeo's mouth, Kevin had already reached him. Armed color sorcery technique, hook punch, rising dragon. Kevin delivered a devastating rising dragon strike that landed squarely on Pompeo's chin, sending him hurtling through the air. The previously charged sonic cannon erupted explosively within his mouth, resulting in a thunderous blast that transformed Pompeo into a mist of crimson. Kevin was momentarily taken aback by the gruesome scene. Goodness, that fellow met a most tragic end, he mused, contemplating that perhaps only this individual among all pirates had suffered such a fate due to his own abilities. Ding. Congratulations, host. The graduation assessment task has been completed, yielding 6,200 points and 1D grade blind box. Please continue your efforts. Excellent, another box in hand. Now, who shall be the next target? Kevin surveyed the battlefield. The Black Panther, Carrot, was thoroughly subdued by his clone employing the Marine 6 styles, and victory for the clone seemed imminent. The fierce duel between the Blade Dancer, Bewuxing, and Kevin's avatar was a fierce contest of swordsmanship, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, the clone engaged with the penetrator, Kohler, was faring poorly, having sustained numerous cuts from Kohler's dagger. Thus, it would be prudent to address Kohler first. Kevin swiftly approached Kohler, promptly dispelling the clone. The memories of the clone instantly returned to Kevin's mind. It turned out that the clone's unfortunate fate was entirely due to the peculiar powers of Kohler's transparent fruit. Each time the clone launched an attack, it merely passed through Kohler's body, failing to inflict any harm, while Kohler's counterattacks inflicted varying degrees of wounds on the clone. Observing the previous Kevin vanish, Kohler remarked, "That must have been your clone, correct? You're quite astute to have discerned that." As Kevin pondered how to defeat Kohler, he replied, "Of course. During your battle with Doflamingo's subordinates, you didn't employ those abilities you showcased earlier, such as summoning those earthen spheres or the ability to darken your limbs. Similar to the one I just faced. Impressive perception," Kevin praised. However, the greatest flaw of Kevin's shadow clone technique was that the clones could only utilize skills Kevin had personally mastered, such as the Navy 6 styles or swordsmanship, but were incapable of employing skills acquired from the system, and the 3-color hockey was utterly beyond their reach. Kohler had discerned this in such a brief encounter, showcasing his remarkable observational skills and meticulous nature. "Do you know? It's a pity for someone like you to pursue a life of piracy," Kevin remarked. "If you weren't a pirate, I would certainly want you by my side as an advisor." With a benevolent smile, Kohler responded, "I am truly honored to receive such praise from the esteemed Marine Hero Vice Admiral Karp as top disciple. However, my aspiration is to sail freely across the seas like Pirate King Roger. So I must regrettably disappoint you. Freely sailing the seas? Then why do you slaughter innocents? As far as I know, you have destroyed no less than 5 villages in your year at sea, claiming the lives of over 3,000 civilians. Roger never committed such inhumane acts." Kevin retorted disdainfully, "Weakness necessitates submission to the strong. If those people do not resist, why should I slay them?" Kohler replied nonchalantly, as if discussing trivial matters. "Your logic is rather peculiar. So, by your reasoning, who is the strong one, and who is the weak one between us?" Kevin scoffed at Kohler's bandit philosophy. "Are you allowed to bully others while denying them the right to resist?" Kohler chuckled. "That's hard to say. If we are to consider physical prowess, I am indeed not your match. However, my transparent fruit grants me an advantageous position. You would be unable to withstand my counterattacks. So, you consider yourself the strong one, while I am the weak one, Kevin inquired. I never claimed that. I merely state a fact, Kohler replied. In truth, we need not resort to such violence. Kevin listened, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, are you truly considering surrender? If so, we could forego this futile struggle and save ourselves some energy. Cole shook his head, insisting, no. I believe you have misunderstood my intention. What I mean is, you cannot harm me. And I certainly do not wish to incur the wrath of someone like Admiral Karp by injuring you. I am no pirate king, Roger. I lack the capability to escape his grasp. Therefore, the most prudent course of action would be for you to permit my departure. Are you jesting? Kevin retorted. As a Navy officer, how could I possibly allow a pirate, whose hands are stained with the blood of innocents, to leave? With that, Kevin assumed a fighting stance. Ding. Congratulations. Host. Graduation assessment task completed. 7,200 points awarded, along with a D-grade blind box. Please continue your efforts. Ding. Congratulations, host. Graduation assessment task completed. 8,200 points awarded, along with a D-grade blind box. Please continue your efforts. Just as Kevin was about to engage Cole in battle, 2 notifications echoed in his ears. Shortly thereafter, 2 avatars, having just clashed with the Black Panther Carrot and the Wild Blade Bewuxing, returned to Kevin's side. The main body has been resolved. That knife wielder has been dispatched. The avatars exclaimed, eager to claim credit. Thank you. Now, please take care of those who remain breathing. After all, their hands are stained with the blood of the innocent. Kevin instructed his avatars. The avatars, silent in response, quickly departed. Moments later, another notification sounded in Kevin's ears. Ding. Congratulations, host. Graduation assessment task completed. 9,200 points awarded, along with a D-grade blind box. Please continue your efforts. Ding. Congratulations, host. Graduation assessment task completed. 10,200 points awarded, along with a D-grade blind box. Please continue your efforts. Ding. Congratulations, host. Ding. Congratulations, host. Graduation assessment task completed. 30,200 points awarded, along with a D-grade blind box. Please continue your efforts. In such a brief span, 25 blind boxes had accumulated, truly effortless. After the avatars returned once more, Kevin dismissed the shadow clones and turned to Cole, stating, very well, let us engage in a proper contest. A battle to the death, shall we? Cole recognized that Kevin had no intention of sparing him. Resigned to antagonizing Admiral Karp, he concluded it was better than facing immediate death. With this in mind, Cole declared, then I shall not hold back, and unleashed his attack, Hurricane Foot, 3 swallows strike. Kevin unleashed a series of wind blades with a swift kick, sending them hurtling towards Kohler in a precise formation. Kohler, however, activated his intangible fruit ability, allowing the wind blades to pass harmlessly through his corporeal form. Observing the futility of his ranged assault, Kevin charged forward, unleashing a barrage of finger jabs. Regrettably, his fingers merely traversed through Kohler's body, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Kohler remained stationary, allowing Kevin's relentless strikes to land upon him, yet calmly remarked, your attacks are futile against me. With the power of the intangible fruit, I have rendered myself invulnerable. Let us negotiate. Kindly allow me to depart. After a series of ineffective assaults, Kevin ceased his attacks and swiftly retreated, declaring, you must be dreaming. For the sake of those innocent lives lost at your hands, I shall never permit your escape. Just as Kevin withdrew, Kohler lunged forward, his dagger aimed directly at Kevin's heart. With a surge of armament hockey, Kevin swiftly enveloped his chest in a protective layer. The dagger clashed against his chest, producing a resonating metallic sound. Seizing the moment, Kevin retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at Kohler's torso. Although Kohler instinctively activated his fruit ability, Kevin managed to graze his clothing, startling Kohler into a hasty retreat. At that moment, a realization dawned upon Kevin. He had discovered a means to defeat Kohler. While Kohler's intangible fruit allowed him to evade attacks, he was compelled to forego this ability in order to strike back. If Kevin could capitalize on that fleeting moment to counterattack, he could indeed harm Kohler's physical form. However, Kevin found himself in a predicament. The opportunity to strike was singular. And should he fail to inflict significant damage, Kohler would indefinitely maintain his fruit ability, leaving Kevin utterly powerless. Amidst his turmoil, Kevin suddenly recalled that within his system space lay a pair of sea stone handcuffs. If he could restrain Kohler with these handcuffs, the latter would be stripped of his fruit ability. With this newfound strategy in mind, Kevin advanced once more to confront Kohler. I have already informed you that such attacks are ineffectual, Kohler stated, biding his time for the perfect moment to retaliate against Kevin. Kevin remained silent as he relentlessly assaulted the attacker, Kohler. Suddenly, Kevin unleashed a punch with such fervor that he inadvertently passed through Kohler's body, losing his balance and tumbling forward. Recognizing this as an opportune moment for retaliation, Kohler promptly ceased his use of the fruit ability, pivoted, and brandished a dagger aimed at Kevin's vulnerable back. As Kevin fell forward, he twisted at the waist, executing a maneuver that turned his back towards the ground. And to his astonishment, a pair of handcuffs appeared in his grasp, swiftly securing Kohler's wrist that clutched the dagger. In a moment that left Kohler bewildered, Kevin transformed into a stone. Indeed, your fruit ability is not without its counter. Kevin reemerged, the blade of slaughter poised at Kohler's throat, speaking calmly. Kohler could scarcely believe that his once invincible fruit ability harbored a flaw, exclaiming in disbelief. No, this cannot be. There is nothing impossible. While you may evade attacks with your fruit ability, you must relinquish its use when you strike, which constitutes the greatest weakness of your power. Once this is understood, defeating you becomes a feasible endeavor. Is this not the finest proof? Kevin asserted. Please, spare me. I can offer you riches and abundance of wealth. If you release me, all my money is yours. In that moment, Kohler's initial composure shattered as he fervently pleaded for mercy from Kevin. Kevin gazed at Kohler and coldly articulated. Perhaps the civilians who perished by your hand once pleaded as you do now, yet you showed them no mercy. Therefore, you shall now descend into the depths of hell and atone for your transgressions. With these words, Kevin severed Kohler's throat, ignoring his resentful gaze. At long last. It is finished. Kevin sighed in relief, turning to return to the tavern, Glorious Moments, owned by Foxy, where unresolved matters awaited his attention. Upon Kevin's re-entry into the bar, Foxy feigned a terrified expression, beseeching Kevin with a plaintive tone, Kind sir, this is merely a humble establishment. Paying protection money to those pirates was an act of desperation. Please, I implore you, do not hold me accountable. Oh, cunning fox Foxy, cease this charade. Is there any purpose to this performance? Kevin remarked with a smile, observing Foxy's earnest acting. Truthfully, Foxy's thespian skills were commendable. Had this been Kevin's previous life, Foxy would have undoubtedly garnered an Academy Award for Best Actor. Had Kevin not been privy to Foxy's true identity, he, too, might have been deceived. What are you implying? I genuinely fail to comprehend. Foxy continued his strenuous performance. Pirate cunning fox Foxy, years ago, you orchestrated the assault on former Admiral Black Arm Zephyr and his family, resulting in the death of Zephyr's kin. Of all the pirates involved in that scheme, you alone escaped, eventually finding your way to Mock Town, where you assumed the alias Foxy and established this tavern, Glorious Moments. Am I correct in my assessment? Kevin inquired. Foxy removed his glasses and responded with resignation. Alas, I never anticipated being discovered after concealing myself for so long. I am curious, however, as to how you managed to uncover my identity. In truth, your movements were long ago detected by the world government's intelligence apparatus. However, for reasons unknown, they neglected to inform the Navy. Otherwise, do you believe you could have remained hidden until this day? Kevin revealed. Foxy mused for a moment before suggesting. Perhaps it is because Zephyr relinquished his position as admiral, rendering him inconsequential to the world government. Thus, they saw no need to notify the Navy. I am uncertain. My purpose here today is to apprehend you and deliver you to Master Zephyr, Kevin replied, shaking his head. The motives behind the world government's decision to withhold Foxy's location from the Navy remained a mystery to Kevin, and he had no desire to delve into the matter. His sole objective was to capture Foxy and present him to Zephyr as a token of gratitude for the tutelage he had received over the past 6 months. Foxy exhibited no inclination to flee, instead taking a seat at the bar, pouring himself a drink, and stating, Navy brat. Are you aware of the reasons why we schemed against Zephyr in those days? I am all ears, Kevin replied. The motivations behind the pirates' decision to target Zephyr, an admiral renowned for his refusal to kill, had long puzzled many within the Navy, and Kevin was equally intrigued. In truth, our primary target was Zephyr himself. Not his family, Foxy confessed, downing the contents of his glass in one gulp. Zephyr always believed that by capturing pirates and sending them to impel down the underwater prison, they could repent and rehabilitate. However, did he ever consider how few pirates emerge from impelled down alive? Even if those he captured desired to reform, what good would it do in a prison where they would remain until their dying breath? He believed he was doing a noble deed, but for those pirates, his actions were far more agonizing than a swift death. Those of us who conspired together had all suffered the loss of loved ones or friends who had been imprisoned and impelled down by Zephyr, and we sought retribution. Foxy refilled his glass, drained it, and continued, Our original plan was to use Zephyr's family as leverage, compelling him to commit suicide. However, a fool, without our knowledge, murdered Zephyr's family, disrupting our entire scheme. We had no choice but to scatter and flee. So, you never intended to kill Master Zephyr's family? Kevin asked with disbelief. Foxy slammed his glass on the counter, exclaiming, You may investigate my past as a pirate. I plundered merchant ships and villages. But I swear upon my honor as cunning fox Foxy that I have never slain a civilian. My sole intention in devising this plan was to bring about Zephyr's demise. I never intended to harm anyone else, not even Zephyr's family. For years, I have hidden here, not only to evade the Navy's pursuit, but also to forget the innocent. Pleading eyes of Zephyr's wife and children as they met their end. Kevin gazed at the anguished expression on Foxy's face and let out a sigh, remarking, Yet, what has transpired cannot be undone. What good does your self-reproach serve? Foxy rose and approached the wine rack, seizing a bottle, uncapping it, and consuming its contents in one swift motion. His emotions regained their composure, and he turned to Kevin, saying, young Navy recruit. I wish for you to convey my words to Zephyr. You shall speak to him yourself. My sole responsibility is to bring you back, Kevin retorted. Assuming Foxy intended to flee, his vigilance heightened. Fear not, I have no intention of escaping. After all these years, I am weary, and it is time to reunite with my long-lost friends, Foxy replied, seemingly discerning Kevin's thoughts. As he spoke, Foxy retrieved a handgun from beneath the bar and pressed it against his temple, pulling the trigger. The events unfolded with such swiftness that Kevin could not intervene in time. Witnessing Foxy collapse with a serene smile of liberation, Kevin let out a profound sigh. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest to avenge the Master. You have slain the pirate cunning fox Foxy, who orchestrated the demise of Master Zephyr's family, and are rewarded with a sea-level mystery box. Kevin had not anticipated that Foxy's suicide would inadvertently lead to the fulfillment of his own mission. In the tavern, he discovered a source of ignition and set ablaze the establishment where Foxy had sought refuge for many years. As he gazed upon the tavern engulfed in flames, Kevin found himself at a loss regarding the tumultuous emotions swirling within him. Kevin turned to glance at the two subordinates of Doflamingo, who lay in a state of unconsciousness. Seemingly struck by a thought, he approached them and began to search their belongings. Before long, he discovered a phone bug nestled within Mahabai's pocket. Hello, Rauji, Mahabais. How are things progressing in Magic Valley Town? Also, could you check if there are any promising individuals worth recruiting? A voice emanated from the phone bug. I have matters to discuss with Doflamingo. Upon hearing the response, Kevin realized that the individual on the other end was not Doflamingo, and he promptly informed them of his intention to speak with the latter. Who are you? Where are Rauji and Mahabais? The voice on the phone bug queried with caution. Your curiosity regarding my identity is unnecessary. You should seek out Doflamingo. As for those two, I merely rendered them unconscious. Kevin replied. After a brief silence, another man's voice emerged. Hello, I am Doflamingo. May I inquire who you are? I have come to collect a debt. You owe me, and I shall reclaim it piece by piece. For now, I shall spare your two subordinates, but next time, I will not hesitate to eliminate them. Don Quixote Doflamingo. As for my identity, I trust you can deduce it, Kevin concluded before severing the connection. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the side mission Eradicate Doflamingo's Influence. Successfully apprehended, now released. High-ranking officer Mabais of the Don Quixote family, earning a C-grade blind box. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the side mission Eradicate Doflamingo's Influence. Successfully apprehended, now released. High-ranking officer Rauji of the Don Quixote family, earning a C-grade blind box. Kevin had just hung up the phone when the system's voice resonated once more. It seemed the system had determined that Kevin had successfully apprehended two individuals. Kevin cast a final glance at the tavern, now reduced to mere ashes, before departing without a backward glance. Upon reaching the dock, he seized two pirate lackeys, compelling them to pilot a relatively well-kept pirate ship to carry him away from the cursed town of Magic Valley. During the return journey, Kevin summoned Jarvis once more. Jarvis, how many blind boxes do I have left unopened? Master, you currently possess 27 D-rank blind boxes and 3 C-rank blind boxes. Would you like to open them now, Master? Kevin pondered for a moment and said, let us open 10 D-grade blind boxes. A tenfold draw to test our luck. Very well, Master, Jarvis replied. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have received the D-grade blind box reward, Instant Step, from the world of death, one of the fundamental skills of the Reaper, enabling rapid, instantaneous movement of the body, allowing one to reach the vicinity of an opponent or retreat to a distant location at a speed imperceptible to the eye. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have received the D-grade blind box reward, a stack of explosive tags, 20 sheets, from the world of Naruto, also known as detonation tags, a type of talisman that, when detonated, produces a tremendous explosion. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have received the D-grade blind box reward, the formula for life potions, which can be used to concoct a restorative elixir with the potency varying randomly. Ding. Congratulations, Master, you have received the D-grade blind box reward, an upgrade card, which can elevate a selected skill by 1 level. The upgraded skill must be produced by the system. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have received the D-grade blind box reward, the 9-Yang Divine Skill Manual, from the world of Jin Yong's novels, a rare method of internal cultivation. Divided into 4 levels, achieving the 4th level grants boundless internal energy. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have received the D-grade blind box reward, a fragment of the Duga 9 Swords Manual, specializing in countering various sword techniques from the world of Jin Yong's novels. Ding. Congratulations, Master, you have received another upgrade card, which can elevate a selected skill by 1 level. The upgraded skill must be produced by the system. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have received the D-grade blind box reward, the Sky Dance Technique Manual, a secret technique from the Crane Immortal School that allows for flight. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have received yet another upgrade card, which can elevate a selected skill by 1 level. The upgraded skill must be produced by the system. Upon witnessing the rewards from the blind boxes, Kevin nearly let out a curse. Is the system being particularly generous this time? Setting aside the upgrade card, the life potion formula, and the explosive tags, the instant step, sky dance technique, Dugu's blade technique, and 9 Yang divine skill are undoubtedly treasures Kevin has longed for. The instant step is one of the 4 fundamental skills of the Reaper, facilitating high-speed movement, allowing for both attack and defense during motion. The sky dance technique is pivotal in aerial combat within the Dragon Ball universe, enabling free movement in the air, thereby allowing Kevin to forego the moon step from the Marine 6 techniques. The Dugu's blade technique is renowned, especially since the world of pirates predominantly employs swords. It seems the system recognized this and awarded it to Kevin. The specifics will depend on his future training. The 9 Yang divine skill is something Kevin has fervently desired. Mastering it offers numerous advantages, such as the ability to transform one's physique, generating ethereal purple energy, rapid and boundless internal energy regeneration, immense attack power even with ordinary strikes, unparalleled defense with automatic protection that rebounds external attacks, achieving an invulnerable physique, greatly enhanced speed, and serving as a healing scripture that prevents ailments and resists poisons. The full expression of the Yang energy can incinerate foes to ashes, specifically countering all cold and toxic energies. This is a veritable existence akin to a cheat code. Jarvis, why is it that this time I received skills directly, and some are manuals? This has never happened before, Kevin inquired. Indeed, Master. If you possess a manual, the skills learned can include shadow clones, but if the skills are given directly, only you can utilize them, while the shadow clones cannot, Jarvis elucidated. Can I use shadow clones to practice the manual? Will the experience gained from the clones accrue to me? Kevin asked. Yes, Master. However, only one clone can practice a specific manual at a time. The main body is not restricted, meaning the manual can be cultivated simultaneously by both you and one shadow clone. And the training value will be the sum of both the main body and the clone's training values, Jarvis explained in detail. Kevin nodded and remarked. So that's how it is. Although I cannot train simultaneously like Naruto Uzumaki with a multitude of shadow clones, having one clone to train is certainly better than none. Jarvis, please open the remaining D-grade mystery boxes for me. Certainly, Master. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a D-grade mystery box reward, 1 upgrade card, which can elevate a chosen skill by 1 level, provided the skill is produced by the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a D-grade mystery box reward, 1 deprivation card, which can strip a selected individual of a random ability. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received another D-grade mystery box reward, 1 upgrade card, capable of enhancing a selected skill by 1 level, with the same stipulation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a D-grade mystery box reward, a fully automatic alchemy furnace, which can autonomously concoct potions once the required materials are placed within. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a D-grade mystery box reward, 500 million berry, the currency of the pirate world. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a D-grade mystery box reward, 1 billion berry, the currency of the pirate world. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained yet another D-grade mystery box reward, 1 upgrade card, which can elevate a chosen skill by 1 level, subject to the same condition. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a D-grade mystery box reward, the manual for the indestructible skill, comprising 10 levels. When activated, the user's body turns golden, granting immense strength, immunity to extreme temperatures, resistance to water and fire, and invulnerability to blades and poisons. It seemed Kevin's streak of good fortune had come to an end. After opening 17 D-grade mystery boxes, aside from receiving 1 fully automatic alchemy furnace, 1 deprivation card, and 1 manual for the indestructible skill, the other 8 boxes yielded only berry, amounting to an astonishing total of 8 billion berry. Kevin gazed at the mountain of berry piled up in the system space, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. What am I to do with so much berry? Master, you currently have 3 C-grade mystery boxes remaining. Would you like to open them? Jarvis inquired. Open them. I refuse to believe that C-grade boxes will yield me berry as well. After a moment of contemplation, Kevin resolutely decided to open the remaining 3 C-grade mystery boxes. Please hold on, Master. I will open the C-grade mystery boxes for you shortly. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a C-grade mystery box reward, a set of the bronze cloth of Andromeda, a magical armor from the world of Saint Seiya. When donned, it grants the wearer the ability to automatically comprehend the skills of its previous user, significantly enhancing all attributes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a C-grade mystery box reward, 1 resurrection pill, which can revive a person who has died within the last 24 hours, provided their body remains intact. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a C-grade mystery box reward, the Thunder Fruit, a remarkable devil fruit from the pirate world. Upon consumption, it bestows the power of lightning, and due to system modification, it has no side effects, making it safe for consumption. It appeared that Kevin's previous accumulation of luck had paid off. This time, he had not encountered misfortune. He received a set of armor, a resurrection pill, and a devil fruit. The Andromeda cloth seemed unusable for him. as its associated skills require the use of chains, a talent he apparently did not possess. In the pirate world, he was aware of only two individuals who wielded chains, Suddy from Impel Down and Khalifa from CP9 in the future. Chains and whips likely shared some commonalities, didn't they? Perhaps he could recruit one of them to his side. Suddy could be disregarded, but Khalifa seemed promising. The Andromeda St. Khalifa, just the thought of it is exhilarating. As for the resurrection pill, it was a known item, best to keep it for future use, likely for saving someone in need. The rationale for not using it on himself was straightforward. Have you ever seen a corpse rise to take medicine? Lastly, the thunder fruit was indeed a remarkable find. This devil fruit was reputed to be the foremost among natural-type devil fruits in terms of offense. While that may have been an exaggeration, it undoubtedly ranked among the top 3. It could transform the consumer's physique into lightning, rendering them immune to physical attacks, enabling them to unleash high-voltage currents at will, and allowing for lightning-fast movement. Additionally, it could enhance the range of observation hockey through electric waves. With its terrifying destructive power, it also possessed healing capabilities. One could say it was nearly a perfect fruit. Moreover, the system had eliminated the side effects typically associated with devil fruits, such as the fear of seawater and sea stone. With these drawbacks removed, aside from the limitations of armament hockey and Luffy's rubber fruit, there were no longer any weaknesses. Kevin exhaled with relief, realizing that this endeavor had proven fruitful. Without hesitation, he absorbed the teachings of the Nine Suns' divine skill, the blade-breaking technique, the art of sky dance, and the indestructible body technique. He utilized 10 upgrade cards for the Nine Suns' divine skill, raising it to its zenith, while the remaining 6 were applied to the indestructible body technique, elevating it to level 6. The thunder fruit was consumed without a second thought as he retrieved it from the system's inventory. Subsequently, he instinctively accessed his character attributes. Hostname, Don Quixote. Kevin's current alias, Don Kevin. Race, human bloodline, Earth Sovereign bloodline, purity 22, talent, Law of Earth special ability, magnetic field manipulation, alpha level. Thunder fruit vitality points, 6,600 skills, Conqueror's hockey, armament hockey, master level, observation hockey, master level, body forging technique level 2, Nine Suns divine skill, indestructible body technique. Navy 6 styles, Shuinpa, basic witch clan combat techniques, shadow clone technique, substitute technique, earth escape and substitute, transformation technique, sky dance. Blade breaking technique possessions, 8 sets of small blood bottles, 64 bottles, 1 resurrection coin, 1 pack of universal bullets, 100 rounds, 1 teleportation rune, 1 vitality potion, 1 bag of divine beans 10, 1 resurrection pill, 1 stack of explosive runes, 20, life potion formula, 1 fully automatic alchemy furnace, 1 deprivation card, 1 resurrection pill equipment, golden desert eagle, blade of carnage, Andromeda bronze armor, spatial ring blind boxes, none by the heavens. When did my vitality points soar to 6,600? I distinctly remember them being around 2,600, Kevin exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Since the Master S Nine Suns divine skill has reached its maximum level, it has consequently increased your vitality points by 4,000, Jarvis promptly clarified, dispelling Kevin's confusion. Oh, I see. Jarvis, should I fully cultivate the indestructible body technique? How much would my strength increase upon activation? Kevin inquired further. Please hold on, Master, Jarvis responded, and after approximately 3 minutes, he continued, upon calculation. Should the Master cultivate the indestructible body technique to its full capacity, your vitality points would surge by 15,000 upon activation, granting immunity to fire, water, and poison attribute attacks, while your defenses could withstand an atomic explosion. Currently, with the indestructible body technique at level 6, your vitality points increase by 7,000 upon activation, mitigating 60% of fire, water, and poison damage, and allowing you to endure a missile explosion. Notably, the first 5 levels of the indestructible body technique each enhance vitality by 1,000 points, while the subsequent 5 levels each augment it by 2,000 points. Kevin was momentarily taken aback by Jarvis's revelations. According to Jarvis, in his fully powered state, his vitality points could exceed 10,000. When factoring in his myriad skills, he surmised he could rank among the upper echelons of middle generals. Jarvis, if I were to train, how long would it take to elevate the indestructible body technique to the 10th level? Kevin posed a crucial question, contemplating the prospect of surpassing 20,000 vitality points and possibly impressing the 3 major generals. Indeed, Jarvis chuckled lightly, if the Master trains independently, it would require 50 years to reach the 7th level, 100 years for the 8th, 200 years for the 9th, and 400 years for the 10th, totaling 750 years. However, if you employ shadow clones in your training, the time required would be halved, resulting in 375 years. Kevin felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. To live for 375 years, he would have to consume the fruit of the netherworld, wouldn't he? Since he could not achieve such a feat, he decided to cast aside those trivial thoughts. He summoned 4 shadow clones, one to practice the art of breaking the blade, another to hone the technique of dancing through the air, while the remaining 2 focused on mastering fundamental swordsmanship and physical techniques, respectively. As for Kevin himself, He closed his door and plunged into the depths of slumber on his bed. Kevin was leisurely returning home when news from Magic Valley Town ignited the world. Courtesy of the newspapers delivered by the seagulls of the World Economic Journal, the front page boasted a headline proclaiming the Navy's newcomer, future star, tomorrow's admiral, detailing Kevin's extraordinary feat of single-handedly annihilating 27 pirate crews and slaying the elusive pirate, Foxy, who had evaded capture for years. The article further speculated that Kevin, a possessor of a natural-type devil fruit ability, was a likely candidate for the rank of admiral, bestowing upon him the illustrious moniker Crimson Azura. In East Blue, at Windmill Village, Ace had taken Luffy to Makino's bar early in the morning to celebrate Luffy's victory over a giant tiger. Makino handed 2 glasses of juice to Ace and Luffy, simultaneously offering Ace a newspaper, saying, "Ace, there's news about Kevin here. Would you like to read it?" Ace graciously replied, "Thank you, Makino," as he took the newspaper. Upon seeing the contents, Ace's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. "Makino, is what the paper says true?" he asked in astonishment. Makino shrugged, responding, "I don't know, but I doubt the newspaper would publish falsehoods." Luffy, who was merrily sipping his juice, leaned over to see Ace's shocked expression and, upon reading the news, sprayed juice all over Ace's face. "Kevin is incredible. He defeated 27 pirate crews all by himself. If only I were that strong. I'd love to challenge him," Luffy exclaimed exuberantly. Ace, looking at Luffy with disdain, retorted, "Luffy, at your current level, Kevin could probably defeat you with just 1 finger." Unwilling to back down, Luffy shot back, "Ace, you're not much stronger than me. Kevin could take you down with 2, or maybe even 3 fingers. What? Luffy, are you asking for a fight?" Ace glared at Luffy, who boldly replied, "If you have the guts, then let us fight." With that, Ace grabbed Luffy by the scruff of his neck and dragged him out of the bar. Meanwhile, on a nameless island in the Grand Line, at the temporary residence of the Don Quixote family, Torbull presented a newspaper to Doflamingo, saying, "Master, today's newspaper features some intriguing headlines." "Oh really?" Doflamingo replied, taking the paper and scrutinizing the front page news. "It seems the one contacting me via Lao G Snail is this person, Don Kevin? I suppose it should be Don Quixote Kevins." "Huh? I never expected he would join the Navy." Torbull, puzzled, inquired, "Isn't this Kevins a celestial dragon? Do we have a grudge with him?" Doflamingo laughed. "Of course we do. The position of warlord was secured at the cost of his parents' lives. Should we take action?" Torbull asked, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. "We cannot touch him. Otherwise, Mary Geos will surely retaliate against me. Our priority is to reclaim the throne of Dressrosa. We need not concern ourselves with that brat," Doflamingo declared. "Understood, master." At the Sabaody archipelago, in Shacky's bar, Rayleigh set down his newspaper, took a sip of the drink Shacky had prepared, and chuckled. "This Kevin lad is truly surprising. He dares to act in the territory of the 7 warlords. Doesn't he fear the world government's retaliation?" Shacky replied, "You mustn't forget Kevin's status. Would the world government dare touch him? I doubt Doflamingo will make any moves. We could always place a bet," she suggested, puffing on a cigarette from her bar stool. "A bet? No way. The last time that rascal Kevin helped me win some money, you took it all. I have no cash left to wager." Rayleigh firmly refused. "What a bore. Nevertheless, this time Kevin has truly made a name for himself," Shacky remarked. Rayleigh pondered for a moment. "It seems this old bone of mine needs some activity." "Are you serious?" Shacky asked, surprised. "I just want to see if he can fulfill the captain's dreams." Rayleigh replied with a smile. In Water 7, when a shipwright handed a newspaper to Iceberg, he chuckled, "It appears my boss is starting to make waves. I cannot fall behind." He turned to the shipwrights laboring on the vessels and proclaimed, "Did you see the Navy newcomer mentioned in the newspaper? We are building his ship. So let us work hard and not disgrace our shipyard." "Understood, Mr. Iceberg. Just wait and see." They replied enthusiastically, their spirits evidently lifted. At Navy headquarters in the conference room, Karp laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Truly worthy of being my disciple. To single-handedly annihilate 27 pirate crews at his age. I hadn't accomplished such a feat." Upon reading about Kevin, Karp joyfully pounded the table. "This lad is truly to my taste." Sengoku, after his assessment, "Let him join me." In an unprecedented move, Akainu, typically austere, praised Kevin and even sought to recruit him. Karp, displeased, slammed his hand on the table. Rising sharply as he pointed at Akainu, "Akainu, can't you see I'm still here? My disciple will naturally follow me, not go to you. I merely wish to ensure a promising talent does not go to waste under your supervision," Akainu retorted defiantly. Just as tensions rose between Karp and Akainu, Vice Admiral Tsuru interjected, "Enough, both of you. The arrangement for Kevin has already been determined by Admiral Sengoku. However, there's a pressing concern. Will the pirates take action? After all, if Kevin grows stronger, our navy's might will significantly increase, which the pirates would certainly oppose." Typically indifferent, Kizaru surprisingly chimed in. "Why not let me go and pick him up? After all, Dr. Vegapunk wishes to meet him." Sengoku considered this. Kizaru was the fastest and most mobile in the Navy. He then stated, "Very well, Admiral Borsalino, just to be safe, go and retrieve him. Bring him directly back to headquarters." "Understood, Admiral Sengoku," Kizaru replied before exiting the conference room. Meanwhile, Sora rushed into Zephyr's office, out of breath, and addressed him. Admiral Zephyr, Kevin, he. Zephyr looked up, set down his pen, and removed his glasses, saying, Sora, how many times must I tell you? I am no longer an admiral. Please refrain from addressing me as such. I understand, Mr. Zephyr. Sora responded. Take your time. Didn't Kevin go out for his graduation assessment? What has happened? Zephyr leaned back in his chair and inquired. Shuzwa placed the newspaper on Zephyr's desk, saying, Mr. Zephyr, you might as well read it yourself. You certainly have a flair for the dramatic. As he spoke, Zephyr picked up the newspaper and began to read. Upon discovering that Kevin had single-handedly vanquished 27 pirate crews in Magic Valley Town and had slain his nemesis, the cunning fox Foxy, Zephyr's eyes welled with tears, swirling in his orbs. That lad went to Magic Valley Town solely to apprehend Foxy, Zephyr remarked. Shuzwa, perplexed, asked, Mr. Zephyr, are you suggesting that Kevin ventured to Magic Valley Town for the purpose of capturing Foxy? Indeed, Zephyr responded, extracting 2 reports from his desk drawer, one detailing Kevin's capture of a pirate crew in the Sabadi archipelago, and the other outlining his annihilation of 3 pirate crews en route to Magic Valley Town. He turned to Shuzwa and said, Do you see? That boy has long since completed his assessment tasks. Theoretically, he could have returned already. Yet he chose to go to Magic Valley Town. Do you truly believe he was there to confront the captains of those 27 pirate crews? After a moment of silence, Shuzwa replied, That lad is quite determined, indeed more capable than I. During Zephyr's tenure as an admiral, Shuzwa served as his aide. Following the incident, Zephyr became the chief instructor at the elite training camp, with Shuzwa accompanying him. He was one of the few privy to the events that had transpired in Zephyr's past. Understanding the profound impact those events had on him, especially the escape of the mastermind Foxy, which had remained a thorn in Zephyr's side. Rising to his feet, Zephyr seized the cloak emblazoned with the word justice that hung on the coat rack, turning to Shuzwa and commanding, Inform the crew to prepare the ship. I must go retrieve Kevin. Shuzwa, still puzzled, asked, Mr. Zephyr, Kevin is already on his way back. He is expected to return in just over a week. Why must you go to fetch him? Did you not see the newspaper's assessment of Kevin? The Navy's rising star, a candidate for future admiral. Do you truly believe those pirates will allow someone like Kevin, who disrupts the balance of power between the Navy and pirates, to exist unchallenged? As he donned the cloak, Zephyr continued, Are you suggesting that pirates might ambush Kevin along the way? Shuzwa inquired uncertainly. Zephyr shook his head, saying, It is not a certainty that pirates will ambush Kevin, but the possibility cannot be dismissed. Kevin is my student, and I cannot permit him to be placed in jeopardy. Shuzwa urged, You just returned with the ship yesterday and have yet to rest. Let me go instead. Zephyr firmly replied, No, that lad is now my benefactor, so I must undertake this journey personally. Shuzwa, cease your protests and prepare the ship. Suddenly, a rapid knocking echoed through the cabin as Kevin studied the formula for the life potion revealed within the blind box. Kevin opened the door to find a pirate lackey, hastily captured, standing outside. Upon seeing Kevin, the lackey, filled with trepidation, exclaimed, My lord, we are blocked by pirates. Judging by their flag, they appear to belong to the war pirate crew. The war pirate crew? Kevin inquired, for it seemed he had never heard of such a faction. The captain of the war pirate crew is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 50 million, named Bika. He wields the powers of the weapon fruit, making him exceedingly formidable, the lackey explained hurriedly. Upon hearing about the weapon fruit, Kevin was taken aback. In his recollection, wasn't that the devil fruit ability of a woman named Baby, 5 from the Don Quixote family? How could it possibly belong to someone named Bika? Could it be that, similar to the sound fruit, the original owner had perished, allowing Baby, 5 to acquire it? Let us investigate, Kevin declared as he stepped outside. The pirate lackey hurriedly followed suit. As Kevin emerged onto the deck, a tall man from the opposing pirate ship stepped forward. Standing at the rail, the man proclaimed, I am Bika, known as the Human Weapon Vault. The papers say you are a future candidate for admiral in the Navy. Allow me to test your mettle. What future admiral candidate? What is happening? Kevin asked, utterly bewildered. The pirate lackey beside him quickly handed over a newspaper, respectfully stating, My lord, this is the newly published paper from this morning. A glance will clarify the situation. After perusing the report, Kevin erupted in expletives. Who the hell wrote this nonsense? I merely defeated 27 pirate captains. How is it that I am credited with annihilating 27 pirate crews single-handedly? Is this not inviting detractors? Though the lackey was unaware of what detractors referred to, he softly replied, My lord, in truth, small pirate crews like ours rely heavily on the captain's presence. If the captain is vanquished, it is akin to the entire crew being wiped out. Kevin, upon hearing the explanation from the pirate henchman, let out a resigned sigh. He then turned to Bika and exclaimed, What do you intend to do? Bika laughed heartily and replied, Of course, I shall kill you. This way, my reputation will ascend to new heights. Kevin found himself amused by Bika's audacity. So, I'm merely a stepping stone for your reputation, am I? He exclaimed to Bika. Let me tell you, you have successfully incensed me, and incurring my wrath has dire consequences. Are you prepared? Bika retorted, Boasting is a universal talent, young one. Don't allow the press's flattering portrayal to delude you into believing you're a true admiral. Subsequently, he transformed his hands into rocket launchers and unleashed 8 rockets upon Kevin. Kevin, displaying an utter lack of evasion, activated his indomitable defense just as the rocket was about to strike him. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosions erupted, and as the smoke from the detonated rockets billowed forth, Baika laughed heartily, exclaiming, "What a future admiral of the Navy, unable to evade even my assault. How utterly ridiculous. The captain's bounty shall surely double. Tomorrow, our captain will be gracing the headlines as the notorious pirate." Baika's crew of pirates eagerly began to extol his virtues. "Do I even need to dodge such feeble attacks?" A voice emerged from the smoke, rendering Baika and his crew momentarily speechless. All eyes turned toward the source of the sound. A golden figure gradually ascended from the haze. It was none other than Kevin. "You, how could you possibly withstand my attack?" Baika inquired incredulously, gazing at Kevin, who was adorned in gold, albeit with tattered clothing. Kevin's body hovered in midair as he disdainfully addressed Baika. "Is that all you've got? To me, it's akin to a mere tickle. How dare you underestimate me? Prepare to meet your end." Baika retorted, his hands transforming into rocket launchers once more. Moreover, 4 additional rocket launchers emerged from his chest, culminating in a total of 6. The rockets surged forth like a torrential downpour towards Kevin. "Again with this tactic? Are you not weary of it?" Kevin lamented. "Air gun, void shot." Kevin extended his hands, unleashing a technique he had meticulously developed. His 10 fingers, akin to a set of firearms, emitted air projectiles that precisely intercepted the rockets mid-flight, rendering them harmless. Amidst Baika and his crew's astonished gazes, Kevin gracefully navigated through the smoke and landed upon Baika's pirate ship. Baika hastily rallied his subordinates to encircle Kevin, then remarked, "You're quite formidable." "Indeed. I am well aware of my own strength." Kevin interjected, cutting Baika off. "Is your ship sturdy?" Baika, bewildered by Kevin's inquiry, responded, "Of course, my ship is exceptionally robust." "Then allow me to conduct a little experiment." As he spoke, arcs of blue electricity began to crackle around Kevin's body. "What are you planning to do?" Baika inquired warily, sensing an ominous premonition, as though something dire were about to unfold. Kevin raised his right hand, and a blue arc slowly connected to the clouds above. The once pristine white clouds darkened to an ominous black, enveloped by arcs of electricity. Soon, the storm clouds enveloped the pirate ship overhead. With a smile, Kevin gazed at the astonished Baika and the others, uttering, "Are you ready to face the divine retribution from above? Judgment of the thunderous punishment." The arcs of electricity within the clouds transformed into countless bolts of lightning, striking down upon Baika's pirate ship, engulfing it entirely. In an instant, the air was filled with wails and cries for help. 3 minutes later, all that remained in the place where the pirate ship had once been were charred remnants of wood. Kevin had just returned to his vessel when a flash of light swiftly descended beside him. "Admiral Kizaru, what brings you here?" Kevin inquired, gazing at the newcomer. Kizaru shrugged and replied, "There's no helping it. Admiral Sengoku fears that you might encounter trouble on your journey, so he dispatched me to assist you. It appears you have already crossed paths with those intent on your demise." Kevin nodded and replied, "Yes, it is the pirate named Baika." "Baika? Is he not the one who consumed the paramecia-type weapon fruit and is referred to as the human weapon arsenal?" Kizaru contemplated before inquiring. "Indeed, that is him." Kevin affirmed with a nod. "He has a bounty of 50 million. It's astonishing that a young man could single-handedly defeat a pirate with such a bounty even before graduating from the training camp," Kizaru remarked with a sly grin. However, Kizaru's tone shifted abruptly as he asked, "What was that terrifying lightning just now? Can you enlighten me, Kevin?" "It was the newly acquired fruit ability," Kevin replied candidly, not intending to conceal the truth. Upon hearing this, Kizaru's expression changed as he said, "If I recall correctly, you were originally a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. The Doro Doro no Mi, which doesn't relate to lightning, right? Have you consumed another devil fruit?" "Indeed, I have consumed another devil fruit, the Logia-type Raijin fruit," Kevin disclosed. "What? Is it not a fatal error to consume 2 devil fruits? How is it that you remain unscathed?" Kizaru asked in astonishment. It was no wonder Kizaru was bewildered. The notion that one could only consume a single devil fruit throughout their lifetime is an unyielding law. Many have attempted to consume a second fruit, only to meet with disastrous fates. Thus, the news of Kevin having consumed a second fruit was indeed shocking. Kevin, with a hint of embarrassment, remarked, "Admiral Kizaru, please rest assured, I am perfectly fine. As for the matter of how I can simultaneously consume 2 devil fruits, I must respectfully withhold that information for the time being. Upon our return to Marineford, I shall provide an explanation to Admiral Sengoku." Kizaru, merely intrigued, chose not to press further upon noticing Kevin's reluctance to divulge. Instead, he stated, "Since you prefer to remain silent for now, that is quite all right. My curiosity was merely piqued. Do you have any other matters to attend to?" "None at all." "Why do you ask, Admiral Kizaru?" Kevin inquired. Kizaru responded with a smile, "If you are indeed untroubled, let us return to Marineford at once. This journey has been perilous, and returning early would surely bring comfort to Admiral Sengoku and the others." Kevin politely addressed Admiral Kizaru, stating, I have completed my graduation assessment task and am now preparing to return. Given this, I entrust my safety during the journey to you, Admiral Kizaru. Kizaru chuckled, replying, "What a courteous newcomer indeed. Rest assured, should you encounter any peril, Admiral Sengoku would certainly not let me off the hook." A week later, under Kizaru's protection, Kevin safely returned to Marineford. Upon seeing his proud disciple return unscathed, Karp heartily laughed and clapped Kevin on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done, Kevin. You've performed admirably, managing to eliminate 32 pirate crews during your travels. At your age, I certainly did not boast such illustrious achievements." Kevin winced in pain as Karp slapped his shoulder, quickly gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "All thanks to the excellent guidance of our teacher." Zifa, standing beside Karp, stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Kevin, saying, "Kevin, I am grateful to you." Upon encountering Zephyr's bow, Kevin quickly remarked, "Teacher Zephyr, what are you doing? This is hardly appropriate. You are diminishing the dignity of your student." Zephyr replied, "Young Kevin, this bow is in homage to my deceased wife and child, expressing gratitude for your vengeance on their behalf. You deserve this bow without question." Kevin intended to convey Flossai's final words to Zephyr, yet the words eluded him, and ultimately, he refrained from sharing Flossai's message, believing some truths are best kept as secrets, sparing others from unnecessary burdens. In the conference room of the Marine headquarters in Marineford, the atmosphere was unusually lively. Not only were the 6 high-ranking Navy officials present, Sengoku, Crane, Karp, Akainu, Akiji, Kizaru, but even the retired Admiral Zephyr was in attendance, along with all the Navy vice admirals stationed at headquarters. Kevin was permitted to stand behind Karp and listen. Sengoku surveyed the attendees and, noticing that most had arrived, began. "The purpose of today's gathering is to discuss a matter of significance. You have all seen the recent reports regarding the new marine prodigy, have you not? Today, our supernova has returned, Kevin." Upon hearing his name, Kevin immediately stood at attention and saluted, declaring, "Present." Sengoku was pleased with Kevin's demeanor and remarked, "As you can see, the young man is bursting with vitality. He is still a trainee in the elite training camp, but I believe after today, he will graduate smoothly, correct, Zephyr?" Zephyr nodded, stating, "Indeed, his graduation assessment involved capturing a pirate with a bounty between 10 million and 15 million berries. However, he has exceeded expectations. In addition to the 27 pirates he dispatched in Magic Valley Town, he eliminated 3 target pirate crews en route and captured another in Sabaody Archipelago. His accomplishments are more than sufficient for graduation, and I have no objections." Before Zephyr could conclude, Kizaru interjected, "By the way, when I went to retrieve young Kevin, he single-handedly annihilated the pirate crew led by Baika, the Paramecia user known as the Human Weaponry Vault, whose bounty stands at 50 million berries." Karp erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "He can take down a pirate with a 50 million bounty? Kevin, my disciple, you truly bring honor to me." Sengoku shot Karp a glance and said, "Enough, Karp. We are in a meeting. If you wish to praise him, wait until we conclude." Karp, seemingly producing a bag of senbei from nowhere, munched away, replying, "Go ahead. I'm listening." Sengoku rolled his eyes at Karp and continued, "Since Kevin is eligible for graduation, he officially becomes a member of our Navy. According to tradition, graduates from the elite training camp typically start as privates. However, Kevin's situation is exceptional. During his assessment, he eliminated 33 pirates, whose combined bounties exceed 500 million berries. Thus, starting him as a private seems an underutilization of his merits, which is why I convened everyone to discuss the appropriate rank for Kevin." Vice Admiral Crane chimed in. This was also the consensus among the 3 admirals. Starting him as a private might dampen the enthusiasm of other recruits. After all, receiving the same treatment despite such outstanding achievements could dishearten newcomers, leading them to believe that effort yields no distinction. I invite the Vice Admirals to share their thoughts. The stern Vice Admiral Ghost Spider was the first to speak. "While I admire this newcomer, I still believe that an untested recruit cannot be entrusted with higher positions. Thus, I think it best for him to begin as a private. Any recruits who feel slighted can simply leave the Navy." Vice Admiral Doberman concurred. "I find Ghost Spider's perspective quite reasonable. It is prudent for him to start as a private. This has been the norm. No one has ascended to a higher rank directly from the elite training camp in years." The more temperate Vice Admiral Fire Mountain, puffing on a cigar, stated, "I cannot align myself with the sentiments of Ghost Spider and Doberman. Such an exceptional young man deserves a higher starting point. Moreover, he has single-handedly vanquished so many pirates, something none of us can claim to have accomplished before graduating from the elite training camp." Fire Mountain surveyed the room, challenging anyone to counter his assertion. Ghost Spider and Doberman sought to retort but found themselves at a loss, as their own youthful records lacked such illustrious achievements. Fire Mountain, noticing the silence, continued, "Since no one can refute this, why should we not set this precedent?" Vice Admiral Dalmesia, maintaining a stoic demeanor, added, "I align with Fire Mountain's perspective." Vice Admiral Weasel remained silent but nodded in agreement. At this juncture, Vice Admiral Crane turned to her fellow staff member, Vice Admiral Kong Ming, asking, "Kong Ming, what are your thoughts?" The sage-like Kong Ming, fanning himself, deliberated briefly before stating, Each vice admiral has made valid points. However, I believe we must treat such a gifted newcomer with special consideration. The papers have heralded Kevin as a supernova of our Navy. If we allow him to start as a private, we risk becoming a laughingstock among pirates, suggesting that our Navy cannot accommodate new talent. Therefore, I propose the position of Lieutenant Colonel, as it is both fitting for Kevin's extraordinary abilities and his commendable military achievements. What do you all think? Meanwhile, Jonathan, who returned to headquarters to report after serving as commander at the G8 branch, had been drawn into the meeting by Sengoku. Though typically quiet, his intellect rivaled that of the strategic staff at Marine headquarters. He remarked, Kongming's suggestion is indeed commendable, but he overlooks one critical aspect. While Kevin's individual strength is unquestionable, his leadership skills remain untested. As a Navy lieutenant colonel, he would need to lead a team into battle. We cannot have him charging ahead while the rest of the crew merely watches. Thus, I believe it more appropriate for Kevin to begin as a major, allowing him to intern beside a vice admiral for a few years before elevating him to lieutenant colonel. This way, we can avoid accusations of stifling new talent while simultaneously honing his command abilities. Vice Admiral Crane nodded in agreement. Jonathan, your suggestion is excellent. It serves a dual purpose. What say you, Admiral Sengoku? As she turned to Sengoku, he pondered for a moment before responding. This indeed presents a feasible approach. Let us consider promoting Kevin directly to the rank of major. Karp, still savoring his senbei, was the first to speak. Kevin is my disciple. I shall abstain from this decision, so proceed as you see fit. Sengoku then looked toward the three admirals, inquiring, Admiral Akainu, Admiral Kizaru, Admiral Akiji, what are your thoughts? The typically laid-back Akiji was the first to respond. I have no objections. Kizaru added, I remain optimistic about Kevin. All eyes were fixed upon the hawkish leader of the Navy, Akainu. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, Jonathan's suggestion is quite commendable. I am in agreement. Upon witnessing the three admirals concur with the elevation of Kevin to the rank of lieutenant commander, both the initially dissenting Ghost Spider and Doberman were silenced, recognizing their faction leader's consensus. Ultimately, the senior officials at the naval headquarters unanimously endorsed Kevin's promotion. Noting the absence of opposition, Sengoku cleared his throat and announced, since everyone has consented, Kevin shall henceforth be our department's lieutenant commander. He then turned to Kevin, who stood behind Karp, and said, Kevin, young lad, after you complete your graduation formalities tomorrow, report to the headquarters. Yes, Kevin replied with a salute. To be frank, Kevin had not anticipated that he would ascend to the rank of lieutenant commander immediately upon graduation. He had long been aware that typically, graduates from the Navy training camp commence their careers as private third class, while those from the elite training camp began as corporals. Yet, he never imagined he would be fortunate enough to leap directly 9 ranks. In truth, Kevin's remarkable advancement could be attributed to the World Economic Journal's coverage. Had it not been for the articles highlighting his achievements, the naval headquarters would likely not have made such an exceptional exception in promoting him. With the discussion's agenda concluded, most of the rear admirals departed the conference room to attend to their duties, yet the 6 senior officials and Zephyr remained. Speak for yourself, Kevin, said Admiral Kizaru, urging him to take the floor. Please, do share your thoughts. Kevin and the yellow ape exchanged glances, and then simultaneously spoke. The Warring States directly addressed Kevin, saying, You may speak, Kevin. Upon hearing his name called by Sengoku, Kevin spoke up. During my recent expedition, I inadvertently acquired a devil fruit, specifically, the nature-type thunder fruit. Upon learning that Kevin had obtained such a formidable nature-type devil fruit, renowned for its unparalleled offensive capabilities, Sengoku and the others gazed at him with palpable excitement. It was evident that if someone within the Navy were to consume the thunder fruit, the strength of the Navy would significantly escalate. With a hint of anticipation, Sengoku inquired, Kevin, my boy, where is the thunder fruit? Kevin feigned an expression of embarrassment and remarked, Well, I consumed it. Have you lost your mind, you little rascal? Captain Zephyr exclaimed in unison, rising to their feet and rushing to Kevin's side to examine him for any abnormalities. The others also looked at Kevin with concern, fearing for the well-being of their promising junior. Rest assured, I am perfectly fine, Kevin assured them. How is that possible? A person can only consume 1 devil fruit in a lifetime. Ingesting a second would lead to a catastrophic demise. How could you possibly be unscathed? Sengoku inquired, astonished. The others gazed at Kevin with equally puzzled expressions. Kevin had long contemplated how to respond, and thus he spoke. In truth, there is a matter I have kept concealed from everyone. You all should be aware that my devil fruit is the earth fruit, and moreover, this particular fruit cannot be elementalized, correct? The crowd nodded in agreement. Kevin continued, perhaps as compensation for the inability to elementalize the tutu fruit. Those who consume it may partake in other devil fruits, but are restricted solely to the natural type. Should they attempt to ingest either the paramecia or zoan types, they would inevitably meet a fatal end. Vice Admiral Crane swiftly inquired, Is there a limitation on the quantity that can be consumed? Kevin shook his head and remarked, I am uncertain about that. However, the previous user of the dust fruit once consumed 5 natural-type devil fruits. Moreover, any devil fruit devoured by the dust fruit user is likely to reappear shortly thereafter. For instance, after I consume the thunder fruit, it is possible that another thunder fruit will manifest somewhere in the world. The implications of this are truly terrifying. If Kevin were to wield the powers of 6 natural-type devil fruits, his combat capability could rival that of half the Navy headquarters, Yellow Ape exclaimed. His expression, one of sheer horror. This matter must remain confidential, at least until Kevin's strength reaches the level of a rear admiral. Otherwise, those pirates would undoubtedly target him. Even if it meant clashing with the Navy, Vice Admiral Tsuru promptly recognized the gravity of the situation. Absolutely no one else must be privy to this information, Zephyr, who had remained silent until now, added. Kevin was, after all, his disciple, and given that Kevin had avenged his wife and children, Zephyr had both emotional and rational reasons to wish for Kevin's safety. As a strategist renowned for his intellect, Sengoku was not oblivious to the implications of this issue. He addressed those present, saying, I kindly ask that you all keep this matter confidential for the time being. Should we report this to the 5 elders? Akainu inquired. Sengoku shook his head, stating, this matter must not be disclosed to the 5 elders. After all, the Navy and even the world government harbor undercover agents from either pirates or the Revolutionary Army. Should this information leak, I believe the consequences are evident to all. Rest assured, Admiral, everyone here is trustworthy, Vice Admiral Tsuru assured him. At this moment, Kevin spoke softly. I have obtained some intelligence from Magic Valley Town, though I cannot ascertain its veracity. Vice Admiral Tsuru asked, Kevin, please share this information. According to the intelligence, the commander of the Navy's G5 branch, Virgo, is in fact the highest-ranking subordinate of Don Quixote Doflamingo. In other words, Virgo is an undercover agent sent by Doflamingo to infiltrate the Navy. Moreover, many years ago, our Navy's undercover agent, Rosinante, who was placed within the Don Quixote family, was betrayed by him, leading to his demise at the hands of Doflamingo. Kevin recounted the narrative he was aware of. While he was not currently a match for Doflamingo, he believed he could still weaken Doflamingo's operational strength. Additionally, Rosinante was Sengoku's adopted son, and Kevin was certain that Sengoku would not be able to restrain himself from confronting Virgo. What did you say? Virgo is actually an undercover agent sent by Doflamingo? Akainu, known for his intolerant nature, was furious at the notion that there was a pirate infiltrating the ranks of the Navy and wished to eliminate Virgo immediately. In contrast to Akainu's fiery temperament, Akiji remained composed. He asked, how did you acquire this information? Accusing a Navy Vice Admiral of such treachery is a grave offense. I assure you, I am not fabricating this. In fact, during my time in Magic Valley Town, I defeated 2 of Doflamingo's officers, Lao Ji and Ma Bais. I learned this information by eavesdropping on their conversation, Kevin declared with conviction. After hearing Kevin's explanation, Vice Admiral Tsuru stated, if what Kevin claims is true, then it is indeed possible that Virgo is an undercover agent. It is worth noting that only the upper echelons of the Navy were aware of Rosinante's infiltration into Doflamingo's ranks. If no one disclosed Rosinante's whereabouts, he would not have been exposed. Sengoku, known for his strategic acumen, suddenly turned to Kevin, fixing him with an intense gaze, and asked, Kevin, up until now, only I, Karp, Tsuru, and the 3 admirals were privy to Rosinante's situation. How did you come to know of it? The others, upon hearing Sengoku's words, turned their attention to Kevin. Kevin, upon being questioned by Sengoku, realized the inconsistencies in his previous statement. However, in an instant, he devised a response and said, this is what I deduced. Deduced? You say? Sengoku retorted, his face betraying disbelief. Kevin nodded and remarked, at that time, Rao Ji mentioned to Ma Bais, Virgo is truly fortunate. Had he not uncovered that Rosinante was an undercover agent for the Navy, it is likely that, given his current assignment to manage the naval division, he would have remained unaware of the headquarters' confidential matters, and the young master would not hold him in such high regard. This dialogue led me to contemplate several points. Firstly, it was Virgo who discovered our Navy's undercover agent, Rosinante. Secondly, Virgo currently operates within the naval division rather than the headquarters, and given his managerial role, it is evident that his position must be quite significant, most likely that of Rear Admiral Guizhu Virgo at the G5 branch. Thirdly, Raoji's assertion that Doflamingo places great importance on this individual named Virgo suggests that, given Doflamingo's character, only the senior officials who were among the first to assist him in establishing his so-called Don Quixote family would receive such consideration. At that moment, Kevin appeared to be possessed by the spirit of a perennial elementary school student, Conan. Clearing his throat, he stated, there is but one truth. The commander of the G5 base, Virgo, is an undercover agent planted within our Navy by Don Quixote Doflamingo. At this juncture, a flicker of murderous intent surfaced in Sengoku's usually calm gaze. After all, Rosinante was not merely an undercover agent. He was Sengoku's adopted son. It is worth noting that Sengoku had remained unmarried throughout his life for the sake of the Navy, and he regarded Rosinante as his own flesh and blood. Upon receiving the news of Rosinante's demise, Sengoku had shed many tears in solitude. Initially, he believed it was all a misunderstanding. But who would have thought that the information had been leaked, and that the perpetrator had even risen to the rank of Rear Admiral? This revelation filled Sengoku with shame and fury. He spoke sternly, Admiral Kazan, Admiral Sakazuki, since you have some free time, I entrust you with the investigation into Virgo. Should you ascertain that he is indeed an undercover agent, ensure he is incarcerated and impelled down." Before Kazan and Sakazuki could respond, Kevin interjected, "Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I believe he should be executed on the spot." "Why?" inquired Vice Admiral Tsuru. "Currently, Doflamingo is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. If we were to send Virgo to impel down, Doflamingo could easily leverage his position to extract him. Virgo's promotion to Rear Admiral indicates his formidable strength. Should he return to Doflamingo's side, it would undoubtedly bolster Doflamingo's power. Therefore, executing him immediately is the wisest course of action." Kevin articulated his reasoning with calm deliberation. It seemed that Kevin was perpetually targeting Doflamingo, as the previously silent Kizuru suddenly spoke up. Kevin's expression darkened as he spoke. "It is entirely plausible. The death of my parents is inexorably linked to Don Quixote Doflamingo. The one-eyed pirate crew responsible for their demise was under his command, a pirate crew hailing from the North Sea. One might wonder why they would venture into the East Sea without provocation. Furthermore, a month prior to the tragic incident involving my parents, Doflamingo approached my grandfather, seeking to obtain all the privileges of a celestial dragon, only to be met with refusal. Shortly thereafter, my parents fell victim to the one-eyed pirate crew. Following this, Doflamingo sought out my grandfather once more, leveraging my safety as a threat to compel him to assist in his ascension as a warlord of the sea and to secure the privileges of a celestial dragon." Kevin, if your assertions hold any truth, then Doflamingo undoubtedly stands as the prime suspect, Karp stated with an unusual seriousness. Kevin nodded and said, "It is precisely for this reason that I am so invested in the affairs of Don Quixote Doflamingo. If the two of you, Admiral Akiji and Admiral Akainu, ascertain that Virgo is indeed an underling of Doflamingo, please inform me. I wish to deal with Virgo personally. After all, I am not yet a match for Doflamingo, and I shall not let any opportunity to weaken him slip by." Upon hearing Kevin's words, Akiji and Akainu turned their gazes towards Sengoku, who remained silent but gave a slight nod. Akainu then spoke, "In that case, I will inform you when the time comes." "Thank you, Admirals," Kevin replied with great politeness. Upon departing from the Navy headquarters, Kevin was promptly pulled back to the elite training camp by Zifa. Throughout their journey, neither spoke a word. When they arrived at the entrance of the training camp, Zifa finally spoke. "Kevin, you have been away for more than 2 months. Those fellows have missed you. First, take care of your graduation procedures, and then go see them. After all, it is quite challenging to return to the training camp once you leave." "Understood, Teacher Zifa," Kevin responded. With that, he proceeded towards the logistics building. In the logistics building, Kevin found Rayleigh, who was responsible for handling graduation procedures. Upon seeing Kevin, Rayleigh praised his performance while assisting him with the necessary paperwork. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation had lasted over an hour when suddenly, a cadet rushed in, breathless, and exclaimed, "Instructor Rayleigh, the CP9 commander has arrived with his new recruits to stir up trouble at our elite training camp. Commander Zifa has instructed that all instructors and cadets should head over immediately." Rayleigh sighed. "Well, it seems that your paperwork is missing the Commander S stamp. It appears that will not be completed today. Are you interested in going to see what is happening?" Kevin, without a moment's hesitation, exclaimed, "Let us go. There's nothing pressing." Rayleigh and Kevin set aside their belongings and ventured outside. As they walked, Kevin inquired, "What brings CP9 to our elite training camp?" Rayleigh replied, "It was all quiet until that fellow Spandam took charge of CP9. Ever since, he has been bringing promising talents to our elite training camp under the guise of competition. But in truth, it is merely a means to humiliate the Navy. Have you all just tolerated this?" Kevin asked. Rayleigh shook his head, saying, "How could we? Every time our newcomers rise to the challenge. However, the CP9 members employ lethal techniques, and given the recent years' lack of competence among our Navy recruits, we often end up in a disgraceful state. It has been 2 years since their last visit. I thought Spandam had settled down, yet here he is again. Never mind. Let us go take a look. Ein, Binz, Smoker, and Tina are all quite formidable. We should be fine. If it comes to it, I'll step in, after all. I haven't graduated yet, so my involvement wouldn't be against the rules," Kevin said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Of course. How could I forget about you? You are now capable of taking on pirates with a bounty of 50 million berries. You should be able to handle those under Spandam." When Kevin and Rayleigh arrived at the training ground, the contest had already commenced. Kevin, spotting the individual Spandam had brought along, nearly burst into laughter. Rob Lucci, Kaku, Bruno, and others, including the formidable Lioness Din and the elusive Cat Owl, were present, along with Kaku, who was engaged in a duel with Smoker. This lineup was strikingly reminiscent of the chaos during Luffy's escapade at Eni's lobby. It seems that Spandam and his father Spandam truly lack creativity. Utilizing the same team for over a decade, what a disgrace. Kevin suddenly recalled a storyline from a comic he had read years ago, when the Straw Hat crew ventured to Eni's lobby to rescue Robin. They engaged in an all-out confrontation with CP9. Ultimately, CP9 met with defeat and subsequently became targets of pursuit by the world government. The reason for this pursuit lay in the fact that Spandam and Spandine, the father-son duo, shifted the blame of their failure squarely onto the shoulders of CP9. In their attempt to evade capture, the members of CP9 returned to their homeland, which, in truth, was merely a secret training facility for new recruits of the CP organization. The Navy, trailing closely behind, sought to apprehend the members of CP9 on the island, but they were swiftly vanquished. Subsequently, these individuals commandeered a naval warship and set sail from their homeland, navigating the vast ocean. At that moment, Kevin was struck by a thought. How marvelous it would be if he could recruit these individuals. There was no need to elaborate on the strength of Rob Lucci. During the incident at Judicial Island, had it not been for Luffy's protagonist aura, his demise would have been a certainty. Kaku, Gabra, and Bruno all possessed commendable prowess, while Califa might be slightly weaker. However, he had prepared a set of holy garments for her, had he not? The only individual Kevin looked down upon was the soundless owl, whose incessant chatter rendered him incapable of safeguarding any secrets. Contemplating this, Kevin began to silently devise a strategy in his mind on how to successfully lure them over. As Kevin pondered, Ein, bearing injuries, squeezed her way over to him and said, "Kevin, it is a relief to see you back." Upon noticing the bandages wrapped around Ein's arm, Kevin inquired, "What happened to your arm? How did you sustain an injury?" With a sigh of resignation, Ein replied, "There is nothing to be done. My skills were inferior, and I lost to that individual on stage, the one with the square, elongated nose." Kevin asked. Ein nodded and continued, "Not only I, but Tina and Binz also faced defeat. Now, only Smog remains, though it seems he won't hold out for much longer. Ein, what if I were to turn those individuals into my subordinates?" Kevin whispered mysteriously to Ein. Taken aback, Ein gazed at Kevin in astonishment and exclaimed, "You can't possibly be thinking of..." Kevin did not wait for Ein to finish speaking. He nodded and said, "Indeed. I intend to bring these individuals under my command." Ein countered, "That is impossible. The commander of CP9 would never allow such promising talents to fall into your hands. How about a wager? If I am able to secure these individuals, you shall join my crew as my subordinate once you graduate. Should I fail, I will teach you how to wield my slaughtering blade. What do you say?" Kevin proposed to Ein. Without a moment's hesitation, Ein accepted. She had long coveted Kevin's slaughtering blade, for no swordsman could resist the allure of a renowned weapon. "Thank you for the guidance," the youth Kaku said to Smoker, whom he had just knocked out of the ring. Smoker, rising from the ground, remarked, "You are quite strong. I do not resent my defeat. It is a pity that Fellow is absent, otherwise none of you would stand a chance against him." "Whom do you refer to? Are you the strongest among the elite training camp?" Kaku inquired. Smoker brushed the dust off his clothes, saying, "That individual has already applied for early graduation and is currently undergoing evaluations outside. If you read the newspapers, you would find his report." Kaku, somewhat excited, asked, "Is it the Navy officer named Kevin? I've heard he single-handedly vanquished numerous pirate crews." Before Smoker could respond, Spanam interjected, "Kaku, do not be naive. Such a formidable newcomer cannot possibly exist. Even Lucci could not achieve that, let alone the Navy." Upon hearing Spandam's words, the expressions of those present from the elite training camp darkened. It was clear he was implying that the Navy was inferior to CP9. Kevin was acutely aware that it was his time to make an entrance. Thus, he intentionally cleared his throat and declared, "What do you mean by that? Are you, perchance, questioning my abilities?" As he spoke, Kevin parted the crowd and strode forward. The return of Kevin spelled doom for the CP9 members. "Kevin, send them flying." "Boss Kevin, give them a proper lesson." The members of CP9 were filled with trepidation. Kevin had returned, and they braced themselves for the impending onslaught. Upon recognizing Kevin among the newcomers, the onlooking trainees clamored for him to teach Spandam and his cohorts a thorough lesson. "Spandam," Ein Kevin inquired, "who are you? And how dare you speak to an officer in such a manner?" "I am the very newcomer you deemed non-existent," Kevin replied, advancing towards Spandam. Spandam turned to Zifa, standing nearby, and remarked, "Mr. Zifa, is this how you educate these naval novices? It is utterly disrespectful." Before Zifa could respond, Kevin had closed the distance to Spandam and raised his right hand, delivering a resounding slap across Spandam's face. The sounds echoed. The first was the sharp crack of the slap, the second was the thud of Spandam hitting the ground, and the third was his anguished cry. Spandam, clutching his swollen face, shouted to Lucci and the others, "Are you all dead? He struck me. Why didn't you intervene? He harbored no intent to kill. Thus, you shall not perish. Since you are not in mortal danger, we see no need to intervene," Lucci replied coldly, nearly provoking Spandam into a fit of rage. Spandam then turned to Kevin, saying, "Do you wish to die? How dare you assault an officer of CP9? If you continue to jest, I shall see to your burial." Kevin crouched before Spandam, a dangerous smile gracing his features as he responded, "What do you intend to do? Let me remind you, assaulting a world government official is a grave offense." Kevin smiled and remarked, "It's nothing. If I understand you correctly, you have great confidence in your new recruits, correct? How about we engage in a wager? What do you propose to bet on?" Spandam inquired. "I will compete against your subordinate. If your recruit triumphs, I shall give you 50 billion berries. Conversely, should I win, your subordinate will belong to me. What do you think?" Kevin stated. confident that the avaricious Spandam would be tempted by the prospect of 50 billion berries. Indeed, upon hearing Kevin's offer, Spandam's interest was piqued, and he responded, "A wager could be arranged, but do you, a mere naval rookie, possess such wealth?" As he spoke, he glanced at Zephyr. Zephyr, having learned from Karp about Kevin's celestial heritage, understood that while 50 billion berries might seem substantial to an ordinary person, it was a trifling amount in the eyes of a celestial dragon, particularly for someone of Kevin's illustrious lineage. Thus, Zephyr assured, "Rest assured, this young lad has ample funds. I fear it is you who may lack the courage to accept. Can Mr. Zephyr vouch for him? I am concerned this young rascal might default on his debt." Spandam expressed his reservations. Observing Kevin's unwavering confidence and being aware of his capabilities, Zephyr mused that only the prodigious Rob Lucci, renowned as a once-in-800-years talent of CP, could match Kevin's prowess. He declared, "Very well, I shall act as his guarantor. However, Commander Spandam, do ensure you honor your obligations." In truth, Zephyr underestimated Kevin. He was only aware of Kevin's abilities prior to his graduation assessment, while Kevin's strength had since more than doubled. If Kevin were to lose, it would defy all logic. Spandam, rising indignantly from the ground, retorted, "I am not one to resort to trickery." Zephyr thought to himself, "You may wish to deceive, but I dare you to try. To attempt deceit here among the celestial dragons is to court death." Yet, he refrained from voicing this, eagerly anticipating Spandam's humiliation. Spandam turned to Kevin and stated, "Kid, I will accept your challenge, but you must compete against each of my subordinates. A single loss counts as your defeat. Do you dare?" The members of CP9, hearing their commander Spandam make such a shameless proposal, felt an overwhelming desire to vanish into the earth. Mortified by their leader's utter lack of dignity, Kevin nonchalantly remarked, "Let us compete. Who is afraid?" His audacity stemmed from a prior encounter when Luffy and his crew wreaked havoc on Judicial Island. During that tumultuous time, the enigmatic owl had conducted a power assessment for all CP9 members. At that moment, Lucci stood at the pinnacle with a formidable power level of 4,000, followed by Kaku at 2,002, and then Gabra with a rating of 2,180. Among the remaining members, Bruno had a score of 820, and the Lioness Den had 810, while the Owl himself registered at 800. Khalifa was the weakest among them, with a mere 630, none exceeding 1,000 in power. Furthermore, the CP9 members were significantly stronger back then, indeed, more than double their current capabilities. Thus, even if all of CP9 were to unite now, there would still be no match for Kevin. Upon hearing Kevin's acceptance, Spandam gestured towards Khalifa and instructed, "Khalifa, you are the weakest here. Go and teach this Navy officer what it means to know that there are always greater powers beyond." With her flowing golden locks, Khalifa stepped forward and addressed Kevin, "I am Khalifa, the least formidable in CP9. I look forward to your guidance." Kevin smiled and said, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Khalifa. May I ask you to wait for a moment? I have some matters to discuss with your superior." Khalifa politely replied, "Please. Go ahead." "Thank you." Kevin then turned to Spandam and said, "Commander Spandam, I believe there has been a misunderstanding regarding my words. When I mentioned a competition, I meant to challenge all your subordinates at once, rather than one by one, as that would be exceedingly time-consuming." Upon hearing Kevin's words, even the typically stoic Lucci changed his expression, feeling that Kevin was insulting them. However, Spandam was quite pleased. In his view, if his subordinates attacked Kevin together, he would undoubtedly be defeated. Thus, he would effectively gain 50 billion berries without effort. He instructed Lucci's group, "They are inviting you to join forces, so you shall do so." Kaku hesitantly remarked, "Commander, is that appropriate?" Spandam shot Kaku an exasperated glance and declared, "That is an order. I command you to attack together and ensure the defeat of this rookie Navy officer." Although reluctant, Lucci and the others had been indoctrinated by the CP organization from a young age, taught to prioritize obedience above all else. Therefore, despite their reservations, they stepped forward, encircling Kevin. "Since everyone is prepared, let us commence." Kevin observed his opponents had entered the arena and wasted no time. He invoked his earth manipulation ability, transforming the ground beneath them into quicksand, while simultaneously charging towards Gabra, who ranked third in strength. Lucci and his companions were taken aback by Kevin's assault. Aside from Lucci, Kaku, and Gabra, the rest found themselves ensnared in the quicksand, rendered immobile save for their heads. Seeing Kevin approaching, Gabra swiftly activated his fruit ability, transforming into a werewolf, with claws formed from his hands aimed directly at Kevin's face. Kevin ducked to evade Gabra's claws, his hands crackling with electrical energy as he pressed against Gabra's chest, unleashing the power of the Thunder Fruit. Thunder Fist, 100,000 volts. The immense voltage coursed through Gabra, causing him to tremble before he ultimately lost consciousness. Lucci and Kaku exchanged glances, their faces etched with solemnity. They had not anticipated that after merely a brief confrontation, only the two of them would remain standing. Kevin did not immediately pursue the two individuals. Instead, he released those trapped in the ground. He then addressed Lucci and Kaku, asking, "Do you believe it is still necessary to continue this contest?" Lucci replied, "You are stronger than I, yet I still wish to gauge the extent of our differences." Kaku nodded in agreement, stating, I share the same sentiment. Kevin observed that neither of the two individuals showed any signs of retreat, and thus, he nodded and remarked, in that case, I shall refrain from further words. However, I must exert my utmost effort this time. You two should be cautious. Kaku was the first to speak, declaring, You are stronger than I, so I shall make the first move. Please, bestow your guidance upon me. With that, Kaku unsheathed his twin blades, executing the dual-wield technique known as the flying swallow slash. The twin blades sliced through the air, delivering a strike akin to a swift swallow, aimed directly at Kevin. Meanwhile, the taciturn Lucci transformed into his beastly form and lunged towards Kevin, enveloped in the armament haki, asserting his dominance. Kevin, confronted by the dual onslaught of his adversaries, did not flinch. Instead, he employed the hardened defense of his armament haki, standing resolute like a black colossus as he met their attacks head-on. Just as Kaku's slash was about to connect with Kevin's form, one would typically anticipate the use of armament haki for defense. However, Kevin did not engage in such protection. Rather, he extended a single finger, precisely targeting the vulnerability in the crescent strike, causing Kaku's attack to shatter into oblivion. Kaku was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom how a mere finger could render his assault null and void. Yet, recognizing that his most formidable strike had been effortlessly thwarted by Kevin, he understood that further attempts would be futile and could potentially jeopardize Lucci. Therefore, he sheathed his weapon and withdrew, choosing not to intervene any further. The reason Kevin was capable of such a feat lay entirely in his mastery of the breaking blade technique from the solitary nine swords. Although the strike belonged to the realm of chi manipulation, the moment Kaku launched his attack, Kevin discerned its inherent weakness. This frailty, when exploited, transformed into the Achilles heel of Kaku's assault, thus enabling Kevin to dismantle the strike with but a single finger. While Kaku's attack had been thwarted, Lucci was already upon Kevin. With a flurry of motion, he unleashed his finger gun technique, assaulting Kevin's chest and visage with a barrage akin to a torrential downpour. Kevin, acknowledging the finesse of Lucci's maneuver, halted mid-air, arresting his forward momentum, and then propelled himself backward, evading the onslaught as Lucci's strikes met only empty space. As Kevin retreated, he remarked to Lucci, your technique indeed possesses considerable power when clashing directly with an opponent. However, should the adversary evade or withdraw, your attacks become utterly ineffective, amounting to nothing but a futile exertion of effort. Observing the ineffectiveness of his assault, Lucci pressed forward, once again lunging at Kevin while inquiring, Then how do you propose I should attack? Quite simply, for instance, like this, Kevin replied. In an instant, he executed a swift movement, appearing directly before Lucci, extending a single finger towards him. Due to the sheer velocity of Lucci's advance, he had no time to evade, and his chest collided squarely with the tip of Kevin's finger, as if Lucci had intentionally directed his body towards it. Upon contact, Kevin transformed his finger into an open palm, employing a gentle force that propelled Lucci backward, causing him to stagger for more than 10 steps before he finally regained his balance. Once Kevin steadied himself at the station, he remarked, Did you see that? Just like this, after making contact with your opponent's body, you can launch your attack. This way, you conserve your strength while maximizing the effectiveness of your strikes. Did your instructor not teach you this? Lucci shook his head and replied, What I have learned pertains solely to the art of killing, to deliver a lethal blow. The techniques you speak of were never part of my training. Kevin inquired, Shall we continue to compete? After a moment of contemplation, Lucci replied, I concede. Yet I am eager to discover the extent of your strength. Please unleash your full power upon me, so that I may experience your might. Kevin sighed and said, Honestly, if I exert my full strength, you might perish. How about this? I will employ merely 50% of my power. If even that can vanquish you, I shall be profoundly disappointed. Very well, Lucci replied. Are you prepared? Kevin flexed his wrist and responded, Let's begin. Lucci promptly assumed a defensive stance and then declared to Kevin, Come forth. With the force of Kevin's 50% power, his fist struck like a meteor, swiftly connecting with Lucci's chest. Lucci barely had time to react before he was sent flying. With a thud, Lucci crashed heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Kaku and the others hurried over to assess Lucci's injuries. After a considerable moment, Lucci, supported by Khalifa, managed to stand and addressed Kevin, saying, You are formidable. I concede defeat. From this point onward, we shall be like family, and there is no need for such animosity. If you wish to grow stronger, I can assist you. Kevin waved his hand dismissively at Lucci and the others. Upon hearing that Kevin could aid them in their quest for strength, excitement flickered in Lucci and his companion's eyes. Yet, reflecting on their current predicament, that spark of hope quickly dimmed. How could the CP organization possibly allow them to depart so easily? Kevin turned to Spandam and said, Well, Spandam, it seems your subordinates have all been defeated. Does this not mean I am the victor of this contest? Spandam, visibly displeased, replied, Your prowess is commendable. To have bested Lucci and the others indicates that this new generation of the Navy possesses considerable strength. Having completed the contest, Mr. Zifa, I take my leave. With that, Spandam attempted to signal Lucci and the others to depart. Noticing Spandam's intention to evade his obligations, Kevin expressed his discontent, saying, Spandam, I believe you may be overlooking something important. Overlooking what? I have forgotten nothing. Spandam feigned ignorance, hoping to escape accountability. We entered into a wager. If I lost, I would pay you 5 billion berries, but if I triumphed, your subordinates would belong to me. Has Spandam forgotten so swiftly? Kevin asserted. Spandam had indeed been momentarily dazzled by the prospect of 5 billion berries, not anticipating Kevin's victory, which led him to accept the bet. The thought of surrendering his subordinates to Kevin was daunting. He feared the elders would certainly terminate him. After all, the resources expended to cultivate a capable CP organization were substantial. Resolute in his decision, Spandam declared, "You, a mere rookie in the Navy, should not harbor such delusions. Lucci and his team are the future pillars of the CP organization. Are you not afraid of the world government's retribution? I was merely jesting to amuse you. Now, I must take my leave." With that, Spandam stepped away, intent on departing. Kevin swiftly positioned himself before Spandam and coldly uttered, "Spandam, are you mocking me? You scoundrel. You shall address me as Commander Spandam. Now, step aside quickly. I have official duties to attend to. If you delay me, I assure you, the consequences will be dire." Realizing that his attempts at deception were futile, Spandam resorted to direct threats against Kevin. Kevin let out a cold chuckle and said, "Are you threatening me? This is not a threat, but rather a piece of advice. Lucci and the others have been meticulously cultivated by the world government, so it is unlikely they would easily become your subordinates," Spandam replied. "It seems, Spandam, that you are intentionally shirking your debts. Are you aware of the consequences of deceiving me?" Kevin said coldly. "Consequences? What consequences? All I know is that you are currently threatening an official of the world government." Spandam retorted defiantly. "An official of the world government? Do you know my identity? Did Spandam not inform you who lashed out at him over the transponder snail not long ago?" Kevin inquired. Spandam was momentarily taken aback by Kevin's words. His son had been insulted recently? He suddenly recalled that Spandam had contacted him, mentioning he had unwittingly offended a prominent celestial dragon. The heir of the Don Quixote family. Could it be this very youth before him? "Are you that esteemed individual?" Spandam asked cautiously. "It appears Spandam has divulged this to you. My identity must not be disclosed in front of so many people. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire," Kevin stated. "How can I verify that?" "You can't expect me to simply take your word for it. Impersonating those esteemed individuals is a capital offense, so you must think this through," Spandam remarked. Though both he and Spandam were timid and excessively greedy, Spandam was far more cunning and wary, reluctant to easily believe Kevin's claim of being a celestial dragon. After all, who would trust a Navy officer claiming such a lofty status? Why would a noble forsake their privileged life to engage in the perilous and burdensome duties of the Navy? Alas, Kevin was indeed one of those idle celestial dragons. Observing Spandam's lingering skepticism, Kevin couldn't help but reflect that Spandam was still somewhat naive compared to his father. "You may inquire with Admiral Zephyr. He is aware of my identity," Kevin suggested. Spandam turned his gaze to Zephyr, who, after a brief glance at Kevin and receiving a nod in affirmation, spoke. "Indeed, Kevin is from that esteemed place. The elders should be aware of this matter." Upon hearing that even the 5 elders were informed, Spandam recognized the truth of Kevin's celestial dragon lineage. However, this revelation only compounded Spandam's headache. The reason was simple. He had just wagered with Kevin, and having lost, he now owed Kevin his subordinates. Yet, these new recruits of CP9 had been an immense investment for the world government. Moreover, one among them was touted as an extraordinary genius, said to appear once in 8 centuries. If he surrendered them all to Kevin, he would have no explanation to offer. Conversely, refusing Kevin would risk the grave consequence of deceiving a celestial dragon. In that moment, Spandam found himself utterly at a loss. "You must possess a transponder snail capable of contacting the 5 elders, correct?" Kevin seemed to discern Spandam's dilemma and inquired. Spandam quickly nodded. Yes, indeed." As he spoke, he fumbled in his pocket and produced a transponder snail, presenting it to Kevin. Kevin took the phone bug, glanced around, and noticed that apart from Zephyr, everyone else in the elite training camp was at a considerable distance, likely unable to hear his conversation. He then picked up the phone bug. "Spandam, do you have any matters to report?" A voice from the other end, belonging to an elderly man, was unmistakably one of the 5 elders. "I am Kevin of the Don Quixote family," he declared, revealing his identity with confidence. The elder immediately responded with respect. "What is it that we can assist you with?" "Esteemed Kevin, it's nothing of great significance. I just made a wager with Commander Spandam of CP9. The stakes were a few new recruits under his command. If I won, the recruits would be mine. If I lost, I would pay Commander Spandam 50 billion berries. As luck would have it, I inadvertently won. Yet Commander Spandam seems intent on reneging. Thus, I find myself compelled to seek your assistance," Kevin replied nonchalantly to the 5 elders. The 5 elders were momentarily taken aback before responding. "What is it that you desire regarding those individuals, esteemed Kevin?" Kevin cast a glance at the members of CP9 and began to ponder. If he were to gather all of them by his side, the Gorosei would undoubtedly object. Thus, he could only select a few from their ranks. Khalifa, who had been serving as Iceberg's secretary while undercover in Water 7, had adeptly managed the affairs of the Korea Company, She was a talent suited for domestic affairs and must certainly be retained. On the other hand, he had never been particularly fond of the Owl of the Soundless, who was excessively loquacious and incapable of keeping secrets. Given that some of Kevin's undertakings required discretion, it was unwise to keep someone who might expose his secrets in close proximity, hence he decided against retaining the Owl. As for the Lion's embrace, Kevin found him equally unseemly. His penchant for self-destruction was intolerable. Although his resurrection abilities were impressive, making him the most accomplished in that regard among CP9, Kevin had no desire to keep him. Bruno's capabilities were on par with those of the Lion's embrace and the Owl. But as a devil fruit user possessing the Door fruit, a spatial type, it was likely the Gorosei would not permit his release. Gobura, cunning by nature, could serve well as a tool to undermine adversaries, so Kevin was inclined to keep him. His prowess was second only to Kaku and Lucci, and Kevin found his intellect and martial ability quite appealing. Kaku, known as the most idealistic among CP9, was inherently kind-hearted and bore no significant malice. Thus, Kevin intended to retain him as well. Lucci, hailed as a prodigy of the CP organization, was someone Kevin greatly wished to acquire. However, considering the value of such talent, the likelihood of the Gorosei consenting to his release was slim, yet Kevin resolved to give it a try. Consequently, he addressed the telephone snail, directing his request to the Gorosei. I wish to have Rob Lucci, Kaku, Gabura, and Khalifa. Is that agreeable? The Gorosei paused momentarily before responding. Please hold for a moment. Esteemed Kevin, as we need to confer. Very well, do confer. I hope not to be disappointed, Kevin replied. From the tone of the Gorosei, he understood that they were reluctant to grant his request, as apart from Khalifa, who ranked lowest in CP9, the other three were among the top three, making it improbable for the Gorosei to relinquish 3 aces at once. Approximately 5 minutes later, the voice of the Gorosei emanated once more from the telephone snail. Esteemed Kevin, we regret to inform you that we cannot hand over Rob Lucci. However, the other 3 can be made available. If you desire any additional personnel, we can certainly accommodate that, and will inform Spandam. Indeed, the Gorosei were unwilling to release Lucci. Kevin sighed inwardly, contemplating. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. Was not the fierce tiger also part of the CP organization? Why must he insist on bringing everyone to his side? If he could have Lucci serve under him while remaining within CP, it would be far more advantageous for his own endeavors. Thus, Kevin spoke once again to the Gorosei through the telephone snail. How about this? I will take Kaku and Khalifa, while I temporarily employ Lucci and Gabura for my personal security, for which I can remit 10 billion berries annually to the world government. What say you? The Gorosei on the other end hesitated slightly. Kevin then remarked, during the period of my employment of them, all expenses will be borne by me. Furthermore, should the world government require their services, they may depart at any moment, and I shall not impede their departure. Is this agreeable? Please hold for a moment, Lord Kevin, replied the 5 elder stars from the phone worm. Very well, I hope you can expedite this process, as my concessions have already been considerable. Kevin feigned impatience. Indeed, Lord Kevin. In merely a minute, the 5 elder stars responded, we accept your proposal. However, you must specify the duration of employment, as the payment must be made in a lump sum. The 5 elder stars' swift agreement stemmed from their predicament. Firstly, Kevin was a celestial dragon. Should he insist on employing Luffy and the others as his bodyguards, the 5 elder stars had no authority to refuse, especially since Kevin was willing to financially compensate them. Secondly, the world government was also in need of funds. Despite receiving annual contributions from various allied nations and support from the celestial dragons, the government still had to sustain the Navy, CP organizations, and other affiliated entities, leaving them in a tight financial situation. Employing 2 members from the CP organization could yield a profit of 1 billion berries a year, with the added benefit that the world government would not have to cover their expenses during this time. Essentially, it was akin to a monetary gift to the world government, which the 5 elder stars could hardly decline. However, they were also wary of Kevin potentially retracting his offer. After all, if a celestial dragon chose to act dishonorably, they would have no choice but to acquiesce, which is why they insisted on a one-time payment. Kevin pondered for a moment before suggesting, let us engage your services for a duration of 2 years. Recalling that Lucy and his compatriots would infiltrate the Dockerella Corporation 2 years hence, Kevin deemed this time frame appropriate. 2 years posed no issues. However, how did the esteemed Lord Kevin intend to compensate for this employment? The 5 elders were secretly elated at the prospect of acquiring 20 billion berries with such ease. They began to contemplate whether to expand their hiring endeavors in the future to augment the revenue of the world government. Kevin glanced at Spandane and then addressed the Gorosei on the transponder snail, saying, since Commander Spandane is here, I shall have him take the money back. Would that be acceptable? That is indeed acceptable, Lord Kevin, replied the Gorosei. I kindly request that you hand the transponder snail to Spandane, as I have some instructions to impart to him. Kevin returned the phone bug to Spandam and said, the 5 elders wish to see you. Flustered, Spandam hastily accepted the device and respectfully inquired, what instructions do the esteemed elders have? The voice on the other end, belonging to one of the elders, spoke with a menacing tone. Spandam, You possess quite the audacity. How dare you wager everything? Terrified, Spandam quickly replied, My lord, I acknowledge my mistake. Such an occurrence will never happen again. The elder continued, Let this matter be forgotten this time, but should it recur, I assure you, you shall vanish from this world. Now, I have a task for you. What task, my lord? Please give your orders. Spandam exhaled in relief, noting the elder's lack of further reproach. Upon your return, bring back the 20 billion berries that Lord Kevin paid to hire Lucci and Gabra. If even a single berry is missing, we shall hold you accountable. The elder warned. Spandam fervently assured, There will be no shortfall, rest assured, esteemed elders. How should we proceed with that individual? The elder replied. Let Lucci and Gabra remain by Lord Kevin's side, as he has employed them as bodyguards for his safety. Furthermore, effective immediately. Kaku and Khalifa are no longer members of CP9. They shall serve as Lord Kevin's personal guards. Do you comprehend? Also, do not reveal Lord Kevin's identity. Understood. Spandam promptly affirmed. With that, the elder hung up the phone book. Spandam took a deep breath, then addressed the members of CP9, saying, Lucci, Gabra. You two will now serve beside Mr. Kevin for the next 2 years, ensuring his safety. As for Kaku and Khalifa, you are no longer members of CP9. You will now serve as Mr. Kevin's personal guards. The rest of you, please depart with me shortly. Upon hearing Spandam's words, Kaku and Khalifa were filled with joy, relieved to escape the shadows of their previous existence. After all, who desires to live in darkness? Lucci and Gabra, although still part of CP9, welcomed the opportunity to remain close to Kevin for the next 2 years, as it would provide them with a chance to grow stronger. The others felt a tinge of disappointment, acutely aware of their own insufficiencies. Yes, Commander Spandam. The newcomers of CP9 responded in unison. With that, Lucci, Kaku, Gabra, and Khalifa stepped out of the ranks and positioned themselves behind Kevin. Spandam turned to Kevin and respectfully stated, Mr. Kevin, I have completed the necessary arrangements. May I receive the employment fee, so I can take it back? With a wave of his hand, Kevin conjured a magnificent earthen dwelling from the ground. He gestured towards the structure and said, Feel free to enter and retrieve what you wish. There should be no less than 2 billion berries inside. This wealth had recently been amassed within his spatial ring, a portion acquired through the heist at Don Quixote da Flamingo's casino on the Sabaody archipelago. Another segment collected as protection fees in Mabu town, and the remainder procured from the enigmatic blind boxes. Spandam promptly assured, Rest assured, Mr. Kevin. We shall take no more than what is necessary. Integrity is of paramount importance in our dealings. Kevin felt an overwhelming impulse to slap Spandam across the face upon hearing his words. Speak of integrity. You lost. Why not hand over the man? You have made me squander 20 billion berries in vain. Although this fortune was acquired from Doflamingo, it was still a result of my own efforts, was it not? Enough of this nonsense. Go fetch the money, Kevin said impatiently. Spandam procured some large bags from Zephyr and led Bruno and the others into the earthen hut, where they discovered the 20 billion berries and stuffed them into their pockets. Emerging from the hut, he addressed Kevin, Mr. Kevin, the money has been accounted for. We shall take our leave now. Kevin gestured dismissively, saying, You may leave. He then waved at Tachia, who once again sank into the ground, with all the money being retrieved by Kevin into his spatial ring. Upon hearing Kevin's permission to depart, Spandam, accompanied by several other CP9 members and the 20 billion berries, hastily exited the elite training camp. After Spandam's departure, Kevin turned to find Zephyr observing him with a bemused expression. Feeling increasingly uneasy under Zephyr's gaze, Kevin finally could no longer withstand it and spoke up. Master Zephyr, if you have something to say, please do so directly. I am truly unaccustomed to your persistent scrutiny. Zephyr chuckled and replied, My dear boy, it seems you are quite wealthy. With all that wealth for the world government, why not spare a bit to show your gratitude to your teacher? Kevin thought to himself, so it was because of this matter. It nearly frightened me to death. Kevin then spoke up, Teacher Zephyr, you spend your days at the training camp either instructing students or leading them out to sea to battle pirates. Is there any profitable venture in that? Humph. Zephyr replied with a scoff, I do not require money for myself, but the training camp, both inside and out, necessitates financial support. Kevin, perplexed, inquired, Isn't the funding for the camp provided by the Navy headquarters? The meager funds allocated by the headquarters are utterly insufficient. Just look at this training camp. The infrastructure has been in use for over a decade without any budget for replacements, Zephyr remarked, casting a glance at Kevin. Upon hearing this, Kevin immediately understood that the teacher was suggesting he contribute some funds to the training camp for facility upgrades. He replied, Teacher Zifa, your words have made it clear to me. Since I have more than enough money, I shall provide 20 billion berries for the renovation of our facilities. I can bring the funds to your office shortly, if that is agreeable. Zifa chuckled heartily and responded, Well, it seems you possess a good heart. Allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of our training camp. Kevin promptly remarked, Teacher Zifa, you are being too modest. After all, you are my mentor. In light of your esteemed presence, I shall consider this small sum as a token of my respect and gratitude. There is no need for thanks. Is this not the duty of a disciple? Zifa appeared quite pleased with Kevin's words and inquired with a smile, How are your graduation formalities coming along? Instructor Rayleigh has nearly completed the process for me. I only require your esteem stamp now, Kevin replied. With a chuckle, Zephyr said, very well then. When you bring the money to my office later, I shall gladly affix my seal at that time. In a playful tone, Kevin inquired, Teacher Zephyr. Would this be considered accepting a bribe? Zephyr chuckled and retorted, get lost, you little rascal. Just don't forget to visit my office later. I certainly won't forget. Kevin replied with a grin. He then turned to the 4 bystanders, Lucci and the others, and said, come with me. With that, he led them to the desolate rear mountain of the training camp. This secluded area was typically barren, seldom frequented by anyone except for Kevin, Binz, Smoker, Ein, and Tina during their competitions, as it provided a tranquil environment free from disturbances. Kevin gazed at the 4 members of the Rucci group and said, now, I present you with an opportunity to choose. Should you prefer not to follow me, you are free to depart. However, if you decide to accompany me, I require your unwavering loyalty. The 4 members exchanged glances, and then Rucci spoke up first, I wish to understand what you expect us to do. Kevin smiled and said, establishing a new era, what do you think? Isn't that a magnificent idea? Kaku replied, no matter what you choose to do, I shall follow you steadfastly. You have liberated me from that place, freeing me from a life shrouded in darkness. As a token of my gratitude, I offer you my unwavering loyalty. Kevin was delighted to see that his favorite Kaku had made a choice, and that choice was him. Khalifa pondered for a moment and said, what exactly is your identity? It seems that Spandam is quite fearful of you. Kevin inquired, is this significant? To which Khalifa responded, of course, if you can assist me in avenging my grievances, I shall be entirely devoted to you. As she spoke, a blush unexpectedly crept across Khalifa's cheeks. Hey, what are you thinking about, sister? Kevin said, since you have inquired. I shall no longer conceal the truth. After all, you would learn it sooner or later. My name is Tang Kevin, a soldier of the Navy. However, I also bear another identity, that of Tang Quixote Kevin Saint, the young master of the Quixote family. Khalifa's expression darkened as she replied. Then perhaps it is best to leave it be. Noticing Khalifa's intention to depart, Kevin asked, who is your enemy? Perhaps I could assist you. Khalifa responded. He is also a celestial dragon. As a celestial dragon yourself, would you truly kill one of your own for the sake of a subordinate? Kevin spoke without a moment's hesitation, as long as he is not a member of my family. Tell me who it is. I may not be able to ensure you kill him personally, but I will certainly see to his demise. Khalifa gritted her teeth and replied, his name is Charlemagne Saint. Can you kill him? Charlemagne Saint? The name struck a chord in Kevin's memory. He began to ponder where he had encountered this name before. His knowledge of the celestial dragons was limited, so who exactly was the Charlemagne Saint? After some contemplation, Kevin finally recalled who the Charlemagne Saint was. He was the very individual who had, aboard a world government vessel, visited the kingdom of Goa in the East Blue, and, upon witnessing Sabo preparing to set sail, had deemed it a nuisance and obliterated Sabo's small fishing boat with cannon fire. Is this Charlemagne Saint the one who always dons a square headpiece? Kevin inquired. Khalifa nodded. Yes, do you know him? If it is indeed him, there is no doubt. I will ensure that scoundrel meets his end, Kevin declared. Even if it were not for Khalifa's sake, the act of firing upon Sabo was unforgivable. Although Kevin had only met Sabo once, the bond formed through their shared brotherhood with Ace rendered Sabo akin to a brother in Kevin's eyes. No one could assault his family without consequence. Thank you. Then I choose to stay, Khalifa responded. Kevin then turned to Gabra and Roosh, inquiring, what are your choices? Gabra asked, if I were to become your subordinate, would I gain strength? His query mirrored my own. Roosh also spoke up. Kevin smiled and said, if you were my subordinates, I would undoubtedly wish for your strength to flourish, thus I would exhaust every possible means to empower you. Are you too satisfied with this response? I accept this answer. But what is it that you require from us? Lucy inquired. Kevin smiled and said, I require your loyalty. When my directives conflict with those of the world government, I expect you to heed my commands rather than theirs. It is as simple as that. Lucci began to contemplate the consequences within his mind. For choosing between the world government and Kevin would undoubtedly mean betraying the former. The world government would not let such an act go unpunished. However, Kevin's status as a celestial dragon provided him with sufficient protection. Thus, Lucci inquired, if I choose to obey your orders, it would indeed be a betrayal of the world government. Can you guarantee my protection? Kevin replied, there is no issue. Upon receiving Kevin's affirmative response, Lucci said, well, I promise you that as long as you can ensure my safety and help me grow stronger, I am willing to follow in your footsteps. Upon witnessing Lucy's affirmative response, Kevin turned his gaze towards Gabra, who had yet to make a decision. What is your choice, Gabra? Kevin inquired. Seeing Lucy's agreement, Gabra resolutely replied, I too am willing to pledge my loyalty to you and become your devoted subordinate. However, my conditions are the same as Lucy's. Can you acquiesce? Absolutely. Kevin responded enthusiastically. Welcome to the team. You may address me as either young master or boss, or simply Mr. Kevin. Lucy pondered for a moment before suggesting, let us call you Mr. Kevin then. This way, our relationship remains discreet. Very well, Kevin agreed. Now that we are all family, allow me to bestow some benefits upon you, he said with a smile. The prospect of securing 4 capable subordinates filled Kevin with joy, prompting him to consider offering something valuable, not only to win their favor, but also to genuinely enhance the strength of his newfound allies. Lucy and the other 3 exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the implications behind Kevin's words. Kevin first produced a violet crystal necklace and presented it before Khalifa, saying, "Khalifa, this is for you." "Thank you," Khalifa replied, her cheeks flushed as she accepted the exquisite violet crystal necklace. Does he harbor feelings for me? How could he gift me such a precious item? Should I accept his gesture? Yet, I truly adore this necklace. Moreover, he is quite handsome. Being his girlfriend wouldn't be a bad idea at all. Upon observing Khalifa's youthful demeanor, Kevin discerned that the girl had undoubtedly misinterpreted the situation. He then spoke, "Khalifa, pierce your finger and let a drop of your blood fall upon this necklace." Without inquiring further, Khalifa complied, slicing her finger and allowing her blood to touch the crystal of the necklace. Almost instantaneously, the violet crystal absorbed her drop of blood at a visible pace, prompting Khalifa to furrow her brow and close her eyes. "What do you feel, Khalifa?" Kevin inquired. The other 3, puzzled by Kevin's question, gazed curiously at Khalifa. After a considerable pause, she opened her eyes and, with a peculiar expression, remarked, "It seems as though a voice is persistently urging me to call its name." Upon hearing this, Kevin realized that it must be the soul of the Saint Cloth calling out to its wielder, Khalifa. With a smile, he suggested, "In that case, why not try invoking its name and see what delightful surprises await?" Khalifa nodded thoughtfully and proclaimed, "Hear my call, Pegasus Saint Cloth, appear before me." As her words resonated, a brilliant light erupted from the purple crystal. Moments later, a deep pink armor materialized before the astonished onlookers. The armor then elegantly divided into various components, seamlessly adorning Khalifa's shoulders, forearms, chest, thighs, knees, shins, feet, and hands. "What is this?" Witnessing Khalifa donning the Pegasus Saint Cloth with such poise and grace, Ruchi and the others turned in astonishment toward Kevin. Kevin observed the astonished expressions of the crowd with great satisfaction, and then began to elucidate. The armor currently worn by Khalifa is known as the Sacred Garment, a relic of an ancient civilization. This sacred garment is not merely a mysterious armor forged from a super metal. It possesses the ability to transcend space and protect its bearer through its own will. This is the essence of its mystery. The sacred garment embodies a will, a life of its own. The voice that Khalifa just heard was the will, or rather, the soul of the sacred garment. Once donned, it amplifies the wearer's strength manifold. Who among you wishes to test the power of the sacred garment? "I will," Kaku exclaimed. Stepping back a few paces, he drew his sword and launched a powerful slash towards Khalifa, exerting 80% of his strength. Under normal circumstances, Khalifa would have been unable to withstand such an attack and would have had to evade. However, this time, she did not flinch. Celestial Nebula. The nebula chains that were entwined around Khalifa's arms suddenly sprang to life, swirling around her and forming a vortex. Remarkably, Kaku's formidable strike was utterly dismantled upon colliding with the vortex created by the nebula chains. "How is this possible?" Kaku exclaimed in disbelief. He had not anticipated that his potent attack would fail to penetrate Khalifa's defenses. "This is the power of the sacred garment. What do you think?" Kevin inquired. "Impressive," was the singular thought that resonated in the minds of Lucci and his companions at that moment. Kevin continued, "According to legend, that civilization crafted a total of 88 such sacred armors, comprising 12 golden armors, 24 silver armors, and 48 bronze armors. Among them, the golden armors are the most formidable, while the bronze armors are the least powerful. This Andromeda armor, however, is a bronze one. Regrettably, it is the only piece I have managed to find. Among us, Khalifa possesses the weakest abilities, and being a young lady, the Andromeda armor suits her best. Thus, I have decided to bestow this armor upon Khalifa. Do any of you have objections?" Lucius and the others shook their heads, expressing their agreement with Kevin's decision. It is noteworthy that Lucius and his companions had trained together since childhood in the clandestine training camp of the CP organization, fostering a deep camaraderie among them. Upon witnessing Khalifa's enhancement in strength, they felt no jealousy. Instead, they rejoiced in her advancement. Kevin, being fair-minded, subsequently retrieved the manual for the Duga 9 swords, an esteemed technique, from his spatial ring. Kevin handed the secrets of the broken blade technique to Kaku and remarked, "Kaku, I've observed your proficiency with dual swords. You must be a master swordsman. Coincidentally, I possess a manual on swordsmanship that you may find enlightening. The reason I was able to effortlessly counter your strikes during our recent encounter was due to the insights I garnered from this very manual. I hope you too can derive wisdom from its pages. However, you must remember that this manual is for your eyes only. It must not be shared." "Indeed, Mr. Kevin," Kaku replied. As he casually flipped through the pages of the broken blade technique, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He lifted his gaze to Kevin and said, "The concepts within are truly remarkable. If I master them, will I also be able to effortlessly neutralize my opponent's strikes, just as you do?" Kevin pondered for a moment and replied, "I cannot guarantee this, but as I mentioned earlier, it is precisely because I have studied this secret manual that I was able to identify the weaknesses in your strikes during your attack. Whether you can reach such a level depends on your comprehension, but I believe you should have no trouble. Kevin glanced at Lucci and Gabra, contemplating the absence of suitable items for both of them. He then retrieved the first layer of the Nine Suns Divine Skill Manual from his spatial ring and handed it to Lucci and the other 3 individuals. Addressing them, he remarked, Lucci, Gabra, at present, I lack anything appropriate for your use. Should I come across something fitting, I will provide it to you. Here is a cultivation technique. Mastering it will enable you to develop a force known as inner strength. The function of inner strength closely resembles that of armament hockey, as it enhances both offensive and defensive capabilities. However, inner strength possesses a slight advantage over armament hockey. It expedites the recovery of your injuries when sustained. What I am giving you now is the first layer of the manual. I hope you will practice diligently and strive to cultivate your inner strength as soon as possible. It is estimated that upon completion, your Dao power will increase by at least 500 points. What I require of you during this period is to exert yourselves in your training, enhancing your abilities to the utmost. Kevin was uncertain whether the Nine Suns Divine Skill could elevate Lucci and the others' Dao power by the same 1,000 points as it had for him. So he chose to express a more conservative estimate. Indeed, Mr. Kevin, Lucci, and the others replied, bowing respectfully. Kevin waved his hand dismissively and said, all right. There is no need for such formality. I provide you with these resources to empower you, enabling you to serve me better. There is no need to elaborate further. Now, everyone, follow me. I shall arrange accommodations for you. We will return to the naval headquarters tomorrow. Yes, Mr. Kevin, the 4 responded in unison. The following morning, Kevin departed from the military training camp and returned to the naval headquarters. After arranging accommodations for the 4 at his residence in Maryford, Kevin proceeded to report to the naval headquarters with his graduation paperwork. Kevin arrived at the door of the Warring States office, gently knocked, and announced loudly, reporting in. Newly appointed Navy Commander Kevin has arrived. Come in. Kevin entered Sengoku's office. At that moment, Sengoku was engaged in a discussion with Karp and Vice Admiral Tsuru regarding a certain matter. Upon noticing Kevin's arrival, Sengoku immediately smiled and suggested, why don't we assign this task to young Kevin? He should be more than capable of handling it. Kevin bowed respectfully to Admiral Sengoku and inquired, might I ask if there are any tasks you require my assistance with? Sengoku handed Kevin a bounty notice, which depicted a whale shark humanoid, characterized by tempestuous eyebrows and sideburns, a stout black beard adorning his chin, and a scar resembling a lightning bolt etched at the corner of his left eye. The figure was robust, with 2 prominent tusks protruding from his jaw. Beneath the image, the name Sanjay the Sea Hero was inscribed in bold letters. After glancing at the bounty notice, Kevin looked back at Sengoku and remarked, I am familiar with this individual. He is the newly appointed captain of the Sun Pirates. Admiral Sengoku, do you require me to apprehend him? Sengoku shook his head and replied, it is not my intention for you to capture him. Here's the situation, currently. There are several vacancies within the 7 warlords of the sea. The world government believes that Sea Hero Sanjay possesses considerable strength, and thus they are inclined to recruit him as one of the 7 warlords. I entrust this matter to you. Is that acceptable? Kevin pondered for a moment and remarked, assigning this task to me is certainly not an issue, however. The notion of recruiting Sandy Jinbi as one of the 7 warlords of the sea seems to imply a certain disrespect by sending merely a mid-ranking officer like myself. This approach might not only fail to win over Jinbi, but could also jeopardize our relations. That could indeed prove problematic. Sengoku contemplated for a while and replied, you are quite right, Kevin. I have not considered this thoroughly. So, Karp, you old rascal, accompany Kevin on a trip to Fishman Island. Karp, finishing the donut in his hand and wiping his mouth, responded, very well, I too wish to sample the donuts on Fishman Island. It is said that their desserts are delightful, and I shall take this opportunity to indulge. Then, turning to Kevin, Karp declared, the task of recruiting Jinbi as a warlord shall rest entirely upon your shoulders. I shall not interfere. Should you fail in this endeavor, it would certainly bring shame upon me. Kevin spoke with unwavering confidence. Master Karp, rest assured, I will not bring disgrace upon you. Surely, you trust my ability to handle matters? Karp chuckled. Indeed, you have always been quite reliable in your endeavors. Sengoku then continued, thus, this task is entrusted to you. Young Kevin, do you have any further inquiries? I would like to understand the conditions we can offer to recruit Jinbei. After all, persuading him to become a member of the Warlords of the Sea is not a matter to be taken lightly. It cannot be achieved with mere words. Without sufficient incentives, I fear Jinbei will not acquiesce, Kevin replied. If the world government cannot provide generous terms, Jinbei is unlikely to agree. The world government's position is that if Jinbei joins the Warlords of the Sea, then the fishmen of Fishman Island will be afforded rights equal to those of humans, and the capture of fishmen will be deemed illegal. This matter has already received the consent of the Gorosei. You can convey this directly to Jinbei, and I believe he will likely accept. Sengoku laid out the conditions set forth by the world government to Kevin. Admiral Sengoku, what if Jinbei raises the issue of releasing fishmen slaves as a condition? How should I proceed? Kevin inquired. Sengoku pondered for a moment before responding. We shall address that when the time comes. Should Jinbei indeed propose such a condition, contact me via Den Den Mushi. as this matter involves the celestial dragons and I must consult the Gorosei. Understood, Admiral Sengoku. I shall take my leave to prepare. With that, Kevin exited Sengoku's office. After Kevin departed from Sengoku's office, the smile on Garp's face vanished, and he questioned Sengoku with a tone of incredulity. Sengoku, what on earth are you thinking? Are you not aware of how much the residents of Fishman Island despise humans? Do you have any idea how perilous it is to send that little rascal Kevin there? Sengoku adjusted his glasses and replied, of course, I am well aware. Which is precisely why I entrusted this task to you rather than selecting just any other vice admiral from the headquarters. Why not simply send another vice admiral directly? Why complicate matters? Karp retorted, because of Kevin's identity. Do not forget that your precious apprentice is a young scion of a celestial dragon family. His stance can significantly influence the family he represents. If Jinbei were to propose conditions that infringe upon the interests of the celestial dragons, we would be unable to acquiesce. Even if we were willing, the world government might not consent. However, if that little rascal Kevin goes, the world government would be unlikely to disregard his standing. Sengoku patiently elucidated the rationale behind choosing Kevin for the recruitment mission. Karp, still somewhat displeased, remarked, why must we recruit the Fishman Jinbei to become one of the warlords of the sea? I find the title quite distasteful. Jinbei has no notorious record and is rather magnanimous. Having someone like him as a warlord could actually mitigate harm to civilians. If we were to select someone with a dubious past for this role, it would ultimately be the civilians who suffer. Sengoku sighed, if it were possible, I would prefer not to have any warlords of the sea at all. Yet, the current circumstances necessitate their existence. The world government relies on the warlords to achieve a balance of power against the four emperors. I must prepare as well. Tomorrow, I will take my apprentice to Fishman Island for a visit, Garp scoffed, rising to leave Sengoku's office. Casually pocketing a large bag of senbei from Sengoku's desk drawer on his way out. Garp truly cares for his disciple. It's rare to see him like this. Since Dragon defected from the Navy, it seems Garp hasn't shown such concern for anyone else, remarked Vice Admiral Tsuru, who had been silent until now. Sengoku nodded pensively, indeed. It has been a long time since I've seen Garp like this. I hope that rascal Kevin does not disappoint him like Dragon did. That boy will not, Tsuru assured. One can only hope, Sengoku replied. Upon returning to his quarters, Kevin summoned Lucci and the others, stating, Admiral Sengoku, just assign me a mission. I am to visit Fishman Island and represent the world government in recruiting the Fishman Jinbei as the new captain of the Sun Pirates to join the warlords of the sea. I wish to bring Lucci and Califa along. Do you have any other suggestions? As soon as Kevin finished speaking, Califa wrapped her arms around him and planted a kiss on his cheek with her rosy lips, before blushing and stepping aside. What just happened? Kevin was momentarily bewildered, questioning whether he had just been unexpectedly kissed. What was going on with Califa? Califa, what does this mean? He inquired, gazing at her flushed face. Califa, feeling embarrassed, replied, please do not misunderstand, Master Kevin. I was simply overwhelmed with excitement. I have long heard that Fishman Island is a beautiful place I have always wished to visit, but never had the opportunity. When I heard you were planning to take me there, I couldn't help myself and kissed you. Didn't we agree you could just call me Mr. Kevin? He responded to her, but seeing her head lowered shyly to her chest, he relented. Well, since you have distanced yourself from the world government, you may call me master if you wish. In truth, Kevin was elated, feeling a bubbling satisfaction at being addressed as master by such a stunning beauty, though he would never admit it. And you, Lucci? Kevin adjusted his mood and turned to Lucci, inquiring. Mr. Kevin, I have no issues, Lucci replied without hesitation. The reason Kevin wanted both Lucci and Califa to accompany him was quite strategic. Lucci, without a doubt, possessed the highest combat prowess among the four and had experience in battle, ensuring he would not falter in any dire situation. After donning the saint's attire, Califa had surpassed both Kaku and Gabra in strength. Additionally, Kevin had no intention of making Califa a combatant. Rather, he envisioned her as his aide, assisting him with economic and administrative matters. Thus, he chose to bring them along. Very well, everyone, let us all get busy. Lucci and Califa, please prepare the items we need to bring. Tomorrow, we shall head to Fishman Island with Teacher Garp. Kaku, Gabra, do not neglect your training. Strive to reach the rank of Major General swiftly, as I have another task in store for both of you. Yes, Mr. Kevin, they affirmed in unison. The following morning, Kevin arrived at the port with Lucci and Califa. After a long separation, Bogart, spotting Lucci and Califa trailing behind Kevin, teasingly remarked, well, Kevin, it seems that after this long absence, you've taken to traveling with a bodyguard and a beauty. Kevin glanced at Bogart and remarked, I never expected that after such a long time apart, you, with your frosty demeanor, have learned to jest. Quite a feat. Bogart retorted with a chuckle, you rascal. Come on, Admiral Karp has been waiting for you aboard the warship. Admiral Karp? He arrived so early? That's rather uncharacteristic of him, Kevin responded. Bogart replied, it's merely because the Admiral is concerned for your safety. By the way, do you feel confident about persuading Jinbei to join the 7 warlords of the sea this time? Kevin shrugged and said, who knows? In matters like this, no one can provide a definitive answer. Bogart, sensing Kevin's uncertainty and worried that he might feel burdened. Patted him on the shoulder and reassured him, "You need not dwell on it too much. Just do your best. Success would be wonderful, but if it doesn't happen, no one will blame you. Now, enough talk. Let's board the ship. We wouldn't want to keep Admiral Karp waiting." "Let's go," Kevin replied, together with Bogart and others. They boarded Karp's flagship. Once aboard, Kevin immediately spotted Karp sitting on the second deck, indulging in a donut. He called out, "Master Karp, why are you eating donuts again? At your age, it would be wise to limit such indulgences. You cheeky brat, do you think my eating habits concern you?" Karp retorted, tossing the half-eaten donut into his pocket as he stood to address Kevin on the first deck. "Once we reach Fishman Island, feel free to act as you wish. If anything goes awry, I will take responsibility." Karp's words were laden with warmth and care for Kevin. The efficiency of the Navy was commendable, and soon Karp's ship was fully equipped with all necessities for their journey to Fishman Island. This island, located 10,000 meters beneath the sacred Mary Geos, was a crucial waypoint to the New World and the birthplace of many fishmen and merfolk, often referred to as the undersea paradise, a dreamlike haven. All vessels heading to Fishman Island must first stop at the Sabaody archipelago to receive a coating, allowing them to safely navigate the ocean currents to their destination. The Navy had their own coating artisans, so there was no need to travel to the archipelago. However, they still had to sail near its vicinity to catch the currents. Karp's ship gradually descended into the depths of the sea as they approached the Sabaody archipelago. As the vessel entered the water, sunlight still penetrated the depths, revealing the beautiful underwater scenery. Kevin and Khalifa gazed in awe at the vibrant marine life, their excitement reminiscent of children. It was only natural for Kevin to feel this exhilaration, whether in his past life or this one. He had only ever seen the ocean's surface, and experiencing the underwater world firsthand was a novel delight. Many first-time observers would likely share Kevin's enthusiasm. "Admiral Karp, this fellow really resembles an excited child," Bogart remarked. Observing Kevin's exuberance, Karp chuckled heartily in response. "After all, Kevin is merely a 13-year-old brat. I hadn't even joined the Navy at his age, and here he is, already a lieutenant commander. Truly, the youth are formidable." Bogart nodded. "Indeed, Kevin is the youngest lieutenant commander in the Navy. I sense his strength might even surpass that of a captain." Karp merely smiled at this assertion, choosing not to comment further. "Hey, Kevin, settle down. Hurry back to the cabin. We are about to leave the Sabaody archipelago and enter the currents. It will soon be dark and turbulent out here, and the deck will be dangerous. You won't be able to see anything. Although our ship is equipped with sea stone, we cannot turn on any lights, or we might attract the sea kings lurking nearby," Karp warned, noticing the light in the water diminishing. "Understood, Master Karp," Kevin replied reluctantly. Once back in the cabin, Luffy and Khalifa seized the opportunity to practice the Nine Suns' divine art. Knowing they had discovered a means to grow stronger, who would willingly choose to remain weak? Kevin began to explore the intricacies of merging his martial skills, indeed, the very techniques he had acquired thus far. Although occasionally the skills obtained from blind boxes could be utilized directly without the need for cultivation, there existed a significant drawback when employing his shadow clones. These clones could only utilize the skills he had personally mastered. Consequently, the abilities acquired from the blind boxes were rendered useless in the hands of his shadow clones, thereby diminishing their combat effectiveness considerably. Furthermore, Kevin discerned a considerable redundancy within the skills he had mastered. For instance, both Soru and Shuinpa, one derived from the world of pirates and the other from the realm of soul reapers, are high-speed movement techniques. However, Sara emphasizes explosive speed, while Shuinpa prioritizes overall mobility. Kevin surmised that if these two skills could be amalgamated, his movement capabilities would reach unprecedented heights. Similarly, the three techniques of armament haki, Nine Yang divine skill, and indestructible Vajra skill exhibited both similarities and complementary aspects. Armament haki is characterized by its flexibility, allowing for targeted hardening, thus conserving stamina during combat. However, it primarily enhances external defense and attack, leaving internal protection almost non-existent. In contrast, Nine Yang divine skill lacks the capacity to form formidable external defenses but excels in internal protection, far surpassing both armament haki and indestructible Vajra skill. Its healing properties and rapid recovery traits are unmatched by the latter two. The defensive and offensive enhancements provided by indestructible Vajra skill far exceed those of armament haki. Yet it necessitates a complete transformation into a golden figure, resulting in a significantly higher energy expenditure. Should Kevin successfully fuse these three techniques into a singular new skill, one that embodies the agility of armament haki, the internal fortitude and recovery of Nine Yang divine skill, and the formidable offensive and defensive augmentations of indestructible Vajra skill, his prowess would undergo a transformative leap. However, Kevin was acutely aware that such a fusion demanded not only relentless experimentation but also flashes of inspiration, achievements not to be realized overnight. Thus, he remained in the preliminary stages of his endeavor. When Bogart knocked upon Kevin's door, he realized that the day had slipped away, nearly half gone. "What is it, Bogart?" Kevin inquired upon opening the door to find Bogart standing there. "We are approaching the vicinity of Fishman Island. Admiral Karp has sent me to call for you." Bogart replied. Is that so? Let us go and see. I am eager to witness what the legendary undersea paradise truly looks like. With that, Kevin momentarily set aside his studies on skill fusion and accompanied Bogart to the deck. Outside, the darkness had dissipated, thanks to the immense Hinshuive trees flourishing near Fishman Island, which transmitted sunlight to the island, facilitating the presence of daylight and the cycles of day and night in the depths of the ocean. Even though it lay beneath the sea, Fishman Island boasted its own sky and clouds. Kevin began to observe Fishman Island from a distance. A colossal double-layered hemispherical membrane shield enveloped the entire island, with an air layer nestled between the two shields. It is said that if vessels coated with the special film from the Sabeti archipelago breached the island's boundaries without adhering to the proper course, the coating will automatically peel off and merge with the island's shield, causing some ships to plummet into the air layer below. Even if a ship manages to force its way through the shield, it will be swept away by the waters contained within the membrane. At that moment, a naval warship had just entered the main entrance of Fishman Island and had yet to approach the second layer of protection when it was halted. The one obstructing the warship was a whale shark fishman, adorned with wild brows and sideburns, a thick, dark beard upon his chin, and a scar resembling lightning at the corner of his left eye. He was stout, with two prominent teeth protruding from his jaw, clad in a patterned bathrobe, and draped in a black cloak. This individual was none other than Jinbei, the new captain of the Sun Pirates, whom Kevin sought to recruit. Jinbei stood firmly before the warship, addressing its occupants with a commanding voice. Ahoy, Navy aboard the warship, please articulate your intentions, or I shall not permit you to pass. Upon hearing Jinbei's words, Karp approached the bow of the ship and inquired, Are you Jinbei? Indeed, I am he. And you are? Replied Jinbei, with a hearty laugh. Karp introduced himself. I am Vice Admiral Karp of the Navy. Ah, Vice Admiral Karp, a renowned hero of the Navy. It is an honor to meet you. May I ask what brings you to Fishman Island? Jinbei's tension eased slightly upon recognizing Karp. Karp, still smiling, responded, I have come primarily to savor the delicacies of Fishman Island. As for matters of significance, this young man beside me will handle them. He gestured toward Kevin. Jinbei replied, While I wholeheartedly welcome Vice Admiral Karp's visit to enjoy our island's cuisine, it seems there may be other matters at hand. I kindly ask you or this young man to clarify your intentions, as I must prioritize the safety of Fishman Island. Kevin leaped directly from the warship, unleashing his hockey-like chakra from the soles of his feet, and stood firmly upon the water's surface. He addressed Jinbei, saying, Rest assured, Knight of the Sea Jinbei. Our visit to Fishman Island bears no ill intent. Rather, it heralds a significant benefit for your island. What might that be? Pray, enlighten me, Jinbei inquired with curiosity. Let us first engage in combat. Once we conclude our match, I shall reveal my true purpose, Kevin replied, shaking his head, his eyes ignited with fervent combat spirit. Jinbei, not one to decline a challenge, responded with a hearty laugh. Since you wish to fight, I shall gladly oblige. With a sweeping motion of his massive hand, Jinbei unleashed the Fishman karate technique, gun wave. A powerful wave of water surged forth, propelled by his hand like a cannonball aimed directly at Kevin. Unfazed, Kevin charged toward the oncoming wave, raising his fist. Armed hockey, direct punch, meteor. Kevin's fist collided with the waves conjured by Jinbei, sending him hurtling through the air. Before he could touch the ground, he twisted his body mid-flight, adjusting his form, and with a sudden burst of speed, he dashed once more towards Jinbei, launching a powerful punch. What astonishing speed! Jinbei exclaimed, praising Kevin's swiftness, yet his hands moved with equal alacrity. With a swift motion, he struck Kevin's wrist, effortlessly neutralizing the blow, and then delivered a palm strike to Kevin's chest. Once again, Kevin was sent flying, this time without a chance to regain his balance, crashing heavily to the ground. As Kevin struggled to rise, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He wiped the crimson stain away with his sleeve and remarked, Truly worthy of the illustrious title Sea Hero, Jinbei. Your strength is remarkable. In that case, I shall not hold back any longer. The indestructible diamond technique. Kevin's body instantly transformed into a golden state, and shortly thereafter, he unleashed the powers of the thunderfruit. Blue arcs of electricity crackled around him, producing a symphony of sound. Observing the golden-hued Kevin, Karp raised an eyebrow, pondering to himself how much the boy resembled the old man Sengoku when utilizing his devil fruit abilities. Yet, this young lad wielded the powers of the earth fruit and the thunder fruit. Perhaps this was a variant of his armament hockey? Upon such reflection, the resemblance to the full-body hardening of armament hockey became apparent. It seemed that during the past 6 months, Kevin had indeed grown significantly stronger, truly worthy of being my disciple. Witnessing Kevin in this formidable state, Jinbei could not help but take the situation seriously, for he felt an undeniable pressure emanating from Kevin. A voice deep within urged him to treat their duel with the utmost seriousness, lest he find himself defeated by the young warrior. Consequently, Jinbei assumed the initial stance of Fishman karate, fully alert and prepared for what lay ahead. Kevin clasped his hands, and a spear forged from lightning materialized in his grasp. He wielded the electric spear with great fervor, lunging fiercely toward Jinbei. In response, Jinbei summoned all his strength to deliver a remarkably powerful punch. The collision of Jinbei's fist and Kevin's lightning spear resulted in a violent explosion, sending shockwaves that propelled both combatants several meters away. The immense force of the blast left them both aching and weary, and it took them a considerable amount of time before they managed to rise from the ground. Kevin, having exited the state of being a golden man, turned to Jinbei and remarked, I have long heard of your prowess as a master of Fishman karate, the Sea Knight. Indeed. Witnessing your skill firsthand today is truly impressive. I concede defeat. Since their confrontation was not a matter of life and death, Kevin readily accepted his defeat, ensuring that neither party's goodwill was harmed. Jinbei, noticing Kevin's willingness to yield, rubbed his slightly scorched fist and jovially replied, Navy brother, you are far too modest. You just utilized the power of the rumble fruit, did you not? Kevin nodded and remarked, Indeed, it is the power of the thunder fruit. Jinbei chuckled and replied, Though I consider myself quite adept in martial arts, I am but a mortal, and I harbor a certain apprehension towards lightning. If the young naval officer were to persist in utilizing the abilities of his fruit for assaults or engage in widespread attacks, it is likely that I would emerge the loser. Jinbei spoke the truth. In this world, aside from the wielder of the thunder fruit, the only one unafraid of lightning is Luffy, who has consumed the rubber fruit. After all, the inner force of lightning does not merely assault the exterior. That formidable current can wreak considerable havoc on one's internal organs. Kevin chuckled and said, Since we have already engaged in a friendly contest, let us discuss the matter at hand. Jinbei replied, Please proceed, young naval officer. Allow me to introduce myself. Kevin continued, I am Kevin, the newly appointed commander from the naval headquarters. My purpose for visiting Fishman Island is to represent the world government in extending an invitation to you, Jinbei, to join the Shichibukai. Shichibukai? Jinbei looked at Kevin with a puzzled expression. The relationship between Fishman Island and humanity has always been fraught with tension, especially since the death of Fisher Tiger, which plunged their relations into a deep freeze. How could the fishmen, who harbored such profound hatred for humans, possibly be inclined to understand matters concerning them? Although Jinbei had traveled the seas alongside Tiger for many years and had heard of the Shichibukai, he remained somewhat bewildered regarding the specific role and purpose of this group. Upon encountering Jinbei's look of confusion, Kevin began to elucidate. The warlords of the sea are 7 notorious pirates recognized by the world government. As the name suggests, upon becoming a warlord, the original bounty is suspended, and the world government ceases to pursue any prior transgressions. Members of the warlords, even if they engage in acts of piracy, are tacitly permitted by the world government, though they must pay tribute if discovered. Jinbei raised an eyebrow and replied dismissively, Young Kevin, you underestimate me. I have no desire to become a pawn of the world government. Is it truly being a pawn? Kevin mused, casting a glance at Jinbei, and continued, in theory, the warlords possess catastrophic destructive capabilities and strengths that rival nations. However, this is somewhat challenging to achieve. Therefore, only those pirates of considerable renown or formidable power, who can instill fear in others, qualify for this title. Moreover, being a warlord is not without its advantages. What advantages could there possibly be? Jinbei retorted skeptically. The first advantage, as I mentioned, is that upon becoming a warlord, the original bounty is halted, and the world government will not pursue past crimes. Even if a warlord engages in acts of piracy, they are tacitly accepted by the world government. Secondly, aside from mandatory summons from the world government and a required tribute from their earnings, warlords can operate freely without government interference. They retain the right to refuse orders unless compelled by the world government. The third point is that to maintain a cooperative relationship with the warlords, the world government often agrees to individual requests. For instance, Boa Hancock, the captain of the Kuja pirates and empress of Amazon Lily, stipulated that no navy ships could approach the waters surrounding her kingdom upon joining the warlords. Similarly, Don Quixote da Flamingo, who recently joined, seeks to exploit the power of the warlords to expand his business and engage in illicit trade. These allowances have been granted by the world government. I believe, dear Jinbei, that you could certainly leverage this situation. What do you think? Upon hearing Kevin's words, Jinbei fell into a contemplative silence. If what Kevin said held true, joining the warlords could indeed allow him to advocate for equal rights between fishmen and humans, while also prohibiting the slave trade of merfolk. This would undoubtedly be a commendable endeavor. Yet, would the cunning humans acquiesce? Jinbei found himself in a quandary. Kevin stood quietly opposite Jinbei, refraining from interrupting his contemplation. After a while, Jinbei lifted his head and addressed Kevin. This matter is beyond my authority to decide. How about this? Accompany me to meet King Neptune, and we can discuss the possibility of joining the 7 warlords of the sea? If King Neptune does not object, I would be willing to join the 7 warlords of the sea, but I do have certain conditions. Kevin found himself in a quandary. Initially, he believed that by presenting the matter to Shinpachi along with its potential benefits, Shinpachi would undoubtedly acquiesce without hesitation. However, to his surprise, Shinpachi insisted on consulting Neptune first, a turn of events that caught Kevin off guard. In his moment of frustration, Kevin turned his gaze toward Karp. Noticing Kevin's glance, Karp waved his hand and addressed him. Young Kevin, you are my most cherished disciple. You should proceed with this matter with confidence and boldness. I have faith that you will handle it adeptly. Even if complications arise, fear not. I shall support you. What is there to be afraid of? Huan comprehended that Karp was deliberately honing his own skills to elevate his standing within the Navy. He then addressed Jibei, saying, "Might I trouble you, Jibei, to escort me to meet King Neptune?" "Very well." Jibei nodded and responded to Karp, "Vice Admiral Karp, I kindly request that you anchor your warship in the harbor, and then I shall lead you to the Dragon Palace to meet King Neptune." Karp chuckled heartily, replying, "That is not an issue. However, I shall refrain from accompanying you to the Dragon Palace. I have stated that my purpose here is to savor the culinary delights of Fishman Island, so it suffices for young Huan to go." Karp's words caused Jinbei to furrow his brow. He had initially assumed Karp was jesting about sending a mere lieutenant to discuss matters with the king. Such a disparity in status seemed rather disrespectful to Neptune. Noticing Jinbei's frown, the astute Karp discerned his thoughts and remarked, "Jinbei, do not take offense. I harbor no disdain for Neptune. Young Huan's position is indeed adequate for this task, and his presence in your Fishman Island will yield greater benefits." Though uncertain why Karp made such a statement, Jinbei trusted that a man hailed as a naval hero would not deceive himself in such matters. With this in mind, Jinbei relaxed his brow and replied, "Vice Admiral Karp, I apologize for my rudeness. Since you wish to indulge in the local cuisine, might I offer to serve as your guide? That would be splendid." "Thank you, Jinbei," Karp exclaimed cheerfully. Before long, Karp's warship glided through the second layer of protective barriers and into the harbor. Upon docking, guards from the Dragon Palace approached to conduct an inspection. Jinbei exchanged a few words to dismiss the soldiers and then entrusted Karp to Aladdin, the vice captain of the Sun Pirates, who would lead him to the Mermaid District for culinary delights, while he accompanied Huan to the Dragon Palace. This time, Huan invited Luffy and Califa to join him in visiting King Neptune of the Dragon Palace Kingdom. From a distance, they beheld the Dragon Palace, a grand structure perched atop Fishman Island, basking in sunlight. It was an opulent palace constructed from large coral reefs, shells, and other materials, with a colossal dragon coiled around it. As Jinbei and the three approached the vicinity of the Dragon Palace, they were intercepted by a contingent of palace guards. The leader of the guards, with a stern countenance, inquired, "Jinbei, what brings you and these three humans here? Are you not aware that Fishman Island does not welcome humans?" Jinbei replied, "Byros, what do you mean by this? These three are from the Navy headquarters, here on behalf of the world government to discuss matters with His Majesty Neptune." "The Navy?" The Fishman guard named Byros scrutinized Huan and expressed disbelief, questioning, "These youngsters are part of the Navy?" "Jinbei, you cannot be deceived by these humans, can you? Humans are notoriously cunning." Kevin stepped forward and declared, "I am Commander Kevin of the Naval Headquarters. These two are my guards, and we have urgent business with King Neptune. I kindly ask that you do not impede us." Byros scoffed in response, "Ha ha, you amuse me. A mere child like you claims to be a naval commander? If you are a commander, then I must be the illustrious Vice Admiral Karp. You are courting death." As he spoke, Kevin drew the blade of carnage from his spatial ring and advanced toward Byros. Seeing Kevin ready to strike, Jinbei quickly intervened, grasping Kevin's arm and saying, "Brother Kevin, I apologize on behalf of this fool. Please refrain from harming my fellow compatriot." As Kevin encountered Jinbei blocking his path, he offered an apology and intended to sheath his blade of slaughter. After all, his purpose for visiting was to recruit Jinbei into the 7 warlords of the sea. It would be unwise to let personal matters hinder his mission. Alas, as the saying goes, one does not fear a godlike opponent, but rather a pig-like ally. Byros was undeniably the epitome of a pig-like ally. Witnessing Kevin being dissuaded by Jinbei only inflated his arrogance further. He taunted Kevin, "What's the matter? Weren't you planning to make a move? Do you realize where you are? This is Fishman Island. If you dare to strike me, you won't leave unscathed. Are you afraid? You worthless human, why don't you come and kill me, huh?" Initially intending to retract his blade, Kevin let out a cold chuckle and replied to Jinbei, "Brother Jinbei, it's not that I lack respect for you, but this fellow has been incessantly provoking me." Jinbei quickly interjected, "Kevin, my friend, please remain calm. Once we meet with King Neptune, I shall report this matter to him. I am certain that King Neptune will provide you with a satisfactory resolution." Jinbei harbored thoughts of dispatching Byros himself. After all, he had managed to pacify Kevin. Yet Byros could not refrain from speaking out. Byros and Jinbei were old acquaintances. During Jinbei's tenure as the captain of the Ryugu Palace Guard, Byros served as his vice-captain. However, Byros had always been resentful, believing himself equal to Jinbei, yet relegated to the role of vice-captain, a humiliation he could not tolerate. Thus, he continually opposed Jinbei. Upon seeing Jinbei accompanied by 3 humans at the palace, Byros sought to seize the opportunity to humiliate him. Little did he realize that his actions might invite dire consequences. "All right, Brother Jinbei, I shall refrain from addressing his provocations for your sake, but should he speak out again, I cannot be held responsible," Kevin said, suppressing his fury. "Thank you, Kevin," Jinbei replied. Unfortunately, Byros remained oblivious to Jinbei's goodwill, continuing to taunt, "You pathetic human, come on, if you have the guts. Take your knife and strike me." Finally unable to contain his anger any longer, Kevin turned to his companion, Lucci, who followed closely behind. "Lucci, that guy is insufferable." With an impassive expression, Lucci inquired, "Shall we kill him or incapacitate him? He is asking for it." Why let him live? Kevin gritted his teeth. Indeed. What purpose does he serve, continuing to provoke danger? Understood, Lucci replied, moving toward Burroughs. Jinbei attempted to intervene, but Kevin swiftly grasped his arm, saying, Brother Jinbei, this fool is courting disaster. I can do nothing about it. Unbeknownst to Burroughs, who was already teetering on the brink of peril. He shifted his focus to Lucci as he approached. What do you intend to do? Are you planning to strike me? Look around. This is Ryugu Palace. If you dare to harm me, King Neptune will not let you go. Lucci coldly responded, Mr. Kevin has stated that you are too reckless to be spared. With that, Lucci raised his hand, preparing to dispatch Burroughs with a finger pistol. However, at that moment, an inexplicable sense of danger surged within Lucci, prompting him to withdraw hastily. Just 5 steps back, a massive trident impaled the exact spot where he had stood moments before. How audacious! To dare harm a member of my Ryugu Palace Guard before my very eyes. A resounding voice boomed. Kevin and the others promptly turned their gazes toward the source of the voice. The speaker was a robust merman, adorned with a crown. His figure more imposing than that of an average merman. He boasted a luxuriant mane of vibrant orange hair and a bushy beard. While his arms were embellished with tattoos resembling flames, and his body was covered in dense hair, resembling that of a spiny fishman. The arrival was none other than Neptune, the king of the Ryugu kingdom of Fishman Island. Upon seeing Neptune, Jinbei hurriedly approached him and said, Your Majesty, this is a misunderstanding. Ah, it is Jinbei. Just moments ago, I witnessed that human attempting to assail a member of my guard. Could this be a fabrication? Neptune retorted, Your Majesty. These 3 individuals are from the Navy. The young naval officer is Kevin, a disciple of Vice Admiral Karp. He originally intended to visit you at the Dragon Palace to discuss matters, but was intercepted here by Pyros. Pyros has repeatedly provoked young Kevin with his words, prompting him to take action against Pyros to teach him a lesson. Jinbei quickly clarified. Understood, then let this matter be resolved. Neptune gestured with his hand. Kevin listened and let out a cold snort, saying, What great authority the king of Neptune possesses. Your subordinate provokes me, and you simply brush it off. What about the individual who just assaulted me? How shall we settle that score? Neptune, displeased with Kevin's tone, retorted, When did I ever attack your people? It was clearly your subordinate who attempted to assault a member of my guard, prompting my response. King Neptune truly had a remarkable talent for distorting the truth. No wonder the rift between Fishman Island and humanity was widening. With a leader like you, how could you possibly fear leading your citizens astray? Kevin gazed at Neptune with disdain. Neptune's gaze turned icy as he warned, Human boy, what do you mean by that? Are you aware of the consequences of insulting a king? Insult? Please, do not trivialize the word insult. How could a king who fails to uphold justice possibly govern a nation? Kevin replied with scorn. In what manner have I acted unjustly? Pray, enlighten me, Neptune demanded. Very well, allow me to elaborate. With a gesture towards Burroughs, Kevin continued. My brother Jinbei and I intended to visit the Dragon Palace to discuss matters with you, yet your subordinate obstructed our path. I sought to assert my identity, yet he claimed that if I were a Navy lieutenant, he would be the Navy hero, Vice Admiral Karp. Out of respect for my brother Jinbei, I refrained from confronting him, but this fellow audaciously continued to provoke me verbally. Hence, I instructed my people to take action. King Neptune, please tell me, who is truly at fault here? This individual first questioned my Navy credentials, then disrespected my mentor, Vice Admiral Karp, repeatedly provoking us. If this reflects the sentiments of your Dragon Palace kingdom, may I interpret it as a challenge to our Navy? Kevin's words left Neptune momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond. Kevin's incisive remarks left Neptune at a loss for a suitable response. To acknowledge that the fault lay with Bellows would imply a confession of his own unfair dealings. However, to deny that Bellows was at fault, in accordance with Kevin's assertion, would equate to provoking the Navy, and indeed, the world government, a grave consequence. The relationship between Fishman Island and humans had already deteriorated significantly due to the death of Fisher Tiger. Should he be perceived as instigating the Navy or the world government? It could lead to an explosive conflict, potentially prompting the Navy to unleash a massacre upon Fishman Island, even without the admirals. The mere presence of the vice admirals would suffice to devastate the island. Acknowledging his mistake was an affront to Neptune's pride. Yet to deny it would spell disaster for the entire Fishman Island, leaving him in a quandary. I apologize, young Navy officer, on behalf of the Ryugu kingdom. This is our error. A gentle voice resonated, drawing the attention of the crowd. Approaching was a tall and graceful beauty, her wavy golden locks cascading down, blue eyes sparkling. Adorned with an orange hair accessory, and clad in a long robe patterned with fish scales. Upon seeing her, Jinbei and the Fishman guards immediately knelt, exclaiming in unison. Lady Odoheim. Kevin meticulously scrutinized the woman before him, a figure who had been the subject of considerable controversy in his past life. In that previous existence, he had encountered an article on a forum, which asserted that Princess Odoheim was merely an ignorant individual, naively gambling the future of Fishman Island by rescuing a celestial dragon. In response, Kevin had posted a rebuttal, igniting a fervent discussion regarding Princess Odoheim's character. In truth, Princess Odoheim was an idealist, and idealists often meet tragic fates. She selflessly devoted herself to the welfare of her people, embodying greatness in her unwavering resilience against scorn, apathy, and misunderstanding. In the face of her ideals, even hatred appeared trivial. Indeed, in a world where adult perspectives had solidified, humanity looked down upon fishmen, while fishmen harbored animosity towards humans. All hope rested upon the shoulders of the next generation, a reality Odoheim recognized as she tirelessly worked for a future where the children of fishmen could coexist with humans. Even Fisher Tiger, who harbored profound hatred for humanity, could not deny that Odoheim's endeavors represented a path forward for her people. This woman, who had devoted her life to the betterment of Fishman society, was truly deserving of Kevin's admiration. Stepping forward, he placed his right hand upon his left chest and bowed deeply, addressing her with respect. Greetings, esteemed Princess Odoheim. Your relentless efforts for peace between fishmen and humans command my utmost respect. Both Neptune and Princess Odoheim were taken aback by Kevin's gesture, for he had employed the most ancient of celestial dragon customs. Who are you? Before Odoheim could finish her inquiry, Kevin interjected, esteemed Princess Odoheim. I have come with matters of great significance pertaining to the future of Fishman Island. The princess's beautiful eyes brightened with excitement as she asked, is that true? Ji-Bei, standing nearby, affirmed, indeed, what young Kevin speaks of is crucial to the future of Fishman Island. That is wonderful. What is it? Neptune exclaimed, his joy evident. Kevin disregarded Neptune entirely and addressed Princess Iji, saying, Your Highness, the presence of so many individuals renders this matter unsuitable for discussion. Shall we find a more private location? Very well, let us proceed to the Dragon Palace, replied Princess Iji. That sounds most agreeable, Kevin responded, observing Kevin's blatant disregard. Neptune coughed forcefully a few times in an attempt to remind Kevin that he was, in fact, the king of the Dragon Palace Kingdom, the master of the Dragon Palace. Your Majesty, are you unwell? Do you require medicine? Asked the kind-hearted Princess Iji, noticing Neptune's cough. Neptune's face flushed crimson at her concern, and he hurriedly replied, It's nothing. Nothing at all. I merely choked on a sip of water. Just water, I presume? Kevin remarked nonchalantly from the side. Neptune's face turned as purple as an eggplant at Kevin's comment. Witnessing Neptune's mortification, Princess Iji stifled a giggle and turned to Kevin, saying, You truly are an amusing fellow. Neptune shot a fierce glare at Kevin, yet regrettably, Kevin remained oblivious to his ire. Kevin then addressed Princess Iji, saying, I shall grant you the courtesy of overlooking that individual's provocation towards me. However, his disrespect towards my mentor is inexcusable. While I may spare him from death, he must be taught a lesson. Surely, Princess Iji, you have no objections to this? After a moment of contemplation, Princess Iji replied, I beseech you, young sir, to refrain from taking his life. Kevin reassured her, Rest assured, I shall not kill him. After Kevin finished speaking, he stepped forward to stand before Burroughs and declared, Do you know, had this been on land, I would have unhesitatingly taken your life. However, today, out of respect for Princess Yihim, I shall spare you. Nevertheless, your recent disrespectful remarks towards Master Karp cannot go unpunished. With that, Kevin unleashed his conqueror's haki, crashing down upon Burroughs like a tumultuous wave. Blood gushed from Burroughs' mouth as he collapsed. Neptune, furrowing his brow, raised his trident and pointed it at Kevin, coldly stating, You, but before he could finish, Kevin interjected. Rest assured, I have not slain him. However, it is quite likely he will remain bedridden for 2 to 3 months. Then, with utmost respect, Kevin addressed Princess Yihim, saying, Princess Yihim, let us proceed to the Dragon Palace. Naturally endowed with the ability to hear the voices within others' hearts, Princess Yihim sensed Kevin's genuine respect for her. Thus, she responded, Then please, everyone, accompany me to the Dragon Palace. With that, Princess Yihim led Kevin, Jinbei, and the others back to the Dragon Palace in a grand procession, leaving Neptune and a contingent of palace guards bewildered in the wind, along with the unconscious Burroughs lying in a pool of his own blood. At that moment, one of the guards cautiously approached Neptune and asked, Your Majesty Neptune, what shall we do now? What shall we do? Return to the Dragon Palace, he exclaimed, turning sharply to leave, eager to vacate the scene. After walking a short distance, Neptune halted again, pointing at the fallen Burroughs, and instructed the guard, Take this fellow home. I do not wish to see him in the palace guard again. Yes, Your Majesty Neptune, the guard promptly replied. Upon Neptune's return to the Dragon Palace, Princess Yihim had already arranged a banquet for Kevin and the others in the Grand Hall. Once Neptune, still fuming, took his seat at the head of the table, Princess Yihim spoke, Lieutenant Colonel Kevin, what brings you to Fishman Island? I come on behalf of the Navy headquarters and the world government to invite Brother Jinbei to join the 7 warlords of the sea. Unfortunately, Brother Jinbei is uncertain and wishes to consult with Princess Yihim and King Neptune, Kevin stated directly, revealing his purpose. Jinbei added, As Kevin has mentioned, I am unsure whether I should join. Neptune pondered for a moment before asking, If Jinbei were to join this 7 warlords of the sea, what would be expected of him? The 7 warlords of the sea must heed the directives of the world government and assist in matters that the world government cannot address, Kevin explained. Is it truly that simple? Neptune inquired, skepticism etched across his face. Kevin nodded and stated, Indeed, The warlords of the sea and the world government essentially share a cooperative relationship. The world government relies on the strength and reputation of the warlords to intimidate and combat ordinary pirates, thereby alleviating the pressure on the navy. Neptune then inquired, why was Jinbei chosen? It is well known that the relationship between humans and fishmen has always been fraught with discord, even bordering on mutual animosity. This seems illogical. No one would easily believe that an adversary would willingly seek cooperation with them. In truth, there are two primary reasons for the world government's selection of Jinbei. Firstly, Jinbei's formidable strength is sufficient to instill fear in ordinary pirates. I recently engaged in combat with Jinbei, and his prowess surpasses that of a commodore. Reaching the level of a vice admiral, such power is adequate to intimidate a considerable number of pirates. After a brief pause, Kevin continued, secondly, Fishman Island serves as a vital passage into the New World, and the most influential entity there is the Ryugu Kingdom. However, it would be inappropriate to appoint the king of Ryugu Kingdom to the position of warlord of the sea. Thus, as a secondary option, the Sun Pirates, composed of fishmen and operating in Fishman Island, emerge as the ideal choice. Consequently, as the captain, Jinbei undoubtedly possesses the qualifications for the title of warlord of the sea. Neptune and Princess Shirahoshi nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Kevin's assertions. The Ryugu Kingdom itself is a member of the world government. Having joined in recent years, nonetheless, it remains a member state. It would indeed be unsuitable for someone from the kingdom to assume the role of warlord, especially since no one within the kingdom possesses such intimidating presence. In contrast, Jinbei, as the captain of the Sun Pirates, far exceeds the strength of anyone from the Ryugu Kingdom, while his stature may not rival that of Neptune within Fishman Island. Outside of it, Jinbei's renown far eclipses that of Neptune. The name of the sea knight Jinbei is undoubtedly recognized far and wide, whereas Neptune's might be less known. I see. If this is a cooperative relationship, what benefits does Jinbei stand to gain? Neptune inquired. Kevin pondered for a moment and remarked, there are indeed several advantages. Firstly, once Jinbei becomes one of the 7 warlords of the sea, his bounty will cease to exist. I am aware that the so-called Empress Boa Hancock has already requested the world government to halt the bounties on the members of the Sun Pirates, and the world government has acquiesced. However, this arrangement is only valid during the time that Boa Hancock remains among the 7 warlords of the sea, should she decide to withdraw from the ranks. The members of the Sun Pirates will still be pursued. Conversely, if Jinbei ascends to be one of the warlords, even if Boa Hancock were to resign from her position, the members of the Sun Pirates would remain secure. Secondly, I have conversed with Jinbei regarding this matter, apart from the mandatory summons issued by the world government that the warlords must comply with. Any other tasks assigned by the world government can be undertaken at their discretion. They may choose to engage or abstain based on their own inclinations, and the world government will not intervene. Lastly, since this is term cooperation, it is evident that the world government will need to consent to certain conditions imposed by the warlords, as long as these conditions do not undermine the authority of the world government. The majority of such stipulations will likely be accepted. After Kevin elucidated the advantages of the 7 warlords of the sea, he turned his gaze towards Neptune and Queen Otoheim. Upon hearing the final point, Queen Otoheim eagerly inquired, can we then request that humans and fishmen coexist in harmony? Kevin pondered for a moment, then shook his head and remarked, this seems quite challenging. The enmity between the fishmen and humans is deeply ingrained, and even if the world government mandates peaceful coexistence, for 2 races that have harbored mutual animosity for centuries, Princess Otoheim, do you believe such a possibility exists? Indeed, Princess Otoheim responded with a hint of despondency. Neptune then inquired, what about abolishing the fishman slave trade? Surely that can be achieved. That poses no issue. However, whether it can truly be enforced remains a challenge. After all, the primary perpetrators of the fishman slave trade are human traffickers and pirates, with the occasional involvement of the Navy. If the world government declares the abolition of the fishman slave trade, the Navy will undoubtedly enforce it. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo, is a major force in the fishman slave trade. While he certainly will not cease his operations, he would not dare to conduct them openly. Given his character, he may refrain from directly capturing fishmen, yet his auction house will continue to sell those abducted by traffickers. Nevertheless, even this could lead to a reduction of at least 70% in the slave trade, Kevin stated pragmatically. That is indeed true. A reduction of 70% is a commendable achievement, Neptune agreed, aware that Kevin's words were grounded in reality. The slave trade is an exceedingly lucrative enterprise, and the trade of fishmen is among the most profitable. As long as the wealthy and aristocrats continue their patronage of slaves, the trade cannot be halted. A 70% reduction signifies substantial progress, ensuring the safety of at least that many fishmen, while the remaining 30% can be addressed gradually. Suddenly breaking his silence, Jinbei turned to Kevin and asked, may I request the release of the fishman slaves currently held by the celestial dragons? Kevin nodded and said, there is no issue. I can agree to that. You agree? Jinbei looked at Kevin in bewilderment. Kevin spoke with a serious demeanor. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am indeed a commander from the Navy headquarters, and I also hold the position of a junior clan leader of the Don Quixote family, one of the 20 royal families of the celestial dragons. My full name is Don Quixote Kevin Saint. Regarding the liberation of Fishman slaves. If our Don Quixote family were to take the initiative, the other families would likely have no objections. You are actually a celestial dragon, Jinbei exclaimed in astonishment. In contrast to Jinbei's surprise, Neptune and Princess Odoheim remained considerably more composed. They had begun to harbor doubts about Kevin's identity when they witnessed him bowing to Princess Odoheim. Indeed, you are a celestial dragon. I started to question your identity when I noticed you employed the most ancient form of etiquette reserved for celestial dragons in your interaction with the princess. However, what brings a celestial dragon to become a part of the Navy? Neptune inquired. Kevin smiled and said, I simply do not wish to be a wasteful existence. Merely consuming resources without purpose. Neptune gazed at Kevin for a considerable time before responding. You are unlike the other celestial dragons. Perhaps I am somewhat different, Kevin replied. Rather than residing in lofty isolation, I would prefer to witness a world where all individuals are treated equally, regardless of race. Are you truly saying this? Princess Odoheim inquired with a hint of excitement. She had always hoped for harmonious coexistence between fishmen and humans, and at that moment, discovering that a noble celestial dragon shared her perspective made her feel as though she had found a kindred spirit. Kevin nodded and remarked, Indeed, Princess E.G. Additionally, I have found several partners for collaboration. However, achieving our goals will require further effort, yet I am willing to endeavor. Princess E.G., upon hearing this, smiled and replied, Should you require my assistance, I shall certainly do my utmost. Kevin stood up once more, bowing deeply to Princess Yuki, and expressed, in this moment, I extend my gratitude to you on behalf of all the commoners. Princess Yuki replied with her gentle voice, There is no need for thanks. This is also my aspiration. Meanwhile, Jinbei cast his gaze towards Neptune, who pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, signaling to Jinbei that he could proceed. Jinbei then turned to Kevin and said, Young Kevin, I am willing to join the 7 warlords of the sea, but I must insist on the abolition of fishman slavery, declaring such acts as illegal, and simultaneously demand the release of current fishman slaves. If these conditions can be met, I am ready to join. Rest assured, Jinbei, I shall ensure that these matters are resolved. However, I may need to trouble you for a visit later, Kevin assured him. Jinbei nodded in response. That is no trouble at all. I entrust this to you, Kevin. There is no need for such formality, my dear brother Jinbei, Kevin replied. Suddenly, Kevin seemed to recall something and said to Princess Yuki, I have a gift for you. With that, he retrieved a resurrection coin from the system's space and presented it to her. Princess Yuki accepted the coin, gazing at the shimmering, multicolored gold piece engraved with an X symbol, perplexed by Kevin's intent. Kevin spoke. My observation hockey allows me to glimpse fleeting visions of the future. It is possible that the future princess may fall victim to an assassination. This talisman possesses extraordinary powers. I beseech Princess Yihim to carry it with her, for it may one day save her life. This statement was directed not only at Princess Yihim, but also at Neptune. Jinbei gazed at Kevin in astonishment and remarked, To my knowledge, only Katakuri of the Big Mom Pirates has developed observation hockey to such a degree that it allows one to foresee the future. I am truly amazed that you, young Kevin, can achieve such a feat. Are you referring to Katakuri, one of the Sweet Commanders? Kevin replied humbly. My ability to foresee the future is rather unstable, fluctuating at times. In comparison to Katakuri, I still fall significantly short. In truth, Kevin's so-called foresight stemmed from his recollection of the plot, though he would never admit it. After all, the more enigmatic he appeared, the more others would perceive him as inscrutable, an essential facade to maintain. Did you uncover any details regarding the identity of the would-be assassin? Neptune inquired gravely, his concern for his beloved compelling him to take the matter seriously. The assassin is human, the mastermind of Fishman, and there is a connection to the Ryugu Guard. Kevin disclosed. What? It even involves the Ryugu Guard? Surely you jest. Neptune responded, his expression rife with skepticism. Kevin snorted and remarked, Believe it or not, it is as I have foreseen in my future. I trust you. Princess E.G. interjected. Neptune intended to speak, yet was interrupted by Princess E.G., who continued, Your Majesty, I understand your concern for me, but I have faith in Lieutenant Kevin's words. One cannot deceive the depths of their own heart. Neptune grasped Princess E.G.'s hand and declared, I will ensure a thorough investigation of the guard. I shall not allow any harm to befall you. Your Majesty, E.G. Neptune and Princess E.G. gazed deeply into each other's eyes. Your Majesty, E.G. They embraced each other tenderly. Kevin and Jinpei were caught off guard as Neptune and Princess Yuki forcefully stuffed a mouthful of dog food into their mouths. They exchanged glances, silently retreating from the grand hall, fearing that remaining there would lead them to an untimely demise from the overwhelming dog food. Upon leaving the hall, Jinpei bowed to Kevin and said, Dear brother Kevin, I entrust this matter to you. Kevin quickly supported Jinbei and said, Rest assured, my dear Jinbei, I will do my utmost. Jinbei, seeing Kevin's promise, expressed his gratitude, saying, I am deeply thankful to you, dear Kevin. Now, where do you intend to go next? Kevin pondered for a moment and then remarked, Let us first attend to the matter at hand with teacher Karp. Jinbei, you must be aware of Karp's current whereabouts, correct? Jinbei nodded and replied, Vice Admiral Karp is presently accompanied by Aladdin in the Fishman district, indulging in the culinary delights of the sea. How about I accompany you? My younger brother Kevin? Upon hearing this, Kevin remarked half-jokingly, then I must thank you, dear brother Shanping. To be honest, without a guide, I fear I would surely lose my way in Fishman Island. Kevin and Jinbei, along with others, departed from Dragon Palace and headed towards the Mermaid District. Upon arriving at the Mermaid District, they heard a voice shouting, "Hurry, stop that human trafficker. He has abducted a little mermaid." Kevin and Shanping turned their gaze towards the sound, and to their astonishment, they beheld 3 humans hastily approaching. Leading the charge was a man who, under his arm, clutched a small mermaid with flowing green hair, appearing to be around 5 or 6 years of age. Kevin turned to Jinbei beside him and inquired, "Have human traffickers become this audacious? Abducting people in broad daylight?" Jinbei let out a resigned sigh and replied, "Alas, my dear Kevin, the reality is indeed thus. These traffickers have always behaved this way. To avoid endangering our compatriots whom they kidnap, we can only watch helplessly as they seize others." At that moment, the 3 fleeing traffickers noticed Kevin and his companions obstructing their escape route. One of the traffickers, while running, brandished a knife and shouted loudly at Kevin, "Clear the way. We are subordinates of Don Quixote da Flamingo. If you wish to live, step aside." Da Flamingo? Upon hearing that these traffickers were affiliated with Da Flamingo, Kevin's expression darkened, and he addressed Khalifa, saying, "Khalifa, you may proceed." Khalifa then asked, "Shall we eliminate them all?" Kevin declared, "From now on, eliminate any of Da Flamingo's subordinates you encounter." "Yes, Master Kevin," replied Khalifa, as she stepped towards the 3 human traffickers. Upon seeing Khalifa, the trafficker holding the mermaid did not retreat. Instead, he advanced with fury, shouting, "Hey, you filthy wench. Get the hell out of my way, or I'll kill you." Responding to his provocation, Khalifa intoned, "Hear my call, constellation of Virgo, manifest." Upon hearing the trafficker's words, Khalifa's expression darkened as she summoned the Virgo armor. The amethyst necklace around her neck gleamed with a dazzling radiance, and soon, the deep crimson Virgo armor enveloped her form, while the chains of the Virgo constellation entwined around her arms. In an instant, the chains transformed into a vortex, ensnaring the 3 traffickers within. They attempted to escape, but to no avail. In desperation, one of them pressed a knife to the throat of the little mermaid, threatening, "You filthy wench, retract that wretched chain, or I shall slay this mermaid." Khalifa turned her gaze towards Kevin, inquiring, "Master Kevin, what should we do?" Kevin addressed Lucci behind him, saying, "Lucci, rescue the person. We need not spare these 3 wretches." "Understood, Mr. Kevin," Lucci replied, without even resorting to the powers of the devil fruit. Lucci swiftly used the shave technique to appear before the human trafficker, seizing the mermaid with a single motion, before retreating from the encirclement of the nebula chains. Nebula strangulation. Upon witnessing Lucci successfully extricate the captive, Khalifa immediately unleashed the attack of the nebula chains. In the blink of an eye, the 3 traffickers were reduced to mere dust. Much to the astonishment of onlookers, Jinbei gasped in disbelief. He had not anticipated that a seemingly frail girl beside Kevin possessed such formidable lethality. If that were the case, how much stronger must the swift and indifferent man be? Furthermore, it seemed these 2 individuals were merely Kevin's bodyguards, rather than Navy personnel. Lucci gently set down the weeping mermaid, yet she appeared still oblivious to her salvation, continuing to sob uncontrollably. Lucci, with a helpless glance at Kevin, indicated that he was at a loss as to how to console the distraught mermaid before him. Kevin approached the little mermaid, crouched down, and retrieved a lollipop from his spatial ring, presenting it to her. With his other hand, he gently patted her head and said, "Little one, you are safe now. Please do not cry. Would you like a lollipop from your big brother?" The mermaid ceased her tears, her large eyes glistening as she scanned her surroundings, seemingly reassured that the 3 villains who had kidnapped her were truly gone. Upon noticing the lollipop Kevin offered, she reached out to take it, then gazed up at him with her adorable, wide eyes and asked, "Did you rescue Kimmy, big brother?" Kevin gently smiled and said, "It was not your big brother who saved you. It was merely a friend of your big brother who came to your rescue." Kimmy glanced at Ruchi, then at Karifa, who had already removed the Andromeda armor. She bowed to both of them and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for saving me." The typically reticent Ruchi merely nodded in acknowledgement. In contrast, Karifa, beaming with a warm smile, lifted Kimmy into her arms and gently replied, "No need for thanks, my adorable little sister." Kevin gazed at the delightful sight of Cammy, blissfully indulging in a lollipop nestled in Karifa's embrace. A sudden realization struck him. Could this enchanting little mermaid truly be the same Cammy who later befriended Luffy and his crew? The one known for her charmingly naive disposition, easily deceived, and who had been devoured by sea beasts at least 20 times and captured by the Makuro family no fewer than 30 times. Upon closer inspection, it indeed seemed plausible. Just then, Jinbei approached, bowing respectfully to Kevin and expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for rescuing the little mermaid, my dear brother Kevin." Kevin waved his hand and said, "How could I remain indifferent when such matters unfold before my eyes? By the way, Kevin, I heard that the family established by Heavenly Knight Demon Doflamingo is also known as the Don Quixote family. What is your relationship with him? Jinbei had long wished to inquire about this while at Fishman Island, but had never found the opportunity until now. Seizing the moment when Doflamingo's underlings, human traffickers, were abducting mermaids, he finally posed the question. Abandoned by the family, a vendetta of life and death, Kevin spoke with a palpable aura of menace. Though he uttered merely 8 words, Jinbei comprehended their weight. Doflamingo was cast aside by the celestial dragon lineage of the Don Quixote family. And Kevin bore a profound grudge against him, a grudge of life and death. The specifics of this enmity remained unasked by Jinbei. At that moment, Kemi, who had been munching on a lollipop in Caliph's embrace, noticed Jinbei and promptly leaped down, respectfully exclaiming, "Oh, it's Mr. Jinbei. I'm sorry. Kemi didn't TC you just now." Jinbei gently patted Kemi's head, chuckling, "No worries, no worries. But did that little rascal frighten you?" Kemi tilted her head, her expression adorably innocent as she replied, "Kemi isn't scared, because Kemi was saved by the big brothers." Jinbei laughed heartily, patting Kemi's little head. At that moment, the residents of Fishman Island recognized Jinbei's arrival and began to chatter excitedly, greeting him. "Ah, it's our esteemed Jinbei. Are these individuals who rescued little Kemi friends of yours? Mr. Jinbei, it's been a while since you last visited the Fishman district, hasn't it? Long time no see." After exchanging pleasantries with the townsfolk, Jinbei pointed at Kevin and announced loudly, "This young brother beside me is Lieutenant Kevin from the Navy headquarters. He has come to invite me to join the Shichibukai." "What is the Shichibukai?" someone inquired. Jinbei explained, "The Shichibukai are pirates recognized by the world government. The condition for my joining is the abolition of the legitimacy of the slave trade in fishmen and the liberation of those enslaved fishmen." "Is that true, Mr. Jinbei? You are truly our savior here on Fishman Island." The residents erupted into fervent discussions, their excitement palpable. Kevin cleared his throat and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, what Brother Jinbei has stated is indeed true. In the near future, the world government will officially declare Brother Jinbei as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, simultaneously. The enslavement of fishmen will be classified as an illegal act, with the Navy and the world government committing to eradicate this abhorrent practice. While it may not entirely eliminate such atrocities, it will at least ensure a significantly safer environment for the inhabitants of Fishman Island and the mermaid tribe. Moreover, all enslaved fishmen will be liberated, allowing them to reunite with their families." "How splendid. Long live this moment." A wave of cheers erupted from the mermaid district. Observing the jubilant crowd, Jinbei and Kevin exchanged smiles. Subsequently, Kevin successfully located the gluttonous Karp, and the two made their way back to Navy headquarters together. Half a month later, the world government officially announced that Jinbei, the captain of the Sun Pirates, had been appointed as a warlord of the sea. Additionally, it declared the trafficking of fishmen as an illegal activity, with the world government and the Navy intensifying their efforts to combat this vile trade. In a gesture of reward for Jinbei's defection to the light, the celestial dragons ordered the release of all fishmen slaves. In an instant, Fishman Island erupted with excitement. The majority of its residents were in a state of euphoria, while a small faction, harboring deep-seated animosity towards humans, viewed this as merely a human scheme to placate the fishmen. The names of Jinbei and Kevin became renowned among the residents of Fishman Island. The arrival of this young Navy officer not only brought renewed hope to the island, but also, upon his visit, he rescued a mermaid abducted by humans, earning him the gratitude of the island's inhabitants. The World Economic News Agency even bestowed upon Kevin the title of Friend of Fishman Island. Meanwhile, Smoker and his compatriots took to teasing Kevin about this incident, infuriating him to the point where he contemplated storming the headquarters of the World Economic News Agency to pluck the feathers from Morgan, that troublesome bird. One day, after accompanying Vice Admiral Koala on a mission to capture pirates, Kevin returned to Marineford only to be summoned to the office of Sengoku. As he entered, before Kevin could utter a word, Sengoku spoke directly, "Kevin, prepare yourself. You are to make a trip to Fishman Island." Kevin, with a bewildered expression, inquired, "Marshal, what is happening?" Zhangguo replied curtly, "It pertains to your uncle, Masquerade Saint." "What has happened to my uncle?" Kevin asked. Zhangguo explained, "That man, incensed by the plight of the fishmen slaves who were liberated from the celestial dragons, brazenly set sail for Fishman Island with the intention of reclaiming those freed fishmen slaves. Unfortunately, misfortune befell him en route, and he found himself in dire straits on Fishman Island, where the very fishmen who had once been enslaved by him plotted to take his life. Thankfully, Princess Odoheim intervened just in time. Now, the Dragon Palace Kingdom is in contact with the world government, seeking assistance to retrieve him. Considering your connection with him, the world government has ordered you to go and bring him back." Kevin sighed in exasperation. What a troubling situation. "General Zhangguo, when shall we embark?" Zhangguo pondered for a moment before responding. "The warships are currently being readied. We should be able to set sail by this afternoon. Please make your preparations." "Very well, General Zhangguo. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave to prepare," Kevin replied. Upon Kevin's return to his abode, Lucci and the others immediately ceased their cultivation and turned to face him. Mr. Kevin, young master, Mr. Kevin, they called out. Kevin felt a sense of resignation regarding Karifa's persistent address of him as young master, yet he could not help but feel an inexplicable thrill at her words. How has everyone's cultivation progressed? Kevin inquired. Over the past few months, Kevin had been closely studying under several formidable vice-admirals, while Lucci and the others had been diligently practicing at home under his guidance. Lucci responded, "We must express our gratitude to Mr. Kevin for providing us with the 9-yang divine skill. Everyone's progress has been remarkable." Kevin smiled and nodded, saying, "That's good. I suppose these past few months have been rather dull for everyone, haven't they?" The restless Gabra chuckled, replying, "Mr. Kevin, you couldn't be more right. My skills have improved, and I yearn for a worthy opponent to spar with. Yet, I fear causing too much commotion, so I have refrained." In truth, Gabra was not merely concerned about the noise. He was acutely aware that both Lucci and Kaku possessed greater strength than he did, and challenging them would only invite humiliation. While Khalifa's abilities were inferior to his own, fulfilling his desire to dominate weaker opponents, he noted her current demeanor suggested an affection for their boss. Moreover, given that numerous members of CP9 had attended the elite training camp, it puzzled him why their boss would choose someone as unremarkable as Khalifa. Gabra found it hard to believe that their boss harbored no feelings for her. Engaging in mock battles with Khalifa could prove perilous should she ever ascend to the position of mistress, and so he resolved to remain patient. Fortunately, Kevin remained oblivious to Gabra's inner turmoil. Otherwise, Gabra would surely have found himself unceremoniously kicked into the sea. Lucci and Kaku expressed indifference, stating that as long as they could grow stronger, they could endure any tedium. Khalifa, however, blushed and said, "It's not boring. I simply miss the young master." Her expression unmistakably resembled that of a devoted maid eagerly awaiting her master's affection. Observing Khalifa's demeanor, Kevin couldn't help but wonder if the girl had genuinely developed feelings for him. Why else would she behave this way every time they met? Shaking his head in resignation, Kevin continued, "Since everyone has made progress, I have a task to assign to you all." Gabra's eyes lit up as he asked, "Mr. Kevin, what is the task? Are we finally allowed to go out? Can we seek opponents to spar with?" The remaining 3 regarded Kevin with eager anticipation. Kevin stated, "I wish for you to depart from the Grand Line and explore the 4 seas to discover any promising talents. Subsequently, bring them back to me. Of course, it is imperative that you persuade them willingly to join, rather than resorting to abduction." As he spoke, Kevin cast a deliberate glance at Lucci, aware of his propensity for such nefarious acts. It is worth noting that Lucci possesses a dubious history. In the past, a soldier from a certain kingdom was kidnapped by pirates, who subsequently extorted a hefty ransom from the king. In desperation, the king sought the aid of the world government, which dispatched Lucci for the rescue mission. However, Lucci ended up eliminating both the kidnapped soldier and the pirates, then audaciously informed the king that those soldiers could not even protect themselves, let alone their kingdom, and that they might as well perish. This enraged the king to the brink of apoplexy. Lucci, not a fool, certainly grasped Kevin's intent and replied, "Rest assured, Mr. Kevin. I will ensure they return with me of their own volition." Although Lucci's words conveyed assurance, whether he would engage in amicable conversation or resort to coercive force remained uncertain. Kevin nodded and inquired, "Does anyone have any objections to this?" The 4 individuals unanimously expressed their agreement. Thus, Kevin commenced the delegation of tasks. "Lucci, among us, you possess the greatest strength, so I entrust you with the responsibility of exploring the formidable West Sea for suitable candidates. Kaku, your meticulous nature makes you the ideal choice for the North Sea. If the opportunity arises, engage with the Vinsmoke family. Gabra, you shall head to the South Sea, which is on par with the West Sea in terms of strength. Exercise caution during your endeavors." Lucci and the other 3 nodded in acknowledgement, signifying their understanding. However, Khalifa, who had not been assigned a task, spoke up, "Young master, may I inquire why I have not been allocated a role? Am I to venture to the East Sea?" Kevin shook his head and said, "Khalifa, your current strength is still inadequate, so it would be best for you to remain at home and continue your training. Moreover, regarding the East Sea, if time permits, I intend to make the journey myself to pay my respects at my parents' graves." Khalifa, feeling somewhat reluctant, nodded in agreement, then gazed at Kevin with hopeful eyes and asked, "Young master, may I accompany you to the East Sea when the time comes?"